The nighttime street with a 4-story building was plunged into complete darkness, with only a few windows glowing with warm light. The silhouettes of students could be seen in the school windows, still sitting at their desks late into the evening. A young man twirled a pen in his hands, imagining himself as Chen Jil with a faint smile on his pale face. The boy thought about how everyone saw him as just an ordinary high school student with no particular ambitions or talents. Chen Jil was used to easily overcoming any difficulties that cruel fate could throw at him. However, very recently, his measured and peaceful life had undergone radical changes and transformations. It was all because of his sudden and hopeless infatuation with a very problematic classmate. Qin Xiaomei casually asked him to do her homework, citing an important evening game quest. The young man had no choice but to agree to help the pink-haired girl with this difficult task. The teacher's voice boomed menacingly throughout the classroom, demanding that the pink-haired troublemaker leave the room. Chen Jil suddenly thought that maybe he should try his hand at this mysterious and popular video game. Qin Xiaomei reluctantly left the classroom under the stern and disapproving gaze of the angry math teacher. She casually suggested that the boy join her evening game, as their team was short of a support player. On his way home, the young man sincerely hoped that no one would turn on any extra devices during his first gaming session. Chen Jil entered his parents' house after a heavy rain and warmly greeted his caring mother at the door. He patiently explained to the woman that the sudden change in weather had caused school to end early. His mother kindly advised her son to get some rest while she prepared a hearty dinner for the family. The boy cautiously suggested ordering takeout instead of cooking at home in such inclement weather. The woman calmly replied that the order would arrive soon and that she would make sure to leave a plate of food right at his door. The young man's attentive gaze accidentally fell on a strange box that was mysteriously lying in the corner of his spacious room. His mother noticed his new obsession with games with concern and gently reminded her son of the importance of proper rest. Chen Jil quickly grabbed the intriguing package and hurried to his room, not listening to his mother's advice. The woman thought thoughtfully that her son had probably arranged to play with someone, perhaps with that very same girlfriend. During an incredibly violent thunderstorm outside, the excited boy eagerly opened the mysterious cardboard box. Inside was the game Cosmos, the most popular virtual reality game of modern times and new technologies. To fully immerse himself in the exciting game world, he only needed one special high-tech virtual reality helmet. This was the very first serious gaming experience for the inexperienced Chen Jil. Unlike the skilled gamer Qin Xiaomei, the confident young man optimistically believed that he would surely overcome any challenges like a true gaming professional. Suddenly, an urgent message popped up on his cell phone, urging him to log into the game as soon as possible, as his friends were waiting patiently. The determined Chen Jil cautiously put on a special virtual reality helmet, preparing to immerse himself in a completely unknown gaming world. Chen Jil thought excitedly that this could safely be called his very first romantic date with Qin Xiaomei. The young man connected to the game Cosmos, and the system instantly transformed his consciousness into a completely different virtual world. The young man felt an inexplicable sensation in his feet, as if his feet were slowly sinking into cool, clear water. A digital matrix loaded before his astonished eyes, and he found himself a real hero in a pixelated world. Chen Jil waited patiently for the game to load completely and could clearly hear the characteristic bubbling of water. A bright welcome screen appeared in front of the young man with a solemn inscription welcoming him to the exciting game Cosmos. He stared at the miracle unfolding before him, unable to believe his eyes, with only one thought in his head. How incredibly cool this was. An important announcement appeared, informing the young man that Cosmos is a survival game featuring mythological stories from all over the world. In the dangerous world outside, threats would lurk around every corner, so players could choose a class and begin their adventure. Chen Jil saw an impressive list of professions in front of him. He could become a warrior, a sorcerer, or a skilled archer. The boy remembered that his beloved Qin Xiaomei had mentioned the need for a support class for their gaming team. Therefore, the young man decided that it would be logical to choose a useful class, such as a healer or a doctor. He had access to free basic clothing for purchasing the game, and he considered choosing something informal and comfortable. However, Chen Jil changed his mind, realizing that this was their first date, so he should look more formal and presentable. A gradual transformation of his virtual body began, and the elegant suit of his chosen character became visible. The image of the guy was fully loaded, and he appeared in an elegant black suit with a noble blue tie. Chen Jil's eyes shone with determination and confidence, as he knew he had made the right strategic choice. The game was finishing loading, and at home in real life, a huge bolt of lightning was rapidly approaching the building. As a violent thunderstorm raged outside, the lightning struck the family home directly, causing everything to flash with a bright light. The electrical discharge hit its target and naturally affected all electrical appliances connected to the mains. The charger for the gaming helmet also began to spark dangerously and slowly transfer the discharge to the main device. The boy had no idea of the impending disaster, thinking only of his upcoming romantic first date. These joyful and bright thoughts were suddenly replaced by excruciating pain that he felt throughout his entire body. Electric bolts enveloped his defenseless body, and he had no idea what was happening at that moment. The young man's body was literally lifted up by the powerful discharge, and the lightning continued to pierce him through and through. An incredibly bright blue glow emanated from his room, illuminating the entire space around him. The blow was so powerful and strong that the virtual reality helmet simply flew off his head. At that critical moment, his mother decided to go into her son's room to ask him about the turned-off equipment. When the alarmed woman crossed the threshold of the room, she was horrified to discover that her son was no longer there. In the dangerous game world, terrifying blue monsters with glowing eyes slowly advanced in a furious attack. Qin Xiaomei sat with her clothes torn and her weapon broken, surrounded on all sides by these terrifying monsters. The desperate girl screamed at the top of her lungs, begging for someone to come and save her. Then, an incredibly bright yellow light slowly began to envelop the entire dark and ominous forest street. In the dense forest where a fierce battle was raging, powerful yellow lightning bolts could be seen clearly enveloping the space. Chen Jil appeared with the determined gaze of a hero, and it was he who emitted this incredibly bright divine glow. Qin Xiaomei was overjoyed to see the young man. He looked completely different in his white, shining robes. The girl looked at the young man as if he were a true savior who could easily set fire to and destroy all the dangerous monsters. The young man gently addressed her, apologizing for the delay and promising that she had nothing to worry about now. Qin Xiaomei approached him, looking straight into his eyes and calling him her one and only true hero. Their lips slowly drew closer in a passionate embrace, ready to merge in a romantic kiss. But instead of the girl's soft lips, the guy felt someone's long, slimy tongue on his face. It turned out to be an ordinary chameleon, and when Chen Jil woke up, he realized with horror that his entire face was covered in saliva. When the young man slowly opened his tired eyes, he was in complete shock at the strange situation around him. He shouted his beloved's name loudly in desperate hope that Qin Xiaomei was somewhere nearby. But of course, she was nowhere to be found. Everything that had happened was just a dream, and the kiss had been with a chameleon. Looking around, the young man thought about the amazing transfer of sensations he had just experienced. Chen Jil looked closely at his hands, feeling as if electric shocks were passing through his body. When the young man began to look around carefully, he realized with surprise that he was apparently already in the game. Right now, the guy was in the middle of an endless desert, and the scorching sun was mercilessly burning his skin. He wondered what was going on, because he was supposed to be transported to a safe village for newcomers. Chen Jil decided that the first thing he needed to do was write a message to his dear friend and beloved. But the serious problem was that a player with that name simply could not be found by the system. When he saw this message, the guy thought it was very strange, as he was absolutely sure he had remembered her unique name correctly. The young man decided that there was no point in staying there. He needed to go to the newbie village where his girlfriend was most likely waiting for him. Chen Jil had already taken countless exhausting steps across this endless, scorching desert. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to move. There was no water at all, and it was very hard to breathe. The guy opened the game map to figure out the right direction and check if he had made a mistake in choosing his path. Looking carefully at everything around him, the young man realized that there were no villages for newcomers anywhere nearby. He asked himself a serious question about where he had ended up, as the area was outside the service zone. Chen Jil was worried that he couldn't even contact the game's support service. On such a hot day, the human body releases about 90 milliliters of sweat from its pores every hour. Therefore, fainting and severe dehydration were only a matter of time, but such fun was definitely not for him. The guy had no idea that the game would be so difficult and dangerous, so he decided to quit immediately. When he tried to exit the game, an alarming notification popped up saying that the exit function was not working. Everything around him lit up bright red, and the guy looked completely terrified and confused. The guy desperately tried to quit the game again, thinking that maybe it was just a bad joke. No matter how many times Chen Jil pressed the exit button, the same message about unauthorized exit kept appearing. The young man was confused, wondering what unauthorized exit could be, since he just wanted to leave the game. Why was it impossible? Chen Jil thought with horror that he was locked in here forever, and wondered what to do now. Suddenly, the young man received a system notification that he was receiving his first serious game task. When he saw the survival task with no time limit, hidden rewards, and unknown penalties, he was stunned. The young man thought desperately that he had only wanted to play with a girl, and wondered what sins he had committed to be locked up here. Out of anger and helplessness, Chen Jil began to furiously pound his fists on the hard ground and hot desert sand. The guy realized that he had tried every possible method to get out of the game, but to no avail. Chen Jil asked himself the agonizing question of whether he would really remain here forever in this virtual world. During the 8 hours he spent in the game, the young man's faith in his own strength simply evaporated and disappeared. The guy had come to terms with the idea that he would never get out of there because this world looked exactly like the real one. The unbearable heat and agonizing thirst made Chen Jil feel nauseous, and his head was spinning from dehydration. This situation did not suit the young man at all, so he realized that the first thing he needed to do was find water. The guy remembered how his grandfather had watched a survival show that mentioned a special kind of stone. Chen Jil found just the right stone and realized that there must be a source of fresh water nearby. The young man's eyes lit up with hope, and he was relieved to realize that there was water somewhere nearby. Chen Jil knew he had to keep going, because this particular type of rock pointed in that direction. The young man realized that he would have to use his last ounce of strength to reach the life-saving source of water. As Chen Jil slowly trudged through the desert, a strange, threatening growl could be heard clearly behind him. A terrifying creature with sharp fangs and foaming saliva slowly approached the exhausted young man. Chen Jil could barely stand on his feet, as it was so difficult for him to move in such a critical condition. The young man desperately hoped that his guess about the location of the water would prove to be correct. Finally, Chen Jil heard the long-awaited drops of water slowly dripping from the stone ceiling inside the cave. When the young man went inside, he saw a spacious cave and realized that there really was a source of water there. Chen Jil's lips were insanely dry and cracked. The young man had never felt anything like this in his life. With his dry and cracked lips, the boy wanted to reach the life-saving cool water. But then Chen Jil found his last ounce of strength and rushed from his spot straight to the water source. The young man reached forward with his trembling hand, desperate to taste the fresh, clean water. Chen Jil literally plunged his entire face into this small oasis of cool water in the cave. Chen Jil began to drink the water greedily, as if he were seeing such life-giving moisture for the first time in his life. The young man realized how pleasant it was to feel alive again after long hours of agonizing thirst. But at that moment, the very animal that had been pursuing the young man continued to follow its prey's trail. It was a real wild wolf, whose eyes shone brightly with a predatory yellow color. Chen Jil decided to stay in this safe cave for now, to lie quietly and gather his strength. The guy thought that was good. The water problem was solved, but now he had to figure out how to get out of there. This was a game set in the desert, which meant there had to be some useful clue for survival here. The young man fell into deep thought, staring at the game window and thinking about what he could come up with. Chen Jil opened the game map and saw his current location, but for some reason, the coordinates were hidden. The guy realized that the map only showed the area he had already explored. Therefore, just in case, it was worth carefully studying the system data, and the young man saw low performance indicators. In case of danger, he would have to rely solely on his speed. Chen Jil thought about the conditions. The guy thinks that first of all, he needs to see what equipment is available in his inventory. The young man notices that the character has the opportunity to obtain a sharp sword and protective leather gloves. Chen Jil thinks it's strange that a support class character would rely on melee weapons, but the guy thinks that for safety, this should be perfect for him. Therefore, the young man realizes that the first thing to do is to test the effectiveness of this weapon in action. Chen Jil grabs the sword and starts swinging it vigorously in different directions. The guy starts to dig his feet into the hard stone ground for stability. He holds the hilt tightly with both palms to grip the weapon as tightly as possible. The young man assumes the correct fighting stance and holds the weapon as if an enemy were standing in front of him. But Chen Jil thinks, well, that was pretty simple and easy. Then the guy makes another powerful swing with the sharp blade and easily cuts through the hard stone. The young man thinks that the character has a strong weapon, and that he is lucky to have it. Chen Jil realizes that there must be a lot of visualization in the game, as the different levels of detail are well rendered. The guy thinks, well, my stomach is probably starting to growl from hunger. The young man thinks that the character has no clues yet, so he needs to go look for food supplies. Otherwise, Chen Jil won't survive long, but then a loud, strange sound is heard in the cave. The guy turns his wary gaze and wonders what that was. The young man approaches the source of the sound, wanting to see what it is. Chen Jil realizes how spacious these caves are, and that they should have explored the area first. Chen Jil understood perfectly well that now that he had completely quenched his agonizing thirst, he could calmly look around him. Suddenly, the young man heard the distinctive sound of someone's bone falling and slowly rolling across the stone ground. The young man looked at his discovery in complete horror, and saw something that made his eyes express genuine fear. Chen Jil was horrified to see that this gloomy cave contained a huge number of bones from various animals. The young man asked himself a very serious question. Where could such an impressive and sinister pile of remains have come from? The young man decided to investigate this mystery a little further, so he cautiously approached to pick up one of the suspicious bones. Chen Jil carefully turns and twists his strange find in his hands, looking for any useful clues. The young man clearly remembered seeing photographs of such distinctive tooth marks in scientific books. And then, a terrible realization dawned on the alarmed young man that things were indeed very, very bad. Chen Jil understands perfectly well that he cannot stay here and must leave immediately. But in the dark cave, the extremely threatening sound of heavy paws rapidly approaching could already be heard clearly. The frightened boy suddenly saw the huge, toothy mouth of a predatory animal right in front of his pale face. In the young man's wide-open eyes, there was only one thought: that he was now definitely and finally going to die. At the very last critical moment, when the ferocious monster was about to close its jaws, Chen Jil miraculously managed to jump back. The boy looked in horror at the detailed information about the fearsome monster with its glowing red eyes on the game interface. This was a dangerous 5th-level desert wolf with incredible stamina, capable of reaching speeds of up to 10 kilometers per hour. When fiercely pursuing its defenseless prey, this terrifying beast can accelerate to as fast as 65 kilometers per hour. The ferocious beast has a critical level difference of 3 levels compared to the young man, so there is an extremely high chance of defeat and 200% damage. Chen Jil realizes with alarm that he is not alone here, but that this terrible monster is with him. Looking closely at this formidable wolf, the young man thinks with horror that this beast is much faster and stronger than his character. So, running away in this critical situation is completely useless. All that remains is to fight desperately to the very end. The alarmed young man quickly pulls out his cold weapon and grips the sharp sword tightly with his trembling hand. Chen Jil understands perfectly well that the harsh rules of the game are such that losing here means truly and finally dying. But the brave young man should not be underestimated, as he too is capable of great things in battle. Chen Jil firmly grabs the hilt with both hands and swings the sharp cold weapon with maximum force. But the alarmed young man receives an extremely disturbing notification that his health is running out, and he needs urgent medical attention. The young man suddenly remembers that when he was in the 1st grade of a regular middle school, he was very seriously involved in various sports. At that time, little Chen Jil regularly attended a prestigious kendo club and even held the highly respected position of section head. The boy was also the youngest recognized master in high school and had earned a black belt. He began to seriously study the ancient martial art for a reason that was quite simple and understandable to everyone around him. It's very simple. When Chen Jil's mother was young, she was a devoted fan of this noble sport. Even then, the adult woman was completely obsessed with one world-famous star of this ancient Japanese martial art. Therefore, from early childhood, Chen Jil began to seriously engage in this noble and ancient martial art. When he first started training, the young man naively thought that it would all be incredibly simple and easy to learn. But after delving a little deeper into the intense training, the boy realized that the movements were not as simple as they seemed. Standing opposite a formidable opponent dressed in traditional combat attire, his heart began to pound. His heart was pounding, and his breathing was becoming even more irregular due to his excitement, and fear completely overwhelmed the inexperienced fighter. A thick veil of terror enveloped Chen Jil completely, and in such moments, even his body could barely move. But he had to accept the harsh truth that the source of all this horror was simply his own weakness and inexperience. Therefore, the only way to get rid of it was through continuous training and constant work on his technique. Constant work on himself and constant overcoming of his laziness became the main principles for the young fighter. And so it happened that Chen Jil spent all of his precious free time engaged in grueling training. But this did not help the young man right away. He still constantly lost to more experienced and stronger opponents. At the same time, the young man was constantly injured, constantly training to become better and better every day. And so Chen Jil would go into each fight hoping that everything would be fine and that he would succeed. This continued until the young man became the youngest master in the entire country. The young man understands that this is a dangerous world where the harsh laws of the jungle reign and only the strongest survive. Therefore, it is now impossible to predict how terrifying and powerful his next formidable opponent will be. And now, in the game, Chen Jil is fighting this monster, which is actually much stronger, a beast that does not fall. The young man patiently waits for the right moment and realizes that he is now truly ready to attack. The young man swings his sharp weapon with all his might, determined not to underestimate his enemy. Chen Jil's sharp sword touches the strong body of this terrible and ferocious monster, but the result is unexpected. But then the young man's arm is struck by some powerful blow, and he wonders what is happening. Chen Jil sees this fearsome wolf with blue burning eyes and terrifying razor-sharp teeth. This terrifying beast simply grabs the young man and strikes him powerfully with its massive tail, hitting him directly in the chest. The impact was so strong that the young man was thrown back and hit his back against the hard stone wall. Chen Jil flew several meters backward and struggled to get up on his trembling knees. The guy asks himself a serious question. What is going on? Is this monster completely immune to cold weapons? The attacks were simply useless. As the desert wolf possessed incredibly strong natural armor, the young man sees the monster rushing towards him and wonders what kind of cursed trial this is. But then Chen Jil suddenly has a brilliant idea. He thinks he knows the enemy's weak spot. Unfortunately, this ferocious monster is too fast, so every time it attacks, it tries to bite its victim to death. Chen Jil steps back so far that his foot touches the cold stone wall of the cave. The guy thinks that if he just defends himself sooner or later, he will definitely lose this unequal battle. The young man stands holding his sword with both hands, thinking that his young life will end so tragically. Chen Jil looks at this terrifying monster, wondering if he will really die in this cursed place. The young man receives another alarming notification that his health is running out, so he needs urgent treatment. And then, suddenly, a brilliant plan comes to the young man's mind on how to reach the monster's belly. Chen Jil needs to reach the soft belly, as it is the predator's only weak point. The guy makes a desperate dash forward, thinking that this risky plan must work. This is his only and last hope of defeating this terrifying beast. And then the horror happens. The wolf clings to the guy's shoulder with its teeth, literally wrapping its mouth around his body. This is completely unexpected, but the young man's face remains completely calm and shows no emotion. Since this was exactly what he had planned, Chen Jil wanted to be bitten so he could get closer to his target. In a cunning move, the guy simply took his sharp sword and stabbed it right into the wolf's stomach. The young man realizes that everything went according to plan, and that victory is now completely his. Chen Jil deliberately allowed himself to be bitten in order to weaken the beast's vigilance and reach its vulnerable spot. And now the desert wolf was finally killed, earning 6,000 experience points, which greatly inspired the young man. Therefore, after reaching a new level, all of the young man's wounds completely healed and left no trace. Then an interesting notification appears, saying that a hidden level trading platform is being launched. Chen Jil thinks that there is a trading platform in the game and wonders what useful things he can get from it. The system loads in front of the guy, and he thinks that there are really a lot of interesting things there. Chen Jil realizes that he shouldn't forget that he is in a game world, so it's not surprising that there is a trading platform. The guy realizes that he needs to log into the system and take a closer look at what's interesting there. When the young man clicks the button, his body begins to be transported and loaded into another virtual world of trade. Chen Jil sees all kinds of weapons of different levels loading up in front of him, even an imperial halberd. The guy thinks to himself, could this really be the most famous marketplace in the gaming world? The young man realizes that this is very unusual, because in addition to weapons and armor, there is also household appliances. Chen Jil also notices that there is a mercenary system available to him, but it requires 100 gold coins. And then the guy sees only ones and zeros on the interface, and his face is very surprised by what is happening. A mysterious girl with purple eyes and a mysterious mask covering half her face suddenly appears in front of Chen Jil. And right in front of the guy's face, a sharp dagger appears, flying straight toward his head. A female mercenary stands in front of the young man, and Chen Jil thinks, wait, is this just a hologram? The guy sees more holographic circles behind her, which begin to slowly materialize, emitting a bright yellow light. In one of these circles, a real warrior appears in ancient traditional clothing with combat gear. After that, a huge, incredibly large figure appeared, which was a classic tank designed to protect the team. There was also a powerful sorcerer in bright red robes, who also fully loaded into the system, and Chen Jil was able to get a good look at a real assassin in dark camouflage clothing. The young man looked at all this splendor, realizing that this was quite something. A truly impressive variety. As he got closer, the young man's eyes were also extremely surprised by the incredible sight before him. Chen Jil saw a girl who looked like an angel, a support class with white hair and a butterfly hairpin. The guy sees this beautiful girl lying peacefully on the bed and stares at her with a mesmerized look. The young man wonders who she is. He has received a notification that with his current level, he can only unlock everyday items. So the activation was successful, and Chen Jil thinks he can get by on these items for a while. But he still needs to get out of here, so he decides to check his stats, thinking that once the points are distributed, they cannot be returned. Armor determines survivability, magic affects damage, and in a fight with a desert wolf, the difference was 5 levels. So Chen Jil decides to quickly improve his gaming skills and combat stats. He decides to add 5 points to his armor, 10 points to his strength, and 10 points to his agility. 10 points of armor made the young man more resilient. The strength points will help him withstand monster attacks, and his agility will increase. After significantly improving his stats, his body also changes, filling with incredible strength and becoming more flexible. As a result, Chen Jil feels a pleasant sensation of all his muscles and internal systems being strengthened. While the young man was feeling this amazing change in his body, he noticed something extremely strange and disturbing. The young man sees that a huge pack of these wild wolves has appeared and is slowly surrounding his position. Chen Jil immediately assumed a fighting stance and realized that this was very convenient, as he could test his newfound strength. So the guy rushes at them with the determined thought that today, not a stone will be left standing in their lair. The young man shouts at these mad beasts, telling them to come on, to boldly attack him alone. And so these ferocious wolves rush furiously at Chen Jil, trying to bite through his sharp cold weapon with their teeth. But Chen Jil, with incredible ease, cuts off the head of the first wolf that attacks him with a single blow. The young man realizes that with the current increased level of these wolves' armor, it will no longer save them from death. Cutting the throats of his enemies, the young man increased his level, but then a large monster suddenly appeared behind him. Although the monster opened its huge mouth and was close enough to bite the young man, he was quicker. Chen Jil realizes that the increased stats significantly improve his weapon skills, so he fights better. The young man jumps high into the air, holding his weapon at the ready and preparing to deliver a crushing blow from above. The young man cuts off the heads of these wolves like a true martial arts master with years of experience. Chen Jil easily deals with a huge pile of enemies, killing them all in a row without much effort. As a result, the guy unlocks a new achievement and gains 24,000 experience points, receiving 75 upon distribution. With a significantly increased level, killing various monsters became much easier and more enjoyable for the young man than before. And finally, Chen Jil emerges from the cursed cave he thought he would only enter for a few minutes. The guy realizes that night has already fallen, so it's still cool, and he needs to find a safe way out of here. And then, as the young man takes a cautious step forward, he steps on something soft and slippery. Chen Jil is immediately shocked and wonders what on earth could be under his feet. And the guy sees a huge pile of dead wolves scattered all over the place. Dark blood slowly drips from the mouths of all the dead animals, forming pools on the ground. The young man asks himself a serious question about why they are all suddenly dead, and what could have happened here. And then Chen Jil hears the distinctive sound of someone killing another wolf nearby. The young man quickly raised his alert gaze to look carefully where the sound was coming from. The young man sees a cold weapon that has been thrust straight into the belly of this ferocious monster. Chen Jil saw the silhouette of a strong, muscular man in dark clothing standing atop the cliff. The first thing the guy wonders is who this mysterious person could be. The young man tries to get a closer look at the man's face, but all he sees is a dark, threatening shadow. But when he looks ahead, Chen Jil sees that, strangely, the man has simply disappeared without a trace. Looking around, the guy realizes that he definitely saw someone, judging by the dead wolves lying around. The young man thinks that perhaps he has been deliberately locked in the game. But why and who would want to do that? Chen Jil then began to carefully examine the corpses of these monsters, inspecting them with his torch. The guy thinks that the corpses seem to have been completely drained of blood, leaving only empty, dead shells. As the young man stands there in the middle of the clearing, he realizes that he senses someone's invisible, sinister presence. Could another player have resorted to such a cruel method of killing monsters in the game? But then Chen Jil realizes that no, it's different. The guy was simply mistaken in his assumptions. The game starts blaring system messages. Attention, attention, a high-level dangerous creature has been detected. A strange, ominous wind rises around the young man, and he hears someone's very fast footsteps approaching. Chen Jil raises his head to see what is slowly creeping up on him. Chen Jil quickly swings his weapon and cuts something, from which dark drops of blood slowly drip. Someone's sharp horn fell heavily to the hard ground, making a distinctive sound of a falling object. When the guy cut off someone's horn, he realized that the strength of his weapon had decreased by 25% from the blow. The young man realized that these wolves had not been killed by a human being, but by something completely different and dangerous. Chen Jil heard strange barefoot footsteps slowly approaching his location. The guy sees a terrifying creature in front of him, from which he has just cut off a claw-like part of its arm. Strange, sharp teeth grow out of its mouth. This monster is far superior to ordinary desert wolves. Looking at this terrifying monster, all of the young man's muscles tense with fear and readiness for battle. Chen Jil realizes that this monster and the desert wolf are enemies of completely different levels of danger. Moreover, if the young man's stats hadn't increased after leveling up, he definitely wouldn't have been able to block the blow. After that, the young man heard and felt a strange, sharp pain and saw a deep bleeding wound on his body. Then, looking up at the terrifying blue monster, Chen Jil sees his arm simply grow back. The guy asks himself a serious question about how this could be possible. How there could be even the slightest instant regeneration. The young man saw that the name of this monster was the Wandering Executioner. That was the name of this deadly creature. The Executioner lives in the desert, possesses incredible speed, and is at the top of the food chain, feeding on the blood of the living. When Chen Jil stands motionless, he continues to study his enemy, trying to figure out what to do next. And the guy knows that there's no hiding when the Executioner is already out on a bloody hunt. The young man was prepared to encounter all kinds of monsters in his life, but not of this caliber. But the bone-chilling power of this monster truly terrifies Chen Jil to the core. It was as if it had pinned him to the ground, taking complete control of his body with supernatural strength. He couldn't do anything, couldn't control his body at all, as if it wasn't listening to him. For the first time, the young man experiences such horror at the realization that he is being hunted for real. There, the young man sees the executioner rushing toward him at incredible speed. Chen Jil thinks it's a curse, wondering what to do, completely unable to keep up with this fast monster. And now the executioner reaches out with his clawed hand, displaying incredibly sharp nails. The monster makes a sharp, lightning-fast leap forward, leaving no chance of escape. At the very last critical moment, the player miraculously manages to dodge this deadly blow. Not only does he manage to dodge, but he also manages to counterattack with his sharp weapon. Chen Jil has only one thought in his head: that even if he has to die, he will die with honor. The guy must not give in to intimidation, because he knows that fear is the worst thing that can happen. And then the monster turns its gaze in complete shock at the unexpected reaction of the brave young man. Not only did Chen Jil survive the attack, but he also managed to swing his weapon at the monster's back. When he did so, he realized that he had not hit the monster at all, but only the hard, rocky ground of the desert. The young man doesn't understand how this is possible, so he turns his gaze to the side, wondering what is happening. And then Chen Jil saw this terrifying fast monster suddenly appear right behind him. The monster strikes the young man so hard that he is thrown several meters backward by the force of the blow. The young man hits his back on the hard ground, feeling a sharp pain throughout his spine. He simply begins to roll helplessly in different directions, tumbling across the uneven surface of the desert. To stop himself from sliding down the slope, Chen Jil plunges his sword deep into the ground. The young man barely manages to hold on, clinging tightly to the hilt of his weapon with all his remaining strength. And now that the wave has passed, the young man can once again stand steadily on his trembling legs. Chen Jil thinks about how fast the monster must have been, as indicated by the game's warning system. The young man realizes that the executioner is indeed a very unexpected and incredibly difficult and dangerous opponent to fight. The monster is unlike anything else, with sharp teeth, strange tentacles growing out of its head, and no eyes. Even though the monster has no eyes, it still moves as fast and accurately as possible. Literally a second later, the creature ran up to the guy and delivered a crushing blow to his stomach with its elbow. It was extremely painful, and blood began to flow from Chen Jil's mouth. The young man did not expect such a blow, and so the young man drops his weapon and simply falls to his knees, unable to do anything to defend himself. Blood continued to flow slowly from his mouth, leaving red stains on the desert sand. Chen Jil thought that this last blow could well decide the fate of his young life forever. But as he stares intently at the monster, the young man thinks of only one thing: what his enemy has planned for him. The young man sees the sharp fangs and teeth of the executioner smiling predatorily, anticipating the slaughter. Chen Jil tries to crawl away in the other direction to get as far away from this deadly monster as possible. The boy tries to do this using only his hands, his whole body trembling with pain and fear. When the monster comes closer, it utters a single strange word: "Halukalu," in a mysterious tone. Not only did it say this, but it also handed Chen Jil a weapon. But why would it do this to its enemy? Then the guy sees the monster put its strange blue palm in front of itself in a gesture. The monster then placed the same hand on its back, clearly trying to say something with gestures. Chen Jil realizes that this monster is somehow asking him to kill it with a cold weapon. The young man realizes that he has seen something similar before. When a cat catches a mouse, it does not rush to eat it right away. It turns out that this executioner simply wants to play cruelly with his defenseless prey. The bright sun is already rising, and the action continues to unfold in the endless hot desert. The strength of the young man's weapon has dropped critically by 80%, and as he lies there, he thinks about what a nasty creature this is. Chen Jil's duel with the executioner is still not over, as the monster is an extremely fast and dangerous opponent. The young man realizes that this blue monster cannot be defeated with ordinary attacks and standard combat techniques. Suddenly, the monster grabs the young man by his clothes and lifts him high into the air, demonstrating incredible strength. Chen Jil understands his complete helplessness and the critical nature of this life-threatening situation. The blue creature somehow utters the word "human" in a hoarse voice in a language foreign to him. The young man clearly did not expect this terrifying monster to be able to speak human language at all. And the monster continues to say that humans are as weak as maggots, bloody words coming out of the monster's mouth. Suddenly, Chen Jil grabs and cuts off the monster's entire arm, or rather, part of its arm, its hand. The young man managed to jump back, the blow itself being completely unexpected for his opponent. The player turns and says that you are just as disgusting as an insect, that there is probably nothing in your head. The monster looks closely at his hand, which was cut off by the guy's sharp weapon. He then begins to talk about how curious it is that the last time he encountered interesting people was 100 years ago. To which Chen Jil replies to the executioner that yes, he too is actually a very difficult opponent. The guy realizes that it's been a long time since he's felt his blood boil with such intense anger and rage. He thinks about how his family and friends are clearly very far away from him, so he has no right to die. The young man begins to shout to his loved ones that they must wait for him, that he will return home. This cry was so strong that it caused a real rush of emotions, and a yellow beam shoots toward the guy from the sky. This beam is so powerful that Chen Jil glows, beginning to shine with a bright yellow divine light. The ground beneath him shakes from the force. His hair turns to smoke, and powerful bolts of lightning strike everywhere. The guy is truly filled with power. Even his hairstyle has changed, becoming much more masculine than it was before. The young man says that his will to fight activated a special blessing from the goddess of light and justice. As a result, Chen Jil gained all the attributes plus 100 points to his stats. Now the young man's strength, speed, damage, and endurance have all increased by 100 points. The executioner says that now you look like someone who has at least some real power. And while the monster is trying to figure out what's going on, it can be a problem for him, as he is very surprised. The monster sees an insanely strong guy in front of him, who was just a mere insect to him before. The player swings his weapon and cuts the ruler's body in half with one powerful blow. Chen Jil's gaze is insanely determined, his eyes sparkling with divine power and unwavering resolve. The guy doesn't want to stop there and continues to strike the cursed monster countless times. Chen Jilu receives a critical notification that the character's weapon is broken. Its durability is 0%, and further use is simply impossible. Therefore, the guy has no choice but to take the weapon, which has simply broken in his trembling hands from intense use, and throw it away. But Chen Jilu does not despair, as he knows very well that he still has his own hands to continue this deadly task. The young man goes on the offensive with his bare hands and strikes with such force that he sends the executioner flying in the opposite direction with tremendous power. The guy realizes that he is about to change the course of events and completely alter this monster's perception of weak people forever. Chen Jil takes a decisive step forward and says that now, for you, humans are not just defenseless insects. Look me straight in the eyes and try to say that I don't have enough real fighting power to win. But as the guy was delivering his inspiring speech, he suddenly noticed that there was actually no one else around. Chen Jil realized that the executioner was suddenly behind him, which was completely unexpected for the young fighter. And then the monster delivered a crushing blow to the guy's body with its incredibly sharp and long claws, piercing his defense. The monster said that you are a complete ignoramus, a man who is as weak as a maggot and can do nothing. Chen Jil simply fell to his knees, standing directly in front of this terrifying and powerful monster. The guy, bleeding profusely, thinks that he will never be able to defeat this incredibly strong opponent in battle. And then this monster took off and rose high into the air, demonstrating all its supernatural abilities and power. In its hand, the executioner began to materialize powerful bolts of lightning, and a loud crackling sound rang out from the concentration of electrical energy. After that, the executioner radically changes his form, and now looks more like death itself with a large, sharp scythe. This monster turns to the guy and says goodbye forever, that it's time to finally end their epic battle. And this death with a scythe, which appeared in the air, begins to feed more and more on the energy from the sky. Chen Jil, who watches this spectacle with his eyes wide open, sees the reflection of horror in his own pupils. A powerful destructive explosion occurs, under which no living creature on Earth can possibly survive. The young man's body is pierced by shrapnel. Blood oozes from his numerous wounds, and he is thrown and tossed in different directions. Chen Jil no longer understands what is happening, his mind filled with the terrifying realization that he is dying. The young man's eyes gradually close from weakness, unable to believe that everything is ending so tragically. And it's all over. The guy's health points are down to 0, and the player is finally dead in this virtual world. Then the player suddenly wakes up and opens his eyes, which are shining with the same yellow light as before. The surroundings around Chen Jil are clearly not a desert. The guy is at home in his familiar room. The young man is breathing heavily after everything he has been through, wondering if it was all just a very realistic dream. Looking around, Chen Jil asks himself the most important question. Is he really still alive after that terrible defeat? The guy decides to first take a close look out the window, thinking that maybe he's out of the game or something has changed. But the young man quickly realizes that no, he is still in this unreal virtual world, not at home. All around him, Chen Jil sees the true beauty of nature, rocks, and the ground, wondering where his character is now. The first thing the guy decided to look at was the game interface window to see what it said about his status. The young man thinks that this thing is still there, which means he is still locked in and stuck in this damn game. Chen Jil thinks that it's obvious he was killed by that strange monster he couldn't defeat in battle. And now, most surprisingly, the guy suddenly finds himself here completely unharmed, as if nothing had happened. The young man realizes that there are no wounds or injuries on his body, and wonders how this could have happened. The door to his room quietly opens, and he hears someone's light footsteps on the wooden floor. It is a beautiful girl with red hair, carrying a bucket of clean clothes for washing. She is surprised to see that the boy is already awake and asks in amazement, "Wow, you're finally awake." There is a real awkwardness and embarrassment between them, and they look at each other intently in complete silence. Chen Jil tells the girl that yes, he woke up, but only very recently, and is completely confused. The beauty immediately runs to tell her grandfather that the guy is awake. "Wake up, come here and see." The young man wonders what this all means. Perhaps he's in the famous village for newcomers. At that moment, the grandfather was in the garden, painstakingly weeding the rice in his fields. The grandfather was a very unusual old man, an insanely muscular man with numerous battle scars on his body. Suddenly, a very loud scream rang out in the house, and the household members asked what was happening and what had happened. The girl was extremely surprised by the information she received. The guy said he had been killed by terrifying monsters in the desert. Chen Jil recounts how his chest was pierced through with claws and wonders how he could have survived. The girl says that her grandfather found him dying, and the man begins to say that he was close to death but survived. He says that the guy is not in a game and not in the so-called safe village for newbies. The old man calmly says that they are not gamers or unusual non-player characters in this world. When Chen Jil hears this, he thinks that this is obviously a game world, that it must be some kind of serious system error. And then, suddenly it dawned on the guy, as if he had come to some important realization after the wise words of this old man. And the young man says, showing the game interface window, and says, "Here, take a close look at this miracle." The girl and the old man begin to stare intently at the spot where the young man is pointing with his trembling hand. Chen Jil tries to prove to them that what is happening is real, saying that this is the taskbar, the system status bar, and the equipment, and that you can also see a map of the area here. The granddaughter anxiously says that the monster seriously wounded her grandfather's chest, and the old man replies that yes, it pierced right through. And now the guy realizes with horror that he has no access to anything useful, nor does he have any connection to the outside world. Chen Jil thinks that this is some kind of curse and wonders how he can get out of here and back to the real world, back home. The young man begins to cry desperately, saying that he wants to go home to his family so badly, that's all he wants. Then the boy hears the old man say that no one can get out of here, that it is an impossible task for humans. The old man sadly says that no one knows how to get out of this cursed desert. No one has ever managed to do it in all the years. Chen Jil gets angry and asks why this is so, saying that there is always a way out of any situation. How is this possible? The old man patiently explains that several years ago, on the mainland, he and his granddaughter were hunting dinosaurs when they were caught in a violent storm. The girl sadly says that when they woke up, they found themselves here. The old man adds that they are in a legendary desert where even the gods are trapped forever. You will gain your freedom if you can find the mystical Hall of Ancestors, which, according to legend, is part of the desert located in an endless labyrinth. Countless people have left the town in search of this place, but no one has ever returned alive. Gradually, everyone accepts their bitter fate and simply stops hoping to find the Hall of Ancestors to escape the curse. Therefore, instead of going to certain death, it is better to live this life well and peacefully in the town. The old man wisely says that every year someone ends up here by accident, but he has never heard of anyone who has been able to escape. As he leaves, the old man says that they just have to accept it. And later he will allow Sally to give his granddaughter a tour of the town. When Chen Jil hears this, he thinks it's impossible, that he's in a game like some manga hero who has entered the game world. Then the guy sees that he has a new message on the taskbar of the game interface, which surprises him. It's a completely new task that came to the young man completely unexpectedly, as if the system responded to his thoughts. Upon reviewing the mission, he learns that thanks to the protection of the spirit, he has been resurrected and must now help him unlock an ancient seal. Chen Jilu needs to find an abandoned temple in the desert, defeat the monster guarding the seal, and release his savior. The guide tells Sally that it seems like it will take a lot of time and effort to find this temple. The girl asks in surprise, with confusion in her voice, if he really wants to try to do this, knowing all the dangers. Chen Jil resolutely replies that he has already died once, no matter how, but he must do this to return home. Lying on a soft bed, the main character thinks deeply about how he still doesn't know exactly how he got here or what's going on. But at least now Chen Jil has a specific goal, which is to find the temple and kill the guard there. When the time is right, the young man will surely find a reliable way to escape from here and return to the real world to his family. Then the young man heard someone calling his name in a familiar voice and immediately looked in that direction. Chen Jil sees that it is a young girl shouting, the granddaughter of the very grandfather who saved him from death in the desert. The red-haired girl excitedly asks how he ended up here, saying that they have been looking for him all over town for half a day. The young man replied apologetically that he was sorry, he didn't have anything to do, so he went out for a walk. Then the young man asks if this is the same desert where they found him dying. The beautiful girl replies affirmatively that yes, in principle you could say that, but in fact this place is surrounded by endless desert. In general, no matter where you go from this town, there will be nothing but sand and danger everywhere. When Chen Jil heard this alarming information, he decided to look around carefully to see if it was really that bad. The guy says that it seems like it will take a lot of time and effort to find that legendary temple. When Sally heard that the young man really wanted to leave this safe place, she became very alarmed. Sally seriously tells him that there is probably no temple in reality, and that he will simply waste his precious time. She desperately shouts after him that he understands he could just die there from the monsters. But Chen Jil calmly tells the girl that it's okay. Let's go back to the safe city to his grandfather first. The girl asks in surprise, with concern in her voice, if he really wants to go looking for this mythical temple. The guy, without any hesitation in his voice, answers firmly and decisively that yes, he will definitely try to find it. The young man hears from the worried girl that the desert is teeming with dangerous monsters, and even his grandfather would hardly be able to deal with them. But Chen Jil confidently replies that she need not worry, as his combat skills are quite outstanding. Suddenly, purple lightning bolts appear before them, rushing toward them at incredible speed. The guy has no idea what is happening before his eyes at that moment. A huge destructive explosion occurs, and purple and yellow smoke rises high into the sky above them. The thick smoke billows down onto the road in the middle of the day. What just happened in this peaceful place? The heavy footsteps of several people can be heard clearly as they move confidently across the hard ground in their direction. These are three men dressed in obviously expensive, high-quality clothing and looking quite dangerous like gangsters. One of them smiles ominously, saying that their long-awaited fish has finally been caught. Chen Jil looks around carefully, completely unaware of what is happening in this critical situation. All around him is thick dust and smoke, obscuring his view. The young man looks around and sees Sally lying on the ground, as if trying to use his hidden power. Sally looks very determined and focused, placing her hand on the hard ground and feeding it with her powerful energy of electric lightning. The leader of this dangerous gang speaks ominously, who would have thought that his plans would be thwarted by a fiery girl. Here we meet again. Sally resolutely replies to the gangster that it's him again, Bo Ban, and she told him not to fall for her charming eyes again. Chen Jil immediately intervenes in the tense dialogue and asks what is going on between them. The girl says regretfully that she completely forgot to mention that the bandits here are scarier than any desert monsters. She explains that these scoundrels don't want to risk hunting in the desert, so they rob other defenseless people instead. Bo Ban speaks contemptuously about how these worthless people simply live by killing their own kind, the angry girl declares. This criminal does not want to let the young men go, and a menacing weapon with blades soaked in electric lightning appears in his hands. When Chen Jil hears this threatening sound, he wonders what kind of supernatural abilities this could be. Looking at the dangerous enemies, the guy wonders what kind of ability this is, seeing it for the first time in his life. But the gangster threatens him, turning to the girl and saying that she escaped last time. But this time she won't get away. Being a fiery girl, tongues of flame begin to rise around her body, and fiery weapons appear in her hands. She turns to the guy and insists that he return to his grandfather immediately, saying that she can handle this herself. At that moment, the grandfather, who is at home in a favorable place, is calmly smoking his favorite pipe. There is a loud clap of thunder in the sky, and the old man takes short, anxious steps around the room. The man looked at the dark sky and wondered if another heavy storm was gathering over the town. Suspecting nothing, the grandfather continued to walk slowly toward his cozy home. He thought about how his beloved granddaughter should have been home long ago. At this critical moment, the gang leader says ominously, "Do you really think I'm going to let this guy get away so easily?" The criminal turns to the girl and threatens her, telling her to be obedient and come with him so that everything will be fine. Then maybe he'll spare this idiot who ended up with a beauty at such an inopportune moment. Chen Jil decisively interrupts the conversation and firmly says that he shouldn't even dream of such an outcome. Bo Ban becomes a real killer and threatens that, then don't blame him for being too rough. The girl turns to Chen Jil, saying that she will figure out how to detain them, so he should leave as soon as possible. And of course, the guy responds decisively that he is not interested in this proposal and finds it unacceptable. When the girl hears this, she is completely shocked by the unexpectedness of what this could mean. The young man firmly replies that the word escape is completely foreign to him, even though they have not known each other for long. But Chen Jil is definitely not the kind of person who would abandon his friend in the most difficult and dangerous moment of his life. Therefore, right after he said this, Chen Jil was suddenly approached and grabbed by the face with rough, dirty hands. The leader simply approached the young man from behind and suddenly struck him with such force against the nearest tree. The girl watching this incident is very worried about her friend, thinking that he might get hurt. Bo Ban aggressively addressed him, saying, "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? What are you trying to achieve with this behavior? Are you trying to deceive yourself? Take a good look at who you really are." The gangster says that here, they don't prove themselves with pretty words, but with their real strength. Chen Jil, who had been silently enduring all this, suddenly grabs his insolent opponent by the arm with a firm grip. The guy's gaze becomes insanely angry and determined, saying that you think you are a really strong warrior. The young man says that attacking from behind is the strength you talk so loudly and proudly about. Then Chen Jil takes and hits this insolent guy with just his bare hand, without any weapons. The opponent manages to jump aside at the last moment, avoiding more serious injury from the unexpected blow. The opponent now begins to take the young man much more seriously as a real fighter, not just a weak novice. Looking at his injured hand, the bandit realizes that this guy just grabbed and dislocated his wrist. Chen Jil realizes that this gangster is too fast, increases his agility points, but still doesn't notice the attack. Sally immediately asks the guy anxiously if he's okay, showing how worried she is. She turns to the gangster and demands to know what he wants and why he came here today. This scoundrel insistently says that he has already repeated many times that she should become his girlfriend. Of course, Sally categorically replies that this is simply impossible and that he should forget about his ridiculous dreams. Chen Jil says in surprise that they are all attacking her just because they want her to be their girlfriend. The gangster asks with interest who the guy next to her is, saying that it's only because of him that she keeps rejecting him. The red-haired beauty sincerely says that he's just a friend, and what nonsense he's talking about. But when the guy hears this, he just laughs maliciously and says what a pathetic and ridiculous excuse that is. Boban takes out his formidable weapon and defiantly says, "Come here, let's settle this like real men." The criminal says that if you win in a fair fight, then he will let the girl go. Chen Jilu receives a notification about a new urgent task from Shadow Madness. Defeat a dangerous shadow swordsman in battle. The guy sees that the reward for completing the mission is a lost desert map and realizes that it is an incredibly valuable find. The reward also includes a map, and if he gets this map, he may be able to find his way home. Therefore, Chen Jil realizes that this offer is extremely advantageous for him and resolutely agrees to participate in this dangerous duel with the shadow swordsman. And so the bandit shows off his extraordinary cold weapon, which glitters with bright purple lightning and crackles with electrical energy. The gangster's comrades watch intently and wonder why their formidable boss has suddenly decided to take action against a stranger. The girl anxiously asks the guy if he is sure of his strength, because the enemy is the strongest shadow swordsman. Chen Jil calmly replies that it doesn't matter to him, and asks for more details about this enemy's abilities. Sally seriously says that a swordsman who can use supernatural dark powers has a great advantage in speed. Moreover, the power of his attacks is simply devastating, and his sharp blade, shrouded in shadows, possesses enormous destructive power to destroy enemies. The young man thinks that he is not afraid to die in battle, since he has already died once before at the claws of a monster. Therefore, taking a decisive step forward, the young man knows for sure that he is not going to die here at the hands of some bandit. The enemies begin to rush toward each other, and the guy's mind is racing with thoughts of how he must get out of there. All his thoughts are focused on the fact that everything he does must have a specific practical use in achieving his main goal. And now, in the decisive battle, Chen Jil thinks that he cannot understand how this could have happened, because he had a normal life. And in his head, the young man thinks that all he needs now is to defeat this dangerous shadow swordsman at any cost. He just needs to win decisively, and then he'll be able to get the valuable card he needs to escape from here and return to the real world. Of course, this opponent is far from the easiest he could have encountered in this world. But there is nothing else left to do. Chen Jil does a sharp somersault to deliver a crushing blow with his foot, but his opponent's face shows no emotion whatsoever. The bandit quickly retreats, grabs his deadly blade, and looks down at the guy with a contemptuous smile. The girl watches this tense duel intently, sincerely hoping that her friend will be able to win a well-deserved victory over the villain. The blonde man says mockingly, "Is that all this pathetic guy you like so much is capable of?" Chen Jil thinks it strange that his opponent is only dodging attacks and not attacking himself, wondering what plan this cunning enemy has in mind. The girl desperately says that she will go with the gangsters and that he should run quickly to find his grandfather, as only he can save them, and that he will not be able to stand up to him. But the guy firmly tells his girlfriend again that he has no intention of leaving her in trouble. With a confident smile on his face, the young man says, "Don't worry about me. I can't avoid this battle anyway. And if I win this fight, we can just take you and go home for good." Sally has no idea what the guy is talking about, how this victory over the gangster could possibly be connected to leaving the place. The player thinks to himself that the girl is right, since from the very beginning of the game, everything that is happening is devoid of any reasonable logic or common sense. Chen Jil is stuck in this cursed game and can't get out, and after dying, he somehow miraculously came back to life. It all looks like a coincidence, but the guy is sure that someone is behind it all, controlling the events. Here, his formidable opponent takes his sharp weapon and plunges it deep into the hard ground in front of him with a metallic clang. With a contemptuous smile on his face, the bandit says, "How are you doing there? Why are you frozen like that? Are you scared? But believe me, it's too late to back down now. Chen Jil, hearing this, says decisively that of course he's not scared. Maybe it's you who's scared and constantly dodging an honest fight. The bandit arrogantly replies that he's not interested in fighting an unarmed guy. It's too boring. The criminal grabs his shadow weapon and says that since they are having a real duel, it should be fair. Boban takes one of his deadly blades and throws it at the guy with incredible accuracy and force. This shadow weapon quickly begins to fly like a real sharp boomerang, cutting through the air with a whistle. Chen Jil grabs the flying blade with his hand and manages to catch it in midair with one swift movement. The bandit explains that he doesn't want Sully and his men to think that he is simply beating up an unarmed man, as that would be a disgrace. The gang leader's subordinates are surprised to see that their formidable boss is being so kind and fair to his enemy today. Sally categorically refuses to comment. She has no idea where this unexpected generosity might lead. The guy himself says ironically that you can't say he knows how to play by the rules, remembering how he attacked from behind. Boban indignantly says that he didn't attack from behind, he just reacted quickly in a critical situation like a true warrior. But Chen Jil firmly replied that he should not make excuses in front of everyone, and that they should move on to serious matters. The guy thinks that it doesn't matter how, but he must win in order to get this valuable desert card. The opponent smiles sinisterly and threatens to show the true destructive power of the ancient shadows. Hearing this, Chen Jil doesn't want to lose to his arrogant opponent, so he takes a decisive step forward to begin his attack. After a brief preparation, the guy starts running very fast toward his opponent, holding his weapon ready to strike. Seeing such a straightforward attack, the bandit simply smiles ominously, thinking that everything is going exactly according to plan. The criminal uses his supernatural shadow power and jumps aside at lightning speed, avoiding a direct collision. Chen Jil clearly did not expect his cunning opponent to be so fast and agile in his movements. What the guy sees in front of him surprises him greatly, as his opponent begins to glow with a purple mystical light. Their shadow weapons collide with each other and emit an interesting metallic ringing sound with sparks flying from the contact. Chen Jil simply picks up his weapon and realizes that it is difficult for him to withstand such a powerful attack from his opponent. The guy hears Sally's desperate cry to be careful and look closely at what's happening behind him. When Chen Jil turns around, he is horrified to see an exact copy of his opponent, who has materialized behind him unnoticed. Chen Jil thinks that this is impossible, that this is some incredible skill, as he has never encountered anything like this before. The young man quickly raises his weapon in front of him to repel this unexpected attack and defend himself from a deadly blow. But the young man is unable to do anything and watches as the enemy behind him slowly dissipates like a mirage. Chen Jil has only one thought in his head. Things are clearly going very badly. Sally herself did not expect such an unexpected turn of events in this tense and dangerous duel. And then, approaching the young man from behind, a loud blow of a weapon is heard, and the bandit strikes him on his unprotected back. Chen Jil received a serious blow and lost 300 health points. The battle would automatically be considered lost if his health fell below 300. This insolent bandit turns to the guy and arrogantly says that you have no choice but to surrender immediately. You know perfectly well that you have absolutely no chance of defeating me, no matter what you do next. The guy receives a system notification that he has been wounded, but there is an opportunity to use magic healing to recover. Chen Jil understands that he absolutely cannot lose this important match today in order to obtain the card. So all the young man does is take out his sacred magic and begin actively healing his painful wound. The first level of healing restored 100 health points to the character, and the dangerous bleeding was completely stopped by the system. The subordinates start laughing and say that it turns out this guy is a priest, and such a priest has challenged a shadow swordsman. They mockingly tell the girl that it's just ridiculous, that some priest is not worthy of fighting the boss. Chen Jil provocatively tells the bandit that he is afraid of simply disgracing himself in front of the beautiful girl walking around here. Of course, these hurtful words deeply wounded the gangster, who asks the guy to repeat what he said. Chen Jil resolutely says not to waste precious time on stupid talk, but to finally fight him fairly. The look on the enraged gangster's face becomes even crazier, and he says that if that's the case, he'll now show the true power of the shadow swordsman. And behind Bobanya, two clones suddenly appear, exact copies, and just as fast as the original. The guy realizes with horror that there are now 3 of them, and this fight will be even more difficult than before. It seems that shadow swordsmen can create multiple duplicates during a fight to confuse their opponents and gain an advantage. So, that time, a duplicate attacked him, while the real one attacked from behind, disappearing behind him again without being noticed. The criminal must be able to freely switch places with his doubles, so it won't be easy to defeat him. Boban says angrily that he's been sick of complaining about his opponent since he found out he was just a priest. But you wanted to know the true power of the shadow swordsman, so I let you experience it firsthand. I'll show you my famous attack, which no one has ever been able to simply parry or survive. Chen Jil, who has been listening intently to all this threatening talk, breaks away from his spot and starts running rapidly toward this insolent bandit. With a confident smile on his face, the guy says that you are simply too cocky and overestimate your abilities in battle. The leader condescendingly says that you can play with them a little, then turns to one of his shadow copies with an order. One shadow makes an incredibly fast lunge forward, so fast that it is impossible to follow its lightning-fast movements with your eyes. And then this crazy shadow looms over the guy as fast as if it had flown around the entire planet in seconds. It holds a deadly weapon in its hand, but it is only a ghostly phantom with no material substance. At this critical moment, Chen Jil holds tightly to the hilt of his sword with both hands for protection. The weapons collide with a loud crash, and a very loud sound can be heard from the impact of the shadow weapon against the metal. The blades bounce off each other with incredible force, sparks fly, and a very loud crack is heard. The opponent pauses and realizes that he is about to deliver a very decisive and crushing blow to end the fight. Chen Jil simply does not know what to do in this critical situation, barely managing to stand steadily on the ground. And now his formidable opponent continues to methodically deliver a series of powerful blows with this enchanted shadow weapon. A truly brutal fight unfolds between them, and it is completely unclear what the final outcome of the battle will be. Chen Jil seems to realize at the critical moment that he is in serious trouble, and that there is a real chance he will lose this fight. The young man realizes that his opponent is too strong, that it is difficult to withstand even the attacks of the copy, and that there is also the original opponent to contend with. The young man hears the characteristic sound of a shadow appearing behind him, preparing for a sudden attack from ambush. Chen Jil immediately realizes what could have happened. The bandit says that he was able to avoid the blow this time, but he won't be so lucky next time. And then he hears the ominous sound of a blade behind his back, and realizes that a deadly attack is coming from behind. A powerful blow strikes, and the weapon is simply knocked out of his hand and falls to the ground, flying away from the force of the impact. The girl who has been watching the fight closely is in a state of shock from what is happening. What's even more surprising is that the gangster's subordinates also look on in amazement at this unexpected turn of events in the fight. Boban, in his original version, wonders how this is possible, since he aimed right at the guy's most vulnerable spot. The criminal is already viciously wondering what is happening here with his infallible attacks. Chen Jil thinks that he really managed to dodge at the very last moment, and could have just died. The guy has an ability that says that when faced with mortal danger, you gain high-level abilities and 5 minutes of recovery. The young man realizes that if it weren't for this amazing ability, he would have been dead long ago. Chen Jil thinks that's great. Now he just has to deal with the remaining doppelganger and the original enemy. The bandit says in surprise that it's interesting how he avoided the attack, but only managed to hit his double. Haha, funny. The criminal says ominously that believe me, the real fun is just beginning. There will be an even more brutal battle. Boban summons his enchanted weapon and magically asks it to return immediately to its owner's hands. Boban says that pitying an enemy is simply harming oneself and putting oneself in danger. The criminal admits that he really underestimated the guy, which was extremely foolish of him as an experienced fighter. Therefore, the game is now definitely over. Watch carefully what happens to you next. And now Chen Jil sees before him how these shadow clones join their deadly blades together for a powerful attack. The guy is filled with fear, but he is ready to accept any outcome in this decisive confrontation. After that, the young man stands waiting for what is about to happen in this critical situation. Chen Jil is fighting such experienced guys for the first time in his life, so he doesn't know how to act today. The guy sees that his opponent has firmly grasped his enchanted weapon and is ready to deliver the final decisive blow. This is the so-called Desolation Strike, which unleashes a powerful bolt of lightning from the solid ground straight toward the target. A thick purple smoke appears around Chen Jil, enveloping him in a dense circle and restricting his movements. The young man sees a sharp blade approaching him at lightning speed, almost as fast as light itself. This is a very sharp and deadly weapon capable of literally destroying an enemy in a matter of seconds. Chen Jil tries to dodge all these rays and attacks, jumping from place to place like a real acrobat. The guy tries to do this as skillfully as possible, showing that he is a true martial arts professional. However, there are so many beams that the young man simply does not have the physical ability to dodge them all. Several beams still pass through his body, leaving bloody marks and tearing his shirt in several places. Chen Jil lost 30% of his health, so he received a message that he needed urgent medical attention. The guy thinks about how mad this makes him. Without a weapon, he can't attack, so all he can do is keep dodging. The young man sees a gangster in front of him, who is moving very quickly toward him and trying to deliver the final blow. But the gangster got close so quickly that he still managed to strike, saying that the god of death has come for you. Chen Jil holds on with all his might as a large number of sharp lasers pass through his defenseless body. The gangster grabs the young man and traps him in a tight circle, leaving him no chance to escape. The enemy says ominously that he will find a great spot in the cemetery, and that he doesn't need to worry about it. But then a very strange and powerful sound is heard from behind, which greatly surprises this confident leader. The sound could be heard throughout the entire forest, with echoes reverberating throughout the area. Both the girl and the gangsters were stunned by the incredible sight before them. Boban turned his head back in fear to see what was happening. The criminal saw that Chen Jil had survived despite everything, and his gaze became more malicious than ever. But the gangster also saw his girlfriend's grandfather standing right in front of him, as if he had appeared out of thin air. With his powerful hand, the old man easily stopped the furious young man's crushing punch. The old man turns to the young man and calmly tells him to stop immediately, put his hand down, and calm down. Chen Jil was breathing heavily and did not understand why he should let go of his hand when his enemy was so close. The young man stands in a fighting stance after all the horror he has experienced in this unequal and brutal fight. The old man calmly says that first of all, the young man needs to calm down and look carefully at what is happening around him. Sally, who has appeared nearby, turns to the young man and says anxiously, "Are you okay after that fight?" Chen Jil responds firmly that he is absolutely fine and does not need to calm down now. The old man quickly says that they need to go home immediately because a severe thunderstorm is about to begin. Behind them, the gangster can be heard laughing loudly, not hiding his amusement. The criminal grabs his head and says how funny it is to watch everything that is happening. Boban turns to the old man and says defiantly, "Do you really think you can just come here and take them away?" When the old man hears these insolent words, he pauses for a second and stops to think carefully. The old man says seriously, "Do you understand what would have happened if you hadn't stopped the guy's blow in time? Look at yourself carefully. I'm afraid to tell you that you would simply be a dead man." When the gangster heard this, he imagined the consequences and remembered the fist that was aimed directly at him. The criminal thinks it's just nonsense. How could a priest even theoretically kill him in a fight? Boban says that if the old man hadn't stopped him, he would have killed the guy long ago. And so Chen Jilu receives a notification that he has completed the task, and therefore receives a card and experience points. The guy wonders how the system could have counted him as the winner, since the fight wasn't over. The old man wisely says that a storm is already beginning, so everyone needs to return home. The subordinates turn to their boss and say, "Let's go quickly. A storm is really starting and it will be strong." Boban cannot accept this outcome and says, "Hey, come back, we haven't finished the fight yet." The criminal tries to break through and tells his companions, "Let me go, I'll kill him right here." Chen Jil thinks about his opponent and how strange and unpredictable he really is. The girl turns to the guy and says, "What are you thinking about? We need to go home." When they arrive home, they hear a sound coming from the room, as if someone is lying down and resting peacefully. Sally says that there is very little time left for treatment, so please be patient. She says that if he keeps moving around, she won't be able to apply the medicine to his wounds properly. Chen Jil apologizes for causing trouble for his grandfather again, and asks him to forgive him for the inconvenience. The boy thinks that this time the experience he gained was not enough to level up, and he still needs to recover. Chen Jil turns to the red-haired girl, and asks how she and her grandfather met this dangerous gangster. The girl sadly replies that they actually grew up together in the same small town. Sally says that they used to be like brother and sister, and then with a sad smile, she says that all her wounds have been treated. Chen Jil sincerely thanks the girl and apologizes again for causing so much trouble for her family. With a kind smile on her face, the girl says that he should believe her, that they are the ones who should thank him for his help. When the guy hears this, he is glad that the girl also sees him as a friend and ally. As she leaves, the beauty tells him that she needs to help her grandfather with some things, and that he should rest well. And when Chen Jil was left alone in the room, he thought about how the rain had been just as heavy that day. The young man had only one important thought on his mind. He wondered how his beloved mother was doing at home. The young man thinks that he will soon be able to return home, as he received a valuable desert map for completing his tasks. Now Chen Jil needed to find the temple using this map and defeat the powerful boss there. He thinks he will set off immediately as soon as the heavy rain outside stops. But the guy receives a notification that he has received another mysterious key from the system as a reward. Chen Jilu takes it out of his inventory, a golden object that glows with a mystical light. During battle, there is a chance of obtaining a mysterious treasure chest of a certain rare color. So that's it. After the battle, you can also get this useful additional reward. The young man realizes that this is very interesting and decides to take his cloak for the journey. Covered in wounds, Chen Jil put it on, thinking that he would soon be able to get out of there. And then he hears the door quietly open, and his beloved grandfather enters with a smile. The young man is overjoyed to see him, and says that the old man has finally returned home. The man replied that he was sorry he hadn't come to check on him earlier, but the rain was too heavy, so he had to take shelter. Chen Jil says it's okay, and the old man asks how his wounds are healing. The guy replies that there's nothing to worry about, as everything will be fine in a couple of days. He's sure of it. The old man says that's good, although he admits he didn't expect him to be able to defeat that guy in a fight. To tell the truth, Chen Jil says that if the bandit hadn't been so used to underestimating his opponents, he wouldn't have stood a chance. I know how strong this gangster is, but a battle doesn't depend solely on a fighter's physical strength. The old man replies that I should believe him, that I didn't win by chance, but because I am a truly worthy warrior. Chen Jil replies that he knew that your granddaughter and this gangster grew up together. But why did he become so cruel? The old man, smoking his favorite cigar, takes a deep, thoughtful breath and says that it is a long and sad story. The old man explains that it happened 10 years ago, on a day when it was raining just as hard as it was now, when he and his granddaughter had just arrived. They approached a house and wanted to ask for a place to stay. But suddenly, they saw a terrifying monster attacking defenseless people. It was already too late to save them. The owners of the house were all dead, their bodies lying in a pool of blood. Fortunately, one child had not been harmed in the attack. Only his parents had been killed by the beast's claws. That's when the monster saw the little boy crying over his mother's body and rushed toward him. The beast opened its huge mouth and was ready to kill this defenseless little boy too. But at the right moment, my granddaughter and I appeared and were able to help the boy, saving him from certain death. My grandfather struck with a powerful blow of lightning and saved the boy from the terrible and ferocious monster. Then the big rat realized that it couldn't kill anyone else here, because strong enemies had appeared. It was madly angry, showing its sharp fangs and red burning eyes, ready for a new attack. Terrified, the monster had no choice but to quickly run away from the danger. The little boy continued to cry bitterly over the body of his dead mother, not understanding what was happening. And as you can imagine, this unfortunate child was Bo Ban, who had lost everything he held dear. The old man helped him bury his parents according to all the rules and then took him into his family. Chen Jil, who heard this tragic story, wonders why this guy treats you so badly. The old man says that the boy simply decided that it was his duty to find the monster who killed his parents, and that this became his life's goal. The old man kept telling him to give up this dangerous endeavor and just live a normal, peaceful life. Even if he used all his strength now, he didn't think he could defeat the monster that attacked him back then. The old man replied that it was enough serious talk for today and that I should get some rest. And since it was still unknown how many powerful monsters lived in this desert, he needed to become much stronger to survive. Chen Jil understands that last time he received an upgrade to all his stats, but that monster could still easily defeat him. So, before leaving, the young man turned to the old man and said that he wanted to ask him for a very important favor. The young man shouts at him and says, "Please, teach me how to fight strong opponents properly." When the old man heard this, he froze in place and dropped his beloved hat from surprise. The old man said, "All right, in any case, you need to become stronger to survive in this world." Chen Jil continued to shout, "Grandfather, I'm completely serious. I know how we can get out of this cursed desert." The old man says, "What are you talking about? According to legend, it's impossible." But Grandpa doesn't even want to listen and walks away. My grandfather says goodbye, saying that he has finally recovered completely and that tomorrow the storm will finally rise behind the high mountain. If you can pass my tests successfully, then so be it. I will train you. When Chen Jil heard this, he was completely shocked and began to say not to worry, that he would definitely handle everything. The old man thinks about the young man and wonders why, when he saw him, hope was awakened in him, and he is almost certain that they will be able to find a way out. Maybe this young man really can get us out of here. He is truly strong and has potential for growth. Chen Jil received a game notification from the system and decided to take a closer look at what it said. The daily task included a 10-kilometer run, 3,000 push-ups, and similar challenges that he had to complete. The guy thinks this training is hellish, but he needs to improve his stats, so he can't refuse. Therefore, the only thing left for the young man to do is to accept this task in order to truly become much stronger than he is now. The next day, Chen Jil set to work, carrying a huge heavy tree on his shoulders. He thinks that the system is quite useful, even providing him with all the equipment he needs for training and development. The guy started doing push-ups with this huge log on his back, feeling his muscles tense from the strain. Running 10 kilometers with weights, push-ups, and body lifts, he had already completed all of these tasks successfully. Chen Jil realized that it had been a long time since he had felt such a strong desire to achieve his goal, and now the task is successfully completed. And with the help of the system, he received only 400 experience points for his efforts. The guy thinks that's not so bad for a start, and wonders what he should improve in his stats. Considering that he can heal himself, his defense is pretty good, so he decides to spend 2 skill points on intelligence. While the young man was sitting and working on improving his characteristics, he was called to lunch and replied sharply. Chen Jil saw a beautiful girl named Sally running towards him with a plate in her hands. The guy asked her what she had brought, and she replied that she had brought him breakfast. "Since you've been away for a long time, I'm sure you're very hungry after training." She asks if she heard correctly that Grandpa said he would train you, and if it's true, or just a joke. Sally says how great that is, and that she can't wait to see what abilities you really have. When Chen Jil hears this, he thinks about abilities, wondering if it's like being a priest, if some kind of magical powers are available too. His granddaughter explains that of course a priest is just your class, so to speak, the type of occupation you chose. There are all kinds of different elements. For example, I have the power of fire for attacks, and my grandfather has the power of thunder for defense. When Chen Jil heard this, he thought, that's good, so it's really possible. I wonder what magical abilities will awaken in him. Sally says that she was born here and lived on the continent, one of the 5 continents of her native world, where people live. But her continent is different from the others in that it has many craft workshops, and to the west lies the homeland of the Dragon Riders. To the north lies the Kingdom of Eternal Winter, home to giants and bloodthirsty beasts that guard deposits of valuable minerals. To the east lies a continent covered in dense forests that hide ferocious monsters and ancient secrets. And to the south lies the edge of the earth, or as they call it, where gnomes live, whose crafts are valued all over the world. Sally says that legend has it that all of this is washed by an endless sea, but if you cross it, you can go straight to the abode of the gods. The girl says that she used to think it was just a legend, but when she got here, she realized that it was all true. Chen Jil says that's why they need to find the temple and leave this desert, knowing that it's possible, and that they'll get out of here. When the girl hears such support and confidence, she smiles softly and simply nods to the boy in agreement with the plan. The old man appeared and said that he didn't think they would wake up earlier than usual and be ready for training. The old man asked his granddaughter if she had finished explaining her feelings to the guy or not. After that, the grandfather looked at the guy with his rather stern and appraising gaze of an experienced warrior. A man asks Chen Jila if he is ready to undergo trials today to learn magical abilities. And of course, the guy answers decisively that he is ready. He has no other choice but to become stronger. At the very beginning, when chaos reigned everywhere, the gods populated this world with different peoples and gave them all different elements, such as fire. To master the power of the elements, one must first learn to feel them and understand their true nature and essence. And now this old man shows his power of lightning by placing his hands together and concentrating magical energy. Blue seals appear, and sparks of electricity begin to flash around his hands, demonstrating the power of the element. The old man turns and says that first of all, you must feel your elemental energy flow within you. You must feel the essence of the elements first, before attempting to control them. The old man demonstrates his skill by placing his hand on the ground, causing a powerful explosion of real lightning and energy. Chen Jil looks at this as the highest level of mastery, realizing how much incredible power is hidden in this wise old man. Grandfather says that with the help of this portal, they will be able to travel directly to the lair of the monsters, having accidentally found this place while hunting. The old man says that this sword has served him faithfully for several decades, watered with his blood in many fierce battles. So in 3 days, the portal will open again, and you must kill the Monster King with this weapon and bring me his head. Remember that only by gaining elemental abilities will you be able to kill this powerful monster in fair combat. But if you go there, you may never return. This is your last chance to change your mind. Chen Jil, who heard this warning, only smiled confidently in response to the old man's words. That's why he firmly gripped his weapon and said that he would not change his mind or back down from his goal. The guy will definitely return with the severed head of the Monster King, just so you know, grandfather and granddaughter. And now the game system says to confirm the activation of the quest to awaken elemental abilities and kill the Monster King. And of course, Chen Jilu has no choice but to confirm, saying yes decisively and without hesitation. The guy has only 72 hours to complete this dangerous task, in which his life is at stake. The old man thinks that these monsters have well-developed defensive abilities, and that without the power of the elements, they simply cannot be killed. And so Chen Jilu, like a bolt of lightning, moves to a completely different place using a magical portal. The young man's body was completely transported by a bright beam of light that enveloped him from head to toe. Looking around, the young man thinks that this is the right location, as it is completely different from where he was originally. Chen Jil doesn't understand what's going on as he walks on the ground and sees that the sand beneath his feet is a completely different black color. Looking up, the guy realizes that the sun is also completely invisible. The sky is just black and ominous. The young man begins to think about it, and notices a strange, rotten smell floating around him. Chen Jil thinks that all he needs to do now is come up with an effective plan against these dangerous monsters. But with his current level, it will be quite difficult for him to defeat the boss, so he needs to kill a few small monsters first. The guy thinks, okay, it's time to start actively searching for these small monsters for training and experience. While the young man was lost in his thoughts, he felt a strange green energy approaching him. This energy simply draws toward him very quickly and lightning fast, as if it senses the presence of a living being. Chen Jil turns around and thinks that they noticed him so quickly, despite all his attempts to hide. The guy began to look closely, as if he understood what this strange energy was that was flying around him in circles. The young man notices and sees a very strange monster with wings like a bat, only much larger in size. The monster has a crazy red mouth that opens to terrify everyone who sees it. Dotham, a level 20 monster, is the most mysterious and dangerous creature in this cursed desert full of secrets. Chen Jil knows that he can try to kill these monsters with this sword, and without any special abilities for now. Chen Jil decides for himself how to deal with them, so he pulls out a sharp weapon from behind his back and prepares for the decisive battle. The young man rushes forward toward this unknown monster, realizing that in this way he is gaining invaluable experience in every battle. The young man knows perfectly well that he is no longer the weak boy he used to be. Now Chen Jil has much more strength and experience. And then this terrifying creature begins to scream, growl, and make very strange, frightening sounds that strike terror into all living things. The young man understands that no matter what enemy he faces, there is no longer any paralyzing fear in Chen Jil's heart. The young man begins to cut the monster, realizing that by killing it this way, he will be able to level up and become much stronger. During the fierce battle, the monster strikes the hard ground with its strange claws, creating cracks. Chen Jil stands very firmly on his feet, not allowing the monster to knock him off his steady position. After that, the guy starts running very fast toward the monster, swinging his weapon. The young man already feels the intoxicating sensation of impending victory, continuing to swing his sharp weapon of death. Chen Jil feels that with each swing of his sword, he becomes stronger and more confident in his fighting abilities. And then, getting closer and closer, the guy plunges his weapon deep into the body of this green monster. The young man pushes the blade deeper and deeper, then twists it to ensure that the monster is dead. And so, Chen Jil managed to cut this terrible creature in two with one powerful blow of his sword. The guy was so confident in himself that it was basically easy and effortless for him. Chen Jil received an achievement, and also rose to the 17th level for his heroic deed in battle. Turning back, the guy heard the sounds of monsters, and saw that there were still a large number of enemies approaching. And in this strange desert, cries could be heard saying that it wasn't enough, that they were still too weak for a real battle. It was Bo Ban, his eyes filled with rage. The bandit couldn't believe he had lost so easily to a priest. A huge explosion of the criminal's shadow energy occurs, and stones fly in all directions from the force of the blow. The bandit cannot understand how he could have lost to this boy. It is completely impossible according to all the laws of power. He thinks that some pathetic priest with no basic abilities has defeated an experienced shadow swordsman in a fair fight. The old man who appeared out of nowhere thinks that he doesn't remember the old man using such a technique before. And indeed, even the old warrior had a hard time withstanding this blow. Who was this guy who appeared out of nowhere? The bandit looks around, thinking that nothing terrible will happen, that he will deal with Chen Jilong in the future. The guy decides to scout the area and takes a decisive step forward, jumping onto a small hill. A notification appears stating that the monster has been critically damaged, and the character's level has increased to a new value. Chen Jil continues to methodically cut the monsters into pieces, improving his combat skills with each strike. In this way, the guy easily and simply increases his level, gaining more and more experience from each defeated enemy. The young man is already so confident that these monsters are like real training dummies for Chen Jil. Chen Jil constantly receives notifications that he is leveling up after each monster he kills in this desert. For reaching level 25, the system offers the young man access to medicines for a certain fee. The guy thinks that he is working so hard to level up, and the system is offering him access to medicine for a whopping 15 points. Chen Jilu realizes that this is a really difficult choice, because if he wants to unlock something else in the future, he will have to pay even more. He starts calculating how much he will need to spend to unlock everything and realizes that he will need to reach level 300. The young man thinks that in this case, he should first accumulate enough levels to unlock the most expensive sections of the system. Chen Jil thought, okay, what should I take? A health-restoring medicine or maybe one that weakens enemies? In principle, the guy understood that the effectiveness of medicines depends on the amount of health and strength, otherwise the recovery ability would work too quickly. The young man receives a notification that this is almost the same as completely restoring his health, meaning that no one will be able to kill him. Now Chen Jila literally has 2 lives and enough health to survive dangerous situations. The guy stands there, carefully scanning the entire desert in search of new enemies to fight and gain experience. The young man realizes that he has spent too much energy killing these monsters, so it's time to eat something and regain his strength. The first item is a hunger reduction with an additional decrease in fatigue, which is an extremely advantageous offer from the system. Chen Jil starts eating and thinks how good it is. These buns are really delicious and nutritious for recovery. The guy realizes that 12 hours have already passed, and he only has 60 hours left to complete this dangerous task. His grandfather said that the monster's lair is northwest of his current location, so he just needs to follow the map correctly. The young man realizes that he completely forgot about his attribute points and needs to figure out how to distribute his accumulated resources correctly. Last time, Chen Jil did a good job of boosting his strength and agility, but it would be good to increase his armor for protection. In addition, there is another serious problem. If the boy has too little health left during the battle, it will be difficult to fight. So it's like taking entrance exams for university. To get high scores, you need to know a lot of subjects well. But the difference is that this is an exam. The young man understands that he can constantly gain new abilities. He just needs to keep improving various characteristics to develop his character. 15 points spent on armor, 15 on strength, and all the rest on agility and other important stats. So if he can use Berserk during the decisive battle, it will be just great. So all that remains is to find the monster's lair and complete the trial. At this alarming moment in the village, the granddaughter turns to her grandfather with concern, saying that he was so reckless to let the boy go alone. When the grandfather heard this serious and disturbing question from his young granddaughter, he calmly replied that there was no need to worry. Then the old man calmly said that there was no need to worry, because he had left a special magical mark on the weapon. So if the guy was in mortal danger, he would definitely come to his aid. The girl persistently asked why he had sent Chen Jil to that terrible lair in the first place, and why he had never told Sally that he had been there before. The man, who was working hard in the vegetable garden, immediately realized that this was going to be a long and very difficult conversation with many uncomfortable questions from his curious granddaughter. And the grandfather said somewhat evasively that he had found this mysterious place by accident while hunting. And that was all. There were no other mysteries. The old man resolutely turns toward the exit and says that he has to go to town on urgent business. Sally understands perfectly well that her grandfather is simply skillfully avoiding an unpleasant conversation and is clearly hiding some important information about that mysterious place. The old man slowly continued on his way alone, wanting to be alone with his troubling thoughts. It is quite possible that if Chen Jil sees these terrifying monsters with his own eyes, he will finally understand what a cruel and merciless reality exists in this world. The old man mentally addressed the distant young man and said with concern that he knew very well that he had given him an almost impossible task, but he sincerely hoped that the young man would succeed. Then all the local residents will finally believe that Chen Jil is not like other people and that he is capable of leading everyone to safety. And now, after almost 30 long hours of intense searching, the young man is also actively looking for this mysterious lair of monsters in the endless desert. The young man clearly understands that he is already close to his cherished goal, and sinister shadows begin to slowly gather around the gloomy area. Suddenly, Chen Jil heard a desperate cry for help, which greatly surprised him. The young man was astonished to see a young woman desperately running with a small child in her trembling arms. Chen Jil immediately began to wonder where a woman with a defenseless child could have come from, and how these people had ended up in such a dangerous place. The young man quickly approached the frightened people, and began to ask them cautiously not to be afraid of him. The unfortunate girl was shaking uncontrollably from the fear she had experienced, and said through her tears that a terrible monster had appeared there. And somewhere in the distance, there was a distinct sound of heavy metal chains, a very loud and threatening rumbling that was inexorably approaching the defenseless people. A huge monster of a terrifying red color with many sharp teeth breathed hot air through its heavy nostrils. There were exactly 2 of these massive red monsters, and their fearsome leader was also present, skillfully leading the entire group of predators straight towards the defenseless people. These beast-like monsters of the harsh desert possess incredible destructive power, and a terrifying ability to mercilessly destroy absolutely everything in their bloody path. The desert orc easily subjugates weak creatures with extremely low intelligence and can summon them at will. Chen Jil immediately realized with alarm that he had encountered a real orc, whose danger level was much higher than that of the ordinary monsters he had bravely fought alone before. But there is good news for completing the task. The appearance of such a powerful monster could mean that the lair they are looking for is somewhere very close to this place. The guy was seriously thinking about the woman with the child. How did these people end up here? Perhaps that family also had a way to teleport or some other magical means of transportation. Chen Jil turned to look closely at the frightened people, and could clearly see how badly these unfortunate souls were shaking from the horror and fear they had experienced. Warm memories of his beloved mother, who had also selflessly protected her little son from all dangers, immediately came to the young man's mind. And now this huge monster is threateningly telling his bloodthirsty subordinates that they should prepare themselves for a good meal of fresh human flesh today. Chen Jil immediately grabs his sharp weapon with both hands and prepares seriously for the upcoming deadly battle with the monsters. The boy hears the wild cries of the orc, urging his minions to tear these insignificant worms to pieces and let the bloody feast for the hungry beasts begin. Chen Jil, who didn't want to listen to this anymore, quickly flew at one of the huge red creatures, striking it with a powerful blow from his blade. The young man prepared his trusty weapon, the best his old grandfather had given him for the dangerous task in the desert. Then the boy jumped high into the air and delivered several precise blows with his sharp blade to the enemy's vulnerable spots. The terrifying monster was completely shocked by what was happening. It had not expected the attacker to be so strong and dangerous. The red monster simply falls heavily, collapsing from his powerful legs. So unexpected and devastating was the priest's sudden blow. Chen Jil does not stop there, and is ready to move on to his next attacks against the remaining enemies in this battle. The defeated monster has serious bleeding wounds all over its massive body, and the creature is completely unable to stand on its trembling legs. A young woman who had been desperately running away from these bloodthirsty monsters with her child looks on in amazement at this incredible sight. The mother and child never expected that a stranger would turn out to be such a powerful warrior, capable of fighting such monsters. Chen Jil truly feels that he is in a huge stream of his inner strength, which is boiling in every cell of his body. The young man clearly understands that after his recent level increase, he has become much stronger than he was before this significant boost in his stats. And now the chief orc sees with fury how quickly and easily his loyal subordinates, whom he considered invincible, have been dealt with. The leader turns to one of the red monsters still alive, and angrily tells him to stop standing there like a statue and finish off this insolent young man. But the remaining monster clearly sees what has been done to his brother, an equally powerful red beast who was considered invulnerable. And the cowardly creature realizes that it has no desire to give up its precious life in this clearly losing battle against a powerful enemy. The only thing that came to the monster's mind was to simply take off and run away as far as possible from the dangerous place where death reigned. The orc began to yell furiously at his subordinate, telling him to get out of there, useless trash, that he could handle this man without his help. And this fearsome orc did not expect that an ordinary-looking guy would turn out to be such an incredibly strong and dangerous opponent. Chen Jil calmly tells the monster that he is throwing his club on the ground and not to move if he doesn't want to lose his ugly head right now. The guy resolutely pressed his sharp weapon straight against the orc's powerful neck, showing he was totally ready to deliver a deadly blow. The young man takes cautious steps forward, getting closer and closer to the defeated monster, which is now completely at his mercy. Chen Jil seriously asked the captured monster why he had pursued these two defenseless people, and what the purpose of the attack was. The monster struggles to reply that he is a loyal servant of the god of these cursed lands, and if you kill him, you will be struck by divine punishment. But the young man is not interested in listening to such threats, so Chen Jil strikes the arrogant orc's head with the hilt of his sword. The monster immediately begins to moan pitifully and talk about how painful it was, begging for mercy from his powerful opponent. But the guy says firmly that next time he'll stab him right in the heart with a sharp blade, so he'd better tell him where the monster's lair is. The orc has no choice but to reluctantly point with his trembling hand in the direction of the sought-after lair with the treasures. The guy looks carefully in that direction, thinking that the monster must be lying, as it looks very similar to the place marked on the desert map. But Chen Jil knows perfectly well that the lair should actually be in a completely different direction, according to his grandfather's instructions. And the young man sees how this cunning monster takes and begins to quietly run away, when he manages to distract the guy with conversation. The orc suddenly grabs the woman with the defenseless child and begins to speak maliciously about what a stupid and naive person he is. Now I will show my true power to everyone present. And the monster's body begins to glow ominously with the red, destructive energy of magic. Chen Jil cannot forgive such despicable treatment of defenseless people, and his face becomes very stern and determined. The young man quickly runs up and begins to use his inner strength, his whole body beginning to glow brightly with the divine light of blessing. Chen Jil moves so fast that the orc simply cannot follow his lightning-fast movements from side to side with his eyes. The monster is already imagining his funeral ceremony in his mind, as he clearly won't survive a fight with such a strong guy. Chen Jil grabs the orc and delivers a powerful blow with both feet straight to its insolent face, sending the monster flying. The arrogant orc's head begins to spin like a real boomerang from the force of the crushing blow. Chen Jil realizes that he is not alone in the fight, but is joined by some unknown guy who is also fighting the monsters. The young man looks at his strange ally with surprised eyes, wondering where this man suddenly came from. This man, surrounded by yellow energy, turns to Chen Jil and says that he is fighting well for an ordinary priest. Chen Jil asks everyone with interest who these people are and how they ended up in such a dangerous place. The stranger replies that 3 days ago, their group suddenly found themselves here and were almost immediately attacked by orcs. During the battle, the chief orc took one of their comrades. The warrior extends his hand in friendship and says that his name is Bros, introducing himself as an experienced warrior who would be happy to meet a strong ally. Bros also introduces his other teammates in a friendly manner. Philoj, a skilled assassin, master of hidden strikes and poisons. Reacher, a green-haired beauty and healer, capable of healing wounds and restoring the strength of allies at the most critical moments of battle. Bros introduces his entire friendly team and says he hopes everything will work out well with their new ally. Bros seriously asks the guy if he knows why their group was suddenly transported here against their will. Chen Jil honestly replies that he is sorry. He also does not know the reasons for what is happening. But this captured orc must know something. Looking at the defeated orc, the guy says that since the monster serves the local god, it must know something. The monster raises its eyes maliciously and threatens that sooner or later it will kill everyone present in the most brutal way possible. But then, when all these formidable people surround the orc in a tight circle, the monster becomes very frightened, wondering what these warriors are planning to do. The monster nervously says, "How dare you treat the servant of the great god with such disrespect? You are just pathetic humans, and God will surely punish you severely for your audacity." And so the angry warriors turn to this insolent monster, demanding that he behave himself and not act like a fool in front of his powerful enemies. Chen Jil sits down closer to the captive orc and calmly says that the young man has a couple of important questions that he must answer. The young man seriously tells the monster that if it doesn't want to die a painful death, it should be a good boy and tell them everything it knows. The monster's frightened words reveal that he is telling the truth and has already told everything he knows about these cursed lands. The orc does not have a high status in the tribe, so the monster does not have much important information about the leader's plans. The monster explains that he is simply following the sacred will of his god and guarding this territory, doing nothing else of note. When all the people heard this, they did not believe the monster at first, and felt that the orc was clearly hiding something from them. And so, in a distant city, in a building resembling a palace where it is raining heavily, angry questions can be heard. "Grandfather, are you in your right mind?" It was the old man who had come to the rulers, the one who had been talked about so much, still stubbornly insisting on his risky plan. The old man stands before the city's leaders, who are seated on their thrones, and the rulers ask what will happen if the boy finds the temple. A sorcerer named Hicks, who possesses wind magic, says that the old man is placing his hopes in a boy who doesn't even have basic abilities. Besides, Grandpa knows what happens when you incur the wrath of the local god. The peaceful inhabitants will find themselves in mortal danger. It would be best to go to the monster's lair yourself and kill this naive boy before it's too late to do anything. But the old man replies contemptuously that it is ridiculous to even listen to such nonsense, implying that to your god, people are nothing more than insects that can be killed, to destroy the lives of unsuspecting comrades in exchange for what the rulers call peace and security with a loud word. The old man turns to the sorcerer and says that he is very good at passing off his flaws as virtues and merits. These words greatly surprised the windy sorcerer, who opened his mouth in surprise and indignation at such audacity. Hicks would not tolerate such insolent ignorance, and dangerous green energy of destructive magic began to gather in his hands. The sorcerer says that he will now punish the insolent old man in place of God, and directs his destructive energy toward him. But then the old man, without even moving, with the calmest expression on his face, simply puts up a protective barrier against the enemy's magical attack. In the old man's eyes, you can clearly see lightning flashing, demonstrating the incredible power of a highly experienced magician. There is a lot of power and energy around the old man, and he looks at the sorcerer's attack with complete indifference, as if it were child's play. And so, this magical attack fails to touch or harm the powerful old man in this confrontation. Hicks is furious at how this could even be possible, as his magic is considered one of the strongest. The old man leaves, saying resolutely that he is sorry, but he does not accept a world built on the bones of others, and will take up arms again. "I will stand against the one you call God, and I will do so no matter what, despite all the possible consequences and threats." The sorcerer indignantly says that the grandfather simply underestimates the power of the magician and becomes even more angry at such contempt. But one of the even higher-ranking rulers sternly says that enough of this bickering, it is time to stop this pointless argument. The rulers decide to stop this aggression, which has come out of nowhere in the meeting hall, disrupting the established order. But this guy looks at his grandfather with real malice, which strongly betrays his inner dissatisfaction with the outcome. Chen Jil understands that he has met many people in this place and realizes that he can no longer perceive everything that is happening as a simple game. These people are real people to the young man, not some non-player characters who can be used for fun and entertainment. The boy does not understand what is so interesting about the local god, why such a powerful god is locked up here and ordered to guard the place. But Chen Jil then realizes that no, the temple is definitely on the other side. So how can an orc guard it? The young man is brought out of his deep thoughts when his companions call him, ready to move toward their dangerous goal. Bros says that the team is now ready to go to the lair of the monsters and asks if the new ally is ready. The young man looks at the group and realizes that, of course, He has always been ready for such a dangerous adventure in unknown lands. As Chen Jil walks, he thinks about the unknown monsters they might encounter on their way to the lair. After all, it is still relatively safe here compared to what the group might encounter in the heart of the lair. The young man looks at the team and realizes that they are all strong warriors and have a good chance of success. Bross explains that although Rachel is a healer, she can also create magical barriers and enhance the elemental abilities of her allies. So she should stay here and take care of the woman and child, ensuring their safety for the time being. Bross, as an experienced warrior, says that everything is ready. As the team has a plan, everyone is equipped, and they can move out. The orc, who is still sitting there, insists that they should not go there, as they will simply be devoured by stronger orcs. Chen Jil, who hears this, says mockingly that the monster isn't afraid of being eaten along with the other prisoners. When the monster hears this, he indignantly says that what you said is not true, that he is not just some ordinary weak orc. The warriors began to tie up the orc, saying that he was wasting time talking nonsense with a prisoner. Inside the monster's lair, all these orcs are sitting, and a large number of human bones lie on the dark sides. Another batch of unfortunate people in iron cages, destined for ritual sacrifice, is being brought inside. The guard approaches the chief and reports that he is afraid that they did not catch many today and are waiting for further instructions. Their leader, with green, crazed eyes, looks at the report with great anger, clearly dissatisfied with the results of the hunt. The chief cannot forgive that something was done poorly, so he dispatches his subordinate with a blow of icy magic. The chief's subordinate immediately froze, turning into a real ice statue from the magical attack of his cruel master. The unfortunate man cannot move. His entire body is completely frozen, his blood frozen in his veins by the terrifying cold of the ice magic. Then a sorcerer appeared, desperately claiming to be the great wizard Ngam, who would rescue all the prisoners from there alive. This is a great call to all other heroes. Let's unite against these monsters. Only together can we win. The guy realizes that many innocent people have died because of this cruel leader. So the monster must answer for his crimes and pay. The sorcerer summons his blades of ice, and a huge number of sharp daggers begin to materialize in the air around the magician. The magical daggers rush straight toward the leader, their razor-sharp blades hurtling toward their target at incredible speed. But this formidable orc leader is surrounded by a green dome that prevents the attack from penetrating his magical defense. The great sorcerer who witnesses this spectacle cannot believe his eyes that his powerful attack has proven useless. Then the wizard's body begins to rise into the air with the telekinetic power of this mighty orc chieftain. The sorcerer is lifted higher and higher into the air, unable to control his body, like a puppet. Ngam wonders what is happening and why he cannot do anything against this supernatural force. The mage's eyes begin to glow with green energy, and a mystical light of control begins to emanate from his mouth. All this is being done by the chieftain's hand. The sorcerer cannot resist such a powerful magical influence on his mind. The chief simply takes and squeezes the guy's insides with telekinesis, his eyes seeming to pop out of their sockets, and the mage simply explodes in the air from the internal pressure. Blood spraying in all directions, staining the walls. People look at each other, look at all this, and realize what horror is happening in the lair of monsters. But the chief didn't even strain himself for this murder. He is the king of monsters, with a strength level of 85. At that moment, Bross is in a fierce battle with the orcs guarding the approaches to the king's lair. While the team was making its way to the lair, the travelers encountered several more huge monsters on their dangerous path. And like a true, well-coordinated team, the warriors decided to quickly deal with their enemies without wasting any time. This green monster opens its huge mouth wide and screams loudly, trying to scare off the attackers. Chen Jil easily took the monster and cut it in half with his sharp weapon, and the monster, whose parts simply fall to the ground, rolls across the ground, bleeding foul-smelling black blood. The orc who was taken prisoner looks on and thinks that these people are really quite strong warriors. Looking at Chen Jil, the captive thinks that this guy has become much stronger since their first encounter. The monster wonders what kind of person he is, where such a powerful warrior could have come from. The closer they get to the lair, the more monsters there are around them, becoming stronger and more dangerous with every step. Chen Jil realizes that even though he has spent all his levels, his experience continues to accumulate at the same rate as before. It turns out that these monsters are quite strong, but he still feels that the experience bar is filling up very slowly. Bross suddenly appears next to him and asks if the guy is used to fighting monsters a lot. These monsters are pretty slow, but they're not that easy to kill. You know how tough they are. However, this is the first time I've seen someone who can deal with these monsters so easily, without even using basic abilities. The blonde guy says in a friendly manner that since they met by chance, maybe he should join his squad instead of creating a new one. Chen Jil, who heard this, asked in surprise what kind of squad he was talking about, wondering if there were other comrades. Bross explains that the team is full of mature beauties, and that he will introduce all these women to his new ally for free. assassin, who appears behind them, says in confusion that he thought he had said that there was no one else in the squad besides Bros. Bros starts laughing and says it doesn't matter, it's all completely untrue, so let's just keep moving toward our goal. This assassin guy seriously says that look, the entrance to the monster's lair should be right there. When his companions hear this and look in the direction he points, their expressions change dramatically. The warriors look closely and realize that they are literally standing at the entrance to this terrible place full of dangers. Chen Jil turned to the captive orc to ask if this was indeed the lair they were looking for. When the guy turned his head back, he was surprised to see that the monster was no longer there. Bros says with annoyance that while the team was fighting the monsters, this cunning creature managed to escape unnoticed. And then the monster began to run very fast, trying to escape, really trying to hide from pursuit. The orc thinks that he must quickly report to the chief that humans have invaded the territory, and that he may even be rewarded. At that moment, the guys enter the lair, realizing that they have indeed found the right place. Bros, the yellow-haired guy, says that it stinks of orcs here, and judging by everything, the prisoner really didn't lie to the group. Therefore, the team has no choice but to go where the Monster King is. When the group enters, they notice a blue light and a huge number of strange magical symbols on the walls. The warriors realize that this place is strange. They have been walking for so long, but they haven't encountered a single monster yet. And then all three of them notice something strange ahead that makes them stop and look closely. The companions realize that there are 3 passages leading in different directions, and they must decide which one to take to reach their goal. Most likely the team will have to consider the option of splitting up to find the right path. Bros placed a magical seal on the main character's hand, saying that it was a fiery gate for emergency communication. If anyone in the team finds a clue, they must cast a spell, and everyone else will be able to teleport quickly. The warrior says it's time to go. He'll go left, the assassin right, and in that case, Chen Jil will go straight ahead. The most important thing to remember is that in case of danger, you must recite the spell that Bros taught everyone for communication. Everyone disperses into different passages, unaware of what may be waiting for them in the dark corridors. Chen Jil started running very fast to see if he was going in the right direction. Chen Jil realizes that he urgently needs to level up for the upcoming battles. But how can he do that when there are no monsters nearby to fight? The guy keeps running down the dark hallway and even speeds up, sensing that something important and dangerous is approaching. With his sharp eyes, the young man catches sight of something suspicious, which makes him stop immediately and look closely at what is happening. Chen Jil sees a girl lying unconscious on the stone floor and a monster leaning over her defenseless body. This terrifying orc was about to sink his sharp teeth into the unfortunate girl, like a wild beast attacking its prey. Finally, these horrible creatures notice the young man in their lair and turn toward him with bloodthirsty glances. These souls, rejected by heaven and hell, can tear a man apart with a single bite, fearing sunlight and holy water. Chen Jil realized that as soon as he thought there were no monsters, they immediately appeared in large numbers. But when the guy looked closer, he realized that there weren't just 2 or 3 of them, but a huge swarm of about 100 hungry creatures. These monsters looked terrifying, growling and baring their teeth, saliva dripping from their mouths, demonstrating their readiness for a bloody battle. And then the orc who had fled from the group came to his lord, bowed, and respectfully addressed the powerful ruler. The captive reports that 3 pathetic worms have entered the sacred territory, but have now split up and trapped themselves. The orc confidently says that the local vermin would have surely torn all the invaders into bloody pieces by now. Chen Jil continues to fight fiercely against these terrible monsters, which are ready to tear anyone apart with a single swift attack. These beasts are not that strong individually, but there are enough of them to pose a serious threat to the life of any warrior. The biggest advantage is that killing each one gives a lot of experience, and he has already earned 20,000 points. But the young man does not want to stop there and continues to methodically deal with them, improving his combat skills. The young man swings his sharp weapon, cutting through the crowd of enemies like a true master swordsman with years of experience. However, killing monsters one by one turns out to be a rather ineffective way to quickly gain experience and level up. A total of 30 creatures were killed, and Chen Jil had already earned 60,000 experience points for his bloody work. Therefore, the young man realizes that the experience bar is filling up rapidly, and he needs to finish off the remaining monsters as soon as possible. And now, with the total number of kills exceeding 100, the young man achieved a new milestone and was presented with several options to choose from. Realizing that the choice was difficult, the Divine Path and Divine Punishment are a good combination for Chen Jil, and if he uses the Divine Strike at the same time, he will be able to restore his health. The guy realizes that he will be able to restore his health during close combat, so he can use the Divine Path, which is very interesting. However, the radius of Divine Punishment is too small for large-scale battles, so he chooses the Divine Path and Divine Strike. Chen Jil thought it would be interesting to see how his comrades were doing. Perhaps they had also encountered similar dangerous monsters. But the magical mark from Bros had not yet appeared, so everything should be relatively fine with the team. The young man understood, took a leap forward, and realized that there was no time for long deliberations. He had to keep moving toward his goal. At this tense moment, Bros was also desperately fighting the monsters, using his hellish abilities and years of combat experience. Bros takes a fighting stance, striking the ground with his foot so hard that everything around him is destroyed by the power of the warrior's blow. The monsters are hit by the fire magic and start burning with real flames, writhing in unbearable pain and heat. The warrior is incredibly strong and clearly understands that these ordinary monsters are nothing but pathetic puppets to an experienced fighter. But then Bros heard something strange, some waves of mysterious music, thinking that someone was singing in this gloomy place. The warrior immediately noticed that the monsters had also noticed the source of the sound and turned toward it. From a distance, Bros sees a dark figure slowly emerging from the thick fog filling the corridors of the lair. These were women's legs in boots, barely walking across the stone floor, as if their owner was wounded or ill. The girl's entire body looks human. Her clothes are torn, and instead of hands, she has huge monstrous claws. It is she who is making that mesmerizing sound from her mouth, singing some ancient melody of death. Bros angrily says that she is the one who set these freaks on him and will turn the monster to ash with his fiery magic. When the monster girl hears this, the threat only makes her laugh, knowing that the guy is no match for her. Bros, standing in a fighting stance, sees shadows slowly taking over his muscular body. These shadow hands grab the warrior by his limbs, thinking that now their victim will have great difficulty moving. The experienced fighter is encountering such magical techniques for the first time, which severely restrict his movements and abilities. Bros turns to the monster girl and asks seriously what she intends to do with the captive. But she begins to lick the warrior's face with her long forked tongue, saying that it has been a long time since she has come across such specimens. With her sharp nails, the necromancer clings to his abs and makes small, painful scratches, enjoying the suffering of her victim. Bros realizes that this is a curse. The warrior is simply unable to do anything at this critical moment. Chen Jil, who did not expect such a situation, appears very quickly and starts running to help his comrade. The guy strikes the monster girl with his sharp weapon and cuts off her two clawed arms with a single swing. Bros, this experienced warrior, is in complete shock, and the shadows begin to slowly fade from his liberated body. Chen Jil asks with interest if his comrade is okay, and if he was too late to help at the critical moment. The necromancer girl says in surprise that it seems the guy wasn't killed completely, wondering how that happened. Chen Jil, upon hearing this from the monster, says in confusion what she is talking about and what she means. Then the young man throws the monster's severed head right at the necromancer's feet, demonstrating his strength. The guy says that he admits the monster was stronger than all the other monsters, but he still easily dealt with it. When the monster girl hears this, she becomes very angry and clenches her remaining fists in rage. The necromancer began to use even stronger spells from her hypnotic music, which emanates from her mouth. Bros tries to warn the guy, telling him not to let her finish the spell, as it's extremely dangerous. After all, she is a so-called necromancer who possesses a real magical effect that paralyzes her opponents. The necromancer girl opens her mouth wide, continuing to hum the deadly music. She is confident that this time she will definitely defeat these worthless people with her magic. But then, literally a second later, the necromancer is grabbed and her head is quickly chopped off with a single precise sword strike. Chen Jil used his new skill, the Divine Path, and did it all very easily, as if cutting through the air with a normal movement. Bros turns to the guy and jokingly says that he sees that he has absolutely no fear of any monsters. Then the warrior seriously thinks that this guy is really incredibly strong, just crazy skill. But then a strange, ominous hissing sound was heard, which none of the team had heard before in these corridors. Chen Jil also noticed the sound and tried to figure out where the threat was coming from with his sharp eyes. The warriors looked at their palms and saw the magical marks begin to hiss alarmingly and glow red. These were hellish snakes of the 55th level. Evil creatures that had crawled out of the underworld, their bodies pierced by hellfire. This monster is capable of spewing flames constantly, literally every second of its existence, burning everything around it. And the assassin currently battling the monster realizes that this creature is far stronger than any enemy he has ever faced. All the fighter can do is defend himself desperately. Killing the beast is out of the question. But even the magical protection put up by an experienced guy was mercilessly broken by the power of hellfire. The monster burns the assassin with this fire and throws him back so hard that he cannot stand on his trembling legs. The warrior simply throws him against a stone wall, and the assassin hits his back very hard against the hard surface. Blood begins to flow from his mouth, and the fighter clenches his teeth in pain, trying to overcome the unbearable suffering. The assassin simply falls exhausted onto the cold ground, unable to do anything to continue the fight. When the warrior sees this hellish dragon in front of him, He thinks that he will die in this cursed place. This hellish serpent is insanely fast, charging straight toward the defenseless man to finish him off. Chen Jil appeared at just the right moment, shielding his comrade with his body from the deadly attack. The young man is ready to take the blow and strike back at this terrible monster, showing his courage. The guy delivers various blows to the monster's body, striking the creature and making it scream in pain. The monster, completely exhausted, falls to the ground, having suffered so much damage from the divine weapon. Chen Jil easily defeated his opponent, very fast and agile in battle against any enemies. It was very easy for the young man, even easier than he could have imagined in his wildest dreams. The guy turns to the assassin and apologizes, saying he's sorry he was a little late. The shocked young man thinks about how strong this warrior really is. His power is simply incredible. Bros tells the team that they haven't found anything of value, and it seems that Chen Jila's road leads to the lair of the monsters. The assassin is glad to have been saved from certain death, but he is ashamed that he couldn't handle it alone. His companions began to worry about their wounded friend, asking if he was all right after the attack. The assassin says that he cannot be killed so easily, but this monster is too strong. He has never seen anything like it before. The warrior warns that the king of monsters will simply kill everyone, as he is much stronger than all of these monsters combined. Chen Jil explains to his comrades that they should believe him. The monsters won't kill them, only their own fears can kill them. When the team hears these powerful and inspiring words, the warriors remember that this is indeed true. Chen Jil says that fear during battle brings you closer to death, that it is just an emotion, and that no one knows what monsters they will face. The team must now act first and foremost for the sake of all the innocent people and our loyal comrades who have been taken prisoner. For the freedom of each member of the group, everyone must fight and not fear death, going to the end for the right cause. Chen Jil resolutely says that he is ready to fight to his last breath to defeat evil in this world. And when the warriors went further down the dark corridors, they came across a terrifying huge snake in the center of the hall. This is another hellish dragon that the team has fought before, but now the monster has become even stronger. Chen Jil begins to shout encouragingly to his comrades, telling them to go forward, that the three of them will definitely kill this monster together. And so the three comrades, their spirits high, took up their fighting stances, ready for the decisive battle. Bros starts running forward, realizing that as the most experienced warrior, he must attack first. The experienced fighter activates his fiery power and strikes with his foot, challenging the monster. The warrior tries to distract the monster and draw its attention to himself, giving his allies a chance to attack. But this hellish creature is not so easy to defeat in battle, and the snake begins to use a destructive fireball. The monster sends a magical projectile toward the warrior, but he manages to dodge the deadly attack just in time. The warrior's basic ability has almost recovered, so he can try attacking with magic again. The assassin realizes that he no longer wants to be a burden to the team, so he wants to give it his all. The fighter puts his hand forward, and it begins to glow with the bright yellow energy of the underworld. This is the so-called Hand of the Underground Court, whose stone fingers crawl out of the hard ground. This stone hand grabs the snake directly by its powerful throat, preventing the monster from moving freely. And now, the last one to attack is Chen Jil. It's his time to show his skills. The young man takes a deep breath to cope with the trial that fate has now placed upon him. The young man takes a high leap forward, swinging his sharp weapon to deliver a crushing blow. Then Chen Jil brings his sword behind his back and grabs the hilt with both hands for greater strength. The young man makes a very powerful, aggressive leap, ready to drive his weapon into the body of this terrible enemy. The young man lands and stands directly on the snake's back, plunging the blade into its scales. The monster's skin proved to be not so easy to pierce, so he tries to push it further and deeper. This is the so-called scale of the hellish fire snake, which has been damaged by 20% of the effort. Chen Jil doesn't want to stop there, realizing that 20% is not enough. He needs more. So the guy continues to push the weapon into the body of this terrible monster with all his might. And now, the scales of the hellish fire serpent were damaged by a full 50%. Now, a full 80% of the defense had been damaged by the warrior's persistent efforts. And now, 100% of the defense has finally been broken through, overcoming this terrible armor. Chen Jil realized that it was perfect. Now there was very little left, and the young man resolutely took out his weapon again. The young man began to shout, realizing that he needed to deliver the final decisive blows to secure victory. The guy starts swinging his weapon all over the monster's body, cutting through the flesh down to the spine. Like a true master of the sword, Chen Jil did this knowing the weak points of this particular monster. After the young man finished, he landed on solid ground, completing his difficult task. Blood simply gushes all over the snake's body, and the guy puts his blood-stained weapon back in its sheath. Chen Jil's comrades understood that everything had been done perfectly in this difficult battle against the hellish snake, and the team had demonstrated true mastery. And when the snake was finally defeated, the warriors received 20,000 experience points for this battle, bringing their total to 200,000 points. They also received special gloves for killing the secret boss. And the guy realizes that this is great, as it is new equipment that he really needs. Chen Jil receives a system notification asking if he wants to equip the gloves right away or keep them in his inventory. Of course, the young man wants to equip the gloves of the hellish tribe, now wearing this high-level equipment from the very depths of hell on his hands. Bros thinks to himself that they only split up for a couple of hours, but this guy has grown so strong so quickly. What really happened? The warrior once again asks himself the serious question of who this mysterious guy is, and where he suddenly appeared in their world. Just as the team was celebrating their victory, their comrades in the distance heard terrifying sounds that struck fear into everyone present. The warriors immediately prepared for battle, realizing that the enemies were getting closer and closer, and that they needed to find a hidden place to defend themselves. Behind a stone wall, the team saw the very same traitorous orc who had cowardly fled from them at the very beginning of their adventure. Chen Jil and Bros exchanged meaningful glances, and without a word, understood that they had to act together. The warriors knew they had to deliver a simultaneous kick to this insolent fugitive in order to capture him alive for questioning. From such a powerful coordinated blow, the orc is simply thrown to the opposite wall of the dark corridor. His comrades turn to the orc menacingly, asking him why he came here, whether he has lost his fear of humans or decided to betray his leader. The monster says fearfully that he simply got lost in the labyrinth, and it seems that the chieftain has prepared a cunning trap for the invaders in this place. When the guys hear this from the captive, they think it's not surprising, since they've encountered so many different monsters in such a short time. The orc continues, saying that he is very surprised that they somehow managed to survive against all these powerful hellish creatures. Bros threatens to kill him on the spot if he doesn't answer honestly, saying that he should quickly reveal the location of the Monster King. The monster says fearfully that he will take the brave team to the chief, but asks them not to kill him after he shows them the way to the lair. And then the orc addresses the ancient walls in a completely incomprehensible language, uttering some mysterious magical incantations to open the passage. After that, strange things begin to happen to the walls, and massive doors slowly begin to close, emitting some kind of poisonous gas from the cracks. Or rather, after a short pause, the doors began to slowly open, revealing a secret passage to the king's inner chamber. At this critical moment, the old man had already returned to his home in his native village, where his distraught granddaughter Sally was waiting for him. The old man resolutely entered a basement room, realizing that the time for decisive action had finally come, and there was no time to delay. The grandfather placed his calloused hands on the heavy wooden doors and resolutely prepared to open them after many years of waiting. The old man opened the massive doors carefully enough not to damage the sacred object that had been kept inside in secret for many years, and the grandfather sees his old battle armor there, realizing that the time for the decisive battle has come and that he can no longer put off fateful decisions. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the doorway, saying that he had hesitated for so long, thinking that you would never open this cherished room. It is Bo Ban, who says that he used to defend this room with Sally, forbidding anyone to enter, but they always wanted to know its secret. It turns out that the old man was simply hiding his legendary armor, but not only that, but also his last hope that one day they would be able to escape the desert. This young man says with determination that he heard his grandfather gathering a group to leave the desert, where they will surely meet the monster that killed his parents. So, since leaving his family, he has been training day and night, determined to join his grandfather on this dangerous expedition. Meanwhile, in the cave, at this critical moment, the four heroes continue their dangerous journey to the lair of the Lord of all monsters in the desert. The warriors address the captive orc menacingly, saying that if he dares to do anything, the team will kill him without mercy. Chen Jil seriously asks the captive if he knows where the prisoners are being held, and if he can tell them the exact location. Of course, the monster hastily says that he knows absolutely everything here, that it's no problem at all for him. The team discusses a plan. When they enter the main hall, Bros and the assassin will have to lead all the prisoners out. Bros indignantly says that he thinks the assassin will only get in the way, and not to get too cocky just because he dealt with one monster. Chen Jil hastily says that he hadn't even thought about dividing up the responsibilities like that. Everyone should work together. But then they suddenly receive an alarming notification. Attention, attention. The system has detected something important and dangerous. An unknown high-level boss has been detected with only a 10% chance of victory. Do you want to accept this deadly mission? Chen Jil saw this, realizing that the probability was too low, but he had spent so long raising his level for such trials. Bros suddenly asks if the guy is okay, noticing his sudden thoughtfulness and silence. Chen Jil replied that everything was fine, he just didn't want to get the team involved. When they entered, they should save the people, and he would contact the king himself. His comrades unanimously say that he must believe them, that it won't work. The team must act together. Bros says firmly that he will not allow his comrade to face such mortal danger alone. Chen Jil warns that this monster is not so easy to defeat, with only a 10% chance of victory according to the system. But Bros says that it doesn't matter, because if the guy hadn't saved them, they would all have been dead long ago. His comrades say that they must not retreat in the face of danger, but must stand together as a united team of warriors. Chen Jil knows that he has always solved his own problems, both at school and in kendo class, and is used to being alone. It didn't bother him much before, but sometimes he felt a little lonely among people and his peers. But now it seems that he has to act differently, because he is no longer alone in this dangerous world. And then the captive orc says in a monstrous voice, "Look, there's the entrance to the main hall. Can we stay here outside?" The monster explains that the lord at the entrance will simply kill the traitor for bringing enemies to the lair. And so the three heroes realize that things are about to get serious, and the orc won't be able to help them at the entrance to the battle. The warriors concentrate on the fact that they must not think about anything except the upcoming battle with the king. Therefore, the team resolutely enters the terrifying atmosphere of the dark cave, where an ominous silence and darkness reign. When the warriors looked up, they saw sharp stalactites on the ceiling hanging menacingly over their heads. Inside, they saw a huge empty throne, which was strange because there was no one there, even though they had expected to meet the king. Chen Jil also wonders why it is so strange that the place is so empty and deserted. The guy asked the captive orc if they had come to the right place, and if they had taken the right direction to the lair. Then they hear two massive doors slam shut, trapping the team inside this sinister place. Chen Jil turns around at the sound and wonders what strange noise that was, and where the threat came from. The warriors wonder what is happening, as this is completely different from the plan they had originally made. The assassin is suddenly enveloped in green energy, covering his body with a strange glow and lifting him into the air. No one understands what is happening to their friend, why their friend is suddenly being lifted into the air by an invisible force. The team is already starting to panic because there is no one else here, but strange magical phenomena are occurring. Chen Jil tries to make sense of it all with his sharp eyes, looking carefully in different directions of the cave. And then, unexpectedly, the Lord appears out of the fog, the very same king of monsters of the 85th level of power. It is the king who is manipulating the assassin with telekinesis, lifting him high into the air to demonstrate his power. Chen Jil realizes that he must do something as soon as possible, otherwise his comrade will be killed right before his eyes. The young man sprinted forward so quickly that stones flew from under his feet from the powerful thrust. The young man grabs his weapon and rushes toward the monster with determination in his eyes. Swinging his sword with all the anger he could muster, Chen Jil wants to kill the king with one powerful blow. But when the young man swung his weapon for the decisive blow, he couldn't break through the defense. A strange magical barrier appeared directly in front of the monster, completely blocking any physical attacks. The Lord is able to hold his opponent and control the situation in battle with just one finger. Chen Jil, realizing that he couldn't break through, jumped away from the danger. And so the assassin was released, his comrade falling quickly to the hard stone floor of the cave. Bros ran to catch his comrade, but he still fell to his knees from the impact. The warrior asked his friend if he was okay, genuinely concerned about his condition. Chen Jil wonders how this monster could have appeared here so unexpectedly and quickly. And why did the king so easily deflect a professional strike, as if playing with children in this battle? The assassin's hand trembles from the impact, and the warrior is completely helpless in this state. Bros shouts to his comrade that if it's too hard, he shouldn't force himself to fight in this condition. The assassin replies that he is absolutely fine, he just needs to hold on and continue the battle. And then the warrior pulls out a spell, using his stone hand to lift his comrade up so he can continue the attack. Bros stands on his fiery legs and flies forward as fast as he can, ready for the decisive blow. The Lord watching this is surprised by such coordinated collaboration between ordinary people against him. But before the king stands a powerful green dome of protection that is difficult to penetrate with any attack. Bros wants to break through, lands on the ground, and raises all his fire upward for a powerful attack. The assassin who is holding his hand feels that it is difficult to continue the battle in this state. And when the magic of earth and fire comes into contact with the king's dome, a powerful explosion of energy occurs. But the king doesn't even flinch, showing absolutely no reaction to what is happening, as if it were child's play. The monster's defense is completely impenetrable, no matter how hard anyone tries to attack it. Chen Jil, who appears from behind a rock, swings his sharp weapon to deal with this powerful enemy, but realizes that the two are no match for each other. But a huge blow is dealt to the protective barrier, and nothing significant happens. The sword bounces off the magical defense. No matter how hard the team tries to attack, no matter from which direction they approach the enemy, the dome still has impenetrable protective magic. Lifting his head up, the guy wonders how this is even possible, whether this king really cannot be defeated in fair combat. But the arrogant lord only sneers contemptuously at the pitiful attempts of the people to break through his perfect defense against any attack. The king decides that it is time to take more active measures against these annoying flies, and slowly raises his powerful hand slightly. Chen Jil, watching the enemy's movements closely, wonders what is about to happen and whether he should fear for his life. Bros freezes in place, terrified by the incredible sight before him in this cursed place. The Lord slowly raises his hand in the air, and green destructive energy begins to gradually fill the entire cave with a threatening glow. The warriors can barely stand on their trembling legs. It is simply impossible for a normal person without magical protection to withstand this. The heroes are thrown back with incredible force, and the assassin is bleeding from the mouth from internal injuries. Chen Jil is the only one who manages to stay on his feet, using his weapon as a support and holding on with all his remaining strength. This insolent orc prisoner begins to gloat over the weaklings, telling them that this is what they deserve for daring to defy the great lord of the desert. Chen Jil thinks that this boss can only attack in one direction, but the king has covered his entire body with his power. The blow was so powerful and destructive that all his comrades suffered serious injuries and damage from the magical attack. Chen Jil turns to his team and asks if they are all right, receiving affirmative but weak responses. But the guy thinks it's interesting what kind of abilities this enemy has. Where did this monster get such incredible magical power? The heroes hear a very loud, sinister laugh and immediately tense up when they hear this mocking sound. It is the king of monsters, standing there and laughing contemptuously, amused by the helplessness of this pitiful situation with the humans. The Lord says that these people are so funny and helpless that he will play with them a little longer. Thick smoke and fog rise around the Lord, and everyone understands how powerful and dangerous the king is to mere mortals. Now the comrades realize that a truly difficult battle to the death with this powerful enemy is about to begin. The warriors look around and realize that the Lord has simply disappeared. Where could this arrogant, powerful creature have gone? Chen Jil opens his eyes wide when he hears a suspicious teleportation sound behind him. The guy yells to his comrade to watch out, as a huge amount of green energy is concentrating nearby. It is the Lord of the Monsters who has teleported behind the unsuspecting warrior in an instant. The warrior looks on with genuine animal fear, not knowing what to do next in this critical situation. Bros receives a crushing blow to the solar plexus with such force that the air is knocked out of his lungs. The blow was so powerful that the guy falls to the ground and clutches his stomach, blood pouring from his mouth from internal injuries. The warrior realizes that this single blow from the king feels like hundreds or thousands of blows to the body at once. But Bros cannot just sit idly by in such a situation, so he clenches his fist and prepares to strike back. But the Lord simply grabs the guy's hand and easily crushes it in his palm, twisting it in an unnatural direction. The guy clenches his teeth from the unbearable pain. It's harder than anything he's ever experienced before. Bros continues to fight desperately and tries to grab the Lord with his fiery hand, despite the serious injuries he has sustained. The Lord is even momentarily surprised that this pathetic guy is so persistent and refuses to give up after such a crushing blow. But it's still too weak for the king, so he kicks his annoying opponent out of the way like a soccer player. With just one powerful blow of his forehead, the Lord broke several bones in the guy's arm with a terrifying crunch. The guy is now just lying helplessly on the cold stone ground, bleeding profusely. The Lord looks down on his defeated enemy with a haughty gaze, realizing how pathetic and helpless these insects are before his power. A sinister fog and a crazy amount of concentrated green energy of destruction begin to rise around the king. All of his comrades are worried about their wounded friend, hoping that Bros will be okay and survive. Bros is barely breathing and weakly watches his third comrade, who is glowing with an unusual divine energy. Chen Jil takes the attack and deflects it with yellow energy that flares up around the guy like a protective barrier. I can't defeat this monster, even if I spend several years of intense training, the desperate warrior thinks to himself. And then the Lord says he will confess. The guy surprised the king. No one had ever managed to stay on their feet after an attack. But you are just a worthless worm, and all your pathetic attempts at resistance will only amuse the mighty Lord. So the king sends a powerful stream of enormous green energy, saying that the worthless creature must die right now. This stream is insanely strong and destructive, but the guy tries to block it with his enchanted weapon. Chen Jil says firmly that the Lord will be even more surprised when the hero cuts off the monster's ugly head. The young man realizes that the time has come to use the very skill he recently acquired through divine power. The Lord does not understand what is about to happen to this strange man and watches with curiosity and bewilderment. And then the king sees this young man before him, covered in dazzling divine energy, waving a glowing sword. The Lord has no choice but to jump back to avoid an unexpected blow. Chen Jil continues to press his powerful opponent, swinging his weapon furiously from side to side. The young man is madly angry and shouts that this is for all his loyal comrades whom the Lord dared to touch. The young man strikes with his weapon, and for the first time, he manages to touch the invulnerable body of the Lord of Monsters. After that, Chen Jil resolutely declares that the king will never touch his dear friends and comrades again. The hero delivers a divine blow, and lightning begins to shoot out of his weapon, yellow and huge, piercing the space. Even the crown falls from the arrogant head of this chief orc, demonstrating that the defense has finally been broken. But just when it seemed that victory was certain, Chen Jil turned around and saw the monster reaching out with its clawed hands. There was no emotion of surprise on the young man's face, as if he had known in advance what was about to happen. The young man uses his lightning-fast attack skill, twirling his weapon straight through the air for the final blow. Chen Jil finished off the monster with a crushing blow and landed on solid ground, ending the battle. Chen Jil understands and says resolutely that this blow is for all the innocent people whom the Lord stole and killed. The young man's companions watch this incredible spectacle with their mouths agape in amazement and admiration for his strength. Even the captive orc himself thinks about how incredibly strong this mysterious guy is, who was able to wound the Lord. A huge explosion of green energy occurs, unlike anything they have ever seen before in this world. The Lord transformed his body and became much younger, more muscular, and more dangerous than he had been before. The subordinate orc says fearfully that no, this is just the Lord's basic ability, and now everyone here will surely die without a chance. When Chen Jil hears this, he wonders if this is the so-called true power of this mighty king. The guy looks at his enemy and sees that the Lord is not an old man, but a young, well-built warrior. The Lord's eyes begin to glow even more with a green mystical light, demonstrating his increased magical power. The king raises his powerful hand, and magic cuts through the air with a crack and sparks. Then, a real hurricane appears in the air, as if a huge dragon skeleton has materialized out of nothing. Countless wild dogs emerge from the bones, saturated with green energy of death and destruction. These creatures move with insane speed and strength, and an ominous green energy of hatred emanates from their eyes. Chen Jil, who is watching this nightmare unfold, is in complete shock at what he sees with his own eyes. The guy decides to use his weapon to put up a defensive block, and thus repel the attack of this huge mystical dog. Then the Lord raises his hand, and a huge skull rises straight up from the bones into his palm. The king begins to smile even more sinisterly, as he is truly happy to have such power. The Lord swings his weapon, which he holds tightly in his hands. His weapon is the skull of a dead ancient animal. The monster wants to strike the young man directly, but he jumps up and everyone sees the maneuver clearly. The Lord takes the skull and strikes the ground with it, causing a huge destructive explosion with cracks. The guy's weapon, which his grandfather gave him for this task, simply flies away and falls to the ground. The blow is so powerful that even the orc subordinate is afraid of its power and runs away from the epicenter. Chen Jil is clearly hit quite seriously, and blood begins to slowly trickle down his pale face. The young man's clothes are torn to shreds by the shockwave, and his entire body is now covered in deep scratches and abrasions. The Lord King watches this spectacle with a sadistic smile, realizing that he has complete advantage in the fight. But the monster has not yet killed the guy completely, so he does not want to stop there and wants to continue the torture. Therefore, the king prepares to swing his enormous skull weapon once more to deliver the final crushing blow. Green, ominous energy pours out of the Lord, streaming directly from the source in huge quantities. Chen Jil is covered in wounds, his arm covered in abrasions and scratches, blood slowly dripping onto the stone floor. Chen Jil realizes that his body is barely moving from the damage he has sustained, and his magical abilities have not yet fully recovered from the previous attacks. The young man realizes that things cannot end so sadly, and at that moment, his opponent transforms even further, now resembling a terrifying beetle. The Lord begins to run toward the young man at incredible speed, even the color of his energy changing to a darker, more sinister hue. The king jumps straight at the guy with such force that everyone present feels as if this is truly the inevitable end. And yet, the Lord delivers a crushing blow to Chen Jil, who is immediately thrown several meters back by the force of the blow. But the monster does not stop there in his cruelty, making another aggressive lunge forward to finish off his victim. Then the king strikes the guy with his powerful foot like a hammer right in the stomach, knocking all the air out of his lungs. Chen Jil feels something he has never felt before in his life, and his consciousness slowly begins to fade from the pain. The young man is powerless to do anything, simply flying through the air with no control over his helpless body. At this critical moment, after the powerful blow, the enemy lands gracefully on the ground, preparing for the final attack. The Lord dares not stop his advance, and makes another very quick lunge at his defeated enemy. The king delivers another devastating blow directly to the young man's body, which is already beginning to glow bright green with the energy of death. The young warrior and fighter simply collapses and falls unconscious onto the cold stone ground. Blood begins to slowly flow from Chen Jil's head, and the young man clenches his teeth in unbearable rage and pain. Something monstrous happens to the Lord. Two new weapons appear in his hands. Skulls, but they are an ominous red color. The Lord contemptuously says that the boy is just a pathetic insect that needs to be crushed, nothing more significant. Therefore, Chen Jil must accept his inevitable fate, that today he will meet a truly painful death. The Lord begins to laugh ominously and says that it is ridiculous that his parents gave him such a name, while the young man receives notifications of unauthorized exit. Before his closing eyes, Chen Jil sees his beloved mother, who addresses her son in her gentle motherly voice. As if to a little boy, his mother gently says that they can go home now, that it's time to stop playing. At that moment, the young man's eyes seem to be truly filled with divine power and begin to shine with a bright, unearthly light. All his companions watch closely what is happening to their friend, completely shocked by what they see. The warriors see what has happened to the weapon that was on the ground before. The sword has transformed into a huge glowing ball. Even the powerful Lord himself sees something like this for the first time with his ancient eyes. Not understanding what is happening, Chen Jil also underwent a radical transformation. His hair turned snow white, and his aura became completely different. But his clothes also changed, and the young man no longer resembles his former self, looking like a divine warrior. A mysterious black mark appeared on Chen Jil's face, pulsing with a mystical light. His friends tell him to wake up quickly, open his eyes, and return to reality. When Chen Jil opened his eyes, he realized that he was in a completely different world, as if in a parallel dimension or a dream. Chen Jil thinks about how he had just fought a powerful monster king, and what might happen after his defeat. The young man tries to look around carefully to better understand what is happening to him in this mysterious place. The young man tries to understand what this strange place is where he found himself after losing consciousness from the blows of the Lord. Looking at his body floating in the air, Chen Jil thinks with horror that he must have died in the battle. But he hears an unfamiliar voice telling him that no, he is still alive and in a special state. The young man sees an unfamiliar man in black robes slowly descending toward him from the darkness. This mysterious stranger calmly calls Chen Jil by name, as if he has known of his existence for a long time. Chen Jil asks in surprise how the stranger knows his name and who he is. The man replies thoughtfully that he wishes he knew the answers to these difficult questions himself. When he woke up in this place, Chen Jil was already there. He doesn't know how long he spent in this place. It seems like hundreds of thousands of years. But immediately after waking up, he heard a mysterious voice that once said that a man would come who could help him leave this place. And most likely, this long-awaited person is you, says the man with the eye patch meaningfully. Chen Jil responded confusedly that he didn't understand anything at all and asked him to tell him how to get out of there. The man slowly raises his palm straight up, demonstrating a gesture of submission and humility. The stranger says that he should simply accept his offer and his fate, which has been predetermined by a higher power. Become my lord and master. The man reverently bows his knee to the young man in a sign of loyalty. That voice said that I can only get out of here if I become part of you and your power. So I beg you, become my master. I can no longer remain here in this emptiness and loneliness. I will do anything you ask. Anything I ask. Just get me out of here. Back to the real world. Back to people. When the man made his request, he remained silent, hoping to hear a positive response. Chen Jil, after hearing this proposal, slowly reached out his hand to this mysterious creature. When their hands touched, energy began to connect between them, passing from one body to the other. And somehow, a mark began to appear on the young man's face, covering part of it with mystical symbols. That's how Chen Jil transformed into the state he is now in the real world. The young man thinks that this guy didn't deceive him, and that he really has come back to life. But the guy feels a strange sensation, as if some powerful force is trying to break out of his body. Chen Jil received a notification that he had gained an elemental ability called the Power of Primordial Chaos. The young man realizes that this is it, that this guy is now his elemental ability. The Lord of the Monsters thinks in bewilderment. How is this possible? This pathetic worm wasn't even seriously injured. And what's even more surprising to the king is that the enemy seems to have become much stronger. He can feel this terrible energy coming from him. After awakening his elemental ability, Chen Jil's strength has increased significantly, and he has also gained a new skill to completely destroy his enemies. The meaning of this powerful skill is that it instantly consumes 90% of health, but allows the use of the power of primordial chaos to inflict colossal damage on enemies. Chen Jil believes that his stats had not increased so significantly before, meaning that his grandfather could only use his full power after awakening his elemental abilities. Grasping this enormous weapon in his hands, the young man thinks that he can finally test his true strength against a powerful enemy. The young man can not only launch a powerful counterattack, but also deliver a series of devastating blows against the king. Therefore, Chen Jil grabs this huge weapon in his hands and begins to rush toward the Lord with determination in his eyes. This monster speaks indignantly, asking how you, a lowly worm, dare to openly challenge the mighty king to a duel. The Lord wonders if you really think you can fight me. But as he speaks, the guy just hits him with his weapon. It was so powerful and destructive that a real and vivid explosion occurs, shaking the entire cave to its foundations. All the walls of the cave begin to slowly collapse, and little by little, stones fall from the ceiling, creating a danger for everyone present. One green stone falls straight to the ground, glowing brightly with mystical energy and shattering into many pieces. The Lord wants to strike back with his huge skull weapon, so he jumps high into the air to attack from above. The king wonders why he can't kill some pathetic worm, and where this guy got his new abilities. At that moment, Chen Jil cannot allow the monster to strike him, so he launches a lightning-fast attack. It was so fast and unexpected that even the powerful Lord himself did not understand what had happened, wondering how such a thing was possible. And so, the Lord was subjected to complete destruction, leaving him with no chance of survival. 90% of Chen Jil's health was spent on this devastating blow, but the result was worth it. Therefore, the Lord's weapon was completely shattered into pieces, and the king himself fell unconscious onto the stone floor. A brightly glowing elemental energy of primordial chaos emanated from the young man, enveloping the entire space around him in a mystical light. And the monster, clenching his teeth in pain and rage, was simply killed by this incredible force. Chen Jil successfully completed the dangerous task and now increased his level, also receiving a chest of treasures for his heroic deed. At that moment, Grandpa and Boban were in a peaceful village where the heavy rain had finally stopped after many long days. The old man tells the young man not to be lazy and to work as hard as he can in the garden, helping with the chores. Sally is worried and says that Chen Jil will be back soon, as it has been almost 3 days since he left. The old man calmly replies that they should wait a few more hours, and then go look for the young man. But then everyone suddenly felt a strange underground earthquake that started suddenly and lasted several minutes. The residents think that something strange is happening. Some kind of unusual green energy is seeping out of the ground. People couldn't understand what kind of energy it was that was almost knocking them off their feet with its power. Boban anxiously asked his grandfather what was happening and if everything was okay with the world. His granddaughter also asks excitedly what the phenomenon was and if everything is okay now. The man explains that such an earthquake occurs when a particularly powerful monster from the lair of monsters dies, and its energy is released into the surrounding world. The grandfather realizes that it seems the young man has indeed managed to awaken an elemental ability within himself and kill the Monster King in a fair fight. And now, the Monster King lies lifeless in the cave, a huge amount of magical energy emanating from his body. Everyone present watches this spectacle in complete shock. Even the orc subordinates think with horror how it is possible that their lord is dead. The assassin's companion thinks with amazement that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that someone so powerful could exist. Bros thinks that this power is simply incredible and fantastic. How is such a thing even possible for an ordinary person without magical training? And why did the guy hide this incredible power from his loyal comrades and friends on the team all this time? Chen Jil himself thinks he can't even believe he was able to kill such a powerful monster. But he is even more concerned about the mysterious person who gave him his power. He said he was his master, which means he is now somewhere inside his consciousness, causing the guy serious concern. His comrades distract Chen Jil from his deep thoughts, asking him why he is standing there lost in thought, since they have finally defeated the king. The guy replies that everything is fine. His comrades are wounded, so they should stay here and rest, while he will find all the prisoners. When Bros heard this, he realized that he couldn't even contradict such a strong guy who had saved everyone from death. The warriors agree to the plan, and the guy turns to the captive orc, telling him to take him to the place where the people are being held. Chen Jil thinks that even though they defeated the enemy, he doesn't feel happy. Something is seriously bothering him about this old man. And the most important question that worries the guy the most is who could possibly be behind all this, even in theory. And just as Chen Jil is still immersed in these disturbing thoughts, his badge begins to flicker and split in two. The young man's body begins to return to the state it was in before the transformation, his strength leaving his body. And then, completely unexpectedly, the old man appears, having teleported into the cave through a magical portal to help. The old man lands at the last moment and manages to grab the young man before he falls unconscious onto the hard ground. Chen Jil was pleasantly surprised to see this caring old man in front of him and wondered what his grandfather was doing in the lair. But then the young man says with a slight smile on his pale face that he has successfully completed the difficult task and killed the king. And when the young man finally woke up at home, he was awakened by gentle words telling him to get up and have breakfast. Chen Jil saw his beloved mother standing before him, who gently said that it was already daytime, and asked why he had slept so long. Tears well up in the young man's eyes as he thinks hopefully that he has finally returned home to his family. And the woman says to him affectionately, "Get up quickly, son, I've made your favorite breakfast." When the boy finally wakes up, he happily shouts, "Mom!" and hugs her tightly, not wanting to let go. Chen Jil began to cry with happiness, saying that he couldn't believe he was really home. But then he hears a mocking question asking what he is doing, acting like a little child. It turned out that it was all just a dream, and Bo-ban was sitting next to his bed, watching his sleeping friend. Bo-ban indignantly asks why Chen Jil suddenly started hugging him, saying he was very frightened by his friend's strange behavior. The guy explains that he is only there to help the old man look after the sick man, but when the time comes, they will sort out their relationship. Bo-ban leaves the room and tells Chen Jil to wait there quietly, saying he will go tell everyone that Chen Jil is awake and feeling better. Chen Jil thinks it was just a realistic dream, as the only thing he remembers is the old man running up to him in the cave. Most importantly, the young man asks himself a serious question. Where are his loyal companions from the dungeon? Are they still alive after the battle? Then the young man receives a notification that there is a treasure chest in his inventory. He thinks that it must be the one he got during the battle with the king. Chen Jil realizes that he also received a key after completing the previous task, so he must try to open this mysterious chest first. Right now, the points are being tallied, and the guy has earned an insane amount of experience points for everything he did in the monster's lair. And then, the system congratulates him on receiving a legendary ring, which gives a +10 bonus to all attributes, and also allows him to create magical shields. After that, Chen Jil opens the treasure chest and receives something completely unexpected and mysterious. The guy looks closely and thinks with surprise, wondering if he really got such a strange treasure from the legendary chest. And so the young man received this item in the form of an egg, looking at it and wondering if it was edible or something else. But Chen Jil sees that the egg is slowly cracking open. Could someone be hatching from this mysterious object right now? And then something strange hatched. A small man or something resembling an intelligent creature with unusual features. The guy thinks in bewilderment that the treasure is really just a child, which looks very strange to him. And indeed, this child with small horns begins to say happily, "Daddy, daddy, pick me up," turning to Chen Jilu. The guy is surprised by what he sees in front of him. This unusual child literally jumping on his face with incredible agility. Chen Jil asks himself a serious question. Wait, how am I suddenly the father of this strange creature from an egg? Loud cries can be heard from the house. Hey, system, what kind of child is this? Why did he appear? Why is he calling the guy dad? The system responds that Chen Jil does not have sufficient rights to access this information, but is now inextricably linked to the creature. The guy wonders what inextricably means, why he can't access this important information about the child. And this active child won't leave him alone, continuing to play as if nothing is happening, constantly climbing all over Chen Jila's body. The young man realizes that enough is enough. He needs to figure out the situation and understand what is happening with this creature. Chen Jil gently grabs the child and says that this is the last time he will ask if he knows how to talk and who he is. Okay, it seems that the only thing he can do is ask the old man what to do with this mysterious little creature. And of course, upon hearing such unfriendly words, the child becomes very upset and his mood changes dramatically. The guy immediately notices the change in the child's expression and thinks anxiously about what kind of reaction to expect. And then, from this little child, a very loud, piercing cry begins to emanate, which can be heard throughout the village and the surrounding area. Chen Jil tries to calm him down and says anxiously, "Why are you crying so loudly? Are you hurt? Or has something bad happened to you?" But the child has no intention of stopping, and instead continues to cry louder and louder with each passing second. The young man receives an alarming notification that for attempting to abandon this creature, he will be subjected to the most severe punishment by the system. A countdown starts from 10 seconds, and a powerful energy begins to emanate from the child, enveloping the entire space. This energy is dazzling and bright, but the guy thinks anxiously about what punishment awaits him for his refusal. A little later, when Chen Jil opens his eyes, he wonders in amazement what kind of place this is and how he got here. The young man is now in some kind of snowy area, similar to the Arctic, where there is only snow and ice on the horizon. The boy tells the child not to cry, that he doesn't want to abandon him, but he is still in school himself and doesn't know how to take care of him properly. But the child does not stop crying and continues to make loud noises that echo across the icy wasteland. And Chen Jil sees two huge monsters, elite enemies of the icy wasteland, slowly approaching them. The boy wonders in confusion why he suddenly has to fight elite enemies when he was just at home in safety. The trial has begun, and Chen Jil has only 30 minutes to destroy these powerful monsters and survive. The young man looks at these huge, lizard-like monsters and thinks anxiously about what to do in such a situation. The boy first grabs the child to protect him from the monster's deadly blow during the upcoming battle. Then Chen Jila firmly plants his foot on the frozen ground, preparing for the decisive battle with his elite opponents. The young man covers the child with his entire body and glares at the monster, showing his readiness to protect the child at any cost. The young man turns to the child and says firmly, "You must not die, so just hold on tight to my neck." Chen Jil takes out the weapon he received from his grandfather and summons the elemental power of primordial chaos to strengthen himself. The young man's appearance changes dramatically again, and he thinks that now he can begin the decisive battle with the elite monsters. At that moment, the old man approaches and converses with Bo Ban, discussing that the young man has awakened, is well, and feels excellent. Bo Ban asks the old man how the search for people to form your expedition team is going. The old man replies that the villagers did not believe the chief sorcerer, fearing that this would bring trouble upon themselves and their peaceful lives. The guy who heard this says that they can go look for the temple themselves without any extra help. But the old man explains that the monsters outside the city are much stronger than Bo Ban could ever imagine in his worst nightmares. So let's first visit Chen Jil. He will tell us what monsters he encountered on his dangerous journey. Just then, Sally's granddaughter runs by and curiously asks the old man what they are talking about. The grandfather sees his beautiful granddaughter and happily replies that it's great that she's back, because Chen Jil has already woken up and is feeling well. Sally was overjoyed to hear this, and said she wanted to talk to him, and find out what basic ability he had awakened. So the girl grabbed her grandfather by the hand and ran quickly home to see the young man who had woken up. Bo Ban stayed behind and silently watched everything that was happening, thinking about his plans and the future of the expedition. At that moment, Chen Jil continues to fight the ice monsters, some of which he has already defeated thanks to his elemental abilities. The young man was still in the heat of battle, trying to defeat them all, as the time to complete the task was limited by the system. The young man managed to easily cut the monster in half like a true master swordsman with years of experience. And then the system congratulates him on successfully completing the task, so the timer is stopped, and Chen Jil remains alive. After such an intense warm-up, the guy feels a surge of strength and confidence in his abilities against any enemies. This child is overjoyed at the victory and is still sitting on the guy's head, holding on tightly to his hair. Chen Jil thinks that if this is really his dad, then his chances of survival here are clearly much lower, and he sighs heavily. Just when the guy thinks the test is still going on, the system teleports him back to the real world. The young man thinks with relief that he has finally escaped from this dangerous place and returned home to his friends. And then Chen Jil saw Sally standing in front of him, also looking at him in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The girl, of course, first noticed the little boy on the guy's shoulder with little horns. The child himself also felt awkward for some reason in this situation, with strangers looking at him. The girl was delighted, holding the baby in her arms, saying how incredibly cute he was, so tiny and cute. Sally asks where the child came from, because she loves little kids and wants to take care of them. The guy explains that the girl just hatched from an egg he received as a reward for a task. The girl says that it must be some kind of joke, as she can't remember children hatching from eggs like baby birds. Chen Jil also says that if he tries to abandon her, he will be punished, so now the child is with him. When everyone arrives, the granddaughter shows her grandfather and says, "Look, Chen Jil now has a new family member." The grandfather and Bo Ban bend down to look and think in amazement that it is really a child with horns. Bo Ban wonders why he didn't see this child when he entered the room earlier. Chen Jil says that she was just hiding under the bed, which is why he didn't notice her before, as he can't think of any other explanation. Grandpa tells everyone to calm down and not make so much noise, and that they should get ready for dinner. Sally turns to the little girl and says kindly that she should behave herself, now that she is her big sister, and that she will cook something delicious. Bo Ban wastes no time and goes up to the girl and asks her what she thinks about becoming his girlfriend in the future. Chen Jil hears something strange from the child sitting on his shoulder, who is muttering something. The young man sees that the child is hinting that he wants to eat, pointing to his little belly with his hands. The young man asks the child if he is hungry, telling him not to worry, that he will be fed something delicious soon, and to be patient. Then he hears his grandfather addressing him, saying, "Listen, please forgive me for everything that happened." The young man asks in confusion why his grandfather is apologizing, since nothing bad happened because of him. The old man says that it's all his fault. He couldn't have imagined that the king of monsters would be so strong and dangerous. Chen Jil says, "Believe me, you can't even blame yourself for this. It was only my own decision." The young man says that it also helped him understand from his own experience what his grandfather had previously said about strength and danger. During the battle, his life hung in the balance, and he found himself in a strange place where a man told him he had been waiting all this time. When we got out of there, an elemental ability of primal chaos awakened in me, which changed everything dramatically. After telling his grandfather all this, Chen Jil asks him if he knows what is happening with this power and where it comes from. The old man replies that elemental abilities usually awaken in a completely different way, and that this is an extremely unusual case. He also says that he has only read about this power of primordial chaos in ancient books and has never encountered it before. When the boy hears this, he thinks that what was in that book might suddenly help him understand what is happening, and the man began to tell him about a very old legend that had been passed down from generation to generation for centuries. The old man said that tens of thousands of years ago, an evil god descended to Earth, bringing suffering to the people. Murder, chaos, and evil filled the world, but this god was too powerful, and people simply could not resist him. When the people were completely desperate, a hero named Hesiod appeared. He possessed the power of primordial chaos to fight. The hero gathered a group of volunteers who were ready to fight this evil deity to save the world. The war lasted for several decades, and finally, the god was defeated, and his soul was locked away forever. But the hero had to pay a terrible price for this victory. He had to remain in that place forever. And Chen Jil asks if the man he met there could be this legendary hero. The old man pondered these words, thinking that if this guy really had mastered this ancient power, then it is quite possible that everything is exactly as it seems, and he met the spirit of the ancient hero Hesiod. The granddaughter, who suddenly appeared, asks what everyone is talking about, as lunch has been ready on the table for a long time. The old man smiles without showing it and says that it's fine. Now everyone should go eat together at the big table. The old man tells the young man that it is better not to discuss this topic with anyone else until they have figured it out. Chen Jil understands that he is indeed in some kind of danger in this situation, so he needs to be extremely careful with information. When everyone sits down at the table, there is a huge amount of different food on it. Salads, fish, meat, fruit, and other delicious dishes. The guy turns to the girl and sincerely tells her that she is a real miracle in the kitchen. Everything is incredibly delicious. She modestly says that she just helped a little, and that the real master is someone else, pointing her finger at someone in the corner. As it turns out, it is the same orc prisoner who cooked all this delicious food for the large company at the table. Rahidler, as this monster is called, asks in surprise what he is doing here, since he was an enemy in the cave just a moment ago. The monster calmly says that his grandfather brought him here and decided to give him a chance at a new peaceful life. And this monster acts as if nothing ever happened between them, saying, "Brother, sit down at the table." The grandfather explains that they know almost nothing about what is happening in the desert, but this orc knows his way around there very well. The little girl likes this monster. She climbs on him, on his face, and starts playing with him like a big toy. Chen Jil asks what happened to the guys who were with him in the cave, since they fought side by side. Sally says that Grandpa sent them to a doctor to have their wounds treated, and then we can all have lunch together and celebrate. And of course, the guy was happy that everything ended so positively for all the participants of the dangerous expedition to the lair. And so they all sit together at a large table, talking about how delicious and beautifully prepared the food is. At that moment, someone is watching them closely from a cliff that surrounds their peaceful village on all sides. It was the chief wizard Hicks himself, standing on top of the cliff and staring intently down at what was happening. A subordinate respectfully approaches him and says that, "Sir, the stranger is indeed with the old man in the village." The sorcerer says that is enough for today. Return and report everything you have seen to our Supreme Lord immediately. And so the black dragon flies swiftly across the purple sky, cutting through the air with his lightning-fast wings and piercing the clouds. From this dragon emanates and shines a powerful fiery energy that illuminates everything around it with an ominous red light. This is the so-called underground world, full of secrets and dangers, where dark forces and powerful rulers reign. A guy with long white hair stands on a marble balcony, calmly looking at rare blue roses in the garden. And then this huge black dragon gracefully lands on the ground in front of the palace, folding its mighty wings. The guy with light hair turns to the newcomer and says, "Argos, you've finally arrived with important news." The dragon respectfully says that, "Hades, my master, how did it happen so suddenly that you decided to call me?" Hades says that he no longer senses Fenrir's energy from the desert. Most likely, he is no longer alive. When the subordinate hears this, he wonders how it is possible that such pathetic creatures could have killed him in battle. A serious conversation ensues between them about how they need to find out exactly what is happening in the desert with the plans. The subordinate respectfully says that he understands the order perfectly, and will immediately go there to find out everything about the situation. At that moment, Boban boasts that it's cool, and that he would like to kill this lord himself, and become a hero of the entire desert. Chen Jil replies that if he went there now, the guy would have to go and retrieve his corpse. Sally curiously asks how he got his elemental ability in the first place, as it is quite amazing. The guy honestly replies that he doesn't know for sure, and what abilities priests usually get in this world. The girl explains that most often they receive the power of light, but she has also met some with the power of fire or water, for example. Chen Jil responds that he understands, and thinks that he probably just has the most common power of light and nothing special. The guy lied about this because he remembers that his grandfather asked him not to tell anyone that he possesses the power of primordial chaos. And when they finally reach their destination, the girl smiles and says that they have finally arrived. This is the very infirmary where the boy's comrades from the battle are now lying, recovering from serious injuries. They quickly try to go inside to visit their friends and find out about their condition. Chen Jil hopes that his comrades are really all right and worries about their condition. The guy takes a step forward and suddenly feels a strange green energy enveloping his body. A bright green magical seal appears around Chen Jil, pulsating and spinning. The young man wonders what it is, where it came from, and what it means for him. Then his friends come up to him and ask him what he's doing standing there and why he's not moving. But when the girl turns around, she sees that he is not there, which is very strange and incomprehensible. Chen Jil appeared in a completely different room, not understanding what had happened or how he got there. How did he end up here? And where are the people he was just with? Where did everyone suddenly go? Hicks, who appears behind him, says not to be afraid, that he used teleportation magic to move him to a safe place. This wizard says he is the guardian of this city, and congratulates Chen Jil, saying that only the best are honored to be in this place. Chen Jil replies that he was just going about his business and asks why he was transported here against his will. The man says he knows that the guy killed the Monster King, so he wants to offer him to join their organization. When Chen Jil hears the offer, he says that he is not interested in it at all, and apologizes for his frankness. The Guardian thinks he has just told the old man that they won't be able to get this guy and that they have wasted their time. Then the Guardian coldly says that he sent assassins after your friends to force them to cooperate. So I'm giving you one last chance. If you refuse, then I'll kill you right here and now. Chen Jil gets angry and says that he's giving them one last chance, and if he doesn't see his friends unharmed, he'll destroy them all. Hicks, who heard this threat, immediately materialized a sharp sword in his hand, preparing for a serious battle with the man. At that moment, the townspeople are happily spending time in front of the infirmary, unaware of the impending danger. Sally and Boban did not understand where their friend had suddenly disappeared to, so they agreed to search the entire city for Chen Jil together. Boban immediately noticed a strange, suspicious smell in the air around the clinic, which made him wary. The guy seems to have suddenly realized what this ominous scent is, and shouts a warning to the girl. The girl did not have time to react to the warning, and her hair was enveloped in smoke from a strange dark energy that surrounded her body. A black shadow simply grabs her by the waist and begins to drag her away from safety. The guy wanted to save the girl, quickly jumped towards her and grabbed her to prevent the evil forces from carrying his friend away. Boban presses Sally close to him to protect her, and uses his fiery power to repel the dark magic attack. The guy asks the girl if she's okay, and she thanks him for saving her from a terrible fate. They look at the enemy, and the guy says angrily, "How dare you attack us? You'll pay for this now." The companions see a stranger in a black robe standing before them, exuding an ominous aura of death. This stranger carries 3 different weapons on his shoulders, ready to fight any enemies. Chen Jil is currently fighting the city's guardian, who is delivering a series of quick and precise blows. He is doing this while holding a child in his arms, and at one point, accidentally drops the baby while dodging an attack. The young man runs as fast as he can to catch the baby before she hits the hard floor. Chen Jil presses her against his body and falls to the ground with her, protecting the child with his own body. The young man thinks that with a child in his arms, he will definitely not be able to fight effectively against an experienced magician. The little girl doesn't even understand what's going on around her, just calling him daddy and clinging to his clothes. From her reaction, the guy realizes that the girl even likes what is happening, seeming to perceive it as a game with her dad. Hicks turns to the guy and says that he's not bad, much stronger than the sorcerer could have imagined at first. Chen Jil says, "What we did to you, you want to kill us just because we're going to destroy the monsters?" When the city guardian hears this, he falls silent for a few seconds, thinking about how to answer his opponent's direct question. Then Hicks burst into loud, contemptuous laughter and said that destroying the monsters was naive. It seems that this old man didn't tell you the whole truth about this place and its dark secrets. The city's inhabitants actually have a contract with these monsters, sending them people to satisfy their hunger. That's why the old man didn't object to this. They sacrificed the weakest for the sake of peace in the city. When the guy heard this, he thought, did they never even consider leaving this desert? They just found an excuse to send people to their deaths. The sorcerer replied that the guy wasn't that stupid. It was obvious. It was actually a good plan. Maybe he should join the administration. These monsters were placed in the desert by a powerful god, and the inhabitants cannot defeat them without sacrifices. Hicks says that he doesn't know what your grandfather is thinking if he has decided to challenge a powerful god, because nothing will come of this venture. Chen Jil resolutely began to say that it doesn't matter if it's a human, a monster, or even some god. He will kill absolutely everyone who stands in his way. When the sorcerer hears this, he contemptuously says that he is actually an arrogant and conceited young man with no experience. The guy carefully put the baby down on the ground and said to be careful. He needed to deal with this despicable scoundrel. Chen Jil feels his eyes begin to glow with a divine light and realizes that now he will show the true power of primordial chaos. Hicks says ominously, "Don't worry. After I kill you and this little devil, I'll bury you both in the same grave." But while the sorcerer was uttering this threatening phrase, the young man simply ran towards him and struck him in the solar plexus with his powerful fist. It was an insanely powerful blow, causing the city guardian to spit blood from internal injuries. Hicks looked at the guy and saw his crazy determination, and that the young man had no emotion on his face, only cold rage. The wizard sees a huge number of punches coming at him, unable to even react to the speed of his opponent's attacks. It's a miracle that Hicks is still standing after such powerful blows, which could have killed an ordinary person. After that, the guy simply knocks him out, throwing him against a stone wall with incredible divine energy. Chen Jil did this with only his fists, without any additional weapons or magic spells to enhance his power. Hicks, who took all those blows, lying on the ground and bleeding profusely, begins to suffocate from the pain. But it's too late when the sorcerer comes to his senses. Thinking in horror about what is happening to his body, the guardian wonders who this guy is and where he got so much incredible physical strength. At that moment, people on the street are shouting that there is a fight and that everyone needs to run away before they get hurt. There is a huge yellow explosion that appears out of nowhere, lighting up the entire street with bright light. It is Sully using his firepower, which releases powerful tongues of flame straight from his hands at the dark stranger. The powerful stream of fiery energy simply knocks the stranger, who was attacking them in a black cloak, off his feet. Boban is not far behind his friend, moving incredibly fast and skillfully maneuvering around his opponent to attack. The guy decides to use his power with a shadow strike to deliver a crushing blow to the enemy and end the fight. But when the weapons collide with the enemy, the blades simply clang together, creating sparks from the contact of metal. Boban shouts to his friend that they should now try a joint attack against this stubborn enemy. The girl lands on solid ground, realizing that she has one last chance to end this dangerous battle. She shouts loudly that she will use the fire dance, the most powerful technique in her arsenal. A huge stream of fiery energy bursts out of her hands like a hammer, illuminating everything around her with a bright red light. Another very bright explosion follows, after which nothing can be seen due to the smoke and fiery glow. The girl has clearly expended almost all of her energy on this attack and can barely stand on her trembling legs from exhaustion. She is very surprised by what she sees, thinking that it is simply impossible, since she hit her opponent directly. Boban himself is also in complete shock at what he sees, wondering how this is possible after such a powerful attack from his ally. The warriors do not understand that it was all just a clever double, and the real enemy suddenly appears behind the girl, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Her comrades are terrified, wondering what to do in this critical situation. They have no time for anything, not even a defensive reaction. Suddenly, someone lands swiftly in front of the stranger, flashing with divine light and protecting his friends from certain death. Chen Jil, as always, arrives just in time to help, and prepares to deliver a crushing blow to this dangerous stranger in a cloak with his foot. But the man in the dark robe simply dodges the attack at the last moment, demonstrating incredible speed and agility in battle. Chen Jil angrily says that he doesn't care who they are or what their goals are, but they dared to attack his dear friends. The young man turns to his opponent and says firmly that he should not even think of expecting mercy or compassion from an angry warrior. Chen Jil's face shows genuine malice and unwavering determination to protect his comrades at any cost, even his own life. A sinister black energy begins to materialize from the enemy's body, enveloping the entire space around him in darkness. Sally turns to the guy and excitedly asks where he was, why he disappeared so suddenly, and that they searched all over the city for him. Chen Jil says that it's a very long story, and that he'll tell her everything in detail later. But for now, they should go back home to his grandfather. The guy says that Grandpa might be in great danger right now, and that they need to check on him immediately. The grandfather, who is standing at home, thinks and searches an ancient book for important information about the power of primordial chaos and its purpose. The old man thinks about an ancient prophecy, and that when gods and demons come to Earth, the world will be plunged into complete darkness. The grandfather reflects that only those who possess the power of primordial chaos will be able to save this world from certain destruction. The three friends finally return home and are sincerely happy to see their grandfather alive, unharmed, and safe. He asks them in surprise why they returned home so quickly, and whether they managed to get to the hospital to see their comrades. They tell him in detail that they were attacked by unknown people right outside the hospital. The old man says seriously that the man the boy met was a wind wizard, and the others most likely encountered Lucius, a dark wizard. The most interesting and important thing is that they are all guardians of this city, and possess incredible magical powers. When Boban hears this, he is surprised, and asks why the guardians suddenly decided to attack them. The old man explains that they are all heroes who came to the desert several hundred years ago, and founded this city. At that time, the desert was scarier than the underworld itself, with monsters ruling the entire territory and killing people. People had to not only constantly hide from the monsters, but also fight each other in order to somehow survive in hell. And when the people were drowning in despair, a group of heroes appeared, gathered the people, and led them to an oasis in the middle of the desert. Our desire to leave this desert may be seen by the Guardians as a serious threat to the established order, and Chen Jil asks why his grandfather, who knows perfectly well the price of innocent lives in this world, remained silent. Boban, upon hearing this shocking information from the young man, cannot believe his ears and asks what kind of terrible things he is talking about. Chen Jil seriously says that the Guardians have a contract with the monsters to maintain this fragile world, and they sacrifice innocent people regularly. The young man asks a painful question. "Grandfather, why didn't you tell us the whole truth from the beginning, hiding such important facts?" Chen Jil continues with the question. "Do you really think that your well-being and safety are more important than the lives of these defenseless, innocent people in the city?" Boban starts shouting and indignantly says that his grandfather would never have agreed to such a cruel agreement, because he was one of the 12 heroes. But the grandfather stopped the young man and said heavily that it was enough, that it was the truth, and that he had remained silent when the Guardians made this inhumane decision many years ago. Everyone in the room is deeply shocked by this revelation, especially the old man's beloved granddaughter. The old man replied sadly, "Imagine you are faced with an impossible choice. You can save your loved ones or complete strangers." He believes that absolutely everyone would choose the former without hesitation, because only our closest loved ones are truly family. The Guardians used this human emotion as a particular weakness to put pressure on the old man's conscience. If he tried to interfere with their plans, they would simply kill all his loved ones without regret or remorse. Grandfather says that if it were only his own life at stake, he would rather die than do something like that. If he was strong enough to sacrifice his loved ones and still act according to his conscience, why make such a painful choice at all? Chen Jil understands that his grandfather decided he was powerless to resist the Guardians and thus protect his loved ones, so he made a compromise. Boban is angry and says how dare he talk like that, how dare he look down on their grandfather. But Chen Jil asks him a counter question. If he had to choose between saving the boy and his granddaughter, what would he do? After this painful question, there was a very real, oppressive silence in the room. No one knew what to say. The old man really didn't know how to answer such a direct question. He just stared at the floor in silence, thinking about the past. Chen Jil said, "I'm sorry, Grandpa, but that's just the way I am. If I've offended you, I sincerely apologize for my harsh words." To which the old man replied that he was the one who should apologize, that he had already come to terms with being stuck here forever in this desert. The people closest to him were his granddaughter and Boban. They were no longer children, and he should have told them the bitter truth from the very beginning. So if you don't want to risk your lives, don't worry. The old man has a plan to protect the family from the revenge of the city's Guardians, and now the time has come. Everyone understands that the moment has arrived to truly stand up against these corrupt Guardians for the sake of justice. This must be done first and foremost, for the sake of all the unfortunate people, for our freedom and the well-being of future generations. The old man himself understands perfectly well that the long-awaited time has come for decisive action against tyranny. All the heroes in the room abruptly rise from their seats and realize that they are determined to succeed, ready to make any sacrifice for the right cause. The old man seriously says that if they want to get out of this cursed city, a battle with the Guardians is inevitable. Hicks is the weakest of the four. The main problem lies with the other three powerful mages, Lucius, Sergio, and Dorpa. The strongest of them will be very difficult to kill, so the heroes don't have much time to prepare for the decisive battle. The old man warns that if they cannot defeat the Guardians in a fair fight, then there can be no question of searching for the sacred temple. The old man turns to the guys and says that he will prepare a special intensive training program for them, which will help them become much stronger and more experienced in battle. The old man emphasizes that whether they can escape from here depends solely on themselves and their persistent efforts in training. Chen Jil spent some time after this conversation, and now just lies on the green grass near the house, thinking about the future. The boy wonders how much time he has spent here. His mother must be missing him very much, but he tells her not to worry. He will return home soon. Then, a small child finally climbs down from the boy's shoulders and happily chases a beautiful butterfly across the grass around the house. The boy quickly grabs the little girl and tells her to be careful because there are cliffs and she could fall. Chen Jil tells the little girl not to cause any more trouble, because if she falls, they will both die from systemic punishment. The guy thinks that he gained a lot of experience for killing the Monster King, but in the end, his level only rose to 10, and he still needs to distribute 50 skill points. Chen Jil knows that using the power of Primal Chaos and the skill Total Destruction instantly consumes 90% of his health, but he has too little health left, and can be killed with literally one hit. Fortunately, the young man has the Berserk skill, which can be used immediately after activating Total Destruction to quickly restore lost health in battle. In essence, the healing ability is useless right now, so it's best to focus on offensive skills for now. Once he gains a more powerful healing ability, he can work on balancing his skills. And Chen Jil thinks, okay, in that case, that's exactly what he'll do. During battle, he should first activate the Complete Destruction skill, and then immediately activate Berserk. Then the guy noticed that he had received a new notification. He thought it was strange, wondering what it could be in this world. There are 100 messages from a user with the nickname Sweetheart, which both surprises and alarms the guy. Chen Jil knows that this nickname belongs to his girlfriend from school named Xiaomei, with whom he has been in contact for a long time. The guy wonders how this is possible, why a message from this girl suddenly appeared in the game world where he is. The young man wonders if he can really contact the real world through the system and wants to see what the messages say. Chen Jil sees a message saying, "Hey, you're here. I'm waiting for you near the church in the newbie village. Don't even think about being late," and many other urgent messages like that. The girl thought that the guy was ignoring her on purpose, so she continued to write him a huge number of messages asking him to reply and explain where he was for so long. She explained in detail that today a bald man in black glasses came to school and said that Chen Jil and his mother were moving to another city, and the girl asks why he didn't say anything about it in advance. Xiaomei thinks that the boy is always online in the game, and wonders why his mother suddenly decided to move and why she didn't go to school herself to tell him the news. Chen Jil realizes that something is definitely wrong here. Perhaps his consciousness is in the game, and in the real world, his body is in a coma in the hospital. The guy thinks that since his mom decided to sell the house to put her son in a hospital in another city, it can't be true. Moving wouldn't make sense. The boy literally grabs his head and realizes that there is absolutely nothing he can do about this situation while he is in another world. Chen Jil pushes the little girl away and says irritably to leave him alone with his flowers, that now is not the time for games and entertainment. And of course, this greatly upsets the little child, who doesn't understand what is happening to his father. The little girl started crying loudly and saying that her father was a very bad man who didn't love her and hurt her. Chen Jil thinks she needs to be quieter, and most importantly, not cry. She should wait a little while until he figures out what's going on. But then the child opened her mouth so wide that it really scared the guy, foreshadowing something bad. An alarming notification appears, saying that they have upset the creature, so now they are subject to the harshest punishment from the system for cruelty. The guy doesn't understand why this is happening to him, and a notification arrives that he is being prepared for immediate teleportation to the place of punishment. Chen Jil is teleported to some hellish world where there is only red-hot lava and unbearable heat from streams of fire. A huge monster, the size of a 100-story building, can be seen slowly rising from the lava with a roar of rage. The guy turns to the child and says that he loves her very much. Please forgive him, trying to atone for his guilt towards the little girl. Then Chen Jil activates his transformation, picks up the child and says, "Well, let's start our fight anyway." At that moment, in the real world, it is already dark in the city, and the moon illuminates the hospital building where the wounded heroes lie. Bros stands by the window of the ward with his arms folded, thinking about what has happened and the team's future plans. The warrior thinks that it turns out his grandfather is also here, but why does he want them to be silent? What is the point and purpose of this? Bros says that his grandfather is one of the strongest warriors of lightning and thunder, so it turns out that he is also stuck here in this desert for a long time. The old man who came to the hospital earlier to see the young man says that he is no longer the warrior he once was, now just an ordinary old man. Bros says he can't believe he's talking to a legend and asks if there's anything specific they want from him. The yellow-haired guy realizes that it must be serious, since they came to him personally to talk. But the man says that it's nothing special, just that if anyone asks how Chen Jil defeated the Monster King, not to tell anyone anything. The guy then says that he doesn't quite understand why it needs to be kept secret from people, but he won't say anything to anyone. He gives his word. As he leaves, the old man says, "Thank you. I'm sorry to have bothered you again. I really hope you will be honest about this important matter." Bros thinks that even one of the 12 heroes is trapped in this cursed desert, and it's foolish to hope that they will ever get out of here. As he leaves, the old man says that if you want to get out, there is one way. You must find an ancient temple deep in the desert. They have already begun recruiting people for their expedition. If you are interested, come to my house to discuss it. Bros was deep in thought after this unexpected conversation with the legendary hero about the possibility of escape. But then his fellow assassin suddenly entered the room and said that it looked like his wounds had healed after treatment. The warrior replied that there were excellent healers here who had helped him recover, but so much had happened that he felt uneasy about the events. So Bros decided to ask his comrade if one of the 12 heroes had also come to him and told him about some temple. The assassin was surprised to hear this, and said that one of the 12 heroes had actually visited the hospital. Bros then said that yes, he didn't recognize him at first either, but he really is an example for the current generation of warriors. His friend said that he had recently read about someone who had crossed the Black Sea alone and defeated a troll, but ended up locked up here. It turns out that the 12 heroes are not just a name, but the 12 strongest people in the entire known world. In our world, every 5 years, competitions are held for the title of the strongest, and each city and brotherhood sends 5 heroes. The 12 best teams advance to the finals, where the strongest is chosen, and no matter who wins or loses, they are all considered heroes. And all of this is truly breathtaking. All the feats they perform for the sake of the people. The warriors still think about their comrade Chen Jil, whose strength is simply incredible, and they can never compare to him. And then the tragic story of the 12 heroes and what happened in the desert resurfaces from the past. One of the heroes was fighting a monster, who activated his terrible clawed hands for a deadly attack. Sally's parents were there, wonderful people, and her mother looked very much like her beloved daughter. This terrible monster simply took one swing and slit their throats, killing them instantly with no chance of survival. The heroes were powerless to save them, and the girl's father immediately lost his sight from the shock. The girl's mother immediately began to faint from the horrific sight of her loved ones' deaths. Morris and Luna were the names of the girl's parents, who tragically died in that battle with the monsters. Therefore, the old man decided that he and his granddaughter must leave this cursed desert forever. The grandfather spent so many years in regret, unable to come to terms with it all, telling himself that this was his punishment. And the old man understands that there is no need to worry. He has taken care of Sally, and now she has magical protection, the barrier of Lord Groom. Therefore, if Sally finds herself in mortal danger, the magical barrier will immediately activate, and even the gods will be completely unable to harm the grandfather's beloved granddaughter. And so Chen Jil's task in the hellish dungeon was successfully completed. And the young man thinks that it feels like the punishment was much harsher than last time. And then the young man received a warning notification that the monster's strength gradually increases with each attempt at the penalty trial. The guy was in complete shock, thinking that with each trial, it would indeed become more and more difficult to pass. Chen Jil thought that for completing a difficult task, he would be given a more or less decent weapon or ability with which he could look after this child. And this little girl kept repeating the same phrase, "I am a bow, I am a bow." And the guy realized what it might mean. Chen Jil asked her, "Wait, can you really see the game screen of the system, just like the guy in this world?" The guy realizes that his grandfather and his friends can't see the system, but why is this child able to? The young man asks if she can see the system screen, if she knows anything, if she can help him get a message from his girlfriend. Chen Jil realizes that it's probably useless to ask her anything, almost certain that she read the message thanks to this child. Just as the young man was deep in thought about the system and its connection to the real world, someone called his name. The young man sees that it is his friends Bo Ban, Sally, and his grandfather with Bros and the assassin, a whole group of friends. The guy immediately got up from the grass and said happily, "Wow, did you all really come here to visit me?" Chen Jil even noticed his recent comrades in arms, with whom he had fought against the Lord in the dungeon just a short time ago. Bros said, "Of course you didn't come to visit us at the hospital, so we decided to come to your house ourselves." The guy said that he had run into serious problems yesterday, so he had to rush back and couldn't come to see them. Bros responds with understanding, saying that of course he understands perfectly well, and knows that there are unforeseen circumstances in life. Chen Jil says that he is so glad that you are okay after your treatment. But why did you suddenly decide to come at all? Sally explains that it's to join the expedition team, and also asks who the child is, if it's really his daughter. The guy immediately feels very uncomfortable with such a direct question, and says that she is not his child, of course. Chen Jil didn't even know the child's real name, so he decided to make one up and called her Yaluka for everyone present. Boban says that it's enough to waste time on this, that maybe they didn't come here to chat. And then they all start talking at once, saying, "Hey, why can't we just talk calmly like normal people?" The old man started laughing so hard that tears came to his eyes from sincere joy and happiness. Chen Jil asks the old man what's going on, why he suddenly decided to laugh so hard at the situation. The old man replied that it was nothing, that it had never been so lively and fun here before, so he was just really happy to see everyone together. The old man's granddaughter was overjoyed to see her grandfather so happy and cheerful for the first time in countless years spent in the desert. Chen Jil suddenly noticed that the smile had faded from the old man's face, and the boy felt that something had changed in the mood. The old man then said seriously that they should enjoy themselves while they could, because very soon there would be very hard training for everyone. Bros replied that it sounded scary, sir, and asked how he planned to train them for the upcoming battles. The man replied that scary was not a strong enough word for what they were about to go through in the near future. The old man says that you are facing a very difficult test, and he thinks that not even every hero will have enough strength and endurance to get through it. All these young people wonder if even heroes would be able to handle such training. But the old man says that in any one-on-one battle, physical strength, reaction speed, and endurance are the most important qualities of a warrior. If you want to defeat your enemy, you need to find their weak spot. Even a small mistake in a single second can change everything. And then the old man made an exact copy of each of the students using cloning magic for training. All the students look at their copies in amazement, marveling at how accurate and realistic they are in every detail. The man goes on to say that in a team battle, coordination, harmony, and understanding each other are much more important. The old man says that this artifact was made by the Archmage specifically for training warriors before competitions, so don't be afraid, the doubles can't hurt you. The old man explains that once you receive fatal damage, you are out of the competition and can no longer attack opponents or doppelgangers. He says that in that case, our intensive training begins right now, so get ready for the test. The sun is already setting, and Rahidler asks the old man what he will cook for dinner and if he has any food preferences. The orc turns to the little child Yaluka and says, "You little devil, you better stay away, or I might accidentally hit you while I'm cooking." The old man replies that he doesn't think that's enough, that he should cook for at least 20 people, as there will be a lot of people. When the orc hears this, he says in surprise, 20 people? Are we having guests for dinner tonight? But at that moment, all of his companions, exhausted from their grueling training, enter the house, tired but satisfied with the results. The old man asks what's going on. "Why are you so tired so quickly? He thought you would last longer in the fight with the doppelgangers." And then the grandfather says that the most important thing to remember is that you must prepare exactly 20 portions for everyone present. Soon, a delicious meal was served with various salads and fish, and all the dishes looked appetizing and tasty. After eating, Chen Jil held out his empty plate and immediately asked for seconds, as he was very hungry. The orc said that it was fine, of course. He would bring everything right away, and he was glad that everyone liked the food. Grandfather said that they were all very good, defeating their doubles in half an hour, and asked how they liked his training. Everyone just remained silent, because the training had been hellishly hard and exhausting for them, both physically and mentally. Seeing their dejected reaction, the man asked what was wrong, what they didn't like about training with their doubles. And the grandfather saw the burning, angry eyes of his students, who were looking straight at him with silent reproach for such trials. His granddaughter said that they hadn't even had time to do anything, as the doubles had defeated the team in a mere half hour. Chen Jil understood that it was like a game where players fight against real opponents, not monsters, but doubles who can think. When the battle began, the doppelgangers immediately scattered in different directions and took up strategic positions for attack. It turned out to be a clever trap, and the doubles simply prevented the team from moving, leaving the guy to watch as his double dealt with the others. So the battle hadn't even really started yet, when the team immediately lost the decisive battle against the copies. The old man said that it was not bad, that he had managed to analyze the situation correctly, and that, as he had said, the outcome of the battle was clear almost immediately. Grandpa says that in so-called team combat, it's not the strength of an individual that matters most, but the strength of the whole team, like in chess. The doubles are incapable of creative thinking. They simply analyze your abilities and, based on that, choose the most optimal strategy. The old man then said that the strategy they chose allows them to deal with a team of inexperienced newbies most quickly and effectively. Chen Jil understands that this is indeed true. It is more like a set of mathematical problems that are solved coldly. Therefore, in order to learn how to fight as a team, you also need to make the right decisions and understand the strengths of each team member. The old man says that's enough training for today. Tomorrow we'll try again. This time I'll fight with you. The old man says that now the most important thing is to get a good rest and gather strength for tomorrow. Chen Jil thinks at night that he understands that this is just training. But it's so hard when you see your comrades dying. The young man realizes that this won't work. He is still too weak to protect the people who are dear and important to him. These heavy thoughts give him no peace, and the young man is so upset by them that he cannot sleep. Chen Jil remembers when he was little, and his mother had the opportunity to get a good job, but she refused because she wouldn't be able to spend time with her son. At that time, his mother said, "Thank you, sir. Can I bring my son here on Wednesdays after lunch? He will wait until I finish work." The director said that your son would take the place reserved for customers, as Wednesdays are very busy in the office. The woman replied that he would not take up any space, that she would bring a chair so that he would not disturb anyone. The director said that a single mother, such a beautiful woman, shouldn't have to work so hard to support her family. He then began to say that you were free in the evening and would like to meet with you for a private conversation. But the woman firmly said, "I'm sorry, I'm just looking for a job." And little Chen Jil came over and hit the man in a very painful place. The guy started yelling, "Get away from my mom! Don't even think about hitting on her with those kinds of offers. She's a decent woman." The woman then tried to smooth over the awkward situation. apologizing to the man and saying that her son didn't understand what he was doing, that he was just a little kid. Then this insolent fat man rushed at the little boy, saying, "I'll kill you for your insolence, you little bastard." But the boy's mother grabbed the scoundrel by his fat arm, preventing him from getting close to her son to harm him. She, skilled in hand-to-hand combat, immediately pinned him to the ground with one swift movement, demonstrating her mastery. As she left, the woman proudly said that this job was definitely not for her if such unpleasant people without a conscience worked here. She apologized to her son and said that his mother had made a mistake in choosing this place today, and that she would treat him to ice cream. And the guy remembers this situation, that he swore then that he would always protect his mother from any danger and trouble. And then Chen Jil hears a mocking voice saying that he wants to protect others with such pathetic strength, that it's just ridiculous and naive. And the young man realizes that this is definitely the same mysterious stranger he met in that strange spiritual world before. The boy wonders how he can hear my thoughts, and why he doesn't answer direct questions. What kind of strange connection there is between them. Chen Jil turns to his child and asks if she has heard anything of what is happening around them. She hasn't heard anything. Could the young man be tired and starting to hallucinate from exhaustion and stress? But the young man looks at the child and sees her sleeping sweetly, curled up on his stomach. Chen Jil says that it's great that she's settled down, and how can he sleep with her lying on his stomach? And the guy noticed that she fell asleep very quickly, literally in an instant, as soon as she touched his body. The young man moved the baby into a more comfortable position and said, "Well, what am I supposed to do with you now?" Chen Jil wonders how his mother managed to raise him alone, without the help of his father or the support of relatives. The guy thinks, "Mom, don't worry, now I know exactly what to do. First, I have to become much stronger than I am now." The stranger says again that he managed to kill an incredibly strong monster, but today he simply messed up in the team battle. So the young man is actually very weak. That's how he can be described at the moment without exaggeration. When Chen Jil heard this, he thought that these doubles may be superior to ordinary monsters. But to him, they are just the same enemies. And so the guy simply found himself in another world, realizing that it was true, that you were a stranger, that he had imagined it. But the guy noticed that the atmosphere around him had changed. It turned out that he had been transported back to that mysterious place. This blonde stranger says that this is your spiritual world, that you ended up here as soon as you became my master, and we became bound together forever. The guy doesn't even know what a spiritual world is, so he asks the stranger for an explanation of this mysterious place where they meet. Chen Jil realizes that after being transported to this world, he has become significantly weaker physically, which is why his subordinate was only able to contact him now. The guy says that thanks to him, he was able to defeat the Monster King and return to the city. But why are flowers flying in the spiritual world? The mysterious stranger replies that he does not know for sure. But in the spiritual world, each person has what is most important to them. Chen Jil asks if these beautiful flowers are really the most important thing to him. But why does he feel nothing when he sees them? The man replied that he didn't want to think about such boring things, and that he hadn't come to answer questions. The stranger said that he had called the young man to do something very important for him, and his development as a warrior. You see, he is extremely interested in him becoming much stronger than he is now in this world. And then this man begins to glow brightly with powerful energy that shoots out of his body in all directions. He says that my strength has been restored by less than 1%. But that will be enough for me to understand how terrifying the power of primal chaos is. The power of primordial chaos that he can use is barely 1/100th of 1%, an insanely powerful force from ancient times. This stranger says that this is only in the best case scenario, and in reality, the percentage may be even less than it seems. But none of that matters for training. What matters is that the guy has to get stronger to survive future battles. And then the guy receives a notification about the test, that he needs to hold out for exactly 3 minutes in battle, and not lose to his opponent. The stranger asks if the young man is ready to take on this difficult task right now without delay. Chen Jil replies that it's only 3 minutes. Believe me, I can hold out for at least 300 minutes against any enemy. The young man undergoes his transformation, his hair turns snow white again, and he says, "Well, in that case, let's start the battle immediately." At that moment, in the main building of the city, Hicks says that yes, he is strong, but he was simply inattentive and did not have time to react. But another guardian replies that he doesn't have the same impression of the battle with the guy. This female guardian says that if that guy had shown everything he was capable of, they would now be collecting your torn corpse. Lucius turns to the Wind Guardian and asks what he is talking about, whether he is really that strong. The girl replies that she doesn't understand how such a nobody like that guy could have become the guardian of this city. Hicks replies that if she tries to say something like that again, she won't be able to defeat this mysterious guy either. But the girl simply slapped the scoundrel in the face for his insolent words, demonstrating her superior strength over him. The guardian arrogantly declared that she was ready to help the gentleman get rid of such a weak link in the powerful team of city defenders. Hicks was mad, knowing he couldn't do anything against the stronger guardian, who was way better at magic. But the guardian noted that the guy was actually very strong physically, but relied only on brute force, without thinking about strategy. If Mr. Dorp were here in the city, dealing with this group would be much easier and more effective for everyone. Another guardian reported that the old man had already begun gathering a team for an expedition, so he had considerable authority among the locals. The female guardian asked what the team should do about this threat to the city's dominance. Another guardian created a monster out of dark energy with his hand, a terrifying creature with glowing red eyes and sharp claws designed for killing. When everyone saw it, they were completely shocked, as they realized that this was truly a horror from the depths of the desert. This is a desert demon from China, a terrible monster that feeds on human flesh and knows no mercy toward living creatures. And now the guardian who summoned that monster has ordered him to go and kill the old man and his companions, showing no mercy to the children. The monster's eyes immediately glowed with a red, sinister energy, as if hellfire from the depths of the devil himself was burning within them. The demon leaped forward very quickly, opening its mouth with sharp teeth, ready to devour the first victim that came its way. Chen Jil, still in the spiritual world, continued to fight against this powerful enemy. There were only 2 minutes left until victory. The young man thought about how he had to avoid deadly attacks for 3 whole minutes to gain experience and become stronger. Then he would be able to handle any training his grandfather could come up with for the team in the future. Chen Jil wondered why his opponent wasn't actively pursuing him, and he had a very strange feeling that something bad was about to happen. And then, in the spiritual world, there was a huge destructive explosion that threw the boy back several meters with incredible force. But the young man stuck his weapon into the ground, which allowed him to stay on his feet and not fall into the abyss. Chen Jil realized that this was very unexpected and extremely dangerous, and that he had nearly died from the shockwave alone. After all this, the young man saw the ground in the spiritual world split in two, as if by an earthquake. The young man wondered if this was really called training, because now he would simply be killed with no chance of survival. The guy thought about how the Monster King's magic shield had given him half a second to react. Otherwise, there would have been nothing left but a wet spot. The enemy, this unknown man, asked if he wanted to avoid a fair fight by cowardly running away from the real battle. The blindfolded man said that he had managed to block the blow unexpectedly quickly, apparently underestimating his combat abilities. The stranger declared that cowardly behavior at that moment was absolutely unforgivable for a true warrior and hero. Chen Jil turned to the so-called teacher, asking what kind of strange training methods he was using, trying to kill his student. And of course, it was all a trick. The guy simply started running away after distracting his opponent with conversation and questions about his methods. The guy understood that he only had a little bit of time left, 2 minutes, or more precisely, 1 minute before the end of the test. Chen Jil turned around and suggested taking a short break because he wanted to rest just a little before the final stage. The teacher replied that the enemies would not let them rest, so constant attempts to escape were useless in real combat. So the stranger quickly jumped over to the other side and ended up behind the young man, ready for a surprise attack. The man said that this was the first lesson for today and swung his weapon to deliver a crushing blow. Chen Jil was in complete shock, wondering how the teacher had been able to move so quickly without making a sound. The guy thought, okay, you can't just run away from your enemy in battle. So Chen Jil swung his weapon and delivered a lightning-fast strike with maximum force and speed. The boy's weapon appeared, touching the teacher's throat directly, threatening to deliver a fatal blow to a vulnerable spot. But the man managed to jump into the air and dodge the attack thanks to his excellent reflexes and agility. The guy realized that fortunately it was just a physical attack, so the teacher was able to easily dodge the blow. But what interested him most was how the teacher had managed to get behind him, as he hadn't even seen him move at such speed. Chen Jil's ability would only recover in 5 minutes, so he only had to hold on for another 30 seconds to win. So the guy turned to the teacher and asked if he could take a short break, promising not to run away anymore. The man replied that it was fine, but only if he would explain what that unusual move in combat had been. The guy asked what technique it was, wondering if his teacher was referring to the lightning-fast strike he had just used against his opponent. The time was up, the task was completed, and the boy explained that when he activated his ability, it was as if a mechanism was triggered, and his body began to attack or defend itself. The guy replied that he had used a lightning strike, asking what the teacher meant by the word technique. The teacher said he didn't remember anything he had said, but he had a feeling he had seen that strike somewhere before. The guy asked if the teacher meant that someone had used this technique in the past. The man thought that everything seemed vaguely familiar, but he couldn't remember in which battle he had experienced similar feelings. The boy realized that it was true, because his grandfather had told him a legend, so he said that he thought he knew who the teacher really was. Chen Jil suggested that the teacher was a legendary hero, who had once defeated an evil god and saved the world from destruction. When the guy shared this information, he asked if the teacher remembered anything after hearing the story. And indeed, after hearing that name, the man was simply stunned by the sudden flood of memories from the past. The orc who lives with the old man is now sleeping soundly on the floor next to the stove, snoring loudly and breathing peacefully in his sleep. Boban, who is lying next to him on a straw mattress, thinks it's good that his grandfather brought this orc here, but wonders why he has to sleep in the same room. The boy gets up from the unbearable snoring and thinks that no, he can't take it anymore. He needs to find another place to sleep. But then Boban notices a strange dark energy in the air, slowly seeping through the cracks in the walls of the house. The young man immediately looks at it more closely and wonders what this strange, ominous smell is, reminiscent of rotting flesh. But then the young man realized with horror that this actually meant that mortal danger was approaching for all the inhabitants of the house. Boban immediately understood that something terrible was happening, and that this was no ordinary nighttime incident in the desert. Immediately afterwards, there was a powerful blow to the house, which shook all the walls and caused dust to fall from the ceiling. The orc, who had been sleeping soundly until that moment, thought that it must be an earthquake when everything around him began to collapse and fall on his head. But no. It was a huge monster that had been summoned by the city's guardians a little earlier to carry out a dark mission to eliminate the threat. The orc thought that if the destruction continued like this, there would be nothing left of him but bones. It was worse than an earthquake in the mountains. Looking around at the ruins, Rahidler doesn't understand why the house is falling apart and where all the other residents are. The orc anxiously asks Bobanya if he is okay and if he was hurt when the roof collapsed. Rahidler is worried and thinks that the guy might have been crushed to death by heavy beams, wondering what to do next in such a situation. And then, while he is thinking about this, a stone hits the orc in the face, leaving a painful bruise on his green skin. Rahidler angrily asks who is throwing stones in the middle of the night, whether they are looking for death or just entertaining themselves in such a strange way. But when the orc saw who it really was, his eyes widened in horror and fear at the incredible sight. A terrifying werewolf with glowing red eyes, 5 meters tall, stood amid the ruins of the house and growled menacingly. Boban rushed into battle without hesitation, leaping into the air and swinging his weapon to deliver the first blow. When the monster noticed the approaching young man, it turned around and tried to tear him to pieces with its sharp claws. Boban realized that in this case, there could be no mistake in identifying this terrifying creature. The young man looked at this terrifying monster and realized that it was most likely the very killer he had been searching for all these years. This was the very monster that had killed Boban's parents, and even after everything he had been through, the young man could not forget this nightmare. All these years, the young man trained day and night, driven by only one goal: to find and kill this monster. The orc watching all this from behind the debris wonders what the hell is going on, but the guy is so angry and enraged that he turns to the orc and simply tells him to get out of there immediately. This orc has never seen the guy in such a terrifying mood before, full of hatred and thirst for revenge for the past. Boban screams that he will tear the monster's skin into small pieces and pull all the bones out of its body for what it did to his parents. The young man was consumed by a real madness of revenge, breathing like a wild animal, ready to kill without mercy or regret. The young man rushes forward with his weapons and says, "Come on. Now the monster will die a painful death at the hands of his victim's son." The guardian of the city watches this bloody battle from her hiding place, saying that this plan for revenge is unfolding quite well according to the script. Hicks was also nearby and said that the guardian had said that this monster would only attack his grandfather's squad, and that the rest of the inhabitants would not be harmed, but that this was not turning out right. The guardian replied that she could see that Hicks had grown wiser in the meantime, but she had already summoned all the other monsters to carry out the complete plan of destruction. Therefore, the guardian ordered the Wind Guardian to deal with the guys who had recently joined the old man's expedition. The guardian declared that she would take care of the young priest, hoping that she could hold out for at least a few seconds in battle. And so the orc ran to the old man's house and shouted that there was a monster here, a terrible monster that was destroying everything. The old man quickly got up and woke up, asking what had happened during the night and telling him to tell him in detail everything that was happening outside. Rahidler reported that the master had better see for himself, as Boban was now fighting the monster in a deadly duel. The old man turned his sharp gaze toward the battle, wondering what kind of monster the guardians had sent. The old man looked toward the battle and saw a truly horrific fight unfolding between the young man and the desert demon. The old man thought in horror, wondering why this quiet night had been interrupted, and who dared to attack a family in their own home. The old man ordered the orc to go to Chen Jil and tell him to take care of his granddaughter's safety at all costs. The old man himself rushed forward with lightning speed to the battlefield to help Bobanya against his superior enemy. And so, in the spiritual world, the young man realized that only the true hero Hesiod had defeated the evil god, and imprisoned him in the dungeon of the realm of the dead. Chen Jil said that he was sure that the legendary hero was actually a stranger, which meant that the place from which he had been rescued was Tartarus. The young man asked the stranger if he could remember anything from his past after hearing his name and deeds. The stranger replied that he should believe him. His mind was completely empty, as if his memory had been completely erased by some unknown force. And the guy thought that this was illogical, because in all movies and comics, as soon as the heroes hear their names, their memories return immediately. This man said that he had no idea about this world, and that his name was just a way of addressing him. Therefore, even if the stranger was the hero, he still couldn't remember anything from his past life. But that trick made the man feel something familiar, something he had never felt before in this spiritual world. Chen Jil understood that the mysteries were only getting deeper and deeper. If the stranger was really this hero, how could he get his memory back? The man suggested fighting the guy again, using all the tricks he had in the hope that he might remember something from his past. Chen Jil heard a voice and realized that it was the voice of the little devil calling for help from the real world. And while the guy was in a coma inside the spiritual world, the guardian entered the room to carry out a dark task. The guardian began to approach the bed and say, "Don't be afraid, little one. I won't hurt you. I just need you to do something." But the little girl just kept repeating the same phrase over and over again, like a spell or a cry for help. Lucius, the guardian of darkness, says that if the little girl wants to join the dead so badly, then she can be killed right now without prolonged suffering. The little girl tries to escape as quickly as possible, crawling across the floor and hiding under the bed from the scary woman in black. A strange, powerful energy rises in the room, which greatly surprises the guardian and makes her wary of the unexpected phenomenon. A loud voice appears out of nowhere, saying that he is a little late but still ready for battle. Chen Jil, who suddenly appeared in the room, tells her not to cry, that he has fought enemies worse than this, speaking kindly to his child. And now the boy stands and looks intently at this dangerous girl, realizing that now there will be a serious battle not for life, but for death. At this critical moment, the entire city is engulfed in flames. All the houses are burning to the ground, and smoke covers the sky like a black shroud of death. The ordinary residents are screaming in terror, begging for someone to come to their aid and save them from the monsters. A small child cries bitterly over the body of his mother, who will never wake up again to hug her child. The terrible monster from the underworld continues to methodically deal with these defenseless inhabitants, enjoying their suffering and cries of despair. The largest werewolf stands over the body of a little girl, preparing to kill another innocent child. The monster opens its huge mouth with sharp fangs and prepares to feast on the fresh human flesh of its little victim. But then, an unexpected powerful triple lightning strike hits the monster, illuminating the entire street with bright light and deafening with the roar of thunder. It is an old man who strikes the monster with his magic and tells it menacingly that today, it will die for its evil deeds against the innocent. The old man grabs the frightened girl in his strong arms and asks her if she is all right after the monster's attack. After that, the old man realizes that he must save this child, but the monster is only angered by the attack and prepares for revenge. These monsters are terrifying, and there are several of them, all wanting to attack the old man at once and tear him to pieces. But then, unexpectedly, a huge blow from an unknown force hits the monsters, throwing them in different directions with incredible power. It is Bros, who has arrived just in time to help, and he asks in surprise why the monsters suddenly attacked this peaceful town in the middle of the night. The old man explains that a special magical barrier is usually set up around the city to prevent monsters from entering and harming the inhabitants. Therefore, judging by all appearances, the Guardians have simply grown tired of waiting, and the old man is willing to bet that the monster invasion is just a diversionary tactic. The old man tells the guys that the most important thing is to get to Chen Jil and kill him at any cost. So the old man turns to the warrior and the assassin, telling them that they must go to the city and help the civilians survive. The heroes must help all the people evacuate and bring them to the old man's house, where they can hide from the monsters behind magical protection. And so they excitedly ask the old man where he himself will go at this dangerous moment when the city is burning in flames. The man replies that he must go and try to restore the magical barrier that protects the city from the invasion of desert monsters. Bros says that there are monsters everywhere, and the heroes must go with the old man to protect him. The old man says that warriors must first and foremost take care of the peaceful inhabitants and their well-being. It is their sacred duty. The old man uses his mountain blade skill and quickly flies high into the air, heading toward the source of the magical barrier to restore it. At this critical moment, the Keeper of Darkness gently lands on the ground next to the house, ready for a decisive battle with the young hero. She turns to Chen Jil and says with a smirk that he seems to have become even faster than before, but that it's not enough. Chen Jil thinks that this is another enemy using the power of shadows, and that she seems to be the person in the cloak who recently attacked his friends. The guy says to the Guardian, "Hey lady, why did you suddenly decide to attack us in the middle of the night without declaring war?" When the Guardian hears this, she is completely shocked that someone would dare to call her such a derogatory and familiar name as Auntie. The guy himself thinks that if the team defeats the god, all the inhabitants will gain their freedom. So why do the Guardians want to get rid of the heroes at any cost? The Guardian explains that the Lord put so much effort into developing this city, and that there is no temple in the desert. Do the heroes really think they can defeat any of the Guardians? They are just weaklings with no real experience in serious combat. Chen Jil replies that no, the temple really does exist, and it doesn't matter who the team has to defeat, demons, enemies, or even God himself. The guy, undergoing his transformation, says that he will kill anyone who tries to prevent him from finding this sacred temple in the desert. The Guardian Lucius says that wow, the guy has the nerve to throw around such big words in front of a true master of dark magic. She materializes a sword in her hands, created from pure shadow and capable of cutting through even the strongest armor with a single stroke. The Guardian says that her magic is equal to that of the master himself, so the guy has no chance against her in battle. Lucius summoned wolves of darkness from a magical space, possessing incredible speed and excellent maneuverability for attacking the enemy. She orders these dark creatures to go forward, dear pets, and kill this insolent scoundrel without mercy or regret. And so, the pack of ferocious creatures rushed forward at Chen Jil with the intention of tearing the guy into bloody pieces. Chen Jil grabs his weapon and prepares to deliver a divine blow, a skill he has mastered through constant training. A huge amount of divine blue energy emanated from the boy's weapon, illuminating the entire street with a bright, unearthly light of power. Chen Jil kills all these creatures with a single blow, and the Guardian watches in amazement with her mouth wide open. Lucius thinks this is impossible for a mere mortal, so she decides to summon 3,000 shadow blades for a massive attack, and real shadows in the form of swords appeared in the air and headed straight for the guy, ready to tear his body to pieces. But the guy's ring, which he received as a reward for his exploits, begins to glow with a green mystical color of magical protection. Thanks to this magical artifact, Chen Jil was able to create a protective dome that blocked all of the enemy's attacks. The guy turns to the Guardian and says that this is all she is capable of, or that there is something else in the arsenal of dark magic. The girl is shocked, thinking that Chen Jil simply took the blades and dispelled them, truly underestimating the power of this young warrior. She lunges forward and says that it was a pretty good warm-up, but the real battle is just beginning. When Lucius jumps into the air, he replies that it was just a light warm-up before demonstrating the true power of darkness. There she is, sitting on the back of a huge creature, a large dragon of darkness with huge sharp teeth and claws. She says that now she is ready to show the guy her true power, which even the other guardians of the city fear. The guy's mission has been updated by the system. Now he must protect the city and all its inhabitants from an invasion of monsters and guardians. And these terrible monsters do not leave the peaceful people alone, but continue their bloody rampage throughout the city, destroying everything in their path. And these monsters are making their way through the cracked protective dome that was supposed to protect the city from any invasions from the desert. The guardian of the city tries to restore the magical barrier at this critical moment, using all his strength to repair the cracks in the defense. Meanwhile, the city guards fight these monsters, killing them one by one and protecting the defenseless inhabitants from certain death. These mad wolves are simply going crazy from the smell of blood and howling even louder, attacking everyone indiscriminately. People scream about how much more time it will take to repair the barrier, as monsters continue to arrive in waves from the desert. The Guardian replies that more monsters keep coming, and they can't repair the breach fast enough, their strength depleted from constant use of magic. The guards say that they must not stop, but defend the city at all costs, even at the cost of their own lives. The teacher tells his students to stop these monsters at any cost, that they must protect the peaceful inhabitants from slaughter. And so these young men stand in battle formation, raise their weapons, and say they will fight to their last breath. But nothing helps, and even more cracks appear in the protective dome, threatening to completely destroy the magical barrier. The students turn to their teacher, Damon, and tell him that this is a real disaster, that the barrier is collapsing faster than it can be repaired. Suddenly, they see a powerful bolt of lightning appear and strike the dome with incredible destructive force. Amazingly, the strike simply patched up the dome, as if the entire barrier had been restored instantly by divine magic. The guards realized that this was impossible. How could a single lightning strike heal the magical barrier? It is the old man, who stands majestically in the air, surrounded by electric discharges and the radiance of divine power. The disciples immediately recognized him as the legendary warrior from the 12 heroes sung about in songs. But the monsters, despite the fact that there are no holes left, continue to break through the barrier with new attacks. This heroic old man gracefully landed on the ground with the help of controlled lightning, ready for the decisive battle. The old man says that Commander Damon will handle the situation here, and that they should help the others patch up the remaining holes. Commander Damon replies that he understands, and that they should follow him to the next target to save the other defense positions. The old man is barely standing on his feet from exhaustion when he is swept away by a powerful gust of wind of unknown origin. A huge whirlwind of dark energy appears, which also amazes the monsters themselves, who do not understand what is happening. The vortex begins to slit the monsters' throats and chop their bodies into small, bloody pieces with incredible precision. Another man arrives, the one who started all this from the beginning, the real puppet master behind the scenes. People rejoice, realizing that it is Lord Dorp himself, the supreme ruler of the city and protector from all evil, who has arrived. But then these people began to notice cracks appearing in the asphalt beneath them, foreshadowing something terrible. Then a huge flash of hellfire burst from the cracks, and the residents were burned alive in excruciating pain. The old man wonders what this Mr. Dorp is doing, killing his own subjects for no reason. Dorpe coldly replied that he had given these nobodies the right to live on Earth, and that he could take that right away at any moment. The man, whose face is partly skeletal, says that this is what happens when someone tries to betray the supreme ruler. At that moment, Chen Jil fights against the Guardian, and shadow blades fly at him with the intention of cutting him to pieces. The young man manages to dodge every single projectile, moving very quickly and using all his skills to evade the attacks. Chen Jil looks away with his cold, monotonous gaze and thinks that now is the time to show his true strength against this enemy. He then quickly lunges forward at full speed, leaving only a trail of dust and energy behind him. At that moment, the Guardian, who was riding a huge monster, prepared for a decisive attack against the approaching enemy with her weapon. This huge beast has sharp fangs with enormous destructive power, capable of biting any enemy in half with a single bite. The guy isn't scared at all. His eyes are only on his enemy and how he wants to beat him in a fair fight. Chen Jil makes a powerful lunge with his legs, causing the ground to literally break and crack beneath him from the incredible force of the impact. The monster looks at the guy in bewilderment, not understanding what a mortal could possibly do against such a powerful opponent. Chen Jil swings his weapon like a true professional warrior, trying to inflict maximum damage on the monster with one precise blow. The Guardian wonders where a simple priest could have such incredible physical strength and speed. The huge monster lands heavily on the ground after such a powerful blow, shaking the entire street with its massive weight. The guy says it's better to just admit defeat and get out of the way while he still can. The girl indignantly asks what this insolent man is talking about, how he could possibly think he could defeat the Guardian of the city. She says to believe her, the master has already destroyed the city's protective barrier, so today all traitors will get what they deserve for their crimes. The guy replies that the Guardian is lying, that in fact his grandfather is currently fighting the Lord in a deadly duel. Chen Jil realizes that his grandfather's weapon is still with him, and without a weapon, the old man will certainly have a hard time in battle against such a powerful enemy. Therefore, the young man must deal with this dangerous woman as quickly as possible, and hurry to save his grandfather from certain death. Chen Jil realizes that he must now use his power to its fullest, and energy begins to pour out of his body in streams. The young man's ability of total destruction is activated, which consumes almost all of his health, but gives him incredible destructive power for the final blow. Lucius, looking at the young man, wonders if he has become even stronger than before, where this mortal could have gotten so much divine power. Therefore, the Guardian realizes that now is the time for her favorite move, to show the true power of dark magic against the enemy. Literally a second later, Chen Jil finds himself right in front of the girl, having covered the distance with the incredible speed of divine power. The Guardian did not expect such a quick movement from her enemy, and thinks with horror that no, such speed is impossible. But the guy strikes her with a lightning-fast blow, and the Guardian begins to bleed from her mouth from the internal injuries she has sustained. The Guardian asks in a weak voice why the guy didn't kill her completely, since she was completely defenseless against the attack. At first, Chen Jil didn't even know how to answer this unexpected question, as he himself didn't understand his motives for mercy. But then the girl simply began to fall down unconscious, struck down by the power of the young warrior's divine blow. And now, Dorp created even more hurricanes in the air, these whirlwinds developing very quickly and threatening to destroy the entire city. The old man was still in a deadly duel with this powerful villain, fighting for the life of the city. The old man leaps into the attack, so fearless that he throws himself at the enemy completely unarmed, relying only on his magical abilities. And now, two powerful energies collide in the air, creating incredible explosions and flashes of light. Dorpe sneers that he thought everything was the same as before, but believe me, that's long gone. That glorious hero is a thing of the past. Now he is just a pitiful shadow of his former greatness and power. And Dorp is a god who looks down from above at how small insects threaten his divine greatness and power. And these two powerful energies simply collide with each other, the old man not wanting to give up even in the face of imminent death at the hands of a god. Dorpe coldly says that the time has come to use the Windsong skill, the most destructive attack in the arsenal of divine abilities. A huge amount of compressed air appears, filling the entire space around them, ready to tear the enemy to atoms. The master watches this spectacle and smiles ominously, knowing that today he will win the final victory over the rebels. Dorp bids farewell to the hero, and says that today the old man is living the last seconds of his miserable life on this earth. After being struck, Lucius realizes that he can no longer continue the battle against this incredibly powerful enemy. The guardian falls to her trembling knees, her battered body shaking mercilessly from pain and exhaustion. She realizes that the guy could have easily killed her with a single blow, but simply chose not to for some reason. Lucius wonders why the guy suddenly decided to spare her. What inspired him to show such mercy to his enemy? She turns to Chen Jil and says that she wants to humiliate her, considers her unworthy of death, and thinks she is beneath the dignity of a warrior. Does the guy really think that the guardian will now crumble to dust in shame and admit her complete defeat before his strength? Chen Jil replies that she needs to calm down, that she is not needed, that there are more important things to do right now, and that next time he will strike her so hard that she will die. And the girl became even more angry at this humiliating situation, where she was being treated like an insignificant obstacle. Chen Jil thinks to himself that she is just an NPC, so why can't he kill her? Most likely, everything here is too realistic. This is the contradiction between the game and reality. In the game, you can kill without consequences. There is no responsibility for your actions. And now this guardian tells her that the old man is near the western barrier of the city, fighting the Lord in a deadly duel. But she warns that even if the guy and the old man join forces, the two of them still won't be able to defeat the Lord's power. Chen Jil responds that there is no need to worry about that, as he knows what to do against this enemy. The young man turns to his little child and says that they must act as quickly as possible to help his grandfather survive. So Chen Jil grabs the child and starts moving very quickly, saying that he is running to help his grandfather. At this critical moment, the old man's fight is still in full swing, and neither side wants to back down first. A very bright flash of divine energy ignites, greatly surprising the self-confident gentleman, who did not expect such resistance. Dorp was sure that he had killed the old man with his skill, but that was not the case. The hero was still alive and full of strength. A huge bolt of lightning strikes the villain straight in the face with the incredible destructive power of ancient magic. After that, even more energy hits Dorp's body, and he falls heavily on his back from the unexpected attack. The gentleman lands so hard that he breaks part of the building with his back, leaving a huge hole in the wall. It was a powerful attack from the old man, who put all his magical power accumulated over the years into it. After that, the old man decided to use his skill, Crushing Thunderclap, to finish off his defeated enemy once and for all. This enemy simply lies in the wall, pierced by his own body, unable to move from the damage he has received. The old man approaches Dorp once more, and simply punches the wall to end the battle once and for all. Everyone around shudders from his crushing blow, which shakes the foundations of nearby buildings to their very foundations. After that, the old man clenches his fist once more, but something seems to stop him from delivering the final blow. A huge stream of purple energy appears out of nowhere, enveloping the entire space in an ominous glow and foreshadowing the arrival of something terrible. Dorpe, who suddenly rises from the ruins, says that the pathetic old man is trying so hard for a bunch of insignificant insects, not understanding the futility of resistance. This villain says that it is fun to fight the old man, as he has not encountered such stubborn opponents capable of holding out for so long in a long time. But alas, the old man has no real chance of defeating a divine being in a fair fight today. As a reward for his efforts, Dorp will show the most terrifying power of a sorcerer of all 4 elements, which only gods possess. And so, the master summoned all kinds of spirits of earth, ice, air, and fire, and these huge monsters materialized from elemental energy. Bros, who is still fighting these werewolf wolves, sets them ablaze with his fire and tries to protect the peaceful inhabitants of the city. His fellow assassin is not far behind, using his shadow skills to deal with the monsters quickly and efficiently. They communicate with each other and say that there are no more of these terrible creatures left in the area. All enemies have been destroyed. Bros says that it seems like the old man has repaired the protective barrier and asks his friend how his wounds are doing. The assassin replies that everything is fine. He has never seen so many high-ranking monsters in one place at the same time. Yes, all these monsters are crawling out of every crack like cockroaches. It's hard to understand how the people who originally lived in these lands survived. They look at the destroyed city and talk to each other about all these painful topics, trying to understand the scale of the disaster. The warriors realize that the residents had to endure much worse things than what is happening now during the attack. Bros decides to urge his friend on, saying that they need to move on, as there are still monsters in the city center, and they need to help those who are fighting. Suddenly, they both hear a strange, frightening sound and immediately raise their heads warily, listening to the source. Never before had the warriors heard such a terrifying sound, which made their blood run cold with primal fear. This sound came from the terrible elemental monsters summoned by the Lord with his magical rings of the 4 elements. The assassin said that someone had summoned beasts of water and fire, and it was incredible how huge they were. Could there really be such a powerful sorcerer in the city? Although such magicians possess several elements, their power is weaker individually than those who have only one ability. Bros realizes that only one person can use several elements with such incredible power, the Lord of the city himself. During this battle, the old man flies across the battlefield like lightning, a true force of nature unwilling to surrender in the face of death. The old man feels that he must save the city's inhabitants at any cost, as this was once his true home. The old man is now fighting against a fiery monster, a real snake made of flames, summoned from the depths of the elemental world. The old man moves very quickly, like flashes of lightning, back and forth, not giving his opponent a chance to land a precise blow. The old man approaches the Lord and charges his fist with elemental energy, ready to deliver a triple blow with all his accumulated strength. The old man unleashed all his magical power, saying that now Dorp would die for all his evil deeds against innocent people. Dorp, of course, only laughs sinisterly, saying that he thought the old man was such a naive simpleton. But this exceeded all expectations. And right in front of the old man's face appears a huge fist the size of a building, which is about to crush him into a pancake. The old man is like a bolt of lightning, and at the last moment, he manages to dodge the elemental giant's wild, deadly blow. The old man thinks that's good, in which case he'll deal with the earth monster first, and then take care of the rest of the summoned creatures. So, with his fist and lightning skill, Grandpa strikes the monster first, putting all his accumulated magical energy into the attack. The old man puts a lot of strength into it and says that he asks it to disappear at least now and today, to leave the city alone. The old man jumps into the air and seems to have even managed to kill the earth monster with one powerful blow. But then the old man realizes that he has simply been grabbed by the water monster, which has wrapped its liquid arms around him and is trying to drown him. The old man thinks about what to do in this critical situation, trying to break free and survive this trap. A huge amount of water lashes and lashes around him, and the old man now seems to be drowning in an endless ocean of elemental magic. But then Grandpa simply jumped to a nearby rock, using the last of his strength to escape the water trap. The old man did not expect such a turn of events. His pupils turned white from shock and exhaustion of magical energy. But what's even more terrifying is that this earth monster is still alive and ready to continue its attack on the exhausted old man. The monster tried to grab the old man with its stone hands, but it couldn't because of how fast he was. Although the old man was slightly scratched by the claws, his body was now covered with numerous deep, bleeding scratches. Dorpe says that yes, the old man was able to dodge such an attack, which is truly impressive even to a divine being. But the old man is just an ordinary old man now, not the warrior who single-handedly defeated a troll in his distant youth. Dorpa, on the other hand, has a young body and limitless abilities. Does the old man envy such strength and youth? The old man says that the master sold his soul to the devil in exchange for unlimited power, kissing the ass of the so-called god. Therefore, the old man says that perhaps Dorp is simply jealous of ordinary people who have retained their humanity and souls. When the master hears this, it hits him where it hurts the most, and he starts yelling furiously for him to shut up. Dorpe cannot believe that someone would speak to him like that, so he uses his shadow magic to bid the old man farewell forever. A purple lightning bolt literally strikes the old man's body, piercing it through with the destructive energy of dark magic. After that, the gentleman pulls the body toward him using his magnetic power, preparing for the final blow. With a sadistic smile on his face, Dorp says that now he will crush the old man like a cockroach. The master will tell the townspeople that it was the old man who damaged the barrier, and that Dorp simply killed the traitor and saved everyone from danger. The old man is already preparing to accept his death, realizing that there is nothing he can do against the divine power of his enemy. Chen Jil flies like lightning, knowing that the old man needs urgent help, otherwise he will die at the hands of the tyrant. The young man manages to reach them and strikes the villainous lord, who is thrown aside by the unexpected attack of the young hero. The blow simply throws Dorpa back with all his strength, his back against the rock. So powerful and unexpected was the blow from the young warrior who appeared as a savior at the critical moment. The old man is in complete shock that the young man managed to do everything so quickly and save him from certain death at the hands of the tyrant. Dorpa, lying in a pile of rocks and dust, wonders who this bold mortal is who dared to strike a divine being. Chen Jil carefully asks the old man if he is all right, and the old man says and asks why the young man is here, that he should be safe. The young man explains that the guardian told him everything about how this gentleman was going to kill his grandfather here, so he ran to help as quickly as possible. The grandfather turns to the young man and says that he should not risk his life. Even if he had a sword, he would not be able to defeat such a powerful enemy. Besides, the old man says he is no longer the warrior he was in his youth. He is now an old man, and his body has become much slower and weaker. Therefore, the old man tells the young man that he has set up an evacuation portal near the garden, and that they need to take all the guys and run away from there immediately, while there is still a chance. But the young man responds resolutely that he would not even consider it, that he would never abandon his grandfather alone against such an enemy. Chen Jil says that everyone here is almost like family to him, so he has no intention of leaving anyone here to fend for themselves. The young man says that under no circumstances should they abandon their beliefs and blindly submit to this cruel fate imposed by a tyrant. The young man says that they will definitely defeat the enemy and then go in search of the sacred temple, as they had originally planned. Chen Jil says that after all this, they will definitely find a way to escape to the real world and leave this desert forever. The old man looks extremely concerned by the young man's bold words, realizing that he does not understand the scale of the danger they face. Dorpe laughs ominously and says that the heroes really think they can get out of here alive after such insolence against God. The real horror unfolds in the sky, as countless red and purple energy gather into a huge destructive mass above the city. There is a huge blow that is simply impossible to describe in words. So powerful and destructive is it for all living things around. After delivering this blow, Dorp slowly descends from the sky, and the entire city begins to burn even more fiercely in hellish flames. Chen Jil reacts in time and uses his magic ring to put up a protective barrier around himself and his grandfather to protect them from the attack. Dorp sneers at the pathetic nobodies standing before him, wondering if they really think they can pose any serious threat in battle. The master says that it is finally time to die and uses his destructive skill, Fire Rain, to destroy his enemies. A veritable rain of lava and flames descends, but the young man is still inside the protective barrier with his grandfather. The old man helps hold the barrier for the guy, which begins to break into pieces under the pressure of the incredible force of the divine attack. Dorpe watches everything that is happening with his insane power, enjoying the helplessness of his enemies in the face of true power. Chen Jil realizes that this attack is too powerful. The barrier will soon be completely destroyed, and there is nothing that can be done about it with ordinary means. Sure enough, the shield is completely destroyed, which is very bad for the guy, as he now has no protection from the Lord's deadly attacks. A huge fireball explodes, and nothing can be seen because of the thick smoke and flames that fill the space. Dorpe then stops spewing this hellish fire and looks closely at the site of the explosion, expecting to see the charred remains of his enemies. The master says that no human can survive such powerful blows of divine power. It is simply physically impossible. Dorp thinks that the enemies have clearly all been reduced to ashes, but then his expression changes in surprise when he realizes that this is not the case, and sees another powerful barrier that resembles the ground. In fact, neither the old man nor the young man expected this mysterious barrier to appear, which saved them from certain death in the fire. It was Yaluka, the young man's child, who created this powerful protective barrier, using her newly awakened magical abilities. This little child looks very angry and determined, as if ready to fight any enemy threatening her family. The master thinks it's impossible for a simple child to create a magical shield of such a high level. It goes against all the laws. It turns out that Yaluka's hidden magical abilities, which had been dormant deep within her soul until now, have awakened. Chen Jil begins to worry and asks the child if she is all right, if she is hurt. The little girl turns to her father, clearly exhausted from using magic, and again utters her name in a weak voice. After that, Yaluka suddenly begins to lose consciousness and falls to the ground from exhaustion and overuse of magical energy. The boy puts out both hands to catch the falling girl and prevent her from hitting the hard ground. Chen Jil says that everything is fine, not to worry. Her father is nearby and will protect her from any danger in this world. The guy realizes that she was able to block blows that even the Monster King's magic ring couldn't withstand. It's incredible strength. And if it weren't for Yaluka, there would be nothing left of the heroes, just a pile of ashes in their place. Chen Jil thanks her and tells her to sleep peacefully while her father deals with the villain. Then the grandfather turns to the young man and says that the enemy has been using powerful magic for too long, so his strength is probably running out. The grandfather says that he must distract Dorpa, while Chen Jil gets as close as possible and attacks suddenly. After saying this, the old man didn't even wait for the young man's agreement, but rushed forward as fast as lightning, using his Thunderblade skill. Chen Jil, watching this, wonders how strong Dorpa is, as he can't be that weak to have such power. The young man decided to request information about this character through the system, but realized that the information had been hidden by the administrator. The young man finds it very strange that he cannot obtain any information about his opponent, as if his data has been classified. Dorpa contemptuously addresses the old man flying toward him in the air and says, "When will you finally die, you annoying insect?" When the enraged old man flies closer, he hangs in the air and prepares for a decisive attack against his divine enemy. The old man looks completely different, having undergone a transformation. His body seems to have rejuvenated, and red energy begins to emanate from his weapon. The old man says that the time has come for the decisive battle, and his small weapon has turned into a huge two-handed sword of destruction. All the wrinkles have disappeared from the old man's face, and he now looks 20 years younger, full of strength for battle. Dorpe says contemptuously that the decisive battle is ridiculous, because the old man won't be able to withstand a single serious blow from his master. The old man, holding his weapon tightly in his trembling hands, says that we'll see who is stronger in a fair fight. The old man summons all his ascended powers, uses the skill Shining Lightning, and his entire body now glows with the red energy of divine power. The opponent responds, saying that the old man has clearly overestimated his strength, and that such pathetic attacks will not work against divine protection. Therefore, Dorp decides to use his Earth Force skill, and a huge boulder emerges from the depths of the earth with a crash and a bang. This boulder, the size of an entire building or even a mountain, hurtles toward the old man with the intention of crushing him into a pancake. But the old man is not afraid at all. He still holds his weapon firmly and raises it resolutely to attack. The old man swings his sword, his eyes burning with red fire, and the lightning now also takes on a red color of incredible power. Such a sight is honestly hard to believe and hard to see, as divine energy envelops this huge stone projectile. The old man simply cuts the boulder in half with his insane strength, putting all his energy into one blow. The old man's eyes still sparkle brightly, and he passes through the stone debris as if it were nothing without slowing down. Dorpe, watching this incredible sight, summons fireballs and realizes that the old man has indeed become much stronger than before. The gentleman sends these fireballs down at the old man, which fly from the sky, trying to hit their target precisely to inflict damage. Dorp summons all his monsters, a huge fire monster and a huge ice monster, for a massive attack against the enemy. But nothing works, as the old man, being in a battle flow, easily deals with all obstacles in his way. The old man gets closer and closer to this powerful enemy, realizing that nothing can stop him now. Dorpe says that they need to conserve their strength, because at this rate, the old man won't even be able to get close to the Lord. And then a loud sound is heard in the sky as blue lightning rapidly approaches the battlefield at incredible speed. The enemy lord, puzzled, decides to find out where this strange and threatening sound is coming from above. When Dorp turned his head, Chen Jil was already behind him, swinging his fist for the decisive blow. The guy realizes that now is the perfect time to attack, and he receives a notification that he only has 10% health left. Chen Jil activated his total destruction skill, which consumed 90% of his health to make him much stronger for the final blow. As the guy swings his fist, ready to deliver a crushing blow, something stops him from completing the move. Chen Jil's entire body began to slowly disappear and dissolve into the air, as if being pulled into some kind of portal or trap. Chen Jil looked at his entire body, examined it carefully, and realized that his legs, torso, and arms were completely sealed in magical shackles of darkness. His opponent only laughs ominously, and says that the heroes wanted to defeat him with such a childish trick, that it is so funny and naive. But while Dorp laughs and gloats over his superiority, he is suddenly struck in the solar plexus. The Lord did not expect such a sudden turn of events, and blood immediately began to drip from his mouth due to internal injuries. Chen Jil says that the divine path has been activated, 70 units of energy have been spent, and speed has been increased by 20%. The guy uses his divine strike skill, and begins to deliver countless blows with his fists at incredible speed. After that, Chen Jil decides to use his divine skill, Full Destruction, swinging very energetically for the final blow. The young man swings his fist, and tells his opponent that he is about to die, all his strength concentrated in one hand for a crushing blow. The guy delivers this insane blow, after which it seems truly impossible for any living creature to survive. The old man also begins to rush to join the fight, realizing that now is the perfect time for a joint attack against the enemy. The old man swings his huge sword and says that Dorp has simply sold his soul to the devil and gained incredible strength in return. The old man strikes many blows with his sword and says that one must not forget that the weak point of any sorcerer is first and foremost his defense. Therefore, the old man says that the Lord is no longer as strong as he used to be, and will not survive this powerful attack. The old man says that this blow will be enough to take the most precious thing, the life of the tyrant who oppressed the entire city. This crazy blow is visible as a blinding glow that can even be seen from space, a huge red energy. The blow was so powerful that it simply blew up the forest, trees flying with their roots in different directions from the epicenter of the explosion. It's hard to believe that such a destructive blow could even be delivered, surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary person 1,000 times over. Chen Jil, who is watching this spectacle, finds the blow too bright even for him and covers his eyes with his hand. The old man, having expended a huge amount of magical energy, looks closely at the result he has achieved with this attack. The old man turns to his defeated opponent and says that now it is definitely over. The battle is finished. Chen Jil barely manages to stand on his trembling legs, holding onto the ground with his hand to keep from falling from exhaustion. Looking at the old man, the young man thinks that this is the true power of one of the 12 heroes. His grandfather is indeed very strong. This blow was no weaker than his opponent's, perhaps even stronger than Dorpa's divine attacks. The old man turns to the young man and says that there are still many cracks in the protective barrier that need to be repaired, so let's split up to be more efficient. The old man tells Chen Jil to go west, while he will go east, as it seems the battle is still raging there. Chen Jil thinks that he has a feeling that something is wrong here, but he cannot understand what exactly is causing his unease. Then something clicks in the young man's mind, and he suddenly realizes what is wrong with this victory. Everything went too smoothly and easily, and after the battle ended, there was no system notification that the mission had been completed. And then the old man also came immediately, surprised and realizing that something was definitely wrong with this victory. Dorpy, who is not actually dead, though badly injured from the attacks, is now slowly rising into the air above the ground. The gentleman was insanely evil, emitting blue energy, saying that he didn't think this boy would turn out to be such a strong opponent. Dorpe allowed the heroes to get closer to him and attack, but it was a clever trap to study their abilities. But the gentleman says that the heroes cannot even imagine the insane power he possesses, and all his wounds begin to regenerate quickly. Chen Jil, watching this, wonders why Dorp is suddenly regenerating like the wandering inhabitant he met earlier. The old man, with a troubled expression on his face, says that he is sorry, as he seems to have misjudged the situation and the strength of the enemy. The old man replies that their enemy does not get his power from the devil, but from Hades himself, the god of the underworld. Hades is a powerful god of the underworld who rules over the souls of the dead and possesses incredible dark powers. The old man says, "Remember, I told you about the man who killed his daughter's parents? Well, he used the exact same abilities." The old man heard the murderer utter the name Hades while using his destructive abilities in that battle, and that this man, who served the god, was insanely strong, so it's really hard to believe in such power. Hades, after killing the girl's parents, said that he had wasted his time again, that it was bad luck, and that he had nothing to report to Hades. When he was young, my grandfather lay on the ground wounded and said that he would definitely take revenge and kill that murderer. But this young man simply flew into the air, and the old man shouted at him, asking who he was and what he had done to his family. Grandpa says that the Guardian uses the same abilities, and there can be no mistake. The murder of his parents and the inability to escape are connected to Ada. Dorp says that he didn't expect the heroes to discover the source of this power, and that he didn't intend to use divine power in the first place. And the gentleman says that the heroes have not yet understood that the elementary abilities granted by the gods cannot harm him in any way. Dorp says that all attempts to kill him are completely pointless, and that the heroes would be better off dying peacefully without suffering. Why do the heroes want to continue their resistance? The enemy says that he will have to torment them a little by transforming his body. After these words, Dorp's image disappears from the hero's eyes, as if dissolving into thin air without a trace. The two warriors, a young man and an old man, don't even understand where this powerful enemy could have disappeared so suddenly. There is no notification in the game system that the target has disappeared or been destroyed in battle. Indeed, looking around, everything has become so empty and lifeless, with nothing living left around. Chen Jil says that at first he thought that Dorp was moving very quickly, but he really did disappear completely from view. But then the guy's expression suddenly changed, and he thought anxiously, "Damn, where is that sneaky enemy hiding now?" The enemy suddenly appeared behind the unsuspecting old man, mockingly saying that he was right there. Dorp smiled slyly, then clenched his fist and struck the old man's back with maximum force. A sadistic smile appeared on the enemy's face, along with joy at how much he surpassed these pathetic mortals. Then the gentleman delivered another powerful blow, this time not to the back, but directly to the old man's chest. Chen Jil realized how deadly this was and quickly rushed to save his grandfather, shouting for him to hold on. The young man gets closer and closer to his opponent, clenches his fist, and prepares to deliver a saving blow to Dorpu. But Chen Jil's attack fails, and he jumps back several meters from the unexpected result. The guy has no intention of giving up in this critical situation, running forward with determination in his eyes against the tyrant. The young man swings his fist again, but nothing happens, the blow passing through the air as if it were nothing. Chen Jil was utterly shocked, wondering why nothing was working and what new abilities his opponent had. When the guy hits his enemy, he sees that Dorp's body has partially dissolved and turned to dust, scattering into tiny particles. Dorpa suddenly appears in front of the guy in his physical form and punches him in the solar plexus with incredible force. The gentleman turns to Chen Jilu and contemptuously says, how such a weakling could even dare to challenge him to a serious duel. And when the enemy gains momentum and delivers a barrage of blows, it's hard to even stand on shaky legs. A huge blast of energy comes from the air, shaking the ground around them and creating craters from its destructive power. The young man is grabbed and thrown aside onto sharp rocks, where he falls heavily and remains lying on the ground. When Chen Jil has very little health left, he needs to recover quickly, and he realizes that his opponent can become invisible and that his attack was too strong. The guy realizes that his enemy has probably received a small portion of Hades' divine energy, but he and his grandfather still can't hurt him. Chen Jil thought about what it meant that Aida's power in the afterlife was so great that ordinary mortal warriors were powerless against it. Are heroes really just pathetic insects in the eyes of the gods, to be crushed without regret or remorse? And then the boy heard a mocking voice asking what was going on, and he gave up and was ready to die. Dorp says that you know what's interesting, that humans are by nature the most cruel creatures on this planet. Even small children can kill ants and insects for fun, and now heroes have taken the place of these insects. The gentleman says how funny and exciting it is, that he can't even tear himself away from watching this one-sided battle. Dorp takes the guy in his energy shackles, lifts him into the air, and says that he shouldn't even try to play the hero in front of God. But if Chen Jil can entertain the gentleman with his pathetic attempts at resistance, then so be it. He'll think about what he can spare. The old man suddenly appears behind Dorp, holding his huge weapon in his trembling hands, ready for the final attack. The old man swings again and shouts that he will send this tyrant straight to hell to his master, Hades. Grandpa uses his red energy and says that today, Dorp will simply die from righteous anger. But it is clear that for this heir to divine power, the guardians of the city are nothing but pathetic insects under his feet. The Lord uses his magical power, and the weapon flies out of his grandfather's hands, breaking free from his weakened fingers. The sword simply falls to the ground with such a crash that the entire earth shakes from the impact of the heavy metal. Dorpe also takes his grandfather into his magical shackles, squeezing his entire body with his blue energy, saying that it seems the old man does not understand. Elementary abilities cannot cause serious harm to the possessor of divine power granted by Hades himself from the underworld. The master says that no matter how powerful the hero's elemental abilities are, mere mortals cannot kill a true god. Chen Jil understands that gods cannot be harmed by the power of the elements. Could this really be part of the game mechanics of this world? His grandfather's weapon lies on the ground as threatening words begin to echo in the air from the enemy. The enemy raises the sword and says, "Remember, I said I'd give you a chance. Now it's time to make your final choice." Dorpe says with a sadistic smile that if Chen Jil kills the old man with his own hands, he will let the boy and his friends go. Chen Jil, of course, responds decisively that he would never even dream of such a thing, that he would never commit such treachery. The enemy says that if he doesn't want to, then the young man will have no choice but to watch the pathetic old man die in agony. Dorps takes a huge number of sharp stones filled with destructive energy and throws them at the old man. The Lord sends them straight at the old man, who cannot even move because of the magical shackles. The enemy says to look at how the old man is suffering, and whether it wouldn't be better to just end his suffering with a merciful blow. Chen Jil replies that he wouldn't even think of touching the old man, otherwise he would kill Dorpa sooner or later anyway. And the guy screams, himself in a real rage that he has never felt before in his life. Chen Jil realizes that there is nothing he can do now, that all he can do is watch as Dorpa kills the old man. The young man thinks about his closest relatives and friends, everyone he had in this world and in his previous life. The guy remembers his mother and that he must return home. This is his main goal in life. Chen Jil is angry with himself and thinks desperately that there really is no other way out of this hopeless situation. Hesiod, who suddenly appears in the young man's mind, asks himself with contempt if this pathetic nobody really calls himself a god. When the young man hears this familiar voice from the spiritual world, he is very surprised and delighted that the legendary hero is with him again. Around him, Chen Jil once again sees the beautiful red flowers and the familiar atmosphere of his spiritual world, where time flows differently. The young man teleported back to his spiritual world, looking intently at the peaceful surroundings, which contrasted sharply with the real battle. Chen Jil turns around to find and catch the eye of the legendary hero who summoned him to this place for an important conversation. The man says that if his master dies at the hands of this nobody, he will never be able to wash away this shame before history. Hesiod says that the gods can give people power, but that same power can harm them if used correctly. But this only applies to ordinary, basic abilities, while the hero possesses something much more powerful and dangerous to the gods. When the young man heard the man's words, he thought hopefully. Could the legendary warrior have come up with a plan to defeat Dorp? The man replies that if Chen Jil dies, he himself will naturally disappear, so he will not allow him to die at the hands of this villain. Hesiod was annoyed by Dorp's arrogance, for the power of the god of the underworld was indeed great, but not unlimited against all. But today, Dorp is unlucky, and he has encountered the bearer of the power of primordial chaos in the form of Chen Jil. Ordinary elemental abilities cannot harm the gods, but in this case, everything is completely different thanks to the unique power. This is the power of primordial chaos that Hesiod passed on to the young man, and it can even kill gods and divine beings. The hero says that it is time for Chen Jil to learn what the true power of primordial chaos really is. Chen Jilu listened to all this and returned to the real world, realizing that he had an insane amount of hidden power. Now the guy was almost unconscious, unable to wake up from such a state of exhaustion and pain from the blows he'd received. Dorp chuckles and smiles, saying that today the old man will surely die a painful death before his eyes. But then the old man's expression suddenly changes, and fear appears when he hears the threatening words that, "Now it is he who will die." The guy uses the abilities Divine Path and Divine Strike, which have been fully restored by the power of primordial chaos. Now all the negative effects from previous battles have been removed, and his speed has been increased by 20% for the decisive attack. The enemy only laughs contemptuously and says that the guy is so funny, wondering where he found even a drop of strength left. Chen Jil takes up a defensive stance against the enemy's blows, demonstrating that he is no longer defenseless against Dorp's attacks. Dorpa immediately changes his expression, realizing that this is simply impossible. Where could a mortal get such strength? But while the gentleman is lost in thought, the guy takes his huge fist and punches him right in the face. Chen Jil strikes his opponent in the face and uses his divine strike skill, delivering countless punches in quick succession. All of these punches were very powerful and frequent, and his fist itself became as hard as flint thanks to the power of primal chaos. The enemy's health finally begins to drop little by little, and the heroes have finally found his weak spot to deal real damage. Chen Jil has no intention of stopping there. He wants to see this through to the end and finally defeat this tyrant, so he continues to deliver crushing blows. The guy kicks his leg really far and sends his enemy flying so far that when Dorp lands, there's a big explosion on the ground from the force of the blow. Hesiod explains that even if divine power is fire, the power of primordial chaos is water, capable of completely extinguishing it. Therefore, the hero tells the guy that Chen Jil has now become a natural-born god-killer, capable of opposing any divine power in this world. The old man, watching all this from the sidelines, looks at the young man as if he were a real candle burning in the air with divine light. The old man wonders if this is really the so-called true power of primordial chaos that ancient legends spoke of. And the guy turns to the hero inside himself saying, "Tell me, why did you only now allow me to use more power?" He asks about the reasons for this decision. He has not yet found a suitable answer to this question, and is gathering his thoughts to explain his actions. Hesiod says that he would not have done this if the enemy had not been endowed with divine power from Hades himself. Since the very existence of the guy's elemental abilities goes against the will of the gods, it makes him a target for their wrath. The gods, with their keen senses, must have already sensed the presence of such power in the world and want to kill the bearer of primordial chaos. In the future, Chen Jilu will have to face not pathetic minions, but real gods in all their might. Chen Jilu replies that there is no need to worry. Even if the enemies are gods, he will definitely find a way out of here and return home. And the guy receives the monster's crystal tears, which instantly restore all abilities, and also give additional health to continue the battle. Chen Jil drinks this magical item and realizes that he must first finish what he started with Dorp before thinking about the future. It's time to finally finish off this enemy completely, and the guy activates his total destruction ability for the final blow. Dorp is barely standing on his trembling legs, realizing that this is impossible against divine power. Ida took Dorp's soul and all his feelings, but why is his whole body now trembling from the unbearable pain of the mortal's blows? The master thinks about the guy and wonders what this youngster was able to do against divine protection. Could Chen Jil be the one mentioned in the ancient legend that Dorp had heard earlier from Hades himself about the bearers of primordial chaos? And just as the gentleman was immersed in these disturbing thoughts, he heard the sound of an approaching attack, which frightened him greatly. Dorp tried to defend himself somehow, putting his hands in front of him so that the boy wouldn't hit him with the final blow. The gentleman tries to defend himself against this insane blow that the guy wants to deliver to end the fight. Chen Jil will never let this opponent go, so he uses the skills Divine Path and Divine Strike at the same time. The opponent tries to avoid defeat in the fight and uses the invisibility skill to hide from retribution. Chen Jil really misses because the opponent's invisibility skill was successfully activated at the critical moment of the attack. But the guy doesn't give up and activates his Eye of Truth skill. Now Dorp can't hide his location from pursuit. The target is now locked on by the system, and in shock, Dorp becomes even more vulnerable than he was before, without the protection of invisibility. Chen Jil simply takes a swing and strikes the enemy with all his might, putting all the power of primal chaos into the blow. 30 blows were delivered in a row. The enemy took damage from the explosion 3 times, losing 3,500 health points from the combo attack. Now minus 2,000 health, the Divine Path ability was restored to continue the decisive offensive. The enemy's health is less than 10%, but the effects of the magic bottle will wear off in 2 seconds. The guy realizes that he has very little time left for the final blow, but he is completely confident in his increased strength. Just then, Chen Jil, who is in mid-air, clenches his fist, realizing that he must act as quickly as possible to finish the fight. Dorp acknowledges that this is the power of a godslayer, having felt its destructive force firsthand, and can no longer resist. And then, real fire of primordial chaos begins to pour out of the young man's hands, and Chen Jil quickly concentrates all his energy. The young man's gaze is determined, completely ready to deal with this tyrant once and for all, leaving no chance for resurrection. A huge explosion occurs in the air, as if the sun itself had exploded, illuminating the entire area with the blinding light of primordial chaos. The trees standing in the forest are enveloped in this bright glow, and the old man can barely stand on his feet from the shockwave. Grandfather, who was watching from the sidelines, cannot take his eyes off the powerful spectacle. And now the young man had done it, delivering the decisive blow. The enemy's remains lay on the ground, and Chen Jil held the weapon of victory. The young man's comrades, who had been watching the battle from afar, stare in amazement at what they have seen. This bright fiery light of primal chaos simply takes the body of the defeated enemy and completely turns it to ash. The enemy simply begins to burn alive in the flames of primordial chaos and disappears completely, leaving not even bones behind. The enemy is now completely destroyed, and 300,000 experience points were earned for defeating the divine being. Various victory conditions were fulfilled, as the monster's tears and the divine path were used during the battle. After all this, Chen Jil gently landed on the ground. His transformation disintegrated and disappeared from him. Now the guy looks like an ordinary young man, like a regular kid, and his grandfather ran up to him with concern. The boy, with his last ounce of strength, said that he had won, unable to believe that he had managed to defeat such a powerful enemy. Chen Jil simply falls to the ground, so exhausted that he never thought he had so much destructive power hidden within him. The old man tried to gently hold the boy up so that he wouldn't fall to the ground and hurt himself in his exhausted state. At this moment, in the terrible underground world, where everything is shrouded in evil and hateful energy, stands the main building of the residence of the Lord of the Dead. Hades sits majestically on his throne, sipping tea from a skull and watching the events of the living world through magical artifacts. When the god turned around, he saw that one of the vases had simply stopped glowing blue, which meant the death of his servant. Hades thought that the soul of the city's guardian had disappeared, for he had been his faithful servant in the desert for many years. The Lord of the Underworld realizes that the god killer has appeared in this desert, and Argos thinks he should already be there to investigate. An endless sea of dead souls and a lonely boat made of bones slowly sailing through the misty waters toward the world of the living. Argos is in this eerie boat, crossing the border between the worlds of the living and the dead at the behest of Hades. The demon says that the boat is very slow, but unfortunately it is the only way to cross this cursed sea of souls. Argos turns to his skeleton subordinate and asks how much longer they have to sail before reaching the desert. The skeleton replies that the land is already ahead, and the Kalahari Desert is visible on the horizon beyond the fog. Argos, the dragon of darkness, looks ahead with anticipation, preparing to carry out an important task from Hades himself. The demon sees ahead of him a real portal between worlds opening up, ready to transport them straight to the desert in search of the god killer. Chen Jil heard only a distant voice insistently calling him to wake up, and this sound came from somewhere deep in his subconscious. The young man was in complete shock, realizing that it was his mother's voice calling him by name in such a familiar and loving tone. Chen Jil quickly jumped up in the subway car and shouted to everyone in the train, asking if it was really his mother, not understanding where he was or how he had ended up in this familiar place from his past life. The passengers in the subway were extremely unhappy that this strange guy was behaving so inappropriately, disturbing the peace and quiet of everyone else in the car with his hysterical cries. Then the guy himself began to turn around in all directions, carefully examining his surroundings and trying to understand what was happening and how he had ended up in this familiar place. The bald man indignantly declared that this idiot was scaring all the passengers with his screams and demanded that he stop making such inappropriate noise on public transport. At that moment, the subway announcer's voice announced that the next stop was Institutsky Prospect, and the guy thought in amazement, "Could it be that I'm really in the real world of my childhood?" Chen Jil shouted joyfully to everyone on the train that he had finally returned home, feeling an incredible sense of relief at being able to see his hometown again after a long stay in the desert. The announcer's voice politely informed the passengers that the train was approaching Institutsky Prospect Station, and that the exit would be on the left platform. The young man turned to the angry bald man and began to apologize, explaining that he had simply had a very frightening and realistic nightmare that had caused him to react so violently. At that moment, the young man received a system notification warning him that danger was very close, and that he should exercise extreme caution in the immediate vicinity. Seeing this message, Chen Jil wondered why, being in the real world, he was still hearing notifications from the game system. The guy heard noises in the distance, where people were indignantly asking some strangers what they were doing and why they were disturbing peaceful passengers. Some people in strict black suits entered the car and began to roughly push all the passengers aside, clearly looking for someone specific among the crowd. The guy had no idea what was going on, but he clearly remembered hearing his mother's voice calling his name with such love and concern. The bald man in the train turned to where the young man had been standing, and was surprised to find that he had simply disappeared, as if he had dissolved into thin air before everyone's eyes. Chen Jil unexpectedly found himself back in the game world, leaving reality against his will and desire to stay home. People in suits approached the remaining passengers and began asking them if they had seen a high school student with a certain appearance. The bald man replied confusedly that there had indeed been a guy there who had simply vanished before their eyes, and that they themselves had noticed it. The businessman in dark glasses just gritted his teeth angrily, realizing that their target had managed to slip away at the last moment again. Chen Jil opened his eyes wide, completely baffled by this strange vision and wondering if it was real or just another dream. The young man sat up abruptly in bed and stood up, trying to get his bearings and understand where he was at that moment. He began to breathe heavily from the incredibly realistic nightmares he had had, and wondered why everything seemed so real and frightening. Chen Jil wondered if he had really returned to this cursed desert, or if the vision was just another dream of his tormented mind. The boy thought that everything that had happened was too realistic, but he couldn't understand why he had heard his mother's voice in the vision. At that moment, Chen Jil heard someone comment that he had finally woken up after a long sleep. It was Sally, who was heading towards the guy with a tray holding a plate of food, specially prepared for his recovery after the battle. The young man asked the girl anxiously if she was all right, and how the rest of their group was doing after the battle. She replied that today his grandfather had said that he could no longer rest peacefully because the boy had been sleeping without waking up for 10 days. The girl explained that all his wounds had long since healed, but Chen Jil still couldn't wake up, and everyone in the group was seriously worried about his condition. The beauty informed him that in the evening, the villagers would hold a large festive feast in gratitude for the rescue, so the young man should prepare a speech. When the young man heard this news, he opened his mouth in surprise and realized that he had to come up with something quickly, as he had never given a public speech before. Sally added that new festive clothes were waiting for him outside the door, and he must not forget to change before the celebrations began. The young man remembered that his adopted daughter was still in the magical storage room and needed to be checked on after regaining her strength. Enough time had passed, and Yaluka should have regained her magical powers after exhausting them to create a protective barrier. However, the extraction operation was rejected by the system because the girl had not yet fully recovered and needed more time. The guy also received a notification about an unread letter in his game mailbox, which might contain important information. When Chen Jil saw the message, he was curious about what important letter he could have received and who the sender was. The letter congratulated him on completing the first part of the prologue of the game Cosmos on the Hell level, and the guy wondered if that was why he couldn't log out. Chen Jil decided that it didn't matter right now, and that it would be better to focus on exploring new possibilities after his victory. The guy discovered a new weapon crafting system, very similar to the usual game system from computer RPGs. The young man realized that everything was like a game, and that he could look up information about the creatures he encountered in the guidebook. There were question marks next to the entries about the Guardian and the Wandering Executioner. He needed to upgrade the manual. He also saw a tracking system for detecting high-level monsters nearby, which is useful for traveling. He also discovered a teleportation system that used the power of the elements, but only 3 points could be created at a time. The guy realized that he should focus on increasing the power of the primordial chaos for the upcoming trials. To strengthen his abilities, he needs to collect divine elements, but only 3% of the total power is currently available. And then he has to go to the temple to fight a mythical beast. So it's best to increase his abilities quickly. The guy decided to try to boost his power, and new energy began to flow into his body, filling every cell. His level increased by 1%. But Chen Jil felt a tremendous power awakening within him. He also noticed new items, a moon ring that added intelligence and magic armor points. He also received an ice cuirass, which added 35% stamina and activated an ice shield when attacked. The guy also realized that he had basically received all the rewards, and all that was left was to use the mysterious key from his inventory. Last time he used such a key to open a chest, Yaluka appeared, so it was interesting to see what would happen this time. At that moment, Bros approached the old man and reported that all the cracks in the city's protective barrier had been successfully repaired. The warrior said that there was still something else to do, and tomorrow life in the city would finally return to normal. He also said that the Guardians were now under Bo Banya's supervision to prevent them from escaping or seeking revenge. Bros added that Hicks seemed to have escaped from the city, and they had simply lost his trail in the desert. The warrior noted that Hicks would not be able to survive long in the desert alone, without help or supplies. The old man replied that Bros was absolutely right, but it always seemed that Hicks was hiding his true strength. Chen Jil was sitting in his room reading the description of the Crimson Key when the blood moon descended upon the world, and a brave hero destroyed the great evil. After completing the task, you can randomly obtain legendary weapons or armor, but if you die, your body will be destroyed by the system. When the guy heard these requirements, he thought that the system had said the same thing during the penalty trial. When he first arrived in the desert, the wandering executioner killed him, and a message appeared announcing the death of the group. But there was no connection between the player and his real body. So, only his consciousness was trapped in the game. But how did his body end up in the subway of the real world? The guy started to get angry and wonder what was really going on here. Hesiod suddenly appeared behind him and asked if everything was okay with his protege. The guy was surprised to see the hero, but then realized that it was just a projection in his mind. The hero said he wanted to tell him that this wasn't a dream, that the guy had indeed disappeared from here for a short time but then returned. When Chen Jil heard this, he wondered if he had really managed to leave this place temporarily. Hesiod confirmed that he had seen everything, that it was indeed true, and that the young man had teleported to the real world. Chen Jil replied that the bald man was clearly looking for him, and somehow knew that he would end up in the subway. The guy wondered why he had heard his mother's voice, and why she had told him to run away from danger. Hesiod said that he had never heard of such a movement before, that the guy had not teleported using magic, but some kind of incredible energy, so there are only two possible explanations for what happened. The first is that the guy's consciousness remained trapped in the game the whole time, but the second option is much more complicated. He really did return to reality for a short time, but his unconscious body couldn't have been rolling around the subway the whole time. The guy realizes that it doesn't matter which option is correct, but all this only proves that this world is definitely not real. Damn it, so they really took his mother away. But why did he deserve all this? Why did he end up here against his will? What kind of organization is hunting him? The guy starts screaming at the top of his lungs out of despair and anger, wondering what kind of horror is happening in his life. Why it is his fate to be locked in a virtual world. The hero turns to the system and asks the guy if he should use the Crimson Key to complete the dangerous task, and Chen Jil agrees to activate the item. If he does not make a final decision within 10 seconds, the system will automatically refuse to use the key and return it to the inventory. Chen Jil turns to the hero and says that he wanted to ask if he had ever killed gods, and if he regained his strength, would he be able to defeat the strongest of them? Hesiod, upon hearing this serious question, does not even know how to respond, as the memory of his past exploits has not yet fully returned to the legendary warrior. He apologizes to the young man and says he is sorry, but he does not remember his deeds. His head is still empty, with no memories of his former greatness. The hero says that in any case, all the gods fear the destructive power of the primordial chaos, so if the young man has the opportunity, he must become stronger for future battles. When Chen Jil heard this advice, he completely agreed with these words, knowing full well that he had room to grow and improve his fighting skills. This hero warns that the guy used a power that can kill gods, so very soon divine beings will come for his soul to take revenge. Chen Jil puts on new festive clothes and a cloak, telling Hesiod that there is no need to worry, as he cannot die in this place. The young man puts on his new clothes and confidently declares that not only will he get out of there alive, but he will also find out what is really going on. The young man realizes that he will begin serious training immediately after the feast that the grateful townspeople will throw for him to thank him for saving them from the tyrant. Rahidler prepares festive clothes and turns to Sally, who is cooking, saying that she has asked her 10 times in the last hour when everything will be ready. Sally starts shouting indignantly, saying that so what if she's asked 10 times in an hour? She's just keeping an eye on the cooking. You never know what the orc might mess up. Bros turns to the old man at this moment and says that since arriving here, he has never felt so good and that they should enjoy the evening. The warrior says he knows Chen Jil won't lose in future battles because he saw with his own eyes how he killed the Monster King in a fair fight. The old man replies that the Monster King is no match for Dorpu in terms of strength, as the latter received his power from Hades himself. When Bros hears this revelation, he is initially stunned, then asks in horror, "From Hades, the god of the underworld, the lord of all dead souls?" Chen Jil arrived at this critical moment, and curiously asked his friend Bros why he was so frightened and had fallen down. What could have shocked him so much in his conversation with the old man? The young man asked in bewilderment if the old man was telling some scary stories or horror stories, or what serious conversation was going on between the warriors. and everyone present was overjoyed to finally see the young man who had come to them after sleeping for 10 whole days without waking up. The old man even bowed solemnly and proudly announced to everyone present that their great hero and savior had finally arrived for the victory celebration. All the townspeople began to shout joyfully and loudly, "Great hero, great hero," because the young man had indeed saved the entire town from the tyrant and destruction. The townspeople, holding burning torches in their hands, were madly happy and excited that the young man had come to their festive feast. Chen Jil didn't even know how to react to such attention, as he had never experienced anything like this excitement of the crowd before in his life. The young man just stood there, watching everything with his mouth wide open in complete amazement at the spectacle unfolding around him. Sally gracefully stepped onto the makeshift stage, addressed the gathered crowd, and politely asked for everyone's attention. The girl solemnly announced to the crowd that their savior and great hero would now say a few inspiring words to lift their spirits. The old man encouragingly turned to the young man and told him to go up on stage, as absolutely everyone was waiting for Chen Jil to give his speech. But the young man remained calm, not the least bit nervous, and honestly told the crowd that he did not consider himself a hero in the full sense of the word. In the end, Chen Jil reminded everyone that he did not save the city from its enemies alone, and that all the other brave people who fought were also true heroes. The young man sincerely told those present that without the help and support of his loyal comrades, he would not have been able to defeat anyone in battle. Therefore, the young man declared that he could not simply take and unjustly claim all of these military merits and glory for himself. The old man wisely replied that all the residents understood perfectly well that the entire city had survived only thanks to the young man's heroic deeds. The old man added that people now especially needed a real hero who could give them hope for a better future and freedom. And Chen Jil was totally worthy of being that hero, so he had to say a few nice and inspiring words to the people. All the other comrades unanimously supported the young man, saying that they should definitely listen to the wise old man, as he was absolutely right. The old man insisted that Chen Jil become the hero who would lead all the people and tell them that there was a real chance to leave the cursed desert. And the young man, listening carefully to these convincing words, firmly understood that there was indeed deep truth and meaning in this proposal. Chen Jil rose with dignity onto the makeshift stage to say a few pleasant and encouraging words to all the people gathered there. The young man deeply understood that the old man was absolutely right. After all the horrors of the Little War, people really needed someone they could rely on. Therefore, if Chen Jil was going to call himself a hero, he had to truly become one and sincerely protect all these defenseless people. The young man was surprised to realize what a wonderful feeling it was to feel that people truly needed him, and he sincerely liked it. And all these enthusiastic people raised their hands in unison and shouted loudly, "Hero! Hero! The true hero of our time!" The young man sincerely thanked the gathered residents for their trust and solemnly promised to protect all the people of the city from any threats that might arise in the future. Chen Jil confidently declared to the crowd that everyone, without exception, would definitely make it out of this cursed desert alive and well, despite all the dangers. Argos, a powerful servant of the god Hades, took his first decisive step into the desert in search of the mysterious god-killer he had been told about. The demon turned to his skeleton subordinate and sternly ordered him to wait there until his return, not to sail away from the shore. When Argolis stepped onto the desert sand, he thought with irritation that several centuries had passed, and the weather was still as disgustingly hot and unpleasant as ever. With a sinister grin on his face, the demon decided to go and explore the city and find traces of the god-killer. Argos quickly transformed into a huge black dragon, wondering if that fool Dorpa had really been killed by mere mortals. After the festive feast was over, Chen Jil sat alone on the roof of his house, quietly longing for something, thinking about the future. The young man slowly drank a refreshing beverage from a glass bottle, enjoying the cool night air after a hot day. His loyal companions passed by and sincerely praised his speech, noting that it was very good for a first attempt. Bros remarked with admiration that Chen Jil was not at all afraid of performing on stage in front of a large audience, something that the warrior himself would not have dared to do. The young man curiously asked his companions where his grandfather and his beloved granddaughter were, as he had not seen them since the celebration. Bros laughed and replied that the grandfather had clearly overindulged in strong alcohol at the celebration, so the caring Sally had taken him home to rest. The warrior asked Chen Jil with interest if the grandfather had said anything about when they would set off in search of the legendary temple. Chen Jil honestly replied that he was not yet ready for such a journey and wanted to first significantly increase his strength to fight the powerful temple guardian. The young man added seriously that he was sure that even the mighty Dorp would be nothing more than a helpless baby compared to the temple guardian. Chen Jil firmly told his companions that all members of the group must become much stronger than they were now. After these important words, the guy, completely unexpectedly for everyone, simply jumped off the high roof. The young man said goodbye to his companions, telling them that he was going to train, and that they should go to bed early to recover their strength. Bros, watching his mysterious friend, thought that there was definitely something wrong with Chen Jil, as he was always too mysterious. Chen Jil found himself alone in a quiet forest, and opened the game menu to study his characteristics and plan his development. The guy noted with satisfaction that after defeating the powerful guardian, his actual level had risen to a respectable 78. His deadly ability, Total Annihilation, had also improved significantly, now additionally reducing the cooldown time of his other skills. After some thought, the guy decided to add 15 points to his intelligence stat, believing that this would be enough at his current stage of development. After unlocking the long-awaited access to the weapon store, Chen Jil had only 11 free levels left for further use, but the guy understood that even the weakest magical weapon from the store would be much better than having no weapon at all in battle. Chen Jil resolutely spent 30 accumulated levels to unlock access to the weapon store to purchase equipment. He carefully studied the offerings and saw an excellent sword called Golden Glory, but it cost a whopping 40 levels, which was too expensive for now. There was also another sword in the store with fairly average stats, but this blade had the ability to restore its owner's energy. The guy thought that it was probably time to complete that dangerous task, which was closely related to the mysterious scarlet key from his inventory. Chen Jil realized that he was now strong enough to fully utilize this mystical key to open a portal to another dimension. A huge red portal suddenly opened before the young man, pulsing with ominous energy and promising dangerous adventures in an unknown world. A warning notification appears on Chen Jil's game screen, reminding him to make sure he has all the necessary equipment, armor, medicine, and weapons. A countdown begins on the screen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ready for teleportation. With a determined expression on his face and a steady gait, the young man stepped straight into the pulsating red portal without looking back. When Chen Jil passed through the portal, he was surrounded by a bright, blinding light that covered absolutely everything around him. Inside this mystical world, only a crimson moon hangs in the sky, and the entire surroundings are covered in thick, impenetrable darkness. The boy enters this sinister world, where water splashes below, reflecting an ominous crimson color under the light of the blood moon. A system notification appears, informing that Chen Jil has entered a dangerous crimson dimension, where completely different laws of reality reign. According to the description, countless murders committed by the powerful goddess Basket have stained this world with blood. So much so, that even the moon has turned red from the spilled blood. The guy thought that this was a familiar name of a goddess from legends, which was quite surprising, and could mean serious danger. Chen Jil realizes that he could receive a nice reward, not only a legendary weapon, but also a huge amount of experience points for the victory. But in this world, he must find the goddess herself before the crimson moon sets and fight her in a deadly duel. Looking around, the guy realized that there were no signs or clues here, and he didn't know where to go. If Chen Jil went at random, he might not find the goddess before the moon set and fail his important mission. Then the guy stopped and remembered the exact wording of the task, before the moon sets, and began to think even more about this mysterious phrase. And then Chen Jil, with a satisfied grin, realized that he knew exactly where the goddess was, having figured out the hidden meaning of the clue. It was just a clever riddle. The phrase, before the moon sets, indicated not only a time limit but also a specific location. The guy headed in the right direction and was already approaching his goal when he noticed some strange smoke gathering in the air. Chen Jil wondered warily what this strange phenomenon was, and whether it portended danger. Suddenly the guy heard the sharp claws of a wild animal scraping the grass as it approached his location. Then Chen Jil clearly heard the heavy, threatening breathing of the monster lurking somewhere nearby. It was something unimaginable, difficult to describe in words. 4 powerful paws, madly glowing blue eyes, and a long tail. These turned out to be the monstrous servants of the goddess Basket, possessing the 60th level of power and an extremely aggressive temperament. If you look around carefully, there are quite a few of these monster servants, and they all look extremely vicious and dangerous. Chen Jil, completely unafraid of the threat, resolutely grabs the hilt of his new weapon, preparing for battle. The young man understands that all these monsters have a strength level of 60, and there are quite a few of them for a single battle. Last time, Chen Jilu would have needed a lot of strength and time to defeat all these powerful servants of the goddess. But now, after leveling up, the guy has become so strong that he can easily kill all these monsters with a single move without even breaking a sweat. Chen Jilu makes a powerful kick with his leg, throwing several monsters at once with incredible force over a long distance. After that, with the help of his new weapon, the guy easily deals with the remaining monsters without much effort, as if it were child's play. The young man realizes that these creatures are now just an easy way for him to quickly gain additional experience for further development. Argos, who flew in to check the information, is convinced that the king of monsters is indeed dead and no longer poses a threat. This powerful dragon thinks that Dorp certainly did not possess true divine power, but mere mortals could not have defeated him. Everything here reeked of pathetic humans, and the disgusting smell of human flesh was simply awful to the dragon's sensitive sense of smell. But then Argos sensed a very familiar smell, and wondered if a real human had really been here recently. The demon decided that this couldn't be true. Most likely this person had been killed and eaten by desert monsters long ago. Standing in the lair of the Monster King, Argos looks at the large pile of decomposing corpses lying on the ground. With a sinister smile, this servant of Hades says that the killer of the gods is still alive, and may even have gained new allies. At that moment, in the city, the old man cannot sleep and reads an ancient book by candlelight in his room. The old man understands from the text that the imprisonment of the evil god is not the end of the story, but only the beginning, and that the appearance of the hero has made the gods fear. The goddess Gevion read in an ancient prophecy that one day a god-killer would appear among humans, and then all the gods would be brought to justice. The gods could not accept that the people they themselves had created could pose a mortal threat to them, so they began to exterminate them. But the people, who were under the cruel oppression of the gods, would sooner or later rebel, and then the god-killer would lead them. There is no doubt that Chen Jil is the legendary god-killer from ancient prophecies. Is a great war between humans and gods really coming? What should all the inhabitants expect from the future, and how can they survive? Suddenly the old man's calm is interrupted when he hears a very strange and disturbing sound outside the house. The old man quickly goes to the window and thinks anxiously, wondering if someone has attacked the city's protective barrier at night, and the grandfather sees a huge yellow fiery flash near the dome of the barrier, which illuminates the entire area with a bright light. The old man's eyes bulged out of his head at the incredible sight that met his gaze. The insanely bright flash literally filled the entire space, as if a small sun had exploded on the ground. Without wasting a second of precious time, the old man quickly flew toward the damaged barrier using his magical powers. Seeing the enemy standing near the barrier, the old man immediately recognized him and froze in horror at the memory. This was the very same monster and murderer who had brutally killed the parents of his beloved granddaughter many years ago. Argos contemptuously asked the old man if he was really the guardian of this pathetic city, and where the man who had killed the king of monsters was. Chen Jil, at this critical moment, is not even in this world, fighting against the powerful subordinates of the goddess. The young man raises his new weapon, from which powerful blue energy flows, preparing for the decisive battle with his enemies. Against these terrifying monster servants, the young man decides to use the powerful force of the divine path to quickly destroy his enemies. Then, with his enchanted sword, he delivers an explosive magical blow, and the enemies instantly lose 300 health points from the attack. Chen Jil looks around and realizes that he has killed all of the goddess's servants, earning 3,000 experience points for his development. The young man realizes that the weapon's passive ability restores mana at the same time, so when using the sword and the divine strike, he doesn't have to expend any energy at all. The young man realizes that this is a very good combination, so he jumps forward to continue the battle with new enemies. Chen Jil jumps and maneuvers with ease to break away from the pursuing monsters and take a more advantageous position. The young man realizes that he has a good plan in mind, which he must put into action to win. Therefore, Chen Jil uses his divine strike skill, and everything around him begins to glow with purple and blue energy. And the young man realizes that all the energy he expended is immediately restored in literally 1 second, thanks to his magical weapon. The guy thinks that now that he doesn't have to worry about that, it will be much easier and more effective to kill the monsters. And so another monstrous servant of the goddess was killed, and time after time, Chen Jil defeated these monsters with ease. All the enemies were completely defeated. It was so easy and simple that it was hard to believe how effective it was, and it turns out that now, in order to level up, the guy needs to earn a whopping 500,000 experience points, a serious requirement. A game notification appears stating that the weapon's durability is 93%. When it drops to 0, it will be unusable. The guy realizes that if he continues at this pace, he will soon be left without a reliable weapon for battle. Therefore, Chen Jil thinks that among the abilities there was also Divine Punishment, which deals area damage so as not to wear out the sword constantly. The young man wonders if more powerful abilities will become available after leveling up. When he notices that the little girl has woken up in the storage room, the boy was overjoyed and told the girl to wait a second while he released her from the magical storage room. Chen Jil asked Yaluka not to hug him so tightly, as he couldn't breathe properly. The boy reassured the girl, telling her not to be afraid because the evil man was already dead and she was completely safe. Chen Jil added that he hadn't yet thanked the little girl for saving his life and his grandfather's life back then. The girl was overjoyed that she had been able to be of use and help her beloved father at a critical moment. Chen Jil, looking at this little miracle, smiles and realizes how sweet and touching it looks. the guy realizes that the girl doesn't yet understand where they are, or what dangers surround them. The boy tells the girl that they are currently undergoing a dangerous test, and must find and kill a powerful boss in this world, within a certain amount of time. So Chen Jil tells Yaluka that she needs to fly after him and just make sure she doesn't fall during the flight. And immediately, the girl flies like a real Superman, demonstrating her incredible magical abilities in the air. In the city, near the emergency room, cars are lined up at the entrance, constantly bringing in new patients with mysterious symptoms. Inside the hospital, you can hear the hurried footsteps of medical staff rushing to bring in another patient, shouting, let them through," as they push people aside in the corridor. The medics are carrying a young man and saying that his pulse is too weak and he needs an adrenaline shot immediately, otherwise he will die. And right now, this guy is undergoing emergency surgery, with doctors trying to restore at least some vital signs. The patient's body is bouncing from the powerful shock of the defibrillator, which is trying to restart his stopped heart. The problem is that the young man's heart just stopped completely for no apparent reason. This is already the 300th death from sudden cardiac arrest this month, which is causing serious concern. The subordinate tells the woman that most of the deceased were healthy men in their 20s with no known health problems. The female investigator asks if these people had anything in common, such as visiting the same places. But the problem is that these people are not connected in any way. But it was discovered that they all played the game Cosmos. Last month, a woman from the Western District contacted the police and said that her son had entered the game and disappeared. But last week, someone accidentally filmed a video of a man appearing out of nowhere in a subway car and then disappearing. Thanks to the recognition system, they found out that it was the same guy who had been reported missing. Ms. Su says that the video must first be removed from public access to prevent rumors from spreading among the population. She adds that it is important to avoid widespread panic and to contact the head of Cosmos to find out what happened. Grandpa and Argos stand opposite each other near the protective dome, preparing for the decisive battle. This insolent subordinate of Ada contemptuously asks the old man if he is deaf and cannot hear the questions being asked. But the old man isn't going to put up with that. He quickly runs up to the scoundrel, determined to fight back. The old man raises his clenched fists and wants to deliver a crushing blow to his insolent opponent. But the enemy easily stops the attack with just one finger, blocking all of the old man's punches. The old man doesn't want to give up and swings his fist again. But Ada's accomplice just smiles sinisterly. For Argos, this is too funny, as these pathetic blows will certainly not hurt him. The demon easily threw the old man far away with a casual movement of his hand. Boban sees that there is a serious problem and quickly runs over to help the old man in the fight. The young man anxiously asks his grandfather if he is all right and asks him to look at him. The old man tells Boban where he came from and asks him to leave quickly, as he is no match for such an enemy. Boban confidently replies that he has nothing to fear, as he did not come alone, but with reinforcements for the battle. Lucius and Hicks also unexpectedly appear here, which is quite surprising, as it is unclear what these guardians are doing here. During the trial, Chen Jil realizes that the closer they get to the Crimson Moon, the more dangerous monsters they encounter along the way. But what is even more surprising and alarming is that the monster's power level also keeps increasing as they get closer. Additionally, the young man's sword is rapidly wearing out from constant use, so he cannot use his divine strike frequently. All Chen Jil can do is carefully kill the monsters by hitting their most vulnerable weak spots. The guy knows that time is very limited, so if he continues in the same vein, there will definitely be no time left for the boss battle. Just then, as Chen Jil was fighting his way through the crowd of monsters, he noticed that they had suddenly stopped in midair, as if rooted to the spot. Yaluka, his little adopted daughter, used her magical power to stop these monsters in mid-flight. Then the girl took them all and easily threw them aside with a single movement of her hand. The guy told her that it was really cool and powerful, and he didn't expect the little girl to have so much energy. And when Chen Jil looked ahead, he saw a dozen more of these aggressive monsters blocking the way. The young man realized that he had to deal with them as quickly as possible. He couldn't waste a single minute. At that moment, people gathered in the streets of the city when they heard all the alarming sounds of battle. The residents were terrified, wondering what was happening. Could it be that the bloodthirsty desert monsters had invaded their peaceful city again? Argos sneers that they are just another bunch of pathetic insects, and he has no time to deal with everyone present. The dragon adds that they should just tell him where the god killer is, as the demon's patience is not unlimited. Boban boldly says that he doesn't care who this stranger is. The city is under protection now, so he should get out of here. But this white-haired enemy only became even more enraged by the audacity of a mere mortal. In a split second, the dragon teleported to the young man and delivered a deadly blow with his claws. Even the experienced guardians were in utter shock at the incredible sight before them. The dragon coldly told Bo Banya that he had become too conceited, being nothing but a nobody. And then blood poured from the wound, and the dragon's hands were covered in the victim's scarlet blood in a matter of seconds. Boban looked on in complete shock as drops of blood fell on him from the monster's claws. The young man looks at his grandfather, who is seriously injured, having just been captured and wounded like an animal. The old man, barely breathing, replied that everything was fine, that the Guardians must leave immediately, that they would definitely not be able to defeat him. But Boban asks in horror who this terrifying man is and where he came from. The grandfather replies with difficulty that it would be more accurate to say that he is not a man, but a powerful divine creature. It is the dragon Argos, a loyal servant of Hades himself, the god of the underworld and lord of the shadows. With pain in his voice, the old man tells Boban that it was this ruthless dragon who killed the city's guardian and Sally's innocent parents many years ago in a brutal massacre. The old man resolutely declares that elementary abilities will be of no use against such an enemy, so he will delay Argos, while the rest should simply run away as fast as they can. And then this powerful dragon, with a contemptuous smile, tells the heroes that they really think they can get out of here alive. But believe me, it's too late to run. And so all the guardians of the city prepare to defend this sacred place against this terrible deity, not intending to retreat in the face of death. The guardians proudly declare that they will not leave the battlefield, for they are not cowardly rats who run away at the first sign of danger. Boban furiously declares that this monster killed the girl's parents, and he doesn't care if it's a god or a man, he won't let it get away with it. The boy confidently tells his grandfather that if everyone joins forces and fights together, they will surely defeat this enemy. And so all these brave heroes prepare for battle and declare that they will destroy this tyrant once and for all. But the dragon only laughs ominously at these words, and contemptuously declares that he has never seen anything more foolish in his long life. Behind Argos, a huge creature hundreds of meters long suddenly appears, a real ancient dragon in all its terrifying glory. During the mission, Chen Jil realizes that all the monsters on the way are finally gone, and it's time to take a break. He turns to his adopted daughter and asks her how she's doing, offering to take a break together. The young man knows that they have killed a lot of monsters and spent a lot of energy in battle, but their level has only increased by 1. On top of that, the weapons wear out much faster than Chen Jil could have imagined when he bought them in the store. The guy realizes that his abilities are quite helpful in solo battles, but when it comes to taking down multiple enemies, there's a serious problem. Last time, when he could only choose 2 or 3 abilities, Chen Jil chose a relatively balanced combination of skills, and he realizes that if he had chosen a different character class from the start, his abilities would clearly be better now. And then Chen Jil receives an encouraging notification that when his actual level reaches 100, he will gain access to completely new powerful abilities. The guy thinks that's great, because after defeating the goddess, he'll get a legendary weapon or armor, and on top of that, this important access will be unlocked. Chen Jilu turns to the girl and says that they need to move forward as quickly as possible, that it's time to finally continue their dangerous journey. As they move forward, they see a huge monster slowly rising from the depths of the earth, preparing to fight the uninvited guests. The boy thought in amazement, could this really be the legendary goddess Basket mentioned in the quest? Chen Jil hears this devilish roar that shakes the ground and sees a large cluster of dark energy rising ahead. A powerful explosion occurs, unlike anything the boy has ever seen before. After the explosion, the very monster appears before the heroes, materializing right in front of them in all its terrifying power. Basket, a level 120 fighter, has a golden crown on his head, symbolizing his divine status. Chen Jil says with slight disappointment that it turns out to be just a big cat, and he thought it would be something more serious than that. Chen Jil seriously tells the girl that she needs to be very careful, because if she dies in this world, he will die with her. He then adds that he knows about her strength, but she still needs to be as careful as possible, and not take unnecessary risks in battle. Recently, there have been numerous unexplained cases of sudden death of healthy young people around the world for no apparent reason. A news reporter says that mass protests are happening all over the world, with people demanding that the government tell the truth about what's going on. This morning, the government invited the heads of other countries to an emergency meeting and an important announcement about the mysterious deaths. Right there on live TV, another person dies on the street, and you can hear people shouting for someone to call an ambulance. A female reporter says she will continue to keep viewers informed of developments and the latest news on this topic. And now, at the emergency meeting, a male expert says that all the deceased have been autopsied and thoroughly examined for any abnormalities. Experts have determined that the cause of all the mysterious deaths was not cardiac arrest, but something much more complex, according to a doctor of medical sciences. This doctor explains that all the victims have strange stab wounds and injuries of unknown origin in their internal organs and brain tissue. The doctor has every reason to believe that this was actually a series of brutal murders disguised as natural deaths. The doctor says that the murder was committed by affecting the human brain in some unknown way, or using some unknown technology. Earlier in Australia, a scientist took part in a secret project where human brain tissue the size of a cockroach's brain was placed in a petri dish. The researchers discovered that brain tissue is capable of learning much faster than any artificial intelligence created by humans to date. There is only one chance in a billion that the world in which we all live is real, and not a simulation or virtual reality. Chen Jil stands before his boss at that critical moment, and the goddess's huge paw rushes toward him for a deadly blow. The guy tries to dodge the attack with ease, but the paw still reaches him and strikes Chen Jil with incredible force. The young man makes a very quick lunge forward, his eyes burning with determination to continue the battle despite the damage he has suffered. And this powerful monster bares its sharp teeth viciously, demonstrating its aggression and readiness to continue the deadly battle. A protective dome suddenly appears above the young man, created by his adopted daughter to protect him from the goddess's next blow. Yaluka stands aside from the battle and helps the young man in this way, using her magical abilities to support him. Chen Jil himself realizes that this is indeed a powerful and reliable barrier that can withstand several enemy attacks. But the boss in this trial is clearly no match for the Monster King in terms of physical strength and defensive capabilities. So, if this attack had hit the guy directly right now, he's afraid he definitely wouldn't have been able to stay on his feet. Chen Jil realizes that he still doesn't understand what abilities this huge cat has, but he definitely needs to use his Divine Path skill. The guy runs very fast toward this huge goddess, preparing to deliver a crushing blow with all his accumulated strength. For some reason, the goddess herself suddenly stops for a second, as if she is thinking about something important or sensing danger. Chen Jil, watching this strange behavior, wonders what is going on, why she doesn't want to move and attack further. Chen Jil thinks that this is the perfect moment to attack, takes a powerful leap forward, and prepares to deliver a crushing blow to his opponent. But the guy quickly analyzes the situation and thinks that maybe the goddess is just being cunning and wants to lure him closer into a trap. And then Chen Jil sees the huge cat's devilish eyes begin to emit an ominous purple light of magical power. The goddess summoned a multitude of monster spirits around the guy, emitting a thick, dark energy that filled the entire space with menace. These ghostly spirits move very quickly and literally surround Chen Jil on all sides, leaving him no way to retreat. The young man thinks that in this situation he must act now, while there is still a chance to break through the encirclement. The guy uses his Divine Strike skill, and, like a bolt of lightning, quickly starts moving forward through the spirits. Chen Jil strikes the huge cat straight in the face, causing a powerful explosion of blue energy from the collision of forces. The young man knows that the Divine Strike will help him avoid magical attacks, as he can study the goddess and attack her at the same time. And so the guy began to deliver very powerful blows, and the goddess quickly began to lose her health from the constant attacks of the primordial chaos. She becomes so enraged by the pain that she is ready to bite her opponent with her huge sharp teeth with frenzied fury. Chen Jil looked at her and definitely didn't like what he saw. He thought everything would be different. The goddess is simply enveloped by countless purple powerful energies, preparing for a devastating counterattack against the guy. The young man began to fall simply because he did not expect such a powerful blow. But his daughter quickly ran to his aid. This enraged monster wants to continue attacking the young man and swings its large paw to deliver a fatal blow. But Chen Jil continued his rapid fall from the air straight to the hard ground under the influence of magical power. At the last moment, the guy regained consciousness and was able to save his daughter by holding her tightly against him to protect her from the blow. In front of him, Chen Jil sees countless ghostly monsters gathered in a threatening formation. The young man realizes that these spirits can simply place a ghostly mark on him that will haunt him forever. The boy realizes that things are going badly, and that he definitely cannot expose himself to such a dangerous attack from multiple ghosts at once. Chen Jil quickly pushes his daughter to safety, so that she won't be hurt by the impending explosion. And then, there is a huge blast of purple energy that fills the entire space around them with blinding light. This flash was so bright and powerful that it immediately throws the guy aside with incredible destructive force. It feels like it would be impossible for a normal person without divine powers to survive. Yaluka wants to save his adoptive father and, like a true Superman, quickly flies to the place where he fell. The girl ran to Chen Jilu and immediately checked on him, hoping that her father was okay. The guy thinks that it is impossible to dodge this explosion. It feels like no matter where he goes, he will still get hit. Chen Jilu receives an alarming notification that this goddess can place a phantom mark on her opponent, after which damage will be inflicted on the target regardless of their defense. The guy realizes with confusion that this cat is so fast that she managed to place this dangerous mark on him without him noticing. Chen Jilu glared at the goddess with a malicious look, and thought hard about what he needed to do to survive in this critical situation. Huge blows and quick, blinding flashes occur everywhere, creating chaos and making it difficult to orient oneself in space. Chen Jil grips his weapon tightly, preparing to continue the deadly battle with the powerful goddess. Then the young man takes a swift leap backward, trying to increase the distance between himself and his dangerous opponent. The young man thinks anxiously that the devil take them. This goddess's minions have become much faster and more dangerous than before. Chen Jil tells his daughter to be careful, as the enemy's speed has increased significantly. Just as the boy is distracted for a second by his daughter's warning, his expression suddenly changes from horror. The young man sees the goddess's huge paw rushing toward him, which ends up pinning him to the hard ground with all its weight. This huge cat strikes with its paw and presses Chen Jil very hard to the ground, preventing him from moving. The goddess's purple eyes glistened ominously, and her sharp teeth bared menacingly in anticipation of her revenge on her enemy. But fortunately, at the very last critical moment, the guy's daughter was able to put up a protective dome that saved him from death. Chen Jil himself did not expect such an unexpected turn of events, thinking that he was already doomed to die at the hands of the monster. And when the goddess loosened her grip, the guy ran forward, jumped, and used his divine strike with maximum force. He hits the creature right in the eye, and the goddess begins to scream loudly from the unbearable pain. It was another very good blow, which immediately dealt 2,000 to 3,000 points of damage. It was insanely powerful and effective, and the guy doesn't want to stop there, continuing to attack. After delivering several such powerful blows, Chen Jil jumps back a little to think about what to do next in the fight. The guy carefully asks the little girl how she is feeling. As he realizes that she has already expended a lot of energy, Chen Jil realizes that all he can do is use his daughter's protective shield to get as close to the cat as possible. The guy realizes that if the cat moves too fast, he may not be able to hit it and strike back. When Chen Jil looks at his daughter, he realizes that she is also too tired to maintain her defense for much longer. The young man thinks that he needs to try to finish off this goddess cat before he is completely exhausted. He knows that he still has to fight off her powerful spirit minions, who are constantly chasing and attacking him. And so Chen Jil realizes that he is at a real impasse and thinks hard about what he needs to do now to win. The guy remembered that when the hero was training him, he used a special ability that allowed him to inflict damage with his sword from a safe distance. And the guy realizes that if he can master this technique, he will easily be able to defeat this powerful goddess in a fair fight. Chen Jil turns to Hesiod and asks if he knows how to kill this huge cat, which is stronger than all of his previous opponents. The young man persistently turns to the hero again and asks if he can hear him at all at this critical moment. The young man thinks anxiously that something is wrong, that surely the hero cannot communicate with him at all while he is undergoing the trial. But Chen Jil thinks that when he returned to reality, he left the desert with Hesiod, and he only has 130 minutes left. There is very little time left. Will the young man lose the opportunity to receive such a great reward for passing a difficult test? The young man realizes that the only thing he can do now is to at least dodge the attacks of the goddess and her minions. But the guy thinks that no, things can't go on like this. If he doesn't pass the test, he can't hope to get out of the desert. Chen Jil realizes that he cannot give up. There must be some way to defeat this insolent goddess and her magical powers. And when the guy looks at his enemy, he realizes that the cat is quickly approaching him for the next attack. The young man wonders how this could be. How could the goddess have become even faster than she was at the beginning of the battle? This huge animal strikes the young man with its massive paw with incredible destructive force. From such an insanely powerful blow, Chen Jil was simply pinned to the ground, unable to get up and counterattack. The guy barely manages to withstand this powerful blow only thanks to his constant training and physical conditioning. The young man sees the swift cat heading straight for him again to deliver the final deadly blow. A huge explosion occurs with a purple flash that blinds and deafens everyone within a radius of several meters. This goddess was sure that she had finally defeated the guy, and would no longer face any resistance from him. Then an alarming notification appears, stating that his health is below 10% and must be restored as quickly as possible. The guy realizes that the goddess is moving even faster, and with his current health, if he gets hit, he will die forever. And all Chen Jil can do now is use total destruction, drink the potion, and activate his daughter's shield. But then the young man thinks that right now, the forces of primordial chaos and all abilities are only being used in accordance with the system's prompts. The guy is almost certain that when the hero delivered a long-range sword strike, he concentrated all his elemental power on his weapon. Therefore, if Chen Jil concentrates the power of primordial chaos in his sword, will he be able to achieve the same result as Hesiod? And the guy realizes that this is exactly what he needs to try now. There is simply no other option for victory. All his elemental power begins to envelop the weapon in red energy, filling the blade with incredible destructive power. Chen Jil realizes that he seems to be doing everything right. As the red energy of primordial chaos appears all around the sword, the guy thrusts his weapon forward and tries to concentrate as much as possible to prepare for the decisive blow against the goddess. Then Chen Jil assumes the correct fighting stance and makes a couple of sweeping movements with his weapon, concentrating all his strength. and then the guy sends out huge beams of red energy that strike the monster right in the center of its torso with a powerful blow. Excellent. Chen Jil has mastered a new ability, the Crescent Strike, which consumes 100 units of magical energy. The guy realizes with joy that he now has another powerful ability, and with it, he will definitely be able to kill this boss. And then this cat goddess begins to growl loudly and menacingly, opening her mouth wide to reveal her sharp teeth. The goddess is extremely surprised that the guy is still alive and standing firmly on his feet after all the attacks. And then the guy's eyes begin to shine madly with divine power as he uses his ultimate ability for the final blow. But after activating his ability, Chen Jil suddenly starts falling straight forward for some reason, as if losing control of his body. This wild cat continues to charge aggressively at the guy, giving him no chance to recover and regroup. Chen Jil simply freezes, his gaze becoming focused, as if something has radically changed in his mind and determination. The guy looks at his weapon and tries to gather all the strength he has left for one last attack. And the young man uses his new skill, the red energy of primal chaos, sweeping away absolutely everything around him in a powerful wave. And Chen Jil simply cuts the huge cat in two with a single stroke, like a true professional swordsman. The boy's gaze is determined and triumphant, insanely happy that he has finally mastered this complex long-range technique. Chen Jil can barely stand on his trembling legs after such a powerful blow, having expended a huge amount of energy. The young man realizes that after using this ability, he feels as if his body is stuck in quicksand and completely unable to move. The guy realizes that fortunately everything went well, and he managed to defeat this huge monster in a fair fight. And Chen Jilu receives a solemn notification from the game system that he has successfully defeated the merciless goddess in battle. Therefore, the trial of the Crimson Moon is now completely past, and a powerful beam of light strikes directly from the moon in the sky. Looking at this phenomenon, the guy wonders what it is and where this light suddenly came from. And then a very bright yellow beam shines directly from the Crimson Moon onto the guy, enveloping him in radiance. 200,000 experience points were gained, and Chen Jil also received a significant level increase for his victory. Now the guy's actual level has risen to 100, which feels great. And thanks to the increase, his wounds are healing quickly. The guy gained a new skill that, when combined with his divine strike, would allow him to deal really good damage to his enemies. Chen Jil also received an amethyst moon key and another rare divine element to enhance his abilities. The young man thinks about how defeating this devil also grants a divine element, which is very unexpected. The guy thinks that this amethyst key, like the crimson one, is most likely used to activate a new complex trial. Chen Jil is a little afraid to open this chest after receiving a child from his last chest, which was a real surprise and unexpected for the young man. But then the young man quickly tells the girl not to think badly of him, that he's just joking because he doesn't want to upset her with his doubts. And then the magical chest slowly opens to the sound of a solemn melody, and the system congratulates him on receiving rare legendary equipment of the highest quality. An insanely beautiful white cloak appears in the air, hovering above the ground, the so-called Jacket of Luck with incredible magical properties. This magical Jacket of Luck increases the chance of obtaining magical equipment by a whopping 20%, which is extremely useful for further adventures. Chen Jil also received huge earrings of the god, which add 20 to strength, agility, intelligence, and significantly increase health. The young man realizes that this equipment is not called legendary for nothing, as the earrings give a significant bonus to absolutely all of the character's main characteristics. And the young man thinks that since his ears aren't pierced for earrings, he just needs to press a special button to activate the equipment. And so Chen Jil reaches out with his finger and wants to activate the equipment, after which the earrings automatically attach to his ears without pain. The rest of the legendary equipment is also automatically drawn to the young man's body, perfectly adjusting to his size and providing maximum comfort. The Crimson Moon trial was completed with flying colors, and the portal to return to the main world was ceremoniously opened. Chen Jil turns to his adopted daughter and tells her that they need to go back, as they have successfully completed the difficult trial and received their rewards. And so the boy enters the bright blue portal, not even knowing what is happening outside in the real world. The young man teleports back to the desert. It happens very quickly, and he thinks he has returned, but why is it still evening? Chen Jil thinks with surprise, could it be that when you pass tests in another dimension, time completely stops and does not flow here? But then the guy saw something that surprised and shocked him so much that his eyes popped out of his head at the sight. The young man saw that the entire city was now teeming with bright fires and destruction, as if a real war between powerful forces had taken place here. In another city, two people were talking anxiously about whether they had heard about the game Cosmos, which was causing people to die all over the world. The second man replied that he thought it was because young people played too many computer games and didn't care about their health. The man says that he should take a look at himself. He's not so young anymore, but he's still full of energy, and the girls tonight thought he was only 20. The blonde man honestly replies that he also played this damn game, and lately he can't concentrate on anything, and is afraid that he will also die soon. And then the couple suddenly notices a very bright purple glow right in the center of their residential area, which causes alarm. People don't understand where this strange glow is coming from or what this unusual phenomenon could mean for the city. They decide to cautiously approach the source of the light, as this mystical beam only grows brighter and larger with each passing minute. Passers-by are talking among themselves about how bright and unusual the light is. Could there be some kind of illegal party or secret experiment going on there? Two of these guys open their mouths in shock and panic, wondering what kind of terrifying creature has appeared before them. Passers-by see a terrifying white monster whose eyes glow ominously purple, radiating otherworldly energy and menace. People simply fall to the ground, unable to comprehend what they are seeing, as such a creature should not exist in reality. They think with horror that it must be the boss from the game Cosmos. But how did it get here in the real world among ordinary people? Suddenly, an unfamiliar girl with bright red hair and a determined expression appears, ready for battle. This mysterious girl performs very fast acrobatic jumps and lands right in front of the monster, shielding the frightened people. The stranger takes a fighting stance after landing a couple of precise blows on the hideous creature, demonstrating her combat skills. The girl's gaze is sad, but at the same time, she seems completely indifferent to what is happening, as if she is used to fighting such creatures. At that moment, Chen Jil is walking through his hometown and doesn't recognize it at all, surrounded by nothing but ruin and destruction. The guy thinks anxiously about what could have happened in the city while he was away on his trial for just one evening. Could it be that time in the trial dimensions is exactly the same as in the desert, without any time distortions? Hesiod, who suddenly appears next to him, addresses the young man and says that he has finally returned from his dangerous trial. Chen Jil asks the hero where he has been, to which Hesiod replies that it turns out the young man can expel him from the spiritual world. When the young man hears this strange information, he cannot believe his ears, as he has never intentionally done such a thing. Just then, as the young man stands there thinking, a purple dagger with dark energy suddenly flies toward his back. Black and purple smoke flew toward Chen Jilu as fast as possible. What kind of ambush attack was this? But the guy quickly drew his weapon and easily blocked the sudden blow, demonstrating excellent reflexes. The young man wonders what kind of shadow attack this is, and why someone decided to attack him. And Chen Jil sees his comrade Boban standing in front of him, who for some reason has decided to attack him fiercely. And his friend starts shouting the guy's name. All the anger and hatred that is built up in the warrior's head is visible. Chen Jil is completely confused, doesn't understand anything, and asks what he is doing, where his grandfather is, and what happened here. His comrade says angrily that the guy has the nerve to ask about his grandfather, that it's all Chen Jil's fault. But the young man, still confused, continues to ask what his friend is talking about and what could have happened while he was away. And so they stand there in this terrible, ruined city, Chen Jil in a sad mood, entering one of the houses. The young man sees all his friends there, including his grandfather, who is lying on the bed with one arm missing, which shocks him to the core. Not only is the old man missing an arm, but it turns out that he is missing both arms, which makes the situation even more terrifying. The ends of the grandfather's limbs are bandaged with bloody bandages, indicating recent serious injuries and suffering. The young man looks at this terrible sight in horror, and wonders what could have happened while he was away. Chen Jil cannot believe what is happening, saying that he was only gone for one evening, and that something so terrible could have happened here. But all of Chen Jil's friends don't even want to talk to him, or look in his direction. They just remain silent, and don't answer his questions. The guy notices the cold and hostile atmosphere in the room, and anxiously wonders what happened to his friends while he was away. Chen Jila turns to the orc and asks if Rahidler can at least explain to him what happened while he was away. Rahidler bitterly says that his brother has been gone for 3 whole days, and everyone has already decided that he left without even saying goodbye to his friends. When the young man hears this information about the 3 days, he cannot believe his ears, as it feels like only one evening has passed for him. Boban angrily says that Chen Jilu should stop pretending that he cares, as he had always said that he would protect everyone, but ran away at the crucial moment. The angry comrade adds that the guy understands that 1,000 people died because of him and his cowardly escape from responsibility. Boban asks who Chen Jilu is and why this god is so desperate to find him among all people. Chen Jilu's anger grows as he still doesn't understand what happened and why his friends are treating him this way. At the city police station, a police officer sternly tells the two that if they continue to talk nonsense, she will have to arrest them for giving false testimony. The 2 guys who encountered a real monster beg her to believe that they are telling the absolute truth about what happened. And so these 2 come to the station and start talking complete nonsense, claiming that they saw a living monster in the city. These guys insist to the police that it's true. There was a giant monster, and there was also a flying girl with red hair. And when the policewoman heard their testimony, she said, "Okay, you can go, but if you come back with stories like that, you won't get away so easily." Someone called the female police officer on the phone. It was her boss, and she began to talk to him actively and seriously about the emergency. The boss reported to his employee about unknown creatures that had suddenly appeared in different parts of the city and were attacking people. She replies to her boss that she has orders to gather all the officers immediately and await further instructions. And now everyone present at the station is wondering what on earth has been happening in the city lately. The police officer announces that the chief has just called and declared a state of emergency in the city because terrible monsters are attacking residents. At that moment, Boban aggressively asks the young man why he is silent. Does he really think they will just let him go without an explanation? Chen Jil doesn't even know what to say, seeing this aggression directed at him, but at the same time, he doesn't understand the situation. And then his friend suddenly yells at him, saying that he knew this guy was coming for him and just left, thinking only of himself. Bros and Sally still say nothing in Chen Jil's defense. They just remain silent in this tense situation. Boban continues to shout and say that the guy isn't even trying to deny the accusations, that he's just a piece of moral trash and nothing more. The warrior swings his fist to hit his friend, but Chen Jil easily stops the blow, demonstrating his increased strength. Boban feels even more anger toward his former friend, unable to forgive what happened to his grandfather and the townspeople. Chen Jil painfully says he is sorry, but Boban misunderstands him. The young man did not know anyone was coming after him, and had no intention of abandoning his comrades. The young man honestly says that in any case, everything that happened was his fault, and he is ready to take full responsibility for it. Bros says desperately that it is impossible, that they will never be able to defeat this powerful god and his forces, and everyone present asks the question that interests them. Why is someone so persistently searching for Chen Jila? And the guy honestly answers that it's because he has the power to kill gods. When fighting the enemy, he noticed that ordinary elemental abilities couldn't harm him, and it turns out that this is because the enemy sold his soul to Hades, the god of the underworld, in exchange for such incredible divine power and protection. And when all three of them heard the terrible name of Hades, they were literally petrified with horror and understanding of the scale of the threat. Chen Jil says he doesn't know how it happened, but it turns out that his elemental ability is the power of primordial chaos. And most likely, the powerful Hades noticed the young man just as he was fighting his subordinate and displaying this power. Argos, with his huge wings, slowly lands on the ground where Chen Jil had recently fought. The dragon tries to find the guy by following the remaining traces, thinking that he sees signs that the god killer was also here. The temple mentioned by the great Hades is a sacred place of imprisonment for the most ancient gods who rebelled against the order. Argos stands in the center, and a red, mad seal appears beneath him, activating ancient search magic. After that, the demon realizes that yes, this was definitely the godslayer they were looking for. And from the ground, the sand temple of Kepri literally rises, materializing from nothingness by the power of ancient magic. Chen Jil thinks in amazement. Could this really be just an ordinary virtual world created by a computer? The young man thinks that absolutely everything feels so real that it is really hard to believe and accept as fact. The young man realizes that self-awareness and emotions of sadness and joy are what separate them from soulless machines and programs. Therefore, before leaving the game forever, Chen Jil must avenge his grandfather and all the innocent people who died. The boy thinks that there is probably something in the medicine store that can help his grandfather regain his lost limbs. He finds the patron's item, a magical medicine created by the god of medicine that instantly restores damaged parts of the body. Chen Jil realizes that this is exactly what he needs and immediately gives it to his grandfather so that he can fully recover. But then the young man's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a loud explosive sound ahead in the desert. This powerful explosion clearly intrigued the young man. What could have happened there that was so large and destructive? The young man thinks that it was so strong that even in the city itself, the ground shook from the shockwave. It was such a powerful release of energy that the concerned young man wondered what could have actually happened there. And then Chen Jila's pupils turned red, showing signs of the activation of the power of primal chaos in response to the threat. Chen Jilu received an important notification from the system that the very temple he needed to complete his quest had been unexpectedly activated by an unknown force in the desert. The young man realized with surprise that it was the very temple his grandfather had spoken of, and he looked toward the bright glow in the distance in the sands. And the young man realizes with alarm that he is almost certain that the temple was activated by the very demon who caused all this destruction in the city in search of the god killer. This powerful subordinate of Hades cautiously enters the ancient temple and takes careful steps across the sacred slabs, preparing to face danger. Argos thinks reluctantly that if it weren't for the direct order of his great god Hades, he would never have come to this cursed place of his own free will. But the Lord of the Underworld sent the demon here specifically to test the strength of the ancient seal that was placed here by the powerful mages of the past. For in such a huge temple in the middle of the endless desert, there must surely be sealed away some incredibly powerful and dangerous creature from ancient times. And the one sealed in the depths of this temple is surely the one whom the almighty god Hades, Lord of the Dead, fears and dreads. And then Argos saw a bright green seal pulsing with energy, and he realized that this was probably exactly as Hades had warned. This was the sacred place that his most beloved and powerful god, Hades, had spoken of with trepidation before sending him into the desert. The dragon began to summon his dark energy, and even more green energy spread around the seal, preparing to awaken what was hidden inside. Argos realizes with horror that the mythical monster, which is the true guardian of the temple, is beginning to awaken from its long slumber. This powerful green energy fills the entire space around the temple, creating an atmosphere of ancient power and unknown danger. Nabushil slowly appears, a true ancient god with burning purple eyes, full of rage from his long imprisonment. At this critical moment, Chen Jil thinks with interest, wondering why this unfamiliar demon needs this ancient temple. And the young man realized with alarm that the gods could sense his power, and if the demon came looking for him again, the remaining inhabitants of the city would surely suffer. Hesiod turns to his protege and explains that the gods know where the bearer of power is, as he must know something about it. This ancient hero says that when Chen Jil uses his power of primordial chaos, his body begins to emit a certain magical scent that the gods can smell. The only way to completely get rid of this cursed smell that reveals his location is to die or find a way to hide his power. Hesiod warns that the young man must know that the price of possessing such power is truly great and could cost the lives of all those close to him. The only thing left for Chen Jilu to do in this situation is to kill only those gods and demons who stand in his way to freedom. When the young man heard these harsh words, he thought that there were other gods who were looking for him and wanted to kill him, so he should go to the temple as quickly as possible to remove the seal. The young man understands that he must do this first and foremost for the safety of his loyal friends and the innocent inhabitants of the city. Chen Jil realizes that all his comrades are right in their accusations, that everything that happened only because he came to this peaceful city. The young man has brought real trouble upon all his loved ones, and he feels incredibly ashamed before each of the victims. Chen Jil's grandfather was seriously injured, and the young man does not yet know exactly how many innocent people died because of his presence in the city. The young man apologizes painfully to Sally, his grandfather, and everyone else, realizing that it will be very difficult to forgive him for such suffering. Orc Rahidler, who approaches the young man, says in surprise, "Hey brother, when did Chen Jil manage to get here? He's been gone for so long." Chen Jil replies that he arrived just a minute ago. His granddaughter had just returned from the doctor and asked him to give his grandfather some medicine. The orc says understandingly that his brother shouldn't be angry with everyone else, that he should understand that a great misfortune has happened, and that everyone is having a very hard time because of it. Chen Jil, upon hearing these wise words from his friend, understands everything perfectly and does not hold a grudge against his comrades for their reaction. But the boy takes out a magic bottle and says that this magical medicine will completely heal his grandfather's wounds, and that it is essential to give it to him to drink. The young man adds that he will take a walk around the city, and Rahidler should take care of his grandfather, as that is the most important thing for everyone right now. When the guy leaves the house, he realizes that he cannot return everything to the way it was before, but at least he must protect the remaining inhabitants of the desert. Chen Jil apologizes to his friends in his mind and says that they will forgive him for leaving without saying goodbye properly. The guy starts running quickly toward the desert, realizing that if he hurries, he might still find the demon alive in the temple. And in the real world, a real nightmare unfolds, with all kinds of monsters emerging en masse from portals across the planet, spreading chaos. This stranger with bright red hair is the only girl standing in the way of the monsters, ready to fight to the end. While all the ordinary people are running away from the monsters in panic, she seems to be calmly preparing to take the blow and give the enemies a worthy rebuff. The girl resolutely raises her gaze and realizes that this is how it must be, ready to face this threat head-on without fear. The warrior sees these terrifying devil monsters methodically destroying the city and mercilessly killing all the peaceful people around them indiscriminately. The radio tells the girl that these monsters appear to be very high-level creatures, the likes of which have never been encountered in the real world before. They add that the commander has already sent 3 of the best fighters of level 120 to help her, and that she should wait a little longer for reinforcements. The command asks the girl if she should wait for help, but she replies that at least 3 more monsters of the same level have appeared in the eastern district, and they cannot be allowed to reach the city center. And then the terrifying devil monster makes a powerful leap at the girl, but she is not at all afraid to face it in single combat. The warrior realizes that the convergence of the 2 worlds is happening much faster than she could have imagined in her worst nightmares. Right now, in every corner of the globe, various monsters are appearing out of nowhere, creating chaos and panic among the population. These monsters methodically destroy absolutely everything in their path and pay no attention to human resistance. Even the most modern and advanced military weapons are simply useless against the magical defenses of these powerful monsters. All of humanity is completely unprepared for the sudden invasion of monsters, and no one knows if there is any way to defeat these creatures. Chen Jil has been walking through the desert for 3 hours and 28 minutes, and he still has 8 hours to go before he reaches the temple. The guy thinks with irritation, "Damn, how long is it going to take?" Even though he has access to teleportation, for some reason he can't get to a place he's never been before. Hesiod appears next to him and tells Chen Jil that if he flies on a dragon, he can save a huge amount of precious time to reach his goal. And the guy suddenly realizes that he has an adopted daughter, Yaluka, and thinks that maybe he can fly on her as a means of transportation. Chen Jilu smiles sheepishly and tells Hesiod that he's just joking about such an absurd idea of using a child to fly. And then, ahead of them, they suddenly saw the very monster from the beginning of their adventure, the one that had devoured several people in the desert. Even from behind, the guy immediately recognized the terrifying monster that had caused his first death in this world. Chen Jil sees the disgusting state of the monster devouring the rotting flesh of a dead animal found in the desert sands. And the vile creature itself heard the familiar footsteps of a human approaching, and cautiously raised its ugly head. The monster reluctantly looked away from its bloody meal and slowly turned to see where the sound was coming from. Chen Jil stared intently at the monster, which had risen and completely torn itself away from its disgusting meal to face the uninvited guest. The young man looked and understood perfectly well that this was the very same enemy he had fought for the first time in the desert. This was the same treacherous monster that had killed Chen Jil when he had first arrived in this cursed desert with no combat experience. And this ancient creature clearly senses a familiar human scent that awakens memories of the past. The guy realizes that he had originally intended to avoid encounters with such dangerous monsters, but apparently he has no other choice. Chen Jil defiantly tells the monster, "Hey dung beetle, we meet again for revenge." The terrifying creature says in surprise, "You're the one I killed. Why are you still alive and well?" The guy confidently replies that thanks to his first encounter with the monster, he is not only alive but has also developed very well. This primitive monster doesn't even understand what the mysterious words about development mean. The terrifying creature menacingly extends its clawed hand forward and viciously declares that it will kill the guy again without any trouble. But Chen Jila's gaze is completely calm, showing that he doesn't care about the threats and is not afraid to fight this enemy. A serious battle begins between the opponents, and the guy easily and gracefully dodges all of the monster's clumsy blows. It is clear how incredibly the guy has grown in strength. Now the monster's attack seems simply ridiculous and pathetic to him. The monster can't keep up with the guy's increased speed, and tries to attack more and more with each failed attempt. And then Chen Jil decides to counterattack, clenching his fist and directing it straight at the monster's body. The guy says with a smirk, "Does the monster really think that nothing has changed since then, and that it can still only swing its sword?" From such a powerful blow, the monster flies very far away, picking up all the sand that was on the surface. Chen Jil proudly replies that he has now become someone who can defeat even the most powerful god in a fair fight. The young man adds that the monster can call him a god slayer, since he has achieved such an incredible level of strength. And then this wild creature suddenly flies high into the air, preparing for its most powerful attack. The creature begins to concentrate all its yellow energy in its hands, and contemptuously says that Chen Jil is a pathetic human. A huge scythe of death materializes in the monster's hands, and the creature threatens that if that's the case, the guy knows what will happen next. The monster says furiously that in that case, it will simply tear Chen Jil to pieces, a terrible and annoying man. And the guy calmly replies that it seems to be the monster's basic ability, and he doesn't see anything special about it. Chen Jila's eyes reflect confidence, as last time all the monster's stats increased 100-fold, but the guy still killed it with ease. However, after his recent victory over the goddess basket, the guy's level has risen to 100, so he also has legendary equipment to strengthen himself. Chen Jil understands that if he can't defeat this monster now, then he can forget about going to the temple forever. The guy realizes that this battle will determine whether he can even get out of here alive and achieve his goal of liberation. A huge explosion occurs in the desert, its power and destructive force unlike anything ever seen before. Chen Jil quickly raises his weapon in front of him to block the powerful blow of this enraged monster. The creature looks at the successful defense with genuine shock, its evil eyes sparkling with surprise. The guy simply jumps nimbly out of the way of the scythe's deadly blow. Chen Jil digs his foot into the sand, which begins to smoke under the influence of his increased energy. The young man moves closer and closer to his opponent, swinging his weapon, which is enveloped in the red glow of primordial chaos. The boy concentrates all his strength and releases a huge stream of destructive energy toward the monster. The monster with the scythe manages to dodge, its speed remaining its main advantage. And this monster says contemptuously that humans are still as pathetic and slow as they always were. Chen Jil understands perfectly well that this is not the case and wants to use his divine strike skill. The monster clearly did not expect such a swift attack and looks at the approaching man in complete shock and confusion. And with this powerful divine strike, the monster loses 20,000 health points in one blow. This is truly colossal damage, so the frightened beast jumps back sharply for safety. The monster's entire body is covered in deep wounds, and the creature wonders how such a thing is even possible. But the young man receives an alarming notification that the durability of his weapon has dropped to less than 70% of its original state. Chen Jil realizes that the durability is being depleted too quickly, and he needs to finish off this monster as soon as possible. Therefore, the guy activates his new transformation called Total Destruction for the final blow. Even the monster itself notices how Chen Jil has changed visually, and wonders if this is really the same face as before. The guy gets very close to his opponent, and reaches out with his hand toward the monster's body to deliver the decisive blow. Chen Jil clenches his fist and strikes with his sword, which literally passes through the monster's defenses. The weapon completely enters the monster's heart, inflicting critical damage to a vital organ. But the guy doesn't understand one thing. Why did the monster give up so easily and not dodge this final blow? The monster simply gave up, and one thought runs through his head. Such power is simply impossible for a human. The monster looks at the guy and begins to tremble with fear, saying with horror, "Could this really be the same man?" After that, the monster reverently says again that he cannot believe that Chen Jil is his true master and lord. At that moment, in the real world, a military plane is flying over the ocean, reporting that a large number of unidentified objects have appeared in the eastern Pacific Ocean. Various countries around the world have sent joint rescue teams to investigate and neutralize the threat. The commander sternly asks the developer if he can explain why monsters from the game Cosmos have suddenly appeared in the real world. The company representative replies that they are game developers, and understand that code is just a computer program. But why the monsters are appearing in the real world is not a question for the game developers. But the female officer, on behalf of the government, asks them to shut down the game server immediately until a full investigation is conducted. The game developer explains that the woman must understand that all game servers are located in Europe under a different jurisdiction, and the company does not have sufficient authority to conduct such a large-scale international investigation. The representative adds that he has other matters to attend to, so it is best to leave the meeting. The developer also wants to remind everyone that the game monsters were not invented by the company from scratch. Their images are based on ancient legends. The man says that it would be better to study these legends thoroughly, as they can be found in the archives of various companies. The female officer thinks with horror, does the developer really mean that these monsters are real? For the first time, it becomes clear that 3 monsters of the highest level have appeared in one dangerous place. And the most interesting thing is that these 3 monsters are completely different from each other in terms of abilities and strength. The players are worried, saying that last time, a squad of 4 experienced fighters was sent to battle a single monster like this. Now, there are only 3 participants, who definitely won't be able to handle these 3 powerful monsters at the same time. The guy with the eye patch says firmly that in that case, they need to prepare for a deadly battle. But then, unexpectedly, the 3 fighters are shocked, wondering in horror what is happening. They see another huge monster emerging from the glowing portal, completely unprepared for such a turn of events. The players panic and ask questions about this strange place and where all these monsters are coming from. It's truly amazing that the monster that emerged isn't even S rank, but a higher rank, which is extremely dangerous. Chen Jil stands in front of this monster in complete bewilderment, wondering what is really going on, and why the monster has fallen to its knees. The guy asks in surprise, "Master, what is the monster talking about?" He doesn't understand the situation, and the monster respectfully replies that it senses the master's power, the all-explaining power of the true ruler. Once again, when Chen Jil hears this, he does not understand what the monster is talking about. Suddenly, a powerful explosion rocks the ground in front of Chen Jil, and the guy quickly jumps aside to avoid being hit by debris. This monster, which has no aggressive force, repeats the same words over and over again. "Master, master." The guy asks the monster in confusion, "Hey dung beetle, what are you planning to do now?" But the monster seems completely unwilling to answer the guy's direct and logical questions. The monster asks itself maliciously why the master's power is in the hands of an ordinary person. What has happened? And Chen Jil turns to Hesiod and asks the hero if this master is by any chance himself. The man answers honestly that he remembers nothing at all, and even if it were true, he couldn't confirm it. The young man thinks with interest that perhaps this legendary hero really was the monster's master in the past. So Chen Jil decided to ask the monster if his master was a man with white hair and a heroic appearance. But the monster replies that no, its master is not a human, but a supreme god, the powerful god Ra from the Egyptian pantheon. The guy realizes with horror that this is the strongest of the 9 main gods of the ancient world, an incredibly powerful being. The monster says that it doesn't matter who Chen Jil is. His master's power now belongs to him, so now the guy is his master, and he kneels before him. And the guy receives a new entry in the illustrated reference book called Servant of God, which expands his knowledge. And then the monster humbly says, "Please accept me into your service and become my new master and ruler." And the guy realizes that this monster is Hepri, the very same god. And he doesn't like the task of avenging Hepri at all, but defeating Nabusela with his assistant will be much easier. Therefore, Chen Jil understands that he has no other reasonable option but to accept this creature into his service. The god Hepri has now become the boy's servant, and in battle, he can use the ability of the ghost servant to summon him for help. And the young man realizes with joy that it would be great if he had several such servants, so he would no longer have to fight alone. But there is a limitation. Each servant receives only 30% of their master's experience, which slows down their development. Chen Jil thinks that it's not that simple. The more servants you have, the less experience you get. And if a servant dies, all the experience you've spent will be wasted. The guy will think about it later. If he had had this servant earlier, he could have distracted his enemies much more effectively. Therefore, Chen Jil decides to use the servant's summoning ability, and everything around him begins to glow with a bright yellow light of magic. This god appears in physical form, emanating a very bright yellow energy of divine power. The guy turns to the servant and says that he must tell him absolutely everything he knows about the temple and Nabusile. At that moment, urgent negotiations are taking place at the Pentagon on Earth, as the boss has just received a call from headquarters. It is reported that unknown monsters are appearing in many large cities around the world, causing panic among the population. Superiors also demand that the officer urgently travel to the capital to discuss necessary countermeasures against the threat. The female officer responds to her subordinate that she will inform her superiors that she will be ready to depart in 15 minutes. The head of the Special Affairs Department reports that photos have just been sent of a mysterious girl who killed one of the monsters in an urban area. The lady took the photos to look closely at who was depicted in these important photos for the investigation. She is also informed that 3 additional photos have been received from the Marine Patrol, and 3 more dangerous monsters have appeared in the Eastern Sea. A subordinate informs the lady that he has sent the photos to experts, who have confirmed that all the monsters are exact copies of the monsters from the game Cosmos. The captain's mind is filled with the words of the game developer, who said that if they want to study these legends, they should not meddle in the company's affairs. And so, in the open sea, where the waves are raging violently, the heroes try to kill these sea monsters with their own strength. A muscular guy resolutely says that he will hold off the SS-ranked monsters, while his companions should first deal with the 2 lower-ranked monsters. All his companions, hearing this plan, agree and prepare for a difficult battle with the monsters. The archer draws his bow and clenches his teeth from the tension, aiming at the enemy's weak spots. The archer tries to hit the dragon's eye precisely to deal critical damage and take it down quickly. But then something happens that greatly surprises and shocks these experienced players. A muscular guy tries to strangle this huge and dangerous dragon with his magical chains, but the hero simply cannot do it. The dragon is much stronger and begins to pull the chains toward him. Then another monster with an iron club in its hands and burning red eyes makes a powerful leap upward. And so the muscular guy falls into the cold water from such an unexpected blow from above. The rest of his companions also fell one after another into the turbulent and raging sea. The monster watched with a contemptuous grin, realizing that these people were too weak to be worthy opponents for monsters. But then the heroes surfaced, luckily surviving the fall. The blonde woman said desperately that they couldn't handle monsters of such a high level and needed help from someone much stronger. The guy with the bandage responds firmly that they won't let these monsters reach their hometown. The heroes are determined to stop the monsters here, even if it costs them their lives to save the people. The player resolutely takes out his sharpened sword, preparing for a final battle to the death. Suddenly, a commander named Hisaki appears, insanely confident, and says that they will leave this matter to him. The dragon, seeing that another strong fighter has appeared, is enraged and ready to attack fiercely. But the commander is truly lightning fast, moving from point to point in a fraction of a second. Hisaki draws his weapon and uses it to deliver a barrage of lightning-fast strikes against his enemies. After that, the commander calmly put his weapon back in its protective case, as if nothing had happened. All that can be seen behind him is how he froze all these monsters in thick ice with special technology. The monsters cannot move, and Hisaki delivers the final blow, called Snow Moon. Chen Jil, who is still in the desert with his new servant, patiently waits for specific answers to his questions. Hepri, an ancient beetle god, tells Chen Jil that it all began with the appearance of the powerful god Morpheus in this world, several decades ago. The servant explains that after the Great War of the Titans, the brothers Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon were greatly angered by the fact that people had begun to worship other gods instead of them. Therefore, the three brothers summoned the god Morpheus to punish the rebellious humans, which, of course, immediately caused serious discontent among those who believed in the god Ra. But these three powerful brothers did not have enough power. So Hades tricked the god Ra with a cunning plan, causing him to be imprisoned in this cursed desert. This loyal servant says with pain that he had to find his master and spent 10,000 years crossing this endless sea in search of him. But the young man asks with interest why Hades sent people to this harsh desert in the first place. What was the purpose of the god of the underworld? Heper coldly replies that in the eyes of the gods, humans are nothing but pieces of meat, no different from the pitiful insects that can be crushed. Hearing these cruel words, the young man realizes that the secret of this desert has finally been revealed. But he has even more questions about the truth. Chen Jil wonders why the servant said he had the power of a god. Could it be that the hero inside him and the power of the primordial chaos have something to do with it? The young man realizes that in order to find the complete answer to all his questions, he must find the god Ra and ask him everything himself. The guy tells Hepri that they still have a long way to go on foot to reach the temple, so they need to continue on their way as soon as possible. This ancient monster tells his master that if he looks there, it will be much faster and easier to get to the temple. The guy doesn't understand what he's talking about, so the servant decides to demonstrate his abilities by glowing brightly with yellow energy. This divine energy is so bright and powerful that it simply blinds everything around it for a few seconds. Yaluka's daughter, who sees this incredible bright glow, is also genuinely delighted by this magical sight. Hepri can take the form of a giant flying beetle, and during flight, he loses 10 units of energy every 10 kilometers. And the guy realizes with relief that it turns out his servant can fly without expending a lot of energy on transportation. This huge divine beetle landed on the sandy ground, and with it, it will indeed be much faster to get to the temple. The servant respectfully addresses the young man, and tells him that his master must climb onto his back as quickly as possible for the flight. And after Chen Jil sat comfortably on its back, the huge beetle powerfully pushed off the ground and flew into the sky. The young man enthusiastically replies to the servant that they must go forward, for they will surely rescue the mighty god Ra from his centuries-long imprisonment. There he is, flying on the back of this beetle, and quickly moving across the endless desert toward his cherished goal. At that moment, in the real world, the sea is still raging violently, and the heroes are standing on the shore, assessing the situation with the monsters. A subordinate reports the information to the commander, and a girl with red hair says that the situation is completely out of the authorities' control. The subordinate says with alarm that if nothing is done urgently, humanity will be completely wiped off the face of the earth. The girl in military clothing replies that she fears the destruction not only of the inhabitants of Earth, but also of the people from the virtual world of Cosmos. When the guy with the bandage hears this, he doesn't even know what to say to such a revelation about the connection between the two worlds. The girl went into her game menu to get some important information about what was happening in the world. Then a very bright flash of lightning appeared in the sky directly above the sea, illuminating everything around with a blinding light. The army of the powerful Hades had already reached the continent, which was terrible and meant the beginning of a real war between the worlds. The red-haired girl realized with horror that soon all this would turn into a real bloodbath, and even more madness across the planet. Chen Jil, riding his faithful beetle servant, finally flies up to the ancient temple visible on the horizon among the sand dunes. They didn't take long to get there. Everything happened very quickly thanks to Hepri's ability to fly. Chen Jil asks his inner companion or hero, Hesiod, if he remembers anything important about the past. But he sadly replies that no, his mind is completely blank, with no memories left. The young man sympathizes, realizing that the hero does not even remember who he is, and wonders how he can help him regain even a little of his lost memory. Chen Jil decides that the best thing to do is to put his hand on Hesiod's shoulder and tell him not to worry about the past. The guy adds that the hero shouldn't worry, because they will definitely come up with something to restore his memory. Chen Jil looks at the map and realizes with satisfaction that he has reached the southernmost temple in the desert. The temple is already visible on the ground, getting closer and closer as they approach it. The guy doesn't even know what to expect, or what he will see in this ancient and mysterious temple of the gods. Therefore, Chen Jil orders his loyal servant to carefully descend for landing. And this huge beetle, hearing its master's clear command, immediately decided to obey without delay. Hepri rapidly began to descend, deliberately aiming to land softly near the temple entrance. A subordinate of Hades named Argos is still inside the temple, patrolling the corridors in anticipation. The demon immediately sensed the familiar scent of the god killer, realizing that the guy had arrived somewhere near the sacred place. After setting the young man on the ground, Hepper changed his appearance back to his previous human form. The servant respectfully says that it was a great honor for him to help his master on his journey. And then the guy sees a real majestic Egyptian temple in front of him and realizes that he has finally reached the goal of his journey. But Chen Jil knows that the only thing he needs to do now is defeat the powerful guardian of this sacred place. The young man wonders with interest whether the temple activated the demon that attacked the city, or how exactly that happened. As Chen Jil climbs the ancient stone steps, he thinks that the enemy may still be in the temple. The young man realizes that there is a strange and sinister smell here. And at the top, he notices the silhouette of a humanoid creature. This is Aida's subordinate, Argos, who has been patiently waiting for the young man in this temple since the beginning. With a sinister smile on his face, this blonde demon says that they have finally met face to face. And the guy, with a malicious expression on his face, realizes with fury that yes, this is indeed the very killer who did everything. Argos mockingly tells the young man to relax, saying that the demon will simply cut off his head, and death will be quick and almost painless. After these words, the dragon makes a powerful leap from the roof of the temple, preparing to attack. Argos appears in front of the guy in a flash, so fast that he doesn't even realize what just happened. The demon waves his hand threateningly, a ruthless and sadistic smile of anticipation appearing on his face. Real sharp dragon claws begin to grow from Argos's hands, ready to tear his enemy apart. Then there is a huge explosion so powerful that the entire desert within a radius of several kilometers shakes from the shockwave. But then, for some reason, the sinister smile disappears from the enemy's face after this huge, unexpected blow from behind. Hepri appeared out of nowhere and heroically defended his master from the deadly attack of the demon Argos. Chen Jil realizes with relief that Argos should have hit him just as quickly. But his loyal servant really did save his life. The young man realizes with alarm that this monster is much stronger than he could have imagined even in his wildest dreams. Aida's servant thinks with surprise that this guy has a ghostly servant. But such abilities are only possessed by true gods. Argos thinks that Aida is probably right to be worried, and then the servant grabs his arm tightly. But it turns out that it is not a servant, but Lucius's guardian, who has enveloped the demon in her powerful energy to attack. A large amount of various elemental energies are directed straight at the monster's back, creating a powerful combined attack. A huge stone snake suddenly emerges from the ground to help in the battle against Hades' subordinate. A very bright glow appears, and these blows come in countless waves from all sides at once. This dragon, a servant of Hades, is simply taken and chained deep into the ground with the combined forces of all participants. The guy is in shock at how quickly and unexpectedly the whole situation has been resolved in their favor. Chen Jil hears familiar footsteps approaching him and does not understand who it could be. The young man sees all his loyal friends, who reproachfully ask him why he left them alone. Chen Jil asks his companions in surprise how they found this remote place in the desert. Sally replies that it was all thanks to the incredible abilities of the guardian Lucius. The guardian explains that her wolves remembered the young man's scent, so they initially followed his trail through the desert. But when Chen Jil's scent disappeared after the flight, they decided to just keep going without changing course. Bros adds that fortunately, his grandfather felt a powerful surge of energy near their location, and then everyone realized that this energy surge clearly did not happen in the desert by accident. So the young man happily tells his grandfather that he can see that the old man's hands have completely healed. The grandfather says that yes, he is now completely fine and in excellent health. The old man thanks the young man for the magical medicine, knowing that he had gone out of his way to get it for him. The young man replies with a sincere smile that he couldn't have done anything else in such a situation. Then, unexpectedly, Bros asks curiously who Chen Jilong is. The young man replies that it is actually Hepri, his new ghost servant and assistant in battle. Everyone who heard this couldn't believe their ears and looked at each other in amazement. Bros reverently says that this is the very same scarab god, the bodyguard of the legendary god Ra, and the guy confirms that yes, everything is indeed as the warrior says. And then, unexpectedly, when this subordinate of Hades was imprisoned in stones, he began to move actively and resist. Argos spreads his fingers wide and creates a huge flash of red energy that emanates powerfully from the heavens. The demon easily breaks free from the heavy stones that temporarily bound him. All the guys who were watching this scene were even more surprised by what was happening, as they thought they had finally dealt with this demon and defeated him. The old man was the only one who didn't even flinch or show any surprise at the spectacle, as if he had expected this turn of events. Argos, with undisguised malice, tells the heroes that they are just cursed, pathetic insects and nothing more, unworthy of his attention and time. A devilish red glow emanates from the demon's powerful body, filling the surrounding space with sinister energy. In his muscular hand, Argos materializes a real bolt of lightning that literally shoots out of his palm, crackling with power. The dragon releases a huge destructive flash from his hand and viciously tells the heroes that they should just die here and now. It seems that this red demonic energy will now engulf absolutely everything within a radius of several kilometers, leaving nothing alive. A terrifying blow of incredible power strikes the desert. But suddenly a protective golden dome appears around the heroes. Ada's subordinate becomes even more enraged by the disappointing sight before him. All the heroes are still alive. Hepri turns out to be the one who heroically protected all his comrades from that terrible deadly blow with his magical golden energy. All the heroes clearly did not expect such a turn of events and look at their new ally with serious and grateful expressions. Chen Jil asks his loyal servant in surprise what he is doing, risking his life to protect the group. But Hepri resolutely replies to his master that he will deal with this nobody himself, and Chen Jil should hurry up and find the seal in the temple. When the boy hears this wise advice, all the heroes turn straight toward the temple entrance and say that it's a good idea. But they need to be careful. The dragon Argos, who sees this, is clearly extremely dissatisfied with this turn of events, and the heroes' plans to enter the sanctuary. The demon threatens that the heroes want to enter the temple, but do they think he will let them do so unpunished? But the young man's loyal servant resolutely stops the red stream of demonic energy with his defensive abilities, preventing the attack from passing. This does not please the demon, understandably, but there is nothing else left to do but fight the scarab god. Argos angrily tells Hepri that he is interfering again, asking why he is so annoying and won't let him deal with the people. And when Chen Jil and the whole team get even closer to the entrance, they realize that they need to quickly enter the temple and not waste any precious time. The massive ancient doors slowly open, and a truly majestic Egyptian temple reveals its mysterious interior to the travelers. Chen Jil resolutely tells his loyal companions that they must hurry as fast as possible. There is no time to wait or linger. Here they all run together into the temple through the open passage, leaving the battle behind. Hepri was sincerely glad that his master and friends had managed to safely make their way inside the sacred temple to carry out their mission. The scarab god defiantly tells Argos that now it is just the two of them left here, the dragon against the ancient god. And now this team of heroes is running quickly through the dark, winding corridors of the ancient temple, lit by torches. The guy thinks to himself in bewilderment how strange it is that they have been running here for quite some time, but the corridor never ends, as if it were endless. Suddenly, Chen Jil stops abruptly in the middle of the corridor, causing everyone else to slow down as well. The young man tells his companions that they all need to stop and wait while he investigates his suspicions. The heroes begin to look around anxiously and ask Chen Jil why they are stopping, whether he senses someone's hostile aura nearby. But the young man replies with a serious expression that no, that's not it at all. The problem lies elsewhere. Boban immediately starts shouting loudly and indignantly says that Chen Jil is deliberately scaring them for no reason. Chen Jil says with concern to his companions that they don't find it strange that they are now running down an endless corridor with no end in sight. Chen Jil says with concern that something is definitely wrong here, as he remembers perfectly well what the temple looked like from the outside when they approached it. The distance the heroes have already covered inside the corridor is clearly many times greater than the external length of the entire temple, which is physically impossible. The guy says with understanding that he thinks space and time here are very different from the normal world outside, that different laws apply. And when Chen Jil approached the stone wall, he saw a strange blue mark that began to glow very brightly as he approached. The young man deliberately placed it there, or rather, his grandfather placed it there, explaining that this mark would tell them whether to move forward or stay where they were. The old man tells his companions that they should go further to test this theory about the looped space as soon as possible. Chen Jil completely agrees with the wise plan proposed by the experienced grandfather to solve the mystery of the temple. The young man runs forward and thinks with surprise that for some reason he cannot open the game map while inside this ancient temple. The young man realizes with alarm that there are no tasks or hints from the system that would help him complete the current mission. The guy knows that he probably just missed something important or didn't pay attention to the details. Sally stops abruptly in the middle of the corridor. Her gaze becomes very alarmed, and she tells the others to look ahead. Chen Jil also looks in the direction she is pointing and tries to understand what is so surprising and disturbing that the girl has seen there. And then, to the horror of all the characters, they return to the very same blue mark that the old man had previously placed on the wall. Boban says with irritation that they have been walking down the corridor for so long. When will this damn corridor ever end? The girl replies anxiously that they are moving much faster than usual and should have reached the exit long ago. Chen Jil regretfully tells his companions that he is sorry, but he thinks there is definitely no normal way out. If the guy is not mistaken, the same mark they used as a landmark is right ahead of them. The heroes simply move and walk in a closed circle like real fools who have fallen into a spatial trap. Here they are, back at the same blue mark, confirming the theory that the corridor is a loop. Chen Jil thinks about when all this started, but the system doesn't give any useful clues to solve the puzzle. The guy realizes that Hepri is still fighting that demon outside, and they can't just keep wasting precious time here. And just as Chen Jil was standing a little to the side, thinking, all his friends began to rush toward him. His companions ran up and excitedly said that they had carefully examined every inch of space in the corridor. The heroes examined all the walls and floors, but there were no secret doors or hidden mechanisms to allow passage further. Even magical circles and protective barriers were not found during a detailed examination of all surfaces. The guy asks his companions if they checked the ceiling, if they really didn't find anything suspicious there either. Bros tells Sally that his granddaughter should try to break through the wall with a fireball, just in case something works. The girl replies shyly, asking if it's really okay to do that to an ancient temple. But now, the heroes simply have no other reasonable way out of the situation. The most important thing is to at least try something. Sally understands perfectly well that apparently, the last hope of escaping the trap really does rest on her fragile shoulders. The girl steps aside a little. A magical seal appears under her feet, and she begins to perform an ancient dance of fire. The air around Sally becomes much hotter, and the fire slowly fills the entire room with powerful energy. Then, from her hands, the girl releases a powerful burst of fire that is directed straight at the stone wall in front of them. This red-hot fireball flies very quickly and accurately toward the wall, ready to break through the ancient stone masonry. There is a deafening explosion. A strong wind and thick dust rise up, filling the entire corridor with smoke. The girl happily and excitedly tells her companions that she has indeed succeeded in destroying the wall. The heroes see that they have indeed managed to make a large hole in the wall. Sally's fire has melted and destroyed the stones. Bros happily approaches the girl and tells her that it was excellent, that she really has a very useful and powerful ability. But then, when everyone approached the hole in the wall, they saw something unexpected with alarm and horror. The heroes saw that through the hole in the wall, they could see the same blue mark that the old man had made on the opposite wall earlier. Everyone is puzzled, thinking that this thing looks exactly like the mark they left as a reference point. The comrades couldn't believe that such a thing could actually be physically possible in reality. Boban angrily says that whoever is playing this joke should come out and show himself immediately. Chen Jil thinks he remembers from school that he read that someone called Earth a prison for all of humanity, in a philosophical sense. The entire corridor is a closed circle, but the heroes cannot sense it. Something is distorting their perception of space. So the guy realizes that it's all one big magical maze, but how on earth can they get out of it alive? And at that moment, in a tall building in Tokyo, a professor turns to his colleagues and says that the photographs show monsters. These monsters look exactly like the creatures from the game Cosmos, which raises serious suspicions among the researchers. Their appearance completely matches the images of monsters, and indeed, these creatures are found in the ancient mythology of various peoples. So it turns out that these legends are not just legends and fabrications of ancient people. It turns out that these are real historical facts that humanity has forgotten or does not want to remember. Chen Jil and his companions remain sealed in this terrible place, with no apparent way out. Boban is angry and says desperately that they will really have to stay here for the rest of their lives. The guardian Lucius replies to the warrior that the constant shouting is getting on everyone's nerves and driving them crazy. The guy gets angry at this remark and lunges at the girl, saying that she wants to fight him. Sally anxiously asks everyone present if anyone has any ideas for a way out. Chen Jil realizes that this is just a task from the system, so there must definitely be a way out and a way to get out of here. But the guy is clearly missing something. Suddenly, Chen Jil hears the voice of the hero Hesiod, who addresses him and utters a strange ancient name. After that, this blonde hero, who is sealed in Chen Jil's mind, repeats and says something, seeming to really recognize the name. Chen Jil realizes that this ancient name looks very familiar and familiar to him, but he can't remember where he heard it before. Then the guy realizes and remembers everything perfectly. It's the same name he saw earlier in a book on ancient mythology at school. It is a mythical snake that bites its own tail, a well-known symbol of the endless cycle and eternity called Ouroboros. Chen Jil tells Hesiod that if he really means that the heroes are now inside this snake, then they will have to gnaw through its belly from the inside to get out. The hero explains to the young man that this snake is not at all what he imagines it to be, but a divine trap set by the god of dreams. And to break it, you first need to find the one who activated this cunning trap and kill him to be freed. And the guy thinks with horror that Hesiod wants to say that one of the guys is actually not a real person right now. In other words, the hero wants to say that this is an artificial fake created by this powerful god of dreams to deceive them. The hero answers affirmatively, yes, you have to be careful, because inside the snake, this imposter is like a real god in terms of power. Chen Jil understands that he must not be scared away prematurely. He must first be identified and killed in some way. The guy looks at his companions intently and thinks carefully about which one of them is not who he claims to be. Chen Jil thinks that perhaps it is the guardian Lucius, who appeared here recently and unexpectedly. The young man narrows his eyes and thinks that, no, she seems to be behaving completely normally and naturally. The guy looks at his other companions and thinks that maybe one of his old friends is hiding a secret. Turning around, Chen Jil thinks that perhaps it is Sally's granddaughter, or the warrior Boban disguised as a friend. But the young man looks at them closely and thinks that their behavior seems completely normal and familiar. The guy realizes with alarm that this scoundrel has disguised himself too well as one of his companions. At that moment, in the underground world, a stunningly beautiful girl stands by a beautiful tree and ponders what is happening. She wonders how this could have happened, how someone could have activated an ancient trap. The girl thinks about the temple located right in the desert where the events are unfolding. She realizes with alarm that there is definitely someone there, and that this someone has activated a dangerous divine trap. A man suddenly appears behind the girl and addresses her respectfully by the name Onir. It is Hades himself who has come, and the girl says anxiously that she is surprised to see him there. The god of the underworld asks what is wrong, whether she is not happy to see him, and why she has such a strange expression on her face. Onir immediately explains that she is simply seeing him for the first time on the outskirts of the underworld, so she is genuinely surprised. Hades replied that his trembling father had somehow escaped from the impregnable Tartarus, which was causing serious alarm. When the beautiful girl hears this news, she says in horror that it is impossible, as the divine trap of Tartarus had not been activated, and he could not have simply disappeared from there. But Hades insists that Onir must help him find his escaped father before Zeus and Poseidon find out. The god of the underworld threatens the girl that otherwise she herself will take Cronus's place in the cursed Tartarus forever. The girl is frightened and completely agrees to Hades' demands, understanding the seriousness of the threat and the consequences of refusal. Honor wonders what the powerful Cronus did to escape from Tartarus while avoiding Cerberus. She anxiously wonders what really happened in that distant desert where the temple is located. The old man says with surprise to Chen Jil that he wants everyone to practice their archmage combat skills right there. Chen Jil replies that yes, everyone is stuck here, so why not train while waiting for a solution? The young man's friends do not understand what Chen Jil is up to and ask him in bewilderment about his reasons. The young man explains to his friends that they have nothing else to do anyway, so let's all train together to improve our skills. Sally smiles cheerfully and tells the old man not to listen to these guys. They've gone completely mad from idleness. Chen Jil thinks that if he tests his comrades one by one, the imposter will sooner or later become suspicious, so it's better to arrange a general fight. Therefore, this is most likely the way the guy will be able to find out who the real imposter is in the group. And then the old man unexpectedly agrees to the proposal and says that they can begin testing their fighting skills. All the guys were extremely surprised that the old man actually agreed to Chen Jil's strange proposal. Chen Jil understands that this is definitely the real old man, because the old man would have agreed to the young man's request in any case. The old man knows that Chen Jil wouldn't ask for anything without a reason, so he understood that the young man had a hidden plan. Once upon a time, the old man was one of the 12 legendary heroes. He is incredibly perceptive, so he understands everything without explanation. Hesiod turns to the young man and says that he didn't think he would choose this method, but an imposter cannot be recognized by his fighting skills. Chen Jil replies that he knows skills can be easily copied, but there is something that no double can repeat. The young man explains that he knows these are combat habits that an imposter cannot accurately repeat or copy. Every person in battle adheres to their own unique tactics, developed over years of experience. Since the train of thought is embedded in the very essence of a person, their character and life experience, it is impossible to fake. Therefore, one simply needs to carefully observe each of one's comrades during battle and find the imposter. It is very simple. Hesiod warns that Chen Jil has only one chance. If the imposter reveals the plan, everyone will be trapped in this loop forever. The young man confidently replies that there is no need to worry. He will definitely succeed, as he knows his comrades well. The old man solemnly announces that the training is about to begin, so everyone must be careful and ready. All the boys immediately prepare for battle and look at each other intently, getting ready for the test. And now this team is completely ready to train in battle against their own magical clones, created by their grandfather. Chen Jil resolutely tells his friends that it is time to begin the test, and everyone is ready for battle. And so begins a fierce battle, with the boy jumping high into the air, ready to attack the artificial clones of the entire group. The rest of his comrades also join Chen Jil in this real battle against copies of themselves. Chen Jil is very serious during this fight, trying to carefully observe the tactics of each of his friends. The guardian Lucius says with contempt that she is not interested in these childish games, so it is best to end the test as soon as possible. When the guy hears this, he thinks that the guardian is acting just like she always does, killing the weakest opponent in the first few seconds of the battle, which means she is the real deal. Chen Jil watches Sally closely, observing how the girl fights her exact copy and analyzing her tactics. The clone with the weapon swings his sword and almost reaches the girl, posing a real threat to her. Chen Jil helped Sally and said he would delay this dangerous doppelganger while she helped the other comrades. The girl was very surprised by this unexpected offer, and replied somewhat confusedly that, okay, she would help the others. And so the guy really did continue to deal with this copy of Sally, while keeping an eye on the others. The young man understands that he must constantly force his comrades to make choices in battle, as this is the only way to identify the imposter among them. Boban also swings his weapon in a fierce battle, and watches closely as the others fight their copies. The warrior clenches his teeth, thinking that the fight is taking too long and needs to end quickly. Bros is also in a tense battle with his real copy, demonstrating his usual fighting techniques. And here, among the combatants, there is also an assassin who uses his earth powers to fight his doppelganger. All these guys are on the battlefield, and it seems that there really is no imposter among them. They all quickly deal with their copies, easily and efficiently destroying the magical doppelgangers. But then the voice of the Guardian is heard, telling Bobanya that he is destroying his doppelganger too easily, that he is weak. Bros sees this girl and tells her that she is beautiful and that he might want to get to know her, since she is so incredibly strong. Chen Jil also thinks that Boban has decided to fight alongside the Guardian, since she controls shadows just like him. Bros and Assassin, as before, methodically eliminated their doppelgangers during this trial fight. The Guardian attacked the weakest opponent, Sally's clone, and the guy thought about it, realizing that she was probably acting out of habit. And then Chen Jil shouted loudly that he knew perfectly well who among them was the real imposter. The guy looked again at the Guardian, who was fighting a weak clone instead of her own. The young man looks at his grandfather's granddaughter, who is also trying to help her comrades in battle against her doppelganger. Boban achieved a real victory over the copy, his gaze madly determined and full of rage. The young man Chen Jil ran up to the one who remained among all the fighters to expose the imposter. Chen Jil resolutely approached the warrior with yellow hair who was fighting among his comrades in this trial. And then, literally a second later, the guy swung his sharp weapon with lightning speed to deliver the fatal blow. The young man slit the throat of this Bros, his most loyal comrade, and the assassin was completely shocked by what he saw. The assassin simply watched as the young man suddenly decided to slit the throat of his close friend. Chen Jil had a madly evil look on his face, watching intently as this copy simply suffocated from the fatal wound. The assassin screams in horror at what Chen Jil is doing, asking why he did such a terrible thing. But all the other guys are also in shock, wondering what's wrong with the guy, if he's gone mad. But the heroes see the body of their slain comrade begin to strangely disintegrate into a multitude of small, colorful butterflies. Then this copy of Bros simply turns into golden pollen and disappears. When his friends see this magical transformation, all their questions and suspicions disappear forever. Chen Jil realizes with relief that his suspicions were correct, and that this was indeed not the real Bros. After this revelation, the walls of the temple immediately began to behave differently, and cracks appeared in the stonework. A bright purple light began to appear from above, and all the heroes looked up in amazement at the sight. The light grows brighter and brighter, blinding everyone present. A huge flash of energy appeared from above, filling the entire temple with a dazzling glow. Chen Jil covered his eyes with his hands, hoping that everything would be all right with his companions. And then, when the young man opened his eyes, he was shocked by the incredible sight before him. The young man sees that everyone in the temple has fallen to the floor, knocked down by the intense, blinding light. Chen Jil thinks hopefully that he has indeed succeeded in his mission to free them. Bros also came to his senses after the flash and said that everything was fine, explaining what had happened and why everyone was sitting there. Boban grabs Chen Jil by the shoulders and asks him what the hell he was doing. The warrior naturally clenches his teeth and asks the young man where he was looking and why he is not answering questions. Chen Jil, with a satisfied smile on his face, happily tells his comrades that they need to look. They've gotten out of the time loop. And the heroes notice that two very tall doors have indeed appeared before them, which were definitely not there before. Hepri is still engaged in a fierce battle with this powerful subordinate of Hades outside the temple. The scarab god says that the dragon of the underworld who sold his soul is actually a weak and insignificant creature. Hepri adds that he thinks the battle with Argos will be much more interesting, and that this is all so boring and predictable. Hepri grabs Argolis by the throat with a powerful grip, barely lifting the demon into the air with his strength. The scarab god tells the demon that if he really wants to know his name, he must go to hell and ask his vile master. Hepri simply grabs and begins to squeeze the throat of this arrogant subordinate of Hades with all his divine strength. Argos begins to choke from the powerful grip, his eyes rolling back from lack of air and pain. The demon's body slowly rises into the air, igniting with a dark flame from the divine power. And then a huge amount of blue energy appears around the combatants, creating an incredible spectacle of a battle of the gods. Everything around them begins to slowly disappear into a thick haze, creating a sense of unreality. Hepri realizes with horror that this was a cunning divine trap set by Hades himself, aimed against him. It turns out that inside this dragon of Argolis was hidden the very real energy of hell to protect it from attacks. And unfortunately, Hepri begins to burn with a blue divine glow, losing strength in an unequal battle. But the dragon survives the attack because it has this powerful hellish protection from the gods. Suddenly, a purple seal appears in the sky, bright and reminiscent of the color of the underworld. It begins to glow brightly, and a yellow beam shoots out of it, piercing the space. And the dragon Argos realizes that Lord Hades himself has arrived in person. Hades stands in his underground palace on his usual balcony, deep in thought about what is happening. Bright blue energy pulsates in the god's hands, and he realizes that the trap in his subordinate's body has been activated. Iolaus realizes that the killer of the gods is indeed in the desert and poses a threat. The girl Onir is still in another part of Hades' underground world, sitting alone in her chambers. She feels a deep sadness and sorrow at the fact that she is just sitting there and cannot change anything. At that moment, in the temple itself, the old man turns to the young man and asks him what he wants to say. That it was a trap set by a god. The old man is curious as to how Chen Jil even knows about such complex divine traps and how they work. Chen Jil realizes that he cannot tell the truth and explain everything honestly to his companions, so he does not even know what to say. His granddaughter is also surprised and asks her grandfather what a divine trap is and why she has never heard of it before. The guardian Lucius explains that every god possesses a unique spell that allows them to create a special divine trap. She adds that divine traps are actually effective even against the gods themselves. You could say they are their secret weapon. Lucius asks the young man how he knew that killing this fake Bros would break the trap. Bros, who remembers nothing about what happened, asks whose murder he was just killed for. Chen Jil explains that everyone was trapped inside the trap, and the only way to escape was to kill the imposter among them. The guy receives a notification that the ghost servant Hepri was injured in battle and has been sealed, and will only be available for summoning in 30 hours. The guy tells his companions that they need to hurry, as the demon outside has sealed his ghost servant. Chen Jil adds that it is important to understand correctly, as he believes that the dragon Argos is simply that powerful. And so, closer and closer, they decide to act together and approach the huge ancient temple doors. The ancient doors of the Egyptian temple slowly open, and the heroes have no idea what to expect inside. They confidently enter the sacred place and see that there is just another long corridor leading deeper inside. The heroes realize that they can only go forward along the corridor, so they begin to move cautiously deeper into the temple. The old man's granddaughter says anxiously that it is very strange. There is not a single guard or defender of the temple here. Then, new doors open ahead, and the ones they came through slam shut with a loud bang. The heroes hear this ominous sound, turn around, and realize that things are very bad. They are trapped. The companions have fallen into a real trap, specially prepared for uninvited guests in the temple. Sally points and tells the others that they need to see what is ahead in the darkness. And the heroes saw crazy green eyes in the darkness, glowing ominously and staring straight at them. Then they all hear footsteps that sound like human footsteps, but with an unnatural sound on the stone floor. And the companions saw before them a huge number of monsters, mummies, skeletons, and other undead creatures emerging from the darkness. There were so many of them, and these creatures had only one goal: to kill all living beings who had invaded the temple. These monsters are insanely terrifying, reminding one only of death and the decay of flesh. Bros says that he knew monsters would be waiting behind the door, but he didn't think there would be so many. But it's not just the numbers. Their level far exceeds that of the ordinary monsters in this desert. These monsters are only 20 levels higher than the monstrous servants, but there are too many of them, and they attack all at once. The guy realizes that there is too little room to maneuver, and the oppressive atmosphere gives the enemies a numerical advantage. Chen Jil knows that the atmosphere has caused the guys to involuntarily feel a paralyzing fear that will distract them from the battle, and so a new task called the Devil's Eye is activated to test them. The conditions for completion are that the Devil's Eye will continuously summon monsters, and all of them must be killed to win. Successful completion of the task will summon the temple guards for the final battle with the heroes, and then countless monsters began to emerge in waves from the eye that appeared there. These monsters are coming out of the eye, so you have to destroy it and stop the flow of undead. The guy thinks that now they need to figure out what their top priority is in this battle. Sally turns to her grandfather and says that there are more and more enemies, and asks what they should do. Chen Jil, who doesn't want to wait to figure out the situation, takes a very powerful leap forward. The guy flies forward as fast as he can, so that only a bright flash of his movement can be seen. With his weapon, the young man cuts down many enemies with one sweeping blow, clearing the way. The guy realizes that the most important thing now is to restore his comrades' confidence in their victory over their enemies. When all his comrades look at his actions, they realize that there is really no need to panic in such a situation. The heroes see how their friend so easily dealt with these skeletons, demonstrating his increased strength. So the guy shouts to his comrades that they need to gather their strength, as monsters are coming out of that eye. All they need to do is cover Chen Jil so he can deal with the source of the threat. Boban, watching Chen Jil's actions with a satisfied smile, says that nothing has changed. The guy is the same upstart as always. But all the other guys obediently listen to him, realizing that they really need to do exactly what he suggests in order to win. Everyone must cover Chen Jil and help him get close to the sinister eye that is spawning monsters. So the old man also stands up and tells all his comrades that it's time to attack together. All the guys raised their weapons and prepared for what was about to happen. A serious battle with the undead. The heroes know that they must make it clear to these monsters that they will be easily killed, despite their numerical superiority. And the boys must understand that they are all a team and must work together to achieve their common goal. Boban says that Chen Jil cannot be allowed to take all the glory, so he plans to use his shadow skill. Bros, like a true warrior, leaps forward, ready to fight shoulder to shoulder with his comrades. This devilish eye begins to glow brightly with a purple light, and monsters keep coming out of it in an endless stream. These terrifying skeletons, all clad in ancient armor, march further and further, emitting frightening cries. Chen Jil noticed that something had changed dramatically in the behavior and nature of these monsters compared to the usual ones. The young man notices that the skeletons' bodies are beginning to be enveloped in a fierce red energy that was not there before. The young man takes a sharp leap forward and swings his weapon, realizing that something is wrong here. Chen Jil turns his gaze and thinks with horror how this is possible. It turns out that these monsters have taken the form of spirits. The only problem is that these monsters are now immune to physical damage from weapons. Chen Jil realizes that this is really bad, and wonders how to fight them in the usual way. The guy's main damage is obviously physical, as all his stats and character development are geared towards that. Bros also says with concern that their attacks seem to have become completely useless against the spirits. An unexpected red flash of light occurs, which simply distracts and disorients everyone in the area. Chen Jil realizes that there is only one mage among them, and it is Grandpa Sully's granddaughter. These spirit monsters begin to surround the heroes, their numbers growing rapidly and forming a tight circle. Armored skeletons rush forward, threateningly waving their ancient weapons to attack. A red, fiery protective dome forms between the monsters and the team of heroes, blocking the attacks. Sally and Yaluka try to protect their comrades and, with joint efforts, put up this magical barrier. The sorceress then raises her hand and says she will now use the fire prison spell. At that moment, Boban tries his healing ability and asks his friend Chen Jil if he is injured and why he is healing so slowly. Chen Jil, who heard this, pushes him with his elbow and tells him to be quiet and learn to appreciate what he has. The guy realizes that if you use healing on other people, you need to use the spell continuously for a whole minute. The young man realizes that he still has to figure out many complicated rules and mechanics of this game. For example, how to destroy these cursed monsters, since they are completely immune to physical damage from conventional weapons, rendering most of the hero's attacks completely useless. If we rely solely on the magical powers of our two companions, Sally and Yaluki, the team will definitely not last long against such a large number of spirits. On top of that, new monsters keep coming out of that devilish eye. As soon as they deal with one, another appears, and so on, without stopping. The guy realizes with horror that if things continue at this pace, they are doomed to defeat and death in this temple. Boban says with surprise that Chen Jil's healing ability is actually not as bad as it seemed at first. Chen Jil realizes with alarm that the hero inside him has disappeared somewhere as soon as the battle began. Perhaps Hesiod knows how to kill the spirits. The young man begins to mentally call out to the hero, asking him to reveal himself and help solve the riddle of how to destroy enemies who are invulnerable to physical attacks. But when the young man looks around, he realizes that there is no response, and he does not know what to do at this critical moment. And then Chen Jil noticed with interest what the old man standing aside was doing, deep in thought. So the young man quickly approached the old man and asked him curiously why he was just standing aside from the battle. The young man asks the old man if he has ever encountered anything like this in his heroic adventures. The old man thoughtfully replied that, to tell the truth, he had only seen such a phenomenon twice in his long life. The grandfather recounts that during the Great War, he went alone to the Dark Sea, and the troll also used this ability of invulnerability. The old man recalls that he was unable to harm his enemy in any way, and the only thing left for him to do in the Dark Sea was to defend himself and wait. At that moment, my grandfather was already sure that the end was coming, and there would be no salvation. But suddenly, a blue sword appeared before the old man, wrapped in real lightning and pulsing with magical energy. My grandfather realized then that the gods had given him this weapon so that he could kill this vile troll and save the world. And so this sword allowed the old man to break through the troll's defenses and inflict a huge wound on him. which proved fatal. Later, grandfather discovered that it was a legendary magical sword that contained the inexhaustible power of thunder and lightning. In fact, the sword did not physically wound the troll. It would be more accurate to say that it killed him with the magic of thunderstorms that was contained within this divine weapon. And the guy realizes that he understood everything perfectly from the story. Because in this game, magical damage and physical damage are strictly separated by the system. Most of his friends belong to the warrior or assassin classes, and although they have various elemental abilities, their attacks proved useless. Chen Jil realizes that the skill of complete destruction allows one to harness the power of primordial chaos, thereby adding elemental power to all attacks, making them magical. His grandfather says that he has never met a mage who can enchant his weapon and make it magical. Chen Jil realizes that he can fight his way through to the burning skeletons, hoping that he has remembered everything correctly from the old man's explanations. Because if that is indeed the case, then killing these ghost monsters will be a very easy task for Chen Jil. And then there is a bright flash, and Sally and little Yaluka are struggling to hold up their protective shield to keep the monsters from passing through. But surprisingly, a strange green energy began to emerge from the mouths of these mummies and skeletons, bursting out directly from their mouths. The spirits pressed down on the girls with this sinister energy, making it very difficult for them to hold the magic shield against the onslaught. Sally starts yelling to her friends that she can't hold back the monsters anymore, that she definitely doesn't have enough strength for all this. And now, blue energy began to seep through the weakened shield, passing through the weakened fire spell. Chen Jil activated his equipment, the god's funeral song, which increases magical damage against spirits by a full 100%. He then rushed forward in his true god form, destroying countless skeletons with a single blow in a matter of seconds. The damage he dealt was so great that he killed 50 skeletons and gained 50,000 experience points in a short time. All his comrades were in complete shock and amazement when they saw this, never thinking that Chen Jil was so powerful against spirits. This was the real deal. Total annihilation. He transformed even more, becoming like a god of war. The guy turned to his friends and said firmly that they shouldn't hesitate, that everyone should follow him. His comrades didn't say a word, smiling proudly at their friend as they charged forward. These arrogant skeletons still don't understand who they're dealing with, and try to surround the guy's group for a mass attack. Chen Jil realizes that the monsters are coming from the eye, so he needs to get to the source as quickly as possible. This must be done as quickly as possible before the powerful transformation ability wears off and the effect disappears. Therefore, the young man strikes with a crescent blow, and the magical attack increases the chance of a critical hit by 5%. This time, Chen Jil killed 20 skeletons with one sweeping blow, which was truly an amazing sight. The young man realizes that there is very little left to do. He must destroy this devilish eye and finally meet the god Ra. The young man knows that the Flying God's strike ability leaves special marks on enemies after hitting them. As the guy flies forward, he takes a high jump and thinks about how the skeletons have no idea who they're messing with. In Chen Jil's eyes, there is only determination, and his weapon begins to glow brightly with the divine energy of primordial chaos. And the young man uses the divine strike skill, marking the skulls of these monsters for subsequent destruction. And the guy hopes that the devil's eye is really somewhere nearby and can be reached. The next skill, the Flying God Strike, kills 18 enemies, and everything around him glows with his divine energy. The guy keeps rushing through the countless skeletons that appear at every step toward his goal. And then the passive ability of the enchanted sword was activated, restoring 100 health points, as these skeletons are considered elite monsters. All abilities, such as Divine Strike, Divine Path, and Flying God Strike, have been fully restored for further use. The guy realizes how fortunate this situation is, which is playing right into his hands, so he has no intention of giving up. Chen Jil continues to swing his weapon wildly, but the enchanted sword's durability is now only 59%. After the last powerful blow, the weapon's durability is less than 60% of its original state. The young man realizes that it is very unfortunate that his weapon is wearing out so quickly during an intense battle with the spirits. And the guy is advancing too slowly. If he continues in the same vein, he won't be able to fight the god effectively. Chen Jil realizes that he can still spend a few levels on buying new weapons in the system store. But then, during the battle with the final boss, he may not have enough levels to buy the necessary medicine for treatment. The guy thinks that this move will significantly reduce the sword's durability, but he has no other choice in this situation. Thanks to this incredibly powerful blow, the skeletons literally disintegrate into small pieces and turn to dust. It was a truly godlike strike, so powerful and destructive to his enemies. Chen Jil killed 15 monsters with a single blow and received a bonus from his ability for complete destruction for his effectiveness. All his friends are speechless, staring in awe at this incredible power. The only thought in his comrades' minds was that Chen Jil had become even stronger than before. The heroes wonder if there is any limit to his strength, or if he can grow infinitely. Boban speaks with determination, saying that one day he will definitely surpass Chen Jil in strength and skill. Grandpa thinks he doesn't want to admit it, but the guy is really way stronger than him. Chen Jil is so strong that he makes everyone feel completely safe around him. Although everyone is amazed by his power, he has managed to give his comrades real hope for victory. And now the young man tells everyone to run very fast, breaking through to the portal eye that spawns monsters. The young man runs closer and closer to his goal, realizing that he can finally see the source of the problem. Chen Jil realizes that he just needs to destroy this devilish eye from which the monsters are emerging. And just then, when he can finish everything perfectly, the guy makes a powerful leap off the ground for the final blow. Chen Jil then jumps high into the air, preparing to deliver the decisive blow to the eye from above. Chen Jil realizes that his only desire now is to escape this cursed world at any cost. So the guy simply delivers a powerful blow to this devilish eye and cuts it in two. The young man did it with just one blow. How much incredible power is hidden in this guy after his development? And now, in the main office of the Cosmos Company, there is talk that this guy recently appeared and immediately disappeared in the subway. Subordinates report to their boss that they have sent people to search for him, but so far without success, although his wife is still being held hostage. These subordinates continue to report information to the boss that there are still some disturbing rumors and information, but the boss doesn't even want to hear them out. Just slaps his subordinate hard across the face for being ineffective. The boss says that his subordinate wasted so much time only to report that he couldn't find the right person. The boss adds that he doesn't care about the reasons for the failure or excuses, only the result of the work is important. But if the subordinate doesn't complete the task within 7 days, he fears that his life will end very quickly. With his angry purple eyes, the boss threatens that the subordinate will simply be dead if he fails. The frightened man quickly kneels down and says that he understands all the demands of his superiors perfectly. At the same time, other subordinates turn to Miss Su and report that giant monsters are heading toward the cities. The monsters appear from the southern sea but suddenly disappear in other areas, causing panic. The subordinates say that there is nothing but old photographs, as it seems that all the video surveillance systems have simply malfunctioned. An employee then begins to report that there are also some eyewitnesses who claim to have interesting information. Subordinates report that all witnesses saw gods descend to Earth and kill all the monsters with a single movement. When Ms. Su heard this, she asked incredulously if people were sure that they were gods. At that moment, Chen Jil destroyed the Devil's Eye in the temple's underground chamber and gained a huge amount of new experience. Therefore, he now holds the title of Holy Demon Slayer, which can only be obtained by destroying this special eye. An alarming notification arrives that the enchanted sword's durability is at 39% and needs to be replaced in time. And the guy realizes with disappointment that the weapon is wearing out much faster than he could have ever imagined. For some unknown reason, Boban suddenly decided to approach Chen Jil and punch him without warning. Chen Jil quickly reacted and blocked the sudden blow, defending himself from his comrade's unexpected attack. And absolutely no one present understood why Boban did this for no apparent reason. The other comrades wondered in bewilderment what had happened to Boban, whether he had lost his mind, and why he had attacked his friend. Boban curiously asked the guy when he had become so incredibly strong in such a short time. Bras starts joking and tells Boban that he thought he was possessed by a demon, but it turns out he's just jealous of his friend's strength. Boban admits that he wasn't always this strong, but one day he will catch up with and surpass Chen Jil in skill. When Chen Jil heard this statement, he didn't understand why his friend was competing with him so persistently and trying to prove his superiority. But then the guy says that they are all on the same team now and that he should trust his comrade as he trusts himself. Boban suggested that they go and defeat the temple guard together, joining forces to achieve victory. Chen Jil looked at his friend's outstretched hand, which seemed sincere. Of course, there is nothing left to do but shake his hand in response, demonstrating the unity of the team. The guy tells Boban that he'll have to try hard not to fall behind him in battle. Boban responds defiantly that they'll see which one of them will have to try harder. Grandpa and Sally watch the friendly banter between the guys, realizing that Chen Jil has really changed a lot. But then a strange, ominous sound is heard from behind, and everyone turns around in alarm. The sound came from deep within the temple, from the very heart of the ancient structure. Sally also wonders anxiously what that strange and frightening sound was. And then a powerful earthquake began in the temple, and the ceiling began to shake dangerously from the vibrations. Huge, heavy stones began to fall straight from the ceiling, threatening to crush the heroes. The assassin reacted in time and saved his companions, stopping the deadly stones with earth magic. Chen Jil shouted to his friends to protect themselves as best they could from the falling debris. The young man thinks excitedly about whether the legendary Temple Guardian will appear for battle right now. And when Chen Jil turned around, he saw something that surprised and even shocked him greatly. The young man saw a huge eye floating in the air, glowing not red, but a different color. In the real world, monsters are causing widespread destruction, and military fighter jets are flying to intercept the beasts. Hospitals are overflowing with wounded people who have been severely injured by the attacks of unknown creatures. People are going mad, realizing that this is the end of the world, that the gods are punishing humanity for its sins. Those in panic say that the gates of hell will soon open, and everyone will face a real divine judgment for their deeds. This crazy guy in the hospital says that everyone will simply die. Absolutely everyone on the planet. A frightened little girl asks her mother who the gods are and if they are connected to these monsters. But the woman does not answer, wondering if it is possible to create a world identical to the real one using a computer. In that case, the creators would be gods to the inhabitants of that virtual world, the female scientist concludes. The woman asks the professor if everything is really as he says. Could their world be virtual? The professor replies that it is actually easy to prove. If the world is real, then 3 basic conditions must be met. First, humanity must not be interested in creating virtual worlds and developing such technologies for its own entertainment or research. Second, people's scientific and technical capabilities cannot be so advanced as to create a complete simulation. And third, if a virtual world is somehow created, humanity must be completely destroyed. The professor explains that if these 3 conditions are strictly observed, then no matter how strange the surrounding world may seem, it is more than real. The girl, hearing this shocking information, says that before, it was just a scientific hypothesis, but the appearance of monsters confirmed the professor's guesses about the nature of reality. It turns out that all people are just puppets acting according to a script written by someone else, with no real control over their destiny. And so began the final battle of the quest to avenge Hepri. To free the god, they must defeat the powerful guardian of the temple named Nabusil. All the heroes are terrified at the sight of this terrifying guardian, an ancient warrior in this underground sanctuary, ready to defend the temple at any cost. Chen Jil thinks anxiously that if this is the final boss, then he really has an incredibly powerful and oppressive aura of strength. This feeling of primal fear returns to the heroes, causing their hearts to race with the premonition of mortal danger. The young man's friends realize that this won't work. They can't let fear get the better of them, or they'll lose the battle. But how difficult it is, looking at this huge and terrifying monster, to keep themselves under control and not give in to panic. The heroes did not expect the final enemy to be such a terrifying and incredibly powerful creature from ancient times. But the old man shouts loudly to all his comrades to quickly gather their courage, not to be paralyzed by fear. The old man says that he knows that this is the first time they have encountered an enemy who so greatly surpasses them in power and battle experience. But everyone must remember that in any battle, no matter how strong the enemy is, fear must never be allowed to take control of their minds. Since everyone has come to this ancient temple, there are only 2 possible outcomes: either victory or defeat with honor. The old man asks all the young men again, hoping that they have listened carefully and understood the importance of the moment. After these wise words, all the heroes immediately took up their fighting stances, ready to strike and defend themselves against attacks. The old man also prepares for battle, his eyes filled with iron determination and readiness to fight to the end. Chen Jil understood that the old man had been able to solve the problem of everyone becoming so weak in spirit in the face of danger in an instant. Then a very strong and piercing wind began to blow, and the young man quickly raised his hand to protect himself from the gusts. All the other guys are also barely able to stand on their feet from the powerful wind that is sweeping away everything in its path. Sally wondered in amazement where such a strong and unnatural wind could have come from in the underground temple. Chen Jil also pondered this question. Where could such a phenomenon come from in the confined space of the temple? And the guy realizes that this is definitely not some ordinary wind, but something more terrible and related to magic. A huge monster guard with an incredibly massive body slowly approaches the heroes, preparing for the decisive battle for the temple. The old man reacted in time and cut the strange energy ball that was rapidly approaching the group to inflict damage. The old man explains to his companions that this powerful wind was caused by a long-range attack from this ancient guardian of the temple, demonstrating his power. The old man tells the guys to be as careful as possible and try to dodge the attacks to stay alive. Just then, as the heroes stand together in battle formation, sharp blades begin to emerge from the darkness, and monsters start to surround the group. The enemies want to surround the heroes on all sides to prevent them from maneuvering and force them to fight in unfavorable conditions. The old man explains the tactics to the boys. He will fend off the guards' attacks, and the 2 boys must try to get as close to him as possible. Boban and Chen Jil exchanged glances and immediately understood with their eyes that this was exactly what they had to do to win. They ran forward with all their strength and speed to reach the powerful monster and deliver the decisive blows. Chen Jil realizes that his level of agility is quite high, but even he is unable to react to the enemy's next attack. The boy thinks that if it weren't for his grandfather, They would all have died, and he is surprised that the old man is actually still very fast. And then, as the boys ran toward the monster, something happened that surprised them greatly and made them stop. When they saw what the monster looked like, its tentacles appeared before their eyes from all sides at once. And worst of all, these tentacles could touch them and cause serious injuries, leaving deep abrasions on their bodies. The heroes see an incredible number of these sharp and dangerous tentacles in front of them, ready to attack from any direction. Chen Jil grabs his companion by the arm to pull him out of this extremely dangerous place as quickly as possible. The entire floor of the temple shakes, forming huge waves that threaten to engulf the heroes under their weight. Fortunately, they manage to escape from this deadly zone of the monster's tentacles. The guys realize with relief that they are all right and have not suffered any serious injuries. Chen Jil thinks that these tentacles can attack using the ground, making their actions almost impossible to predict in advance. The guy was still thinking about the next attack when it began, and continued with double the force. The tentacles really do appear directly from under the ground and hit Bros and the assassin, literally passing through their bodies. Two girls from the team watch the spectacle with genuine alarm and fear for their comrades' lives. The old man, like a true hero, saved the two young men and took them under his protection from the attacks. Chen Jil watches as the grandfather, a true hero, saves these kids from certain death. And the guy thinks that the enemy is hidden in the darkness, but they are right in front of him, and it simply cannot go on like this. Chen Jil thinks he needs to buy something and remembers the flash grenade, whose light can illuminate even the most impenetrable darkness. The guy realizes that this item will allow him to illuminate the monster's tentacles from all sides, and then he will only have to fear those that emerge from the ground. So, without hesitation, the young man buys this useful item in the system store and throws it up into the air. The grenade flies straight toward the enemy, ready to illuminate the entire space around it with bright light. Then there is a sudden, very bright flash of light that illuminates the entire temple and dispels the thick darkness. All of the young man's friends were unaware that he had purchased such a useful item, and looked on in amazement at the effect. Chen Jil himself was surprised when he saw what their enemy really looked like, as the monster had previously been hiding in the darkness. This guardian monster consists of an incredible number of other people's faces, forming its body like a sea of human souls. This terrifying monster has many different eyes, mouths, and human faces, which appear to be sealed within its massive body forever. And while Chen Jil was examining this enemy, a sharp tentacle began to emerge from the ground behind him, ready to attack. Unexpectedly, the tentacle simply pierced the young man's chest in the area of his heart, inflicting critical damage to his vital organ. The young man immediately began to lose consciousness from blood loss, and could barely stand on his trembling legs, fighting for his life. Chen Jil fell to his knees, blood literally gushing out of his serious wound, staining the floor of the temple. This disgusting enemy leans forward and begins to lick the fresh blood with relish, as if enjoying the suffering. The next thing this guardian does is use the skill Swift Blades, and his tentacles become as sharp as razors. At that moment, in the real world, a girl says to a guy, "Is there really a world where our creators also live?" The blonde guy replies that it's nice to watch smug cockroaches who think they can change their fate. The girl says that he probably likes that too, and asks him to tell Shelly that there is no one in this city whom they are looking for. The blonde guy replies that Shelly doesn't need to know. They can just kill everyone here. Then they won't have to look for anyone. But the girl coldly replied that one more word like that from him, and she would kill him without hesitation. The guy took it as a joke, but her tone was so serious and scary that he felt uncomfortable. The blonde guy says, "Okay, in that case he'll go to Shelly himself and report on the results of the search." His female partner stood up, ready to say goodbye and end the conversation on that note. In her hands, she holds a photograph of a young girl whom they are apparently actively searching for. Chen Jil spits blood from his mouth. It's a real horror, and unbearable pain pierces his whole body. The young man has suffered critical injuries that could lead to permanent health damage and a slow death. Chen Jil realizes with horror how much it hurts, his lungs pierced through by a sharp tentacle. The young man lies before this enormous monster, barely breathing, fighting for every breath of air. This guardian has no intention of stopping there, and once again uses his deadly blade skills to finish him off. Chen Jil looks at this horror and realizes that he is completely unable to move due to weakness. These purple tentacles begin to approach the helpless young man at a deadly speed. All his friends are also watching what is happening, and don't even know how to help him in such a situation. His comrades are terrified, thinking, "My god, Chen Jil is going to die from his wounds." But the enemy only laughs ominously, exuding a real crazy energy of triumph over his defeated enemy. The guard doesn't even think about stopping for a second, continuing to attack with his deadly tentacles. And the friends realize with horror that this is some kind of nightmare. The speed of the attack and the destructive power of the guard are incredible. The heroes have never seen anything like this before in their lives. Such power seems beyond comprehension. And then Lucius, the guardian who had been watching the battle, noticed something strange ahead in the smoke. She saw an old man who simply picked up a wounded young man and lifted him onto his shoulders, saving him from certain death. Meanwhile, the enemy continued to swing its terrifying purple tentacles, preparing to deliver fatal blows to the defenseless heroes. The old man used his powerful Stormblade skill, his final trump card, capable of cutting through even the thickest enemy defenses. The old man used this ability to somehow escape from there and save the wounded guy he was carrying on his shoulders from mortal danger. This blow was insanely powerful and spectacular. It seemed like the old man had spent a significant portion of his accumulated energy to execute it. But the old man has no intention of giving up in the face of danger. He strikes again with a lightning bolt that cuts through the darkness and moves very quickly from place to place. Guardian Lucius watches this spectacle and thinks with admiration that even with a guy on his shoulders, this old man is so skillfully dodging all the attacks. She realizes that this old man, one of the 12 legendary heroes who wields blue lightning, is truly very strong and experienced. Chen Jil, who is on the old man's shoulders, doesn't even fully understand where he is due to blood loss and shock. The young man tries to tell his grandfather that he is absolutely fine and that he shouldn't risk his life to save him. But most of all, the young man thanks his grandfather, who truly saved him from certain death at the last moment. The old man says that Chen Jil's wounds are not fatal, that he will protect the boy, and that he should get treatment and recover his strength. The young man thinks in amazement how his grandfather managed to do it, even when he was wounded and unable to completely avoid the attacks. Chen Jil, looking at the old man, thinks that on top of everything else, he carried him on his shoulders during the battle. The young man smiles and admits that his grandfather is actually much stronger than he could ever have imagined. The old man had just saved the boy, and now he was standing in a fighting stance, ready to continue striking his enemy. Argos, who has also descended into the temple, wonders if the heroes have escaped the trap and are heading toward the guard. The demon realizes that he really underestimated these pathetic insects, even though the guard should have torn them to pieces by now. Argos thinks with irritation that, damn it, Lord Hades ordered him to bring the Godslayer back alive, not dead. The dragon presses his glowing palm, filled with dark energy, against the stone wall of the temple to create a passage. A huge energy door appears, and Argos thinks that now Hades will tear his brains out for failing to complete the task. The demon decides that in that case, he should at least bring the guy's corpse as proof that he completed part of the mission. At this moment, the battle with the guard continues. The old man skillfully dodges attacks, demonstrating incredible fighting skills. Chen Jil, watching this, thinks how truly incredible the speed is. How easily the old man dodges the deadly blows. The young man notices that with each attack, the guard becomes faster and faster, building up momentum for the decisive blow. Chen Jil is currently at level 100, and even if he spends most of his points on agility, he still can't compare to his grandfather. The guy thinks it's incredible how the old man managed to achieve such a level of mastery in his lifetime. And now those sharp tentacles are rushing forward at deadly speed, while the old man moves his legs quickly, dodging each blow with surgical precision. The old man swings his weapon forward to cut off one of the monster's tentacles and protect himself and Chen Jil from the attack. But after the old man did this, something changed dramatically in his mind, as if long-forgotten memories had been awakened. The old man remembered his distant past, as if someone had spoken to him and his comrades many years ago. A female mentor addressed him and his companions, and solemnly announced that they had passed their trials and become heroes of the elite class. At that time, my grandfather was only 10 years old, so young and already successful in those early years of his life. They were told that the three of them were now part of the first-class combat unit number 27, and it was hoped that they would become loyal comrades. Then these three young heroes walked home and discussed among themselves, two of the boys talking about my grandfather, who would have thought that they would end up in the same unit with him. They said that someone had told them that the boy who possessed the power of thunder had passed the test to become a hero in just 30 minutes. The friends told each other that it was impossible to pass the tests so quickly. He was not a human being, but a real monster. Grandfather recalled that geniuses and fools are similar in some ways. The former are envied by those around them, while the latter are simply despised. In short, if you are different from ordinary people, everyone will simply consider you a strange fool. While the young future grandfather sat alone, someone approached him and extended his hand in a friendly manner to introduce himself. It was Morris, who said that he had heard about the successful completion of the trials, and that his wife Luna had also become a first-class hero this year. They said they had heard a lot about him but didn't think he was really that young for such a high level. The couple discussed with the grandfather that they wanted to apply and form a small squad of the three of them, and asked if he would agree to this proposal. The young man then realized that life can be surprising, and that there will always be someone who will accept you no matter what. So, of course, the future grandfather agreed to join them in a friendly combat squad. Chen Jil looked at the illustrated reference book where this information about the old man's past had been added. Seeing this touching story, The young man felt a little sad about what his grandfather had to go through, but the most important thing was that now the old man was an incredibly strong warrior, whose skill was unmatched by anyone. Sally's mother, Luna, had already given birth to a baby girl, and she was told that it would be better to let her grandfather and the other heroes carry out their dangerous mission. The grandfather then said that Morris should actually stay, as his wife needed care and they could handle the task themselves. Morris then said that they had agreed to go on missions together, and asked her to convince Luna to stay, asking why her grandfather had suddenly changed his mind. But when Luna heard this, she turned around angrily and said that the two of them had secretly conspired behind her back. The heroes began to explain that Luna, the task was indeed quite dangerous, so it would be better to stay home with the child. But a serious argument broke out between the two best friends about whether both parents should stay at home with the newborn baby for the safety of the family. The mother of the girl, Luna, used a powerful fire attack and shouted at the men to stop this senseless argument immediately. The grandfather then said that today's task was quite difficult and dangerous. All the members of the two second-class squads had been killed, and now they had a child, so why take such a risk? The little girl's mother said that yes, they now had a daughter, but the grandfather was also very important to them as a friend. The couple couldn't allow him to go alone on such a deadly mission, as they were true friends for life. Besides, there is a true genius in their squad, someone who is rarer than a 100-year-old hero. Luna tells her grandfather that they believe in his strength and know that he will help them in any situation. When the grandfather hears these warm and sincere words from his friends, he is deeply moved by their support and trust. And now, in the current battle, the old man realizes that this time he will definitely protect everyone and lead them out of the desert alive. The grandfather uses a powerful lightning strike and knows that he will do it, even if it means giving his own life for his comrades. The old man understands that he will do absolutely everything in his power to protect his beloved granddaughter from death. The grandfather leaps forward at his enemy, his weapon filled with powerful electrical energy, ready to discharge onto the enemy. The old man only wants to deliver the decisive blow, but his opponent begins to use the power of shockwaves from his mouth. The grandfather does not understand what this ability is. It is the first time in his life he has seen anything like this in battle. But these powerful shockwaves emanating from the guard's mouth severely interfere with the hero's ability to coordinate their actions. The sound waves make everyone's heads spin, and they wonder what kind of magic is happening. As it turns out, this is a special ability that causes a negative effect of dizziness on enemies, lasting 30 seconds. While this disorienting effect is in effect on all the heroes, dangerous tentacles begin to quickly reach out to their defenseless victims. They simply grab the guys by their bodies, as they are unable to do anything to resist. These disgusting tentacles toss the guys into the air and hold them in their embrace, slowly pulling them toward the monster's hideous mouth. The Guardian rejoices that with one combined blow, he will now be able to kill many people at once and feast on their flesh. But then, a bright bolt of lightning strikes from the grandfather, and most of the guys are saved from the tentacles at the last moment. Only one of Sally's granddaughters remains, her body wrapped tightly in the tentacles, unable to escape. The old man realizes that things are going very badly, and that he may not be able to save his beloved girl from certain death. Right in front of the grandfather, a tall, dense wall was erected, built from the monster's intertwined tentacles. And now the two girls are being led straight into the monster's mouth, which looks like the crater of an active volcano with fire. The old man begins to lose his mind with despair, realizing that he cannot allow his granddaughter to die in this terrible place. Chen Jil suddenly jumps off his grandfather's shoulders and swiftly grabs the two girls to save them from certain death in the monster's mouth. The boy realizes with determination that his grandfather should not worry, for this time the old man has reliable support from his comrades. The old man was extremely surprised that the young man had done everything so quickly and skillfully. But of course, he was immensely grateful for saving his granddaughter. The young man understands that the old man's incredible strength makes him like a real god. But unfortunately, such power causes those around him to doubt their own abilities. Chen Jil understands this feeling very well. It is true loneliness when everyone around you considers you some kind of monster or beast. The young man thinks about his grandfather, who was like a parent to him, and cannot even imagine how the young old man felt in isolation. The boy thinks about the old man's despair, anger, and helplessness, because he truly hates that feeling of complete powerlessness in the face of circumstances. That is why Chen Jil must protect his close friends, and most importantly, save his mother from captivity. The young man is fully aware that he will return home alive and well, no matter what obstacles stand in his way. The old man approached the young man and thanked him for saving everyone, but he understood that the battle was far from over. The old man noticed that the monster's tentacles were quite fast, although the Guardian himself moved rather slowly in comparison. But as soon as he gets close to it, it activates its defensive ability, and only Chen Jil can get rid of the effect of this ability, so he will have to attack it. The old man explains that no, it's just a basic ability that allows the guy to reduce the effects of dizziness and disorientation. Bross and his fellow assassins say that they also know a thing or two about tactics and want to help in the battle. The two girls, the guardian and her granddaughter, also do not want to stay away from the decisive battle with the monster. Boban firmly says that he will not allow anyone to take all the attention at such an important time. He also wants to participate. Chen Jil, looking around at all his beloved comrades, feels a surge of strength and confidence. The young man realizes that these are truly the best people he has ever met in his life during all his adventures. The old man says that's great. He thinks everyone has heard the boy's plan, and they must help him get to the monster for the decisive blow. Chen Jil thinks about trying to kill the monster with one powerful blow, not giving it time to counterattack. The guy has only one desire in his mind: to end this as quickly and efficiently as possible. The old man begins to use his thunder roll skill, his weapon covered in blinding blue lightning energy. Bright bolts of lightning appear around the old man, and he accumulates a great deal of electrical power for a powerful attack. The heroes launch a joint attack on this monster, a huge beast, using the 3000 lightning strike skill. The temple servant himself sits inside his own massive body, surrounded by a large number of protective tentacles. This powerful lightning approaches him and begins to cut through these terrible tentacles one by one. Chen Jil realizes that the old man has done an excellent job of preparing, and now it is time for his decisive actions. The temple servant is clearly extremely dissatisfied with such a bold plan from these pathetic kids who dared to challenge him. The temple servant sees this young man running straight at him with incredible determination and fury in his eyes. While all the other comrades heroically distract the tentacles, the guy knows that he needs to get close to the monster itself for the decisive blow. Chen Jil begins to run through the fire of lightning and all the horror that is happening around him in the midst of a fierce battle. Shadow dogs appear, summoned by his comrades, and they also effectively deal with these monsters and clear the way. The guy moves as fast as he can, full of determination and focused on his sole goal: to destroy the enemy. Chen Jil realizes that now is the best time to attack and activates his powerful skill, Divine Path. The guy's speed is increased by 20%, and the ability lasts for only 40 seconds. The old man bursts in at the last moment and cuts off all the tentacles that appear in front of the guy, protecting him. The guy thinks about how all his comrades believe in him, so he must complete this task at all costs. And then complete destruction occurs, and the guy undergoes an incredible transformation, filling him with divine power. Chen Jil delivers a divine blow with critical damage increased by 50%, and the god's death song increases the damage by a full 100%. A truly impossible power. A bonus with a huge god song was activated, restoring 10,000 health points as the guy transforms into his powerful enemy. Of course, the temple servant is extremely angry from such damage and clenches his teeth in pain and rage. The monster lands on the ground, and the enemy thinks he has been cut off from his main body and weakened. But it turns out that he hasn't been completely cut off. This villain can teleport within the temple. Chen Jil, in his transformed state, wants to use the second phase of the freezing god's strike to finish him off. The enemy, who barely survived the attack, looks on in shock, wondering where the guy got such incredible strength. And with another powerful blow, the guardian loses countless amounts of health and vitality. The old man watches all this and realizes that Chen Jil has used the divine path to enhance his attacks. After that, the guy subconsciously activated the icy god's strike, which was a very good tactic in this situation. The temple servant literally spits purple blood from his mouth from the damage he has received. Chen Jil doesn't waste a single precious minute and decides to use a decisive blow called the God Slayer, which contains an unimaginable amount of power. The guy thinks he'll use his primordial chaos skill, which he's been saving for the best moment. He then uses his personal skill, Crescent Strike, and everything around him turns red from the powerful energy. It is obvious that the temple servant sees the destructive energy rapidly approaching him for the final blow. Then there is a huge explosion of this energy, which is simply mind-boggling in its destructive power and scale. Chen Jil looks at it with hope that this is really the end of the battle, as no one can survive such a powerful blow. But the guy still feels a hint of disbelief that something might have gone wrong with the attack. And then Ada's subordinate, the dragon Argos, appears and says that these little bugs have indeed destroyed the dream god's trap and reached the temple guard. Everyone heard the voice of this villain and was shocked that he had managed to get here to the temple at all. The heroes saw this dragon in front of them and the simply insane sadistic smile on his face. Argos contemptuously says that he really did underestimate these pathetic bugs and their abilities. Chen Jil thinks with horror about how he put all his strength into that blow, and how this dragon was able to block it. The guy realizes that his body has already reached its limit, using so many skills that his body has reached its limit, and his abilities have not yet recovered. Chen Jil thinks that all his skills will only be useful in 20 minutes. So what should he do now? The young man realizes that his comrades have directed all their fighting spirit toward the battle with the servant, and this guy has ruined everything with his appearance. Worst of all, the heroes have not only suffered serious injuries, but have also lost all their fighting spirit after a long battle. The guy thinks that now there are two of these scoundrels, which makes the situation for the team even worse than it was before. The dragon turns to the guy and says that he understands that this is the very god killer that Hades is looking for. Argos teleports directly to the guy's face in a split second, demonstrating incredible speed. With a maniacal grin, the demon says that he and Chen Jil have not seen each other in person for a long time. The guy, shocked by the surprise, quickly jumps back to increase the distance between them. Chen Jil realizes that this was truly extremely dangerous, and he is lucky that everything ended relatively well. The dragon laughs ominously and says that there is no need to be afraid. He will not kill the guy. It is not part of his plans. This subordinate of Hades looks away, having heard a suspicious sound behind him. Argos sees the old man swing his weapon, which is filled with powerful blue lightning energy. But this means nothing to the demon, who raises a protective shield in front of him with a single finger. He contemptuously tells the old man that he is a pathetic little man, how annoying he is, sticking to him like a piece of paper. The dragon added that he should have killed the old man earlier, but the old man continued to press him with attacks. The old man uses his thunderclap skill, but he can't even slightly penetrate the magical shield. The dragon jumps back and says how infuriating these weak humans are with their pathetic attempts at resistance. The old man then tells the young men that he will delay the dragon while they find a way to kill the guardian of Nabusul and complete their mission. Chen Jil realizes that in any case, they just need to kill the guardian of this temple, and then they will finally be able to leave this terrible desert forever. The dragon sneers that these pathetic insects really think they can kill such a powerful enemy. Chen Jil thinks that the beast Ada is not so weak after all, since some pathetic humans almost defeated him in fair combat. Argosis thinks that if he hadn't wasted time dealing with this servant, he would have captured the boy long ago, and then he would have reached the endless sea. How all this is beginning to annoy him, his patience is about to snap. And the dragon thinks that this is a gift from Hades for the temple servant, and hands him this dark gift with a smile. It is a huge beam of fiery energy that rushes straight into the heart of the defeated temple guard. Argos sees the result of his actions, and a very wide, sadistic smile of satisfaction appears on his face. The demon says with relish that this is the real hellfire, which begins to envelop the servant's body with powerful energy. As the heroes watch this process unfold, they can't believe their eyes. The heroes cannot understand what the enemy is doing, whether he is giving strength to his ally, or on the contrary, killing his subordinate. And for them, this was the worst possible outcome, as the guardian had now transformed and looked like a real devil. The so-called fiery form had been activated, and the hellish flames had unleashed the power of the underworld within the guardian's body. The dragon said that this masterpiece of Hades had never failed him in the past, so let it kill everyone, but leave the old man to him. Chen Jil, looking at this incredible sight, cannot understand what is happening at this critical moment. And the guy sees this guardian, who really looks like a real devil from the depths of hell. Chen Jil starts shouting to his companions, saying that they don't understand the situation yet, so they should just run away. And then the young man begins to hear the loud beating of his heart, not understanding what this strange feeling is that is taking hold of him. Chen Jil's body seems to have lost its physical form, and the young man thinks with horror about what this could mean. The young man finds himself in a completely different place, wondering why it is so dark here, just a solid, impenetrable blackness. Chen Jil tries to call out to any of his loyal companions, but no one responds to his cries. The boy looks around carefully and sees only complete darkness around him. But in addition to the thick darkness, the young man feels an oppressive silence and wonders if he is the only one who has fallen into this strange dimension. Suddenly, a bright beam of unknown energy flies straight at his heart at tremendous speed. Chen Jil is simply thrown back by some invisible force, causing him serious damage and disorienting him in space. The guy falls flat on his back and begins to roll painfully across the unknown surface from the impact. Chen Jil realizes with despair that he can't see or hear anything in the darkness, so how can he dodge the attacks? The guy remembers that he has a flashbang grenade, which he bought just a moment ago at a lighting store. The young man throws the grenade high into the air to illuminate the space a little and understand what is happening around him. But the flashbang grenade has absolutely no effect in this strange dimension of darkness. Chen Jil takes another powerful blow. Blood gushes from his wounds, and he falls painfully to the ground. The guy leans on his trembling hands and thinks he feels just like a fish that is about to suffocate. The old man in the real world tries to call out to the guy and yells at him to tell him where he is and what is happening to him. Chen Jil is actually in the real world, but his pupils are invisible, and blue energy is emanating from his body. The dragon addresses the heroes, and explains that the guy has been struck by the hellish eye, which was created by Hades himself. Argos says that the guy's soul is stuck in a space filled with endless darkness and primal fear. The dragon adds that there is no need to worry, as everyone else will soon die just like this guy. Boban sees that his grandfather's granddaughter is about to be hit by the hellish flames of the transformed guardian. But as it turns out, it's not just her who's in danger, but all the other guys on the team. Only the old man remains, filled with energy to confront the enemies and protect his comrades. The dragon says that the old man should not be touched yet, that he needs to be dealt with in a special way. Suddenly, a bright yellow flash appears behind the enemy, blinding everyone present. It is the old man who has teleported directly behind the dragon, his entire body burning with a divine yellow fire. The old man is imbued with the true yellow energy of lightning, which has awakened in him to protect his loved ones. When the dragon Argos saw this, he was completely shocked and wondered how the old man had escaped from the trap of the devil's eye. At that moment, in the real world, a military aircraft lands in the desert near an ancient temple for investigation. A subordinate reports that 30 years ago, the Giza Financial Group suddenly bought the desert south of Cairo to turn it into a tourist destination. But soon after, the country's satellites discovered that a temple had appeared there that simply could not have been built in such a short time. The president then began inviting the head of this mysterious Giza company to his office almost every day for a month. The strangest thing is that the Giza Financial Group, which was mainly involved in energy, suddenly announced the creation of a game called Cosmos. The officer says they have no photos or any information about the head of the company, not even his name. But photos of Chen Jil and his mother were found at his home. But the most interesting thing is that all members of this mysterious family have simply disappeared without a trace, and it is now impossible to find them by any means. The female captain tells her subordinates that they only have 3 days to find out everything about this mysterious family. They arrive at this ancient temple and want to go inside to understand what is really going on there. As they approach the temple, the lady thinks that this guy is probably the key to solving the mystery. But what is his family hiding? Chen Jil, in another dark space, is barely walking and thinking about what he needs to do to survive. The guy has lost his ability to see and hear in this cursed place, and cannot use any of his skills. Any sensation of pain is at its limit, and Chen Jil is simply waiting slowly for real death in solitude. And now, the young man has only 30% of his health left, and this feeling of uselessness and helplessness enslaves his consciousness. But the young man understands that it doesn't matter what kind of enemy he faced. He never lost his head, and just fought. If his eyes cannot see and his ears cannot hear, he simply needs to give up his dependence on these two senses. Chen Jil understands that he must rely solely on his reflexes and instincts to repel the enemy's frenzied attacks. And the young man can sense that something is approaching him at great speed, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The young man takes up the fight against this invisible enemy, shutting down all his previous means of perception and relying on his intuition. After thinking for a moment, Chen Jil manages to parry the blow and realizes with relief that everything has worked out perfectly. The young man is aware that his skin and hair felt the approach of this attack through vibrations in the air. But his invisible opponent attacks too quickly, managing to graze Chen Jil a little. It really takes very fast reflexes, but it's still much better than before, so there's one more thing he hasn't used yet. The guy lowers himself to the ground and places his palms directly on the hard surface to feel the vibrations. Then Chen Jil jumps back on one hand so that the enemy's attack cannot reach him at that moment. And then a huge blue glow of energy appears and wants to hit the guy in the back with destructive force. The young man remembers that he actually has a magic ring on his hand, which he received in battle. This is the very ring he received in battle, and with its help, he puts up a protective shield at the last moment. This shield saves him for a few seconds, and Chen Jil manages to jump back from danger thanks to this item. The young man realizes that with each passing moment, he is becoming more and more attuned to his surroundings through his alternative senses. Therefore, it is now no problem for him to dodge these attacks using his sharpened reflexes. Chen Jil makes effective jumps to the left and right, so fast and lightning quick that it resembles a dance of death. The young man realizes that the attacks no longer scare him. He just needs to figure out how to get out of here and return to his comrades. And then the guy approaches a certain place and realizes that he is very surprised by the energy coming from there in an unknown way. Chen Jil cannot understand what is happening to him, so he slowly lowers himself to the ground, trying to get his bearings. The guy feels as if some kind of black energy is pulling him down, as if he were being submerged in a bottomless abyss of darkness. The young man cannot stop gasping for air in this environment, so he tries to hold his breath to avoid drowning in this energy. Chen Jil slightly opens his eyes to try to understand what is happening around him in this strange place. The guy, being in this strange space, sees tentacles slowly approaching him from all sides. At that moment, the old man realizes that the hellish eye is not creating an illusion. It is separating the soul from the body and imprisoning it in emptiness, causing it to experience real suffering. The old man knows that even high-level gods cannot easily escape this cunning trap created by Hades himself. Therefore, the grandfather wonders how Chen Jil managed to partially free himself from its influence. Argos sees the old man simply sending bright yellow energy toward him with incredible power. Hades' subordinate quickly jumps aside to avoid being hit directly by this destructive attack. The dragon lands on its two legs and sees a powerful explosion in the place where it had just been. Argos thinks that if he remembers correctly, he knows the source of this crazy power from ancient times. The demon looks closely at the old man once more, whose entire body is glowing with an insanely bright yellow light. The old man turns to the temple guardian and directs his powerful yellow beam of divine energy at him. And Ada's subordinate realizes with horror that this is the power of Zeus himself, the god of thunder and lightning from the Olympian pantheon. The lightning bolts continue to strike the dragon mercilessly, giving it no respite. The enemy realizes that this is simply impossible, that such a nobody could not possibly have the power of Zeus. And now Argos looks at the old man, who truly behaves like Zeus himself in all his divine power. The dragon hisses with rage, seeing that these yellow bolts of lightning are turning everything in their path to ash. There are so many of them around that it is simply impossible to hide or find shelter. A bright yellow dome appears from the intertwined lightning bolts, surrounding the dragon on all sides with deadly energy. Grandfather looks like a real Zeus, his white robes fluttering, his yellow hair shining with divine light. It is simply impossible to escape these powerful blows. This is true divine punishment for all sins. The dragon looks around and sees that he is indeed trapped under a dome of deadly lightning with no way out. Argos charges forward, but then his gaze suddenly shifts as he notices something dangerous in his peripheral vision. Literally, at the very last second, he manages to turn his head so that the blow does not strike his vital organs. And then another very bright bolt of lightning strikes the enemy with double the power. But the dragon is unable to dodge it, and the lightning strikes him directly, causing serious damage. Argos now has a deep gash on his cheek, and he can't believe that such speed is even possible. The dragon Argos thinks with alarm that every time the lightning bounces off the walls of this cage, its speed only increases several times, creating a deadly trap. The demon begins to scream in rage that he must destroy this cursed cage of lightning. Otherwise, they will all die from the constantly accelerating discharges. Argos finally decides to act decisively, so he makes a powerful leap forward and upward with incredible speed, using all his demonic power. Together with his fellow guardian, they try to combine their black magic powers to break Zeus's dome of divine lightning. But nothing works when they try to do so. They are simply thrown aside by a powerful wave of electricity, as if they were insects. The enemies barely land on their feet and feel exhausted, realizing that they don't have enough strength to withstand such divine power. Argos realizes that things are going very badly indeed, clenches his sharp teeth, and glares at his enemy with undisguised fury. The dragon looks at the old Zeus, who has no intention of stopping, and continues to increase the power of his attacks against the temple's invaders. These lightning bolts become bigger, faster, and more powerful as they bounce off the walls of the dome, creating an endless cycle of increasing destructive force. And then, one of the most powerful bolts of lightning literally flies towards the dragon and hits it right in the heart with incredible accuracy. The discharge passes through Argos's body and also affects his fellow guardian, inflicting critical damage on both of them with a single blow. One bolt of lightning is not enough, and now the discharges pass through, making new holes in the bodies of the enemies every second. The dragon begins to laugh hysterically, saying that even if the old man has the power of Zeus, he will still have to watch his loved ones die. Argos suggests that the old man look at his close friends, who are now unconscious and unable to defend themselves. They have fallen into deadly traps, so the dragon orders his devil friend to kill them immediately without mercy. The guardian hears his master's clear order, and immediately begins to teleport to the defenseless heroes to kill them. And Argolis says that the greedy old man does not yet know that the guardian can enter the dream world of any person and kill them there. But old Zeus does not want to hear this at all, only becoming angrier, and his lightning bolts become faster and more destructive. But the dragon understands that this is the old man's weak spot, his attachment to his loved ones, and says that everyone will die with him, whether he wants it or not. It seems that there is so much energy in the air that stones begin to break off and fly from the walls of the ancient temple due to the strain. At this moment, in the real world, experts say that their country has begun serious research into this temple. But even the best historians and archaeologists have been unable to understand who built this ancient structure and how. Later, during in-depth research, it was discovered that this temple was more than 50,000 years old, which cast doubt on all known theories about the development of civilization. The scientist says that it is really difficult to believe such figures, and some experts even suggest that this temple was built by the god Ra himself in ancient times. The researcher says that a stack of ancient parchments describing chemical research was found, and one of them mentioned that Alexander the Great had found an artifact. In 331 BC, an army under the leadership of Alexander the Great defeated the army of the Persian king in a decisive battle, after which strange artifacts were discovered. They discovered Egypt, so after the decisive battle, Alexander the Great headed to the small town of Siwa, where he went to an ancient temple to receive divine blessing. In this sacred temple, they worshipped the god Ra, also known as the sun god. But Alexander the Great believed in the ancient Greek gods. The answer was found in 3 alchemical records, as advised by his great teacher Aristotle, who told Alexander that next to the temple was the tomb of Hermes, which held the secret of becoming a god. In Greek mythology, Hermes was the guide of souls to the underworld of Hades, the mediator between the world of the living and the dead. The researcher continues to say that Alexander the Great eventually found this tomb and discovered the legendary emerald artifact. This ancient story is very similar to the case of the mysterious Giza group, and perhaps this is the legendary temple of the god Ra from the legends. At this point, the subordinate says that the lady understands that it sounds unbelievable, but that is all they have been able to find out. The commander herself thinks that monsters from video games are now running around the world, so she is no longer surprised by anything in this crazy world. Then her subordinate tells her that there is something extremely unusual ahead, so she had better prepare herself mentally for what she is about to see. Then they got closer. He pointed in a certain direction and told them to look for themselves and see the incredible sight. When the woman looked ahead, she was truly amazed by the sight that met her eyes. She saw a huge statue of the god Ra, which was simply incomparable to human scale, and amazed the imagination with its size. Archaeologists and workers were already working on it, studying this ancient monument in detail and deciphering the inscriptions. And this god is truly very frightening in appearance, radiating an aura of ancient and powerful strength. The writings on his back are still being deciphered, and experts claim that this could well be the text from the emerald artifact. It is quite possible that it contains a revelation about how a simple man can become a true god and gain immortality. The young researcher suggests that the appearance of real monsters in the modern world may be connected with this ancient knowledge. At this critical moment, the dragon, subordinate to Hades, takes its true form, preparing for the final decisive battle. Argos thinks furiously that he was forced to do this only because of the incredible power of this old man, similar to the power of Zeus. The demon realizes that he cannot regenerate his health due to his divine wounds, and things are going very badly for him. Argos doesn't understand why the old man hid this incredible power all this time and even allowed his enemies to cut off his arms in the past. The dragon thinks proudly that Zeus' power can go to hell. He is the strongest of the dragon clan and will never admit defeat. Argos shouts that he gave everything to get this insane power from Hades and has no intention of giving up so easily. The demon becomes even more enraged and declares that he will not surrender to his enemies and certainly will not die in this temple. So Argos puts up a powerful purple dome around himself to reflect the lightning attacks and protect himself from the old man's divine power. Argos transforms into something terrifying. Now he is not just a red dragon, but a truly black demonic creature from the depths of hell. This devilish dragon viciously tells the old man that he should look at his unfortunate children, who are slowly dying from torment. The old man looked behind him, and it was indeed his most painful spot, which the enemy mercilessly used against him. The old man looks at the boys and sees blood flowing from their mouths. They are in critical condition from the effects of the hellish eye. The heroes are unable to do anything to save themselves, as they are now trapped in a magical trap and completely helpless in the face of death. All the boys lie unconscious on the cold ground, unable to cope with the curse that is slowly killing their souls. Therefore, the old man clenches his hands in real rage and helplessness, seeing the suffering of his close friends. And then, suddenly, the old man's eyes change completely, filling with divine anger and determination. When the old man wanted to fly in to save these people from certain death, the dragon appeared right in front of him, blocking his path. This subordinate of Hades says with a sadistic smile that he seems to remember the old man, the same boy who watched as the demon killed his friends. Argos began to talk about how helpless the old man had been back then, how he regretted not killing him at that moment, how everything would have been different now. When the old man hears this, memories from the past begin to surface. He really did lose his best friends because of this monster. The dragon continued to psychologically pressure him, saying that they would play a game. Every 10 minutes, one of the 3 flames of life would go out, and for each flame that went out, he would kill one of his friends. Argos bursts into devilish laughter and says how well he has thought this out, how much fun it will be to watch the suffering. But the old man, in the divine form of Zeus, completely disagrees with these sadistic rules of the game and is ready to fight to the end. The old man begins to clench his fist, yellow lightning gradually enveloping his body, preparing for a decisive attack against the demon. A subordinate of Hades provocatively says that it's time to attack. Otherwise, he'll be waiting too long for a proper battle with a worthy opponent. And so the old man literally bursts from his seat, saying nothing, heading toward this disgusting creature from hell. The enemy narrows his eyes, which are filled only with hatred and a thirst for the destruction of all living things in his path. and two powerful forces begin to fight each other. The power of divine light against demonic darkness in an epic battle. The old man takes a ball of lightning in his hand and throws it forward. This lightning strike is capable of destroying almost any opponent. But the dragon manages to dodge at the last moment, quickly jumping from side to side, avoiding the deadly bolts. Then, while Argos is jumping, he gathers a large amount of purple energy in his mouth and prepares for a powerful counterattack. The dragon releases this purple beam from its mouth, which almost hits the old man, flying just a few centimeters from its target. But in reality, the attack does no harm, as Argos misses at the very last critical moment. The dragon expended a significant amount of precious energy on such a powerful strike, weakening it for the rest of the battle. And then Argos tells Zeus that he is overestimating himself. That even though he has gained Zeus' power, a mortal body cannot withstand it for long. For the first time in a long time, the old man says something, realizing that the dragon simply wants to wear him down and drain his divine energy. Grandfather realizes that he cannot lose this battle. He must win for the sake of his fallen friends and to protect his surviving comrades. And this dragon begins to fly at incredible speed toward the old man, maliciously saying that he is not going to die, not to worry. Soon the servant will kill all his pathetic friends. As the dragon flies toward the old man at great speed, Argos suddenly sees lightning begin to swirl around the old man's body, forming a protective ring. The old man decides to use his final lightning strike, a deadly torrent, because he realizes that this enemy must be finished once and for all. And so these divine lightning bolts begin to gradually strike the dragon. But he tries to hide behind his protective shields of dark energy. But the blow is still too powerful, and Argos falls painfully to the ground, seriously injured by the lightning bolts. The dragon's eyes begin to glow purple, which means that things are going very badly for him and he is close to defeat. Argos also realizes that since the old man is now seriously powerful, he must try to wear him down and exhaust his energy by any means necessary. Therefore, the demon summons all his purple dark power, which concentrates and is directed straight at the old man for a counterattack. It seems that this bright purple flash is capable of melting everything in its path, creating incredible destructive power. Seeing this, the dragon begins to grin with satisfaction, realizing how lucky he is in terms of attack power. Argos is already confident that he will be the winner. But then the old man suddenly strikes him and throws him away with one hand. Rising from the ground, the dragon says mockingly that even though the old man has hurt him, he is far from dead. And now the old man sees 3 lights of life above himself, which the dragon had previously mentioned as a condition of the cruel game. Now the dragon tells his subordinate guardian to kill the boy lying unconscious. Boban, who is essentially like a real son to the old man, is in mortal danger from Hades' henchmen. The boy lies unconscious, dark energy emanating from his body, showing that his soul is trapped in the hellish eye. Boban's face shows that he is on the verge of complete exhaustion and is about to give up, unable to withstand the torment. Chen Jil, who is trapped in this magical trap, is simply flying down at an incredible speed toward an unknown land. The guy squeezes his eyes shut and realizes that things are going badly. He can't move at all and can't control his fall. Chen Jil realizes that he is not just falling under the force of gravity, but that some strange dark force is deliberately pulling him down. And then the young man's eyes suddenly open wide, and he sees something terrifying in front of him in this world of shadows and nightmares. The boy sees sharp tentacles heading straight for his defenseless body, ready to pierce him through. This sight makes him feel even worse, and Chen Jil simply falls backward, unable to defend himself. The young man falls down and lands hard, causing him intense pain that pierces his entire body. But the tentacles don't stop there. They become even more curved and sharp like razor blades. And it seems as if the boy is about to land right on these sharp, deadly spikes that will pierce his body. And when all this happens, the tentacles pass through his body, causing unbearable pain and suffering. Chen Jil is in agony, blood pouring from his mouth, staining everything around him scarlet. The guy, with immense pain inside his body, falls at high speed completely down into the bottomless abyss of this nightmarish world. Chen Jil thinks that he is in great pain and cold in this place, wondering if he will really die in such a terrible way. Then, as Chen Jil flies through the void, he sees red flowers that suddenly appear around him and wonders in amazement what they could be. These red flowers draw closer and closer to the young man, as if they were living creatures trying to surround him and protect him from danger. These red flowers completely envelop his body, creating a protective cocoon of petals that radiates warm and soothing energy. Chen Jil believes that these are flowers from the very same cotton tree that existed in his spiritual world and possess special powers. Then the young man suddenly opens his eyes and sees a completely different reality in front of him, different from that nightmarish place. The young man sees his spiritual world with the red tree and thinks with relief, could I really have escaped from that hellish trap? Chen Jil looks at his body and thinks with amazement that all his wounds have completely disappeared. it is quite possible that he has been healed. And then the guy hears the familiar voice of the hero Hesiod, who is sealed inside him and possesses ancient knowledge. The guy examines his body and realizes that the wounds have indeed disappeared, and there is no doubt about it. He thinks that it's great. He really managed to escape. The hero inside says that he used to wonder where Chen Jil was in the spiritual world, only because the flowers appeared due to special circumstances. Hesiod could not imagine that these plants really had such incredible healing powers and could protect against dark magic. Chen Jil says that the flowers just pulled him out of that terrible place of torment, that they are like that by nature. The guy looks closely at these red flowers, trying to discern the truth about his origins and abilities. But the hero explains that these are not just Chen Jil's flowers. Someone left them here specifically for protection and help. Hesiod says that there is divine magic present. Remember the trap in the temple? It's something similar. The flowers are also a manifestation of divine power. Now it is clear why the young man can so easily control various elements and use powerful abilities without much effort. The hero asks Chen Jil if he understands who he really is, given his origins. The guy replies that he knows nothing about himself, he has never seen these flowers before, and there has been nothing like this in his life. But the hero replies that divine magic suits Chen Jil perfectly, as if it had always belonged to him, as if one of his parents was a god. The guy says not to joke like that. His parents are ordinary people. This is a game world that has nothing to do with reality. Chen Jil thinks it's unlikely that his mother, a woman who spends all day watching TV shows and shopping online, could have divine abilities. His father died when Chen Jil was very young, so there is no point in the hero's words about divine origins. At that moment, the grandfather is still on the battlefield with the dragon, watching his almost beloved son die. The old man begins to cry, thinking that now Boban really could die from the effects of the hellish eye. Argos begins to laugh maliciously, saying that the old man is pathetic, and that even if he has divine power, he will still have to watch his comrades die. And now the old man, with tears in his eyes, remembers how he raised this boy, how pleasant and carefree those days of youth were. All these pleasant memories from the past flood the old man's mind, and he simply cries his heart out, remembering the happy moments with Boban. The dragon contemptuously tells the old man that he has one chance to kneel down and beg him not to kill this woman. Argos laughs even harder and speaks maliciously, telling the old man to get down on his knees before him, as if before a master. Hearing this insolent order, the old man only becomes angrier, wiping away his tears and preparing for decisive action. The dragon's face changes in a second when he realizes that he has hit the old man's weak spot and touched him where it hurts. Argos began to shout at his subordinate to kill the red-haired girl right now, without wasting a second. But the old man begins to rage madly, his divine energy changing dramatically, his mood becoming completely different. The dragon begins to count down. 1, 2, 3, giving the old man one last chance to surrender. The old man doesn't even seem to be going to kneel down. He would never submit to such humiliation. And then the enemy reaches one in his countdown and begins to laugh maliciously with anticipation. Then, in the background, a huge yellow glow appears, literally illuminating the entire temple with divine light. The old man begins to rise slowly, leaning on his knees, but not in submission, but to attack. The insolent dragon only laughs at this spectacle when he sees and understands that the old man has managed to deceive him. But in the spiritual world, a red energy appears, formed from the flowers of the sacred tree. This red divine energy literally teleports and hits the old man directly, strengthening his powers. Chen Jil emerges from his inner world, his body enveloped in red flowers like a protective aura. The young man's gaze is insanely determined, and he tells the old man that he came here only to help in the battle. The dragon, seeing this, says in shock how it happened that the boy also escaped from the trap of the hellish eye. Argos calls his subordinate guardian and tells him to act quickly, without wasting any time. The dragon orders the demon not to delay and to kill the old man's red-haired granddaughter immediately. Chen Jil calmly says that there is no need to worry. He has already pulled the old man's granddaughter out of oblivion. And so the dragon's plan goes to hell. Nothing is going according to his plan. Argos asks incredulously how the young man managed to do it, how he pulled the girl out of the hellish eye. But Chen Jil has no intention of revealing his secrets, and says he will take on the battle with the subordinate himself. The guy adds that the old man must finish what he started and deal with this dragon once and for all. And of course, the old man agrees to this proposal, his eyes shining with a divine yellow light. And from the old man comes the true power of lightning, which covers everything around him with electric discharges. A huge stream of yellow lightning energy pours out of the temple, creating an impressive light show. The old man has turned into a true god, Zeus, possessing all the power of the Lord of Thunder. The dragon looks at this with a mad gaze and says that things are taking a serious turn. Argos sees the old man, who has the power of Zeus sealed within him, slowly approaching him for the final battle. The dragon thinks that this does not scare him. He must overcome this challenge at any cost. and the old man swings his fist, striking his insolent opponent with all his divine power. From such an incredibly powerful blow, the dragon simply falls to the ground, unable to comprehend what has happened. As Chen Jil watches the old man's divine power, he realizes the true extent of his grandfather's might. Chen Jil thinks that he had always suspected that his grandfather was hiding something important from everyone, but he couldn't figure out what it was. When the boy turns around, he addresses the guardian of Nebulis, saying that they have met again in battle. His grandfather stands before this devilish dragon, who can barely stand after such a powerful blow. Argos tells him furiously that the old man will never make him admit defeat in this battle. The dragon starts running toward the old man very quickly, saying that he should believe him, that today it is the grandfather who will die, not him. Argos rushes towards the old man and wants to deliver a fatal blow, but the old man blocks it with all his strength. With just one fist, the old man is able to hold back the incredible power of the attacking dragon. And so, unable to break through the defense, the dragon releases a purple beam of destructive energy from its mouth. But Zeus jumps high into the air and strikes his enemy with his foot with divine force. After that, clumps of lightning begin to materialize in the old man's hands, and he flies toward his enemy in midair. The true power of Zeus is sealed within this old man. Who could have ever imagined such a thing? When the dragon sees this spectacle, he raises his head and experiences true fear for the first time. Argos sees the old man's burning eyes, as if the gaze of a true god is looking down on him from above. And lightning appears. The spirit of Zeus himself appears, directing a deadly bolt of lightning at the enemy. The dragon stands, realizing that it will most likely be killed by this divine blow. And from this powerful earthquake, from this powerful blow, even the people in the city felt the tremor. A huge bolt of lightning strikes, and everything around begins to melt from the incredible temperature of the discharge. After such a powerful expenditure of energy, the old man falls to the ground, completely exhausted. The old man has lost his divine appearance as Zeus and now looks like an ordinary old man. The old man thinks about his granddaughter's parents and how he has finally managed to avenge them. And then he seems to hear a voice, because Zeus's power has not yet completely left him. The dragon, which has somehow survived the blow, turns and says that he is the younger brother. Argos says he cannot believe what is happening, that this blue energy is familiar to him. The dragon approached the old man, who had fallen to his knees from exhaustion, and looked down at him. Argos speaks contemptuously, saying that the old man is just a worthless human being and nothing more. The demon adds that yes, the old man undoubtedly has the power of Zeus, but he is not immortal like the gods. Argos grabs the old man by the throat and asks how he managed to obtain the power of his brother Zeus. The dragon says that he has not smelled his brother's familiar scent from the Olympian pantheon in a long time, and the demon takes his hand and passes it through the grandfather's body, literally piercing him through. The grandfather now has a gaping hole in his stomach and is lying on the ground in a pool of blood. And this dragon is focused only on memories of his brother Zeus. Argos says that several thousand years have passed, but he still remembers that time perfectly. But the dragon couldn't imagine that Zeus would give his power to such an insignificant mortal. Argos said with a sinister smile that there was no need to worry. He would take care of bringing his brother back, and they would soon be reunited in the afterlife. And then the dragon, who was sitting next to the dying old man, suddenly saw a strange, destructive energy approaching them at incredible speed. It was the energy of primordial chaos from the crescent moon strike that Chen Jil had unleashed, using all his accumulated power to save the old man. These were very bright purple rays of energy that were literally ready to strike the dragon and tear it to pieces from the impact. Although Argos tried to dodge this deadly blow, it was clear that he could not avoid being hit completely. Since the blow was too powerful to dodge, the dragon continued to fight, but it was already weakened from the damage it had taken. Chen Jil had no intention of giving up, and, in the next moment, used his powerful Flying God Strike skill to finish off his opponent. When the enemy felt the effect, it was as if a magical seal had been placed on his body, restricting his movements. But after placing the seal, he quickly closed in on his enemy with lightning speed to deliver the decisive blow. It felt as if Chen Jil had teleported instantly, his movements appearing superhumanly fast to the observer. The guy swung his weapon and, thanks to his incredible speed, struck the enemy, inflicting serious damage. The enemy was amazed at how fast Chen Jil was moving, as if laser beams were coming from his weapon. With a confident smile on his determined face, the guy said that he was now certain he could defeat this enemy. But then Chen Jil suddenly saw a dark mass of energy flying toward him with tremendous destructive force. This energy was literally aimed at the guy to kill him, but at the last critical moment, he managed to jump aside. The young man thought that in this case, he would use his wave strike skill to counterattack his opponent. And Chen Jil continued the intense battle, using this strike to sever his enemy's arm with one precise movement. The young man had two weapons in his hands, from which purple streams of energy emanated, amplifying each blow with divine power. Chen Jil realized that his opponent was using the same techniques that he himself had used in battle. This was the so-called Godslayer, whom the young man had already encountered in previous battles and knew his techniques. The opponent thought with surprise that he hadn't expected this surprise, that he would one day meet a man with such fighting techniques. Chen Jil thought that it was really extremely dangerous. His opponent had almost killed him with that unexpected blow. But then the young man thought anxiously, "Wait, what is happening to my grandfather? How is he?" When Chen Jil turned around, he saw that his grandfather was lying on the ground, dying, with a huge hole in his stomach. The young man quickly ran to the old man, hoping that he was still breathing and could be saved. His granddaughter, Sally, also ran to her grandfather with tears in her eyes, unable to believe what had happened to him. The girl leaned over him and asked desperately if he was okay, if he could feel anything that was happening. The girl shouted to the boy to immediately heal her grandfather with any abilities and magic he had available. Chen Jil replied with determination that he would definitely help them, that everything would be fine, and that the grandfather would survive. The old man said in a weak voice to leave him, to take Sally and the others and run away from there, because this was not the enemy they were looking for. The old man added with difficulty that this was not his subordinate, but Hades himself, the Lord of the Dead, who had come personally for the young man. Lord Hades listened as the servant bowed before him, and said that the Lord must forgive him for having to personally intervene in this situation. And so it turned out that all this time the guy had not been fighting just a dragon, but the real god of the underworld himself. Hades said that it was no big deal, because if he hadn't intervened personally, he wouldn't have learned something interesting about the enemy's powers. Chen Jil couldn't leave his grandfather to die and told him to cheer up, saying that he would definitely save everyone, and that they mustn't lose heart. But the old man replied that he should believe him, that he would not be able to save him in such a critical situation with the god of death. The grandfather explained that he had placed a magical mark on his granddaughter's body, which he would now activate, allowing the two of them to escape from the temple. The old man added that even though they couldn't leave the desert as a team, at least these two would be able to get out alive. But the young man replied to the old man that he couldn't abandon him at such a moment when he was dying from his wounds, and lying nearby were the rest of their fallen comrades, unable to rise and continue the battle against the gods. The old man explained that their comrades had already left this world. All of them had died in the battle against the forces of darkness. Unfortunately, they did not have enough strength to fight the gods. These devils were far superior to mere mortals in power. The old man said that they must admit defeat, for mere mortals cannot defeat true gods in fair combat. The old man added that this was probably their fate, which they must accept as inevitable. Chen Jil began to recall his past, when he was bullied by hooligans at school as a child. They told him that if he wanted to make his mother worry, he should just give them his money willingly. They told the boy that he should think about whether they really needed his small change, since he was so pathetic and didn't even have a father to support him. So the bullies told him to remember one thing. He had to do what they said, or else they would make people deal with his mother. And for the boy, even then, as a child, this topic was incredibly painful, so he took it upon himself to strike the bully between the legs. It was quite unexpected that a young boy would want to stand up for himself and his mother in this way. He said that he didn't fight back not because he didn't want to, but only so that his mother wouldn't worry about him. Chen Jil told the bully that if he ever bothered him again, he wouldn't like his reaction. The most important gangster began telling his subordinates that they should beat up this insolent boy, asking them why they were standing around doing nothing. Now the guy thought that since birth, people had been constantly fighting for their lives and for their loved ones at any cost. But Chen Jil understood that he wasn't afraid to die. He was only afraid of giving up and accepting his fate without a fight. The guy didn't know why he was here in this world. The only thing he knew was that he was still alive and could fight. Therefore, the only thing left for him to do was to keep fighting to the very end, not giving up in the face of death and the gods. It didn't matter who his enemy was. As long as Chen Jil could stand on his feet, he had to keep fighting until the end. At that moment, in the city, the lady stood by the window, digesting all the information she had received from the researchers about the temple and the artifacts. She believed that despite the huge differences in culture and lifestyle, every people had similar beliefs. People believed that our world was created by so-called gods who gave rise to everything that exists in the universe. She remembered how the game's creator said that order arose from primordial chaos. Nothing became something. First, the gods appeared, and then they created their world. The game's creator said that this fits perfectly with the Big Bang Theory, and he asked her if she had ever played computer games. When she asked him why a doctor would ask her that, since she only played games as a child, he replied that she should think about whether, before she started playing, the world inside her was more like a singularity. And the man told her that she had ever thought about how, until you start the game, the world inside her is more like a singularity. She asked him, what if they themselves were living in a game that had been created by someone for entertainment? He replied that science was advancing so rapidly that creating a fully fledged virtual world was only a matter of time and technology. The doctor said that in the eyes of the inhabitants of this world, they would be gods. They're so-called creators and masters of destiny. But then the question arose, who created their own world and controls their reality? This philosophical question really made the girl think seriously. She understood that it was a difficult topic to ponder. The man continued, saying that when the inhabitants of one virtual world create another, they themselves become gods for the new beings. And now, in the game Cosmos, the battle continued between the powerful Hades and the desperately fighting guy. Hades shouted that Chen Jil was going to fight to the very end, even though he was just a mere human, and that it was so funny to watch. Chen Jil, looking at the god of death, said that he was not afraid of him at all, and was ready to die there for his comrades. His opponent said that if the guy wanted to play, why not? Let him show how he was going to fight a god. Hades added that if he wanted to play, and began to laugh madly as he looked at this young little guy. Therefore, Hades began to use his insane divine power, and said that all the dead should be raised to play with the living. The god of the underworld summoned the real dead from the afterlife to battle the mortal. Real skeletons seemed to wake up from an eternal sleep, bound in chains and looking terrifying. Chen Jil wondered what his opponent was really up to, what his plan for destruction was. The young man had seen this dragon Aida, who had said that he hoped the human would like his special gift from the underworld. And now real chains began to bind his fallen comrades, turning them into undead creatures under the god's control. Chains appeared over their faces, and they now looked more like zombies under Ada's control. Chen Jil, watching this sacrilege, wondered what was happening, feeling uneasy at what he saw, and Hades said that these insects were his friends, that he loved to watch people kill each other to survive. The god continued, saying that if Chen Jil destroyed their souls now, they would never be able to be reborn in the afterlife. And Hades added that now the real show would begin, which would amuse him even more than the previous battles. The Lord of the Underworld summoned the bodies of these fallen comrades, who were ready to attack the guy on his orders. Yaluka appeared right in front of Chen Jil, and the guy said he wouldn't even give his friends a chance to get to him. This little girl put up a special protective dome so that his friends couldn't get to him and thus wouldn't die. They simply tried to break through this sturdy shield, but they couldn't penetrate the magical protection. Chen Jil asked the little girl if she could hold the protective shield for longer. And Hades, watching this, thought that the foolish little man was declaring that he would fight to the end of his life. The god said that the obstacles standing in the boy's way to defeat must be removed. Chen Jil replied that Hades was wrong, that perhaps someone else would fight against their friends, but not him. The young man was not interested in such matters. All he wanted was to save his comrades at any cost. Therefore, Chen Jil said that Hades dared to use his friends, but this only fueled his fighting spirit. The young man added that he knew for certain that Hades was the very same rejected god who had been abandoned by his own father. Chen Jil said that he knew the story of the god, how he had been abandoned by his own brothers, who had sent him to the underworld. Of course, these words only angered his enemy, who said that today the guy would go with him to the underworld. The temple began to shake from the outside, and it felt as if the building was about to be torn apart by divine power. Something strange was happening. A real fight was beginning. The guy wanted to get close to his opponent, but was met with a counterattack. Chen Jil lost 1,000 health points from a single blow to the stomach from the divine power, and Hades himself said angrily that no one had abandoned him. How dare the guy say such a thing? In his rage, the god began to strike with his fists, repeating that no one had betrayed him. He struck countless times with his fists, and his health dropped by 3,000 points. The young man simply fell onto his back from the power of the divine blows of the Lord of the Underworld. Chen Jil hit the ground and the rocks, and the earth shook from the force of the impact. The guy left a large dent behind him and lost 85% of his health. He received a notification that he needed to restore his health as soon as possible by any means necessary. And Hades, enraged, continued to repeat that no one had abandoned him to his fate. But the guy smirked and said that Hades couldn't come to terms with this painful fact of his past. Chen Jil said that Hades was angry precisely because his own family had really abandoned him in the underworld. The enemy didn't want to listen to any of this and started using the guy's friends as puppets to attack him. The guy was surrounded by his friends, whose bodies were completely controlled by Hades through dark magic. The god of the underworld said that since Chen Jil didn't want to abandon his friends, he should prepare to die at their hands. So his friends took shadow weapons into their hands and began to strike the guy against their will. They were like real puppets, but they couldn't be blamed for it. They couldn't do anything about it. At that moment, the young man had very little health left, and he didn't know what to do in such a situation. He was trapped, unable to move, and he knew he would not escape alive. And his opponent just burst into evil laughter, enjoying the suffering of a mortal before death. But then, when Hades was sure that everything was over, he heard a loud clap of thunder behind him. The god turned around to see what was happening and where the familiar sound was coming from, and when Hades saw what was happening with his own eyes, he saw the severed head of his subordinate guardian. But surprisingly, the head was being carried by the resurrected old man with a determined expression on his face. The power of the truly mighty Zeus was reawakened in the old man in all its divine might. The enemy said that this was impossible, that the old man should have died, and asked what was happening in the temple. Chen Jil was delighted and realized that somehow the old man had been miraculously healed. Thus, the task was completely accomplished by the team of heroes against the forces of evil and darkness. As a result, an energy flow appeared, rapidly moving toward the statue of the god. This energy approached the statue and began to envelop it in divine light from all sides. The statue in the temple began to glow with a very bright yellow energy, illuminating the entire space around it. This yellow energy emanated from the temple and could even be seen outside the ancient structure. Chen Jil received a huge boost to his level, gaining a whopping 5,000 experience points for completing this task. The young man restored all of his health and all of his abilities. Thanks to this, all his friends were finally freed from the trap that had held them captive. His comrades gradually began to come to their senses and slowly get back on their feet after their long imprisonment. The old man told the guy that they would never defeat Aida in direct combat, but that there was no need to kill him now. The most important thing was to destroy his subordinate, because once he was defeated, the seal would be removed from the temple. So the young man told the old man that he would distract Ada while the others drank the medicine and killed his subordinate. When the young man started running forward, at the very last moment, the old man stopped him by the arm. Chen Jil didn't even turn around. He just thought that this was his last chance to turn the situation around. And now, in the real world, the creator of the game, Cosmos, asked his subordinate if they had learned anything new. His subordinate replied that no, they had not yet managed to find out all the necessary information about the location of the target they had been searching for all over the world for so long. However, they did manage to uncover some extremely important information about the game creator's son, which could help in their further search. It was that his son, Chen Jil, had indeed entered the world of the game Cosmos in some mysterious and inexplicable way. The subordinate reported that the tracking system showed that after entering the game, the guy simply disappeared from all databases, and they could not determine his exact location. However, 5 months ago, Chen Jil suddenly returned to the real world for a short time, and then disappeared again without a trace. When the boss heard this from his assistant, he was extremely interested in this information, and was clearly dissatisfied with the slow search results. The game creator asked what was happening with the captive, whether she was still stubbornly silent and refusing to say where her son was. His subordinate confirmed that yes, the woman was not giving up, and that they had arrived at some kind of secret room for more intense interrogation. The boss turned to his loyal assistant and said that he had a brilliant plan to finally make the stubborn woman talk. In this gloomy room, they saw a woman chained with heavy chains, in a terrible and emaciated state from long imprisonment. She was in some kind of strange energy cube shield, which consisted of constantly flickering ones and zeros of digital code. This influential man ordered that a high-quality photo of this woman be taken and posted to all active players of the game Cosmos. In this cunning way, the son of this unfortunate woman would surely come to them soon in search of his missing mother. And of course, his loyal assistant immediately grabbed a modern phone and took the necessary high-quality photo. He did it this way so that it would be possible to identify this mysterious woman and quickly attract the necessary attention. The game's creator smiled madly and sinisterly, sincerely rejoicing in the ingenious and cunning plan he had just devised. And then, in the virtual game, a huge red light of completely unknown and frightening nature suddenly appeared above the peaceful city. Peaceful people ran through the streets in panic and terror, looking at this incredible phenomenon and wondering what was happening, as they had never seen anything like it before. Raktler, the most powerful orc warlord, wondered what this strange phenomenon could be. Could his grand plan really have succeeded? A huge and destructive red lightning bolt struck the peaceful city mercilessly, flying straight from the dark sky onto the defenseless ground. The orc confidently told his loyal comrades that there was no need to worry anymore, that they would soon be able to leave this cursed desert forever. Aida, standing in an ancient temple, thought furiously that this cunning guy was deliberately distracting him, so that the old man could free the powerful god. And then the guy triumphantly turned to the god of the underworld himself, confidently saying that he had finally and irrevocably lost today. At this critical moment, the young man's body was completely enveloped by an incredibly huge stream of dazzling yellow divine energy, of completely unprecedented and transcendent power. It seemed as if this colossal energy would tear Chen Jil to pieces right then and there. So incredibly powerful and all-consuming was it. Even his loyal companions could barely stand on the safe side and watched in amazement at the fantastic transformation of the young man. Even the almighty Hades himself struggled to remain standing on his trembling legs. It was truly a mad and devastating torrent of energy. The great god Ra had finally been freed from centuries of imprisonment, so the young man awoke and received his true divine power as the Lord of the Sun. And so Chen Jil, with divine dignity, told the frightened Hades that they had finally met face to face in an honest and decisive battle. His enemy replied with hatred that yes, they had not seen each other for a long time, since the time of the great betrayal of the Olympian gods. The young man swung his leg with incredible force, aimed directly at the disgusting and terrifying dragon, filled with pure divine energy. The power that suddenly came to the guy at that moment was truly the divine power of the greatest sun god Ra. Pure solar energy surged and flowed through Chen Jil's body, and he was determined to completely destroy this vile spawn of hell. The mighty Hades could no longer do anything significant against such colossal divine power. He was already completely exhausted from this grueling battle. Chen Jil, with a triumphant smile, said how much he liked this welcome gift and hoped that it had made a strong impression. The god Ra, who was now sealed inside the young man's body, struck the dragon with his foot with incredible divine power. It seemed like a simple kick, but how much destructive power was contained in that one blow? The divine essence began to press even harder on the powerful dragon with its dazzling yellow energy, crushing its defenses. Ra turned to Ida and demanded that he reveal the location of his true physical body as soon as possible. The dragon laughed with his last ounce of strength and said that if he wanted to know the location, he would have to kill him first. But the god only smiled contemptuously and said that Hades was an incredible, insolent creature, bargaining in such a situation. Ra struck his enemy again with his foot, and this blow was insanely powerful, shaking the very foundations of the temple. Literally from that single blow, everything beneath them began to crack and crumble, the earth unable to withstand the divine power. Hades, who was barely standing on his trembling legs, said that Ra was just a pathetic nobody without his real body. The god of the underworld added that no mortal could withstand such colossal divine power in his body for long. With a sinister smile on his face, Ra replied that it was no big deal. There were still many human bodies he could use, and he would have time to gut his enemy. The old man, who was watching the transformed young man closely, wondered if it was really him or what was happening to Chen Jil. Chen Jil, who suddenly woke up in his consciousness, wondered where he was. When the young man began to look around him, he was horrified by the sight of his imprisonment. The young man saw that his body was tightly bound in golden chains, and he couldn't do anything about these shackles. Chen Jil tried to break the bonds with his hands and feet, but they were too strong for a mere mortal. The young man opened his mouth and began to shout at the top of his lungs, calling for help from his companions. The hero Hesiod appeared, who had been sealed inside his body, and said that he must quickly use the power of primordial chaos, or else he would simply die. When the guy heard this vital hint, he realized that he had to follow it as quickly and accurately as possible. At this critical moment, Hades told Ra that there was something he did not know about this guy. He was a god killer by nature. When Ra heard this revelation, he decided to ask Hades to clarify what he meant. Chen Jil, at that moment, tried with all his might to break free from this magical cage. Using his accumulated magical energy, with the power of primordial chaos, he managed to remove the incredibly strong golden shackles of the gods from himself. Thanks to this liberation, the spirit of the powerful god Ra was forced to leave his human body, unable to withstand the resistance. Chen Jil slowly came to his senses and managed to open his heavy eyes, struggling to get to his feet. Ra said with respect that this young man had regained complete control over his body and was truly incredibly strong. Suddenly, a bright portal appeared, and a notification from the game system appeared, asking him to enter the portal and leave the desert. When the powerful Aida saw this system notification, he couldn't believe his own eyes that he had lost to a mortal. Chen Jil began to run quickly toward his loyal friends and shouted for them to look closely at the portal that had appeared for their salvation. All his companions were in complete shock at what they saw, their mouths literally agape in amazement at the events unfolding in the temple. The young man said hopefully that they only needed to go through this magical door, and they would finally escape from this ill-fated place. The old man told the young man that the others should go ahead to the portal, and he would catch up with them after finishing his business. But when the old man wanted to follow them, strange yellow rays suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the path to salvation. Hades took a vicious step forward with such force that the ground beneath his feet began to crack from his divine power. The god of the underworld transformed his body and now resembled a real devil, created from red flames and lava. He moved so fast that the boys were overcome by a wave of terror and despair at the sight of this monster. With a mad, sadistic grin, this devil ominously declared that none of them would leave this cursed desert alive. Chen Jil said irritably that Hades was getting on his nerves and asked if he could leave them alone. And again, a stream of bright yellow energy entered the young man's body, threatening to take control of his consciousness. The young man realized that things were going badly, as if the god Ra wanted to enter him again and take control of his body. Chen Jil knew that he couldn't let the god leave his body now. He had to think of something quickly. This was truly the devilish dragon Aida in his final transformation form for the final battle. The god of the underworld said that he had not expected this pathetic guy to be able to resist his power for so long. Hades reached out with his razor-sharp claws toward the boy's body to kill the god Ra inside him. Blood began to drip onto the ground, and Hades did not understand what was happening with his attack against the mortal. Chen Jil stopped the bloody claws of this powerful devil with one hand, demonstrating incredible willpower. The young man was breathing heavily, as it was not easy to withstand such pressure from the god of death. And the young man resolutely told the cursed god that today he would not allow him to triumph over the living. Hades said in surprise that the vitality of this mortal was truly astonishing. But the god added that the boy must understand that his futile attempts to fight would only prolong his suffering. And that was all. Boban, who was eager to join the battle, flew toward his enemy with his weapon ready to save his comrade. He struck Hades straight in the heart and wanted to save his loyal friend from death at any cost. The other guys also joined the battle, using the powerful force of fire to deal with the god of the underworld. The heroes sent concentrated fire energy straight at Hades to inflict maximum damage and kill him. They wanted to work as a real, well-coordinated team. Otherwise, they would have no chance against the god. The enemy only laughed at these attacks, and the ground began to crack and crumble beneath his feet. Then the assassin used his magical earth powers to summon a huge stone snake to help with the attack. This massive stone snake simply swallowed Ada whole, hoping to keep him inside forever. But he, being inside the stone belly, only laughed ominously, his devilish eyes shining in the darkness. Ida took his sharp claws and cut off the head of the snake that had eaten him, from the inside out. The old man, who had regained his insane strength, used his most powerful skill, 9 thunderbolts of complete destruction, against the god of the underworld. And so Hades' enemy was simply shocked by what his devilish eyes saw, shining with hellfire. Then a huge lightning strike occurred, the destructive power of which no one had ever imagined before. These divine lightning bolts struck Ada directly, causing his health to drop significantly from the damage. The bright glow was so blinding that the god could barely hold back and squinted his burning eyes in pain. Real energy chains stretched toward him from the air, something he had never seen before in his long life. Hades tried to resist these magical chains and held his weapon against his grandfather's attacks with redoubled strength. Boban, who had carried Chen Jil to a safer place, landed carefully on safe ground away from the battle. He turned to his best friend and told him to gather his strength, for he was their last hope in this battle. Boban pointed at the old man and said that he was desperately resisting the god of death with the power of lightning. The old man shouted for Boban to take everyone away from there, as it was not safe for young people. Boban replied to the old man that they must leave this cursed desert together, leaving no one behind. Hades said angrily that these pathetic insects had finally gotten on his nerves with their stubborn resistance to divine will. The god of the underworld asked if they really thought that even a single living soul would make it out of this desert. The old man, madly frightened for the lives of the young people, watched this, his eyes filled with worry for his companions. The old man told all his friends that they should at least listen to him and take everyone away. Otherwise, no one would escape from there. The old man's granddaughter began to tell him that no, she would never leave him alone to fight God. But the old man replied firmly that they should take everyone and leave quickly, that it was his direct order, and he would not hear any objections. Sally began to run toward her grandfather, saying that she would save him from death at any cost. Bros looked toward the battle with his attentive gaze and realized that the situation was indeed critical for everyone. The guardian Lucius also understood that there was nothing left to do but make the difficult decision to retreat. So the guardian girl took her grandfather's granddaughter and knocked her unconscious, dragging her by force to the portal of salvation. Boban looked back and saw debris from the destructive battle of the gods flying toward him. The assassin simply stepped in and shielded the young man from danger, creating a protective earthen trap around him for safety. Chen Jil asked what his comrades were doing, as he didn't understand what was happening or why they were attacking everyone. The heroes began to run at full speed toward the saving portal, clearly realizing that they had little time. Bros shouted to his comrades to keep going, saying he would cover them from enemy attacks at any cost. Boban was extremely upset that he was leaving his grandfather behind and said that he would rather not go anywhere. Bros told his comrade to take Chen Jil with him to ensure the complete rescue of the team. A sad smile flashed across Bros's face as he realized that at least some of his comrades would survive the battle. The assassin, hiding behind his mask, replied seriously without a smile that he would fulfill his comrade's request to the end. Bros understood that he had spent half his life in a fog, achieving absolutely nothing, simply existing aimlessly and without meaning. Bros had always thought that those who boasted that they were not afraid to die were actually the most hypocritical cowards. But the young man understood that it was better to die in this epic battle with the powerful Hades than to flee in disgrace like a coward. so he made up his mind that he had to help his grandfather now. But then he was suddenly struck hard from behind. Bros didn't understand what was happening. He was simply grabbed and pushed by force into the saving portal against his will. It was Chen Jil, who said that it was all very touching, but they had to leave there together, alive. His grandfather shouted at the young man, telling him to leave as quickly as possible, begging him with his last ounce of strength. But of course, the stubborn young man was not ready to leave his comrades to certain death. Chen Jil told the old man that they would definitely get out of there together, without leaving anyone behind. When the old man heard this, he was surprised that the young man still had such incredible determination and strength of spirit. But these noble words only made the evil Ada laugh, who considered mortals to be insignificant creatures. The god of the underworld thought how presumptuous these people were, and then a great dust storm rose up into the sky. Then Hades said with contempt that this guy was just a fool if he thought he could stand up to a god. Chen Jil turned to the god Ra inside himself and said that he would not be able to take control of his body unless he helped kill Hades. Otherwise, everyone here would be stuck forever. The guy added that he hoped the god understood him, because otherwise they would never get out of this trap alive. At first, nothing happened, and Chen Jil wondered if the sun god had understood his words. Then there was a bright, blinding flash that resembled the color and sacred symbol of the great god Ra. The god entered the young man's body, and he felt true divine power coursing through every cell of his body. It was such a great amount of solar energy that it illuminated the entire space around him with a bright light. Ada, looking at this transformation, thought that the god had truly given his power to this pathetic insect. How presumptuous he was. The demon looked at this spectacle with fear, and thought that things were not going well for him at all. Hades looked at the young man and saw how much divine power of the sun was now concentrated in him. Chen Jil told the god of the underworld with determination that now was the time to pay for all his evil deeds. And now the guy had insane superhuman speed, all thanks to the god giving him his power. The enemy tried to put up a dragon's shield to protect himself from the sun's rays, but this was too presumptuous. It was clear that the power of the god Ra far surpassed the power of Hades' defense, and the enemy began to burn as if alive, even though he himself was a powerful devil from the depths of hell. The guy moved very quickly from side to side, ready to fly at his opponent for the decisive attack. Chen Jil's gaze was filled with righteous anger to such an extent that even Hades himself was frightened by this divine wrath. The ancient temple began to crumble from the enormous amount of divine power present there. And then the guy used his new skill and created 3 solar energy swords, which he threw into the air to attack. Chen Jil's gaze was unyielding and determined. He was truly ready to kill Hades. It seemed that the moment of final reckoning had arrived. The guy moved deftly and manipulated his fingers to send these solar daggers straight to their target with maximum precision. These energy daggers moved very quickly through the air, and when they struck the enemy, bright, destructive explosions occurred. This fiery explosion simply pinned Ada to the ground with incredible force. The god of the underworld was unable to do anything against the solar power. The yellow flash literally infected the entire air in the temple with divine energy. What a terrible and beautiful miracle at the same time. Grandfather, who watched this with his mouth agape in amazement, saw something like this for the first time in his long life. Chen Jil, looking at the result of his attack, jumped back and looked in amazement at the huge destructive flash he had created. The young man received a notification from the game system that he had killed Argos, and received a significant level increase for this achievement. First and foremost, after the battle, the young man ran to his grandfather to help him to his feet. With a determined and concerned tone, Chen Jil asked the old man if he could check that it was really over. But the old man's gaze did not inspire complete confidence, as if he understood that this was not the end of all their trials. Nevertheless, they finally reached the portal of salvation to escape this cursed desert, and the boy said that now they could finally leave. Chen Jil admitted that he didn't know if they would meet again after passing through this magical door, but he thanked him for everything. When the old man heard this, he said that of course they would meet again, and that once they got out, they should definitely go to a cozy bakery together. The young man replied that if he managed to survive, he would definitely keep his promise to the old man. Chen Jil decided to give the old man a big hug and say a warm goodbye before facing the unknown. The young man hugged the old man and thanked him profusely for everything he had done for him on his journey. Chen Jil added that the old man had really taught him a lot and had become a true wise teacher of life for him. Yaluka, who was also standing nearby, hugged the young man, and she felt sad about the impending separation from her friend. The old man told the boy to go ahead first, and he would definitely follow him through the portal. Chen Jil approached the flickering portal and couldn't believe that this was really the path to salvation. The young man thought that even though it was just a game, everything here seemed so realistic and believable. And the young man said, "See you later, desert. Or rather, goodbye forever, you terrible place." Chen Jil took a decisive step forward, and finally passed through the flickering portal to freedom. When he passed through the portal, his pupils narrowed, and the boy realized that something was very wrong. The young man turned around and began to shout desperately to the old man to stay where he was and not move any further. And then the old man calmly said that he would remember Chen Jil's name forever, and ominous purple smoke began to pour out of his eyes. Chen Jil tried to run back through the portal to reach his companions and save them from danger, but the bright energy of the portal simply captured him and prevented him from returning, no matter how hard he tried. The portal began actively transporting the young man to another place, and no matter how much he resisted the process, nothing helped. The old man told the young man goodbye, saying that they would definitely meet again in the future, no matter what. Chen Jil began to speak furiously, saying that he hated Ada with all his heart for his treachery and betrayal of his comrades. On the continent, in the hospital of the city of Zurk, doctors discovered that people from the Broken Moons Guild had been brought there, found in a wasteland outside the city. The doctor told his colleagues that these were the same people who had gone missing several months earlier during an expedition. The medical staff reported that more than 300 injured people had been brought in, and the rest had already been distributed to other hospitals in the city. Bo Ban, who was in a hospital ward, shouted at the doctors to leave him alone and began running away from the medical staff through the corridors. He said that the doctors had gotten to him, that he was perfectly fine, and that he just needed to find a girl with red hair. The man began running around the hospital, saying he wanted to see who was there. Maybe he would find the person he was looking for. Bo Ban explained to the staff that he would just take a quick peek, but he really needed to find this girl. When he entered one of the wards, he saw very strange creatures, cyclops girls, lizards, and other mutants. The guy realized that these were not the people he was looking for, and felt very awkward about the situation. Bo Ban apologized and politely said hello, explaining that he was just looking for someone among the patients. But the angry mutant girls immediately threw their slippers at him for invading the ward. The guy said, "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to, but I suddenly saw Sally coming out of the next room." She came out and saw her old friend, and was very surprised and delighted by this unexpected meeting after such a long separation. Bo Ban also couldn't believe that he had managed to find her alive and well when he saw the girl. The doctors told him not to worry, that all the patients who had been found had been distributed to different hospitals for treatment. The medical staff explained that information about them would be uploaded to a central system, and that the people he was looking for, Bros and Lucius, had already regained consciousness. But the nurse informed them that the two were in another hospital, Phoenix Hospital, on the other side of town. Bo Ban told the girl not to worry. He thought that his grandfather and Chen Jilong must be fine. Sally replied that he was right, but for some reason she felt very uneasy, as if something had happened. The guy said he had asked the nurse to check the system every hour, so she would definitely let them know about their friends. They continued talking, and Bo Ban said that she had often talked about this place before, that it was much better than the desert, and all the dishes the girl had mentioned, like sushi, they would definitely go out to eat together when they found the others. As they sat there together on the bench, two strange black cars with tinted windows appeared on the street. These cars did not give off any friendly vibes, and it was clear that they had not come with friendly intentions. The young people sat on the bench in the drizzling rain, and were already quite tense from the suspicious appearance of the cars. The two doors of the car opened, and a mysterious woman with pink hair and a stern expression stepped out. She walked purposefully and decisively toward the young couple sitting on the hospital bench in the rain. The guy immediately asked the girl anxiously if this was her friend or someone else. Maybe he had offended her when they first met. The nurses who were watching everything happening whispered to each other and said that it was the head of the Broken Moon Guild. They wondered what the head of such a high-ranking and influential guild was doing here in an ordinary city hospital. Sally and Bo Ban had no idea what to expect or what this mysterious stranger wanted from them. The girl with pink hair introduced herself and politely said that she was Lady Xiao Mei, the head of the influential Broken Moon Guild. She regretfully informed them that the people they were looking for had unfortunately not been able to leave the dangerous desert alive. Chen Jil was still in the desert, his little daughter lying on top of him, crying desperately. The girl kept repeating, "Daddy, Daddy, wake up!" But the man did not wake up and did not respond to her voice. Then, with great effort, the man managed to open his heavy eyes and saw the little frightened girl in front of him. Her eyes were filled with tears of despair. She was sure that the guy had died and would never wake up again. Because the girl started crying, the guy received a penalty from the game system, which was about to start very soon. Chen Jil began to calm her down and gently told her not to cry, that everything was absolutely fine and he was okay. The boy apologized to the child for scaring her with his condition, and the penalty trial was cancelled by the system. When the guy had calmed down a bit, he decided to look around carefully to figure out where he was. Chen Jil realized that he was still in some kind of desert, covered in dust under the scorching sun, with no end in sight. The guy thought they were supposed to leave through a portal, but why was he still here? And why was this a different desert? The young man decided that it didn't matter where he was, For now, he needed to get out of there and find his mother. So the first thing Chen Jil did was open the game menu and try to find the button to exit the game world. The guy confidently tapped on various menu options, hoping to find a way to leave virtual reality. Chen Jil told his daughter that she needed to listen to him, that he had to leave for a short while, but asked her to wait for him and that he would leave food and water. The boy thought that he definitely had to find his friends when he went looking for his mother, and that he had to come back for them. But most importantly, he also had to find his grandfather and find out what had happened to him in his final moments in the temple. But the boy received a system notification that he couldn't leave the game at that moment, so he should try later. Chen Jil tried again and again to exit the game, but nothing worked. The same message kept appearing. The guy wondered why nothing was working. Since he had freed the god Ra and completed the main task, the young man thought that he couldn't stay in the same desert, as it hadn't been opened on the map yet, so it must be some other place. Chen Jil couldn't contact the game's support service and thought that something strange was happening with the system. But the guy noticed that it wasn't just his imagination. His level had dropped to 1, and all his accumulated stats had been reset to their initial values. Chen Jil thought in bewilderment, wait, all the experience points I earned are still there, but all my accumulated experience has mysteriously disappeared. The guy checked his abilities and the power of the primordial chaos, saw that his level was at the first place, and all his equipment had also disappeared. Now Chen Jil only had a survival quest, and he wondered why it was still active in the system. The young man also noticed that he had 2 unread messages from unknown senders in the game interface. The guy wondered curiously who these messages were from, whether they were from his classmates again, or from someone else. But when he opened the first message, he saw a photo of his mother being held hostage in an unknown location. Of course, Chen Jil immediately recognized his mother and thought with horror that it was really her. The boy saw her being subjected to cruel experiments and bound with heavy chains in some kind of underground room. His mother was screaming in terror and despair, her mouth open from the pain inflicted by her captors. Chen Jil couldn't believe it, clenching his teeth in rage and feeling truly enraged by what he saw. After that, the young man clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white, thinking that this was unfair and cruel. His most painful spot was his mother, who had loved him so much and protected him from all harm since childhood. The voice on the video said that the scoundrel holding his mother captive knew that Chen Jil could see him, and if he wanted to save her, he had to come. The young man simply fell to his knees in utter helplessness and despair, not knowing what to do in such a critical situation. Chen Jil began to pound the hard ground with his fists and shake with the overwhelming emotions of anger and fear. The young man thought that his mother was definitely the person he had to save first, no matter what the cost. And so, at the headquarters of the Broken Moon Guild, they discussed the fact that Chen Jila had still not been found among the survivors in the desert. The blonde-haired guy offered to go with her and keep her company, telling her everything he knew about the situation. But the guild leader politely replied that she appreciated his concern and offer, but that she would be fine on her own. She reported that portals had begun to appear in the northeast of the continent, from which Ada's army was emerging to capture territory. The head explained that several hundred-level heroes had been sent to hold them back for a while, but even stronger demons were arriving. She added that it was quite possible that even heroes as powerful as they were would ultimately be unable to stand against a god. The woman said that they still wanted to defeat the god, who had no level restrictions, but that such a task was clearly beyond their capabilities. She gave an analogy that in their world, humans cannot exceed the speed of light. There are physical limitations. But his subordinate objected that it was not a fact that this rule was absolute, and that one should not speak so categorically about it. After all, there are black holes that can stop even light with their gravity. Chen Jil finally decided that he needed to get out of there as soon as possible and rescue his mother from her kidnappers. And so, a cold night fell in the desert, and the young man built a fire to light and warm the surroundings. The young man warmed himself by the fire, as it was quite cold in the desert at night, with the temperature dropping sharply after sunset. Chen Jil thought that it was murderously hot here during the day, but very cold at night, so it was good that he had warm clothes to protect himself. The guy thought that there was very little food and water left in his inventory, so he gave his little daughter some provisions so that she wouldn't go hungry. The young man remembered the video where the villains told him to come if he really wanted to save his mother from suffering and death. But what surprised Chen Jila most was that he couldn't remember his mother ever mentioning that she had any magical powers. The boy thought that perhaps the man the kidnappers had mentioned in the video was his unknown father, whom he had never known. And so the young man sat in front of the fire, thoughtfully tossing dry twigs he had gathered in the desert to keep the fire going. Chen Jil thought about how his mother had never told him about his father, and he knew absolutely nothing about him. But if his mother was suffering because of him or his past, the boy couldn't just forgive and forget. And that scoundrel who was holding his mother captive would definitely pay for everything, Chen Jil thought as he received his new assignment. The young man wondered what it could be and decided to carefully read all the additional information about this mission. The young man thought, let's see what kind of strange task the game system is offering him at such a moment. And when Chen Jil read all the details of the task, he was completely shocked by the absurdity of what he had read. The guy saw that his first mission was to find a buried magical relic, then find the immortal Ukon, and only then save his mother. Chen Jil thought indignantly that the system had turned saving his mother into some kind of idiotic task, like in a regular game. The young man wondered what kind of nonsense this was. How a toy could be more important than the life of his own mother, who was now in danger. The young man spoke angrily, asking if he was just a pawn in someone's game, why they were playing these cruel games with him. Chen Jil had only 5 seconds to accept this vital mission, or it would disappear forever. The boy couldn't control the anger and rage boiling inside him from the injustice of the situation. But in essence, it was a choice without a choice. The only thing left for him to save his mother was to agree to these cruel conditions. Therefore, if he died while carrying out the mission, all tasks would be considered a complete failure, and his mother would die. Chen Jil resolutely told himself that he would complete this mission and save his mother, no matter what the cost. At that moment, in the guild leader's house, they were discussing that nearly 4,000 people who had been reported missing had recently been found in the suburbs. According to the victims, they had been mysteriously transported to a legendary lost land called the Cursed Desert by magical forces. The head of the Broken Moon Guild officially announced that he was launching a full-scale investigation into this mysterious case. It has been almost 200 days since players entered the game, which is equivalent to 573 years in the real game world. If 10 days in reality here in space can pass in 20 days, then the elderly woman will be celebrating her 56th birthday. The young lady, Xiao Mei, thought that this was actually a very amusing and strange situation with the passage of time. The guild leader reflected that she had been in the virtual world of space for so long that she could no longer clearly distinguish it from reality. While the girl was deep in thought about the nature of reality, she was suddenly distracted by a subordinate who approached her with important news. This guy introduced himself as the guild leader Blackbird, who said with a smirk that she had a pretty nice place here. This head of the Blackbird Guild was a blonde man named Solo, who was known in guild circles as the Decisive Strike for his combat skills. The girl suspiciously asked him why he had come to her at such a time and what exactly he wanted from her. Solo replied that people were saying that all these people had returned from the Cursed Desert, and their guild leader had said nothing to anyone and immediately announced an investigation. Solo added that it didn't seem to him that she was playing by the established rules of interguild cooperation. The girl replied firmly that they had appeared on territory under the jurisdiction of her guild, so why should she report to the Blackbird Guild? She added that such interference in the affairs of other guilds was a bit against the rules on their part. The man laughed and said he was just joking, that she shouldn't take his words so seriously or literally. Solo asked if she had already figured out the exact coordinates of the entrance to the mysterious desert for further exploration. But the girl replied coldly that, unfortunately, she knew nothing about it, but she wouldn't tell him anyway. When Solo heard this answer, he smiled even more and said that it was interesting why she said such things. After that, the girl's mood changed abruptly. She grabbed a sharp dagger and prepared to attack, ready to slit the guy's throat. She said coldly that the general knew very well that she did not like repeating herself. At that moment, Chen Jil, who was in the harsh desert, thought about one thing: how best to proceed in the situation. The guy thought that he could, as before, first increase his strength and agility to significantly improve his combat abilities. But if he engaged in battle with a large number of aggressive monsters, his weapons would wear out and break very quickly. Chen Jil thought that last time, Hades would have summoned countless monsters, and if it weren't for his grandfather's help, he would have definitely died. The young man pondered that if he could gain the ability to summon allies, he would definitely want to use it for protection. The young man wondered what had happened to the hero Gesiod, who had disappeared when he left the desert through the portal. Chen Jil thought that he needed to carefully consider how to distribute his skill points in order to obtain truly powerful abilities. The guy pondered that if he invested all his skill points in intelligence, he might be able to obtain powerful magical abilities. But he had to consider that he couldn't predict what kind of health recovery technique he would get, and if it didn't work out, it would really be the end. Chen Jil thought, well, what the heck, I'll spend all my points on agility and intelligence for the experiment. If he didn't achieve the desired result, he would use the remaining points to increase his strength and agility, sticking to his previous strategy. And then, suddenly, a glowing magical seal appeared under the young man's feet, indicating the changes taking place. And he began to be overwhelmed by a real unknown power that he could only dream of in the past. Chen Jil thought that, as he had expected, his perception of the world around him and his spiritual power had greatly improved. The young man could now feel a light breeze moving hundreds of meters away and the rustling of sand grains. and the young man had gained enough experience points to change his game class to a more advanced one. Chen Jil could either become a noble king paladin of light or a lord of the hellish shadows of darkness. The choice was his.